for Alexi. I don't think there's any reason to play 4-1 when you have a man advantage. They should keep this as a 2-3 split and will. Alexi has a full belt and nades to continue to slow down this crawl. It's all just smoke and mirrors over towards Banana. Looks like they're going to start posturing back over towards A. And you have a strong setup on under the balk, one in pit. Then Emma going to attempt to chip in from this library position. Here comes the util.
Wonderful. Easy connection. Pit's gone. Awkward fight for Wonderful. Somehow sticking around. Emma flashed off. Still Vision returns. He nearly had a chance to get his eye to the scope on a flying Tikawak.
Just getting that bomb down.
Yeah. Is there a chance for a 5th round for the Mongols, though? Heavy disadvantage. Tikawak onto the AWP, given the low HP. 910's rifle up close, and there's the 1-2 punch. Oh, 910 couldn't track the head, but hang on. Tikawak's doing it with the AWP. Onto a Glock. There's no way he can win this. With just the starter pistol up against Alexi B and brought to his knees. Valid output, though. What was that? 3 kills from Tikawak. Trying to claw their way back from that opening 4v5 discrepancy.
Well, again, they made it competitive. They kept Na'Vi sweating right there, but you were bang on with the Glock in that situation. How is he meant to win that type of a duel?
It feels silly to say, but I feel like a Hail Mary quick scope might be your only option there.
You have to wonder how many bullets were left in the AWP there as well.
True. Yeah, one.
He had nothing left. He had to go down to the Glock, so didn't have the choice of the AWP.
Even worse.
Right, well, 2 rounds left in this first half of play. Mongols are going to bring in what they can.
Okay, Mac-10s aren't ideal against the helmets of Na'Vi.
Yeah, 5 of which.
Ratom. How we smith. Maris. Salam. Bicho, okay. Satme შევჭამ რა უცებ და ის არის რა ქვია. გაცივდე ცოტა ცხელია. კამერას გავთიშო ცოტა ხანი და Let's go boys. დავაი. დღეს გვაქვს კაი თამაშები გასაწევრი სხვათა შორის რა. ნავი მონღოლზი, მე გვაქვს ფურია 9-ზე და მე გვაქვს სპირიტი ბიგი და ამიტომ გამოიწერეთ არხი და ლაიქეთ ვიდეო. გადასტრიმი.
Let's has got other plans. Perhaps they've just got a few too many.
Discord servers-ად დავპინავ. და შემოდით აქ შემოეყარენი.
Okay, so you've taken your space.
აიხარეთ მადლობა გარჩი.
You're making sounds up top mid.
Yeah, they're hoping for some type of an overstep.
I don't know, you've got to get past Makazi though, and Alexi's jump spotting with a molly, a T-molly. This is really not going to be easy to break. Makazi gun on. How many is he going to get? Just the one. Good from Tikawak. Alexi cannot afford to die. Turns tail with a scrap of health. They've lost 910 on A.
And they need to pick up the bomb.
Oh, the bomb.
So they can't even just accelerate. Darkmeister.
By the time he does start feeling like the bomb's on its way.
Game. Sopli championatია ყველა სპორტში ერთდროულად ჩატარდება, რავი, ჭადრაკში, Call of Duty-ში, Counter-ში, PUBG Mobile-ში და რავი, 1000 რაღაც. Nine-ზე ფურიაში მგონია რომ Nine-ზე ამოტენის ფურიას ძალიან. მე ეგრე მგონია. ან 2-1. კარგი, ან ძალიან ამოტენის, ან 2-1 მოიგებს. ან ყველა ვარიანტში Nine-ზე.
Oh my goodness. He's making a
Dark Meister არ ხუმრობს, მოიცადე Dark Meister.
Pivot bomb planted a couple of seconds to spare.
Ai.
Gonna have it. Good hold from him.
Another round that they
might be let him go.
Dark Meister, okay. They hang.
Players who have the most frags on Mongols so far.
სიანსზე ვიყავი ოდისიაზე. ეხლა რომ გამოვიდა ფილმი კრისტოფერ ნოლანის ხო? მაგაზე ვიყავი დილის სიანსზე 12-15 წუთზე დაიწყო და 3 საათიანი ფილმი იყო. ის პოინტში ვიყავი რა. მანდიდან მოვდივარ პირდაპირ ეგრევე დავხტი კომპიუტერთან გავსტრიმოთ. 3 საათი ქვიჯექი. ეხლა კიდე აქ უნდა ვიждდეთ 11 საათამდე. ბიჭო, რა აი ერთხელ სანახავად კაი ფილმია. რა ოღონდ კინოში უნდა ნახო რა. ან იმენ უნდა მიხვიდე და აიმაქსში ნახო რა. ისე თუ უყურებ იმ ხელას დაბეჭდილებას ვერ დაგიტოვებს რა. ან იქ სანახავად კაი ფილმია ერთხელ რა. მაგას აი როგორც ეხა ინტერსტელარს რომ მეორედ უყურავ, მაგას 3-ჯერ უყურო შეიძლება ინტერსტელარს, მაგრამ მაგას 2-ჯერ აი არ ნახავ რა, არ გაგის არ გინდა. აი მაგში უყურო. არა ერთხელ სანახავად ძალიან მაგარი ფილმია.
Very comfortable in those apartments. That's twice now they've been caught out by his forward position.
ბერძნული მითოლოგია, ვისაც გევასებათ და რაღაცა, ანუ მაგასთან დაკავშირებით იდეალური ფილმი.
Okay, responsible for an
ბერძნულ ღმერთებზე და
with the util. And it's just perfect.
იმდროინდელ ცივილიზაციაზე რა, ანუ იმდროინდელ რაც აქვს აღწერილი წიგნში რა.
Rotations through. Imez here, Alexi's getting run
Bicho, მე მგონია რომ ნაიძე მოიგებს აი 90%-ით რა.
Guarantee for him. Has the bell rung, but 910's quick scope, quick reflexes has put us back into a competitive 3-on-3. A util dump from Techno. It must signify that it's just Alexi needing a lot of help. Does he need help? Yeah. Sights lost. To be planted by Techno. Fine.
ძმებო 70 კაცი ვართ, ლაიქები მივარტყათ რა თქმა უნდა, ავიდეთ 100 ლაიქისკენ უკვე და ნელ-ნელა უკვე გადავდივართ დაძაბულ იმაში, რა ქვია, რომ ეტაპზე რა, ეხლა თავიდან გუფური ეტაპები არასწორებს ხოლმე იასნია, მაგრამ მე ნელ-ნელა უკვე შევდივართ იმაში რა. Play-off-ებში რო გადავალთ, მე უფრო გაასწორებს ძალიან. 4 შაბათიდან შევბერავთ play-off-ებს. 2 შაბათი, 3 შაბათი დასვენება იქნება, არ არის სტრიმები. არ გავსტრიმო, იმიტომ რომ დავისვენო ბარემ, იმიტომ რომ მე გადაბმო უმიწეს კიდე 23-მდე. Ronka არის 9 ნახევარზე მგონი. არა, არ გავარდნილა ვიტან.
The difference makers there, but without the pistol round,
it's hard to see
competitive out of the Mongols, really, and that came down to some nice shots from TQX and Darkmaster on the pistol. So it's going to have to be 2 from 2 if they want to start bringing this one back into contention.
Just
to note as well, the CT positions, Darkmaster, I think he's going to be the A rotating rifler, unless they've changed things, but his TQX will be the anchor.
Okay, Spiritman tu წააგო დღეს ვარდება. მადლობა. ვიგაიხ, მადლობა. Play-off-ში გასვლა წააგო.
Pistol fire starting to come together. Techno with dual Berettas and a smoke, a flash for Blitz. Kronos with the Kevlar, and on the T side, couple of smokes, couple of flashes, and a molly.
Just a grenade vending machine is Alexi.
And you can be on board with him right now. I know we've got the search at 9-10, but you can see like the support role. Like Alexi has the flash ready for Banana in case there is some aggression to try and set up the teammates. This is classic, but it's just by stages, right? We're going to set down the net. We'll see what comes our way, and then we'll be ready to react regardless.
These are like tools on their tool belt. Yeah.
So this type of a pistol, I'm sure that there is a mid to late round call that they're planning to make if nothing comes their way. But you just want to use these first 30 seconds or so to make sure the CTs aren't just piping down with hot aggression.
And Mongols are known for, you know, occasionally a more avant-garde approach.
Yeah, they've been pretty tempered so far in this map. I was curious with their approach. We had a couple of poppy rounds, but
there's something that came their way.
Another opening kill. Add that one to the tally.
Okay, well, Tikawak's been great. And he's not going to get anything in this pistol. Emma just flatlines him. Blitz spotted towards Moto. A couple of shots. Pepper through. He has to go through that smoke. 7 bullets in a dream. I say that as he actually will. Drive by from the Techno Julie.
That's the bomb loose. They are going to scoop up now. Darkmeister and Techno been told to save, or are they rerouting Banana to just give them a different avenue of assault? This does feel very tough.
Very tough.
It is, yeah, it's the safe. Okay, they slipped T-State. I was going to say, if you've gone around the world to come back up middle, maybe just wait next time, huh?
With the no kit.
That smoke kit's not infinite.
Yeah. Well, quite cut and dry on the pistol then. Perfect kind of example of what you were talking about as far as, you know, something coming their way as well. 910, it's a bit too quiet, just has a passing glance down mid, doesn't think it's going to cost him his life. It will hold on. A duel with Blitz. Oh, he's actually heard the dismount of Wonderful as well. So, you know, it's a bit costly for everyone, but Na'Vi more than happy to post a 9th and start off with the pistol split now on Inferno. Does feel like it's on the wall for now, one of this best of 3.
They will force, so Techno could drop a Famis if he'd like. He could use it himself. He could get those dual Berettas to somebody else. There's plenty of options available for the CT core spy.
Who did he kill? That was up close.
მე ბოუცებ 50 ლაიქი გავწუროთ, რა 13 ლაიქიც მიარწეთ არ დაგეზავთ. და Discord-ი არის აპინული, მანდა ჩემოდით, ვინც არ ხარ შემოსულები ჩემ Discord-ში.
Scout is going to take a probe down middle. He can get 1 or 2 tags. There can be a conversation on a conversion. Ahead of that, still takes 20 damage.
Salami Kenjo, madloba bro.
But his timing,
I was
going to say, wouldn't be expected. So a nade and a scout tag put him on 7.
Yeah, Superman holding on. the wall saving him.
ჯერ დავარიგებ, მაგას
half
დავარიგებ
wall for
სპირიტის თამაშზე.
And Dark with these MP9s. Trying to bait them in with that block smoke.
They still have all the info. That look a little bit dicey for Na'Vi.
Could go wrong. Blitz will be over there, so 3 to receive. Feels like 9-10's guaranteed to hit something else.
If they wrap, that's where they have the advantage on these rifles. They got Porte side there in hot water.
That's another really nice looking HE. They could double nade this. There's another one for him. Doesn't quite do the most damage. Wonderful tagged up. Another one comes his way. 9-10 misses his shot. Does connect on the second on the uncrouch.
please,
Look at their health. A little bit tight. I feel like that's the story of this Inferno. It's like they so close to being more, and it hasn't been.
I think the problem with a few of them is there were 1v3 type scenarios, or even the Dark 1v4.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, they got it close, but they weren't in a position, like it wasn't a 2v2 type scenario until like the last
It wasn't
round
like
of the half.
an advantage you converted upon.
Yeah.
It's the opposite. It's like you had a disadvantage that you nearly rectified.
So double digits confirmed.
Him is having way too much fun. I'm just looking at his camera. He looks like he's having a casual pug with the boys.
That's great for the vibes, right? I think,
this is for a spot in that round of 16 playoff.
And with how things have unfolded at the moment, obviously we have Vitality in the lower bracket.
Right.
We've got Spirit in the lower bracket. We have Falcons fly through. Na'Vi looking to do the same. We've got Furia coming up against 9Z next, so we'll see what happens there. But the round of 16... that's where the bracket might be a bit of a mess, right? Favorites losing some of these games. The Vitality one yesterday, I think that's the biggest upset of the tournament. People might say the Spirit and GG How, but that was a best of 1. All right, 4-1 on the defense with the split. Just hoping
ნახოთ აბა ერთი რაუნდს თუ წამოუღებენ City-დან. რა იმათ მაგა უპიკეს და მე მეგონა რაც ნორმალურად ითამაშებდნენ.
This one getting out of control.
Play-დას Вообще ნავის მაგარი ფორმა აცვია ძალიან, მაგრად მომწონს. ეხა კატოვიცეში უეჭველი დავითრევ ნავის და ვიტალიტის ფორმას.
And sat down.
Crushed him.
Oh. Yeah, even better.
Just keeps coming.
Thought the loose piece of Tikawak could have been overlooked, but no, the frags just keep on flowing for Na'Vi.
You can have both bomb sites if you like.
Yeah, simultaneously seizing both.
And it's clean. No one's just holding W right now. They're still doing it together.
It's 19-ს რა პატარა ბავშვია.
Nice. Blade will be happy with this.
I was just thinking the same thing. It's like, do you know why? I know why they're doing this. It's because if they don't, Blade will get out the do not peek bat. The 9-10 USP 1v5, ladies and gentlemen.
რა 3D Max-თან რაც ითამაშა ვერ ვიტყვი, სანსაულად ჩაატარავ თამაში. მაგრამ ნახოთ რა კაი გუნდებსო დაეჯახებიან რა. მე ვასილაიკისკენ წავიდეთ რა. და Discord-ი არის აპინული, მან და ჩემოდით ვინც არ ხართ შემოსულები.
The guns come out. It's just a bit of a landslide right now. 8 straight rounds. Pistol is the conversion. It's a spotty one there in the mix. Otherwise, it's one-way traffic. This is domination on display.
This time they're stacked up on each other's head. And they win out. It's cool to see them working together, finding answers. Provide the boys an opening kill. Blitz will build upon it. They're wrapping short, heavy pressure. One back from Makaze, but look at the sets up Dark for the double. Wonderful in the 1v3. Winnable. Bomb on his back. Blitz hiding at the back of the site. Doesn't have the ammo in the M4. And of course, Blitz just stands still in the smoke.
9-10's position means there's no way back, so they know he has to be around here somewhere, right? He could be in apartments.
ნახე რა მაგრა თამაშობს ახლა ვანძუშა ამ მომენტში. მაგრამ ბლიძე გაჩეკავს.
The door's open now. 9-10's actually rotated.
They've lost him. I do think Blitz has secured the round by tucking into Mini like this.
But just the USP, which is scary. He's going to get caught.
Yep, gets the info on Pit. Now they know. Fake, hoping for Techno to overextend.
Why,
Exactly
man?
what
Why,
he wanted, but
man?
necessary from Blitz.
Airball time from near the reload. First round in what has been some while. That 8-round stretch comes to a close, but Navi won't have any issues in the buy. They kept it relatively clean throughout the conversions. So a bit there, he kind of knew. He didn't look too frustrated. And then the immediate response, okay, 2 in apps. If they're starting 3B, there's a gap towards long. They run into Blitz, who's there. The AWP started B. It wasn't the setup they were expecting. There's a tactical timeout called. Second from Blade. Wonderful having a good map, 17-7. Imma 17-9.
არა, არ იყო, ჯერ კაი ხანი არ იქნება დონკაცო. აღამოთია დონკა.
We've got Darkmeister and Tikiak who are 17 and 18 years of age. We've seen some of these younger Mongol players come through before, like Mzinho, and have some hard games and bigger moments. This one, it is a stage environment.
Sure.
It's not a grand stage right now. There's people coming around. We're in quite an open expo hall. If they do make it to the playoffs, we move to about 50 meters from where we're standing right now. That have about 7 or 8,000 people. That's where you might see a difference.
They
look shaky. I know the score doesn't reflect that.
Not an easy one for 9-10, just on the sliver gap.
ეგრეც ვერ იტყვი რომ ფალკონები წამოიღებენ. სადეჭერ. ყველა კარგად გამოიყურება ჯერჯერობით.
Mentality's still, you know, rather fresh. Biggest name they've played so far now, Na'Vi. This is an opportunity for us to kind of get a little litmus test as to how ready Mongols are for those top 10 teams. And 9-10's gone.
He's shown some crazy frustrations today, and understandably so. He's had some moments where he could have won round single-handedly, and then gives away an opening pick in a game that they were hoping to bring back. Now you're 4v5 disadvantage, and Blitz probably wanted to get that AWP, not on Makazi's watch. Techno's here.
And he's back in his aim. A full crouch spray does well to win out versus Makaze. Is there any more where that came from? I think Alexi's thinking twice about full commit. He's actually pulled another man over. And it is just Tikiak. Bit knows he's got space to play with, pulls out the knife, wraps around, trying to subvert the expectation. Will peek into Tikiak. Easy pickings. That should be 12. Dark doesn't want to give up that.
9-10 ყოველთვის შემთხვევით იმენა არ წარმოადგენდა არასდროს ძალიან ძლიერ ძალას.
That smoke, perfect pre-aim from Alexi B will just clothesline the walking Dark. And Techno exposed. This is a great pick. And this was the Mongols pick, I will reiterate. And with split pistols, rather void between these two teams.
დიდი ხანი ვერავის ის ვერ კაჩავს რა ქვია. მერე გადაწვა, მერე confidence-ის დაგდება. ის 1000 რაღაცა.
Coming up next, the Mongols have lost their last 4 outings on the map. They've only played it once with this 5, but still that's not a great trend. 3 of those 4 though have been close games. Right? We're talking 13-11, 16-13 overtime. So it's not over yet. It's just a map that is maybe a little bit more competitive. The scoreline, but only a little bit.
Sure.
We'll see if this one's done like a dog's dinner, though.
A little cosmetic, you know? Like a lipstick.
A blush.
We'll see if they can get a highlight. Oh, that's the second one. Easy pick. Doing what he can. It does feel like this one's done.
Now, this is the foundation of Na'Vi in this series. Being built, being assembled. Just mop this one up, dominated in the opening kills. Just one more frag to find. It's Mr. Tikiak over towards CT spawn. He's going to spam away with the FAMAS, the nades, the bodies. Everything's going to come his way as they will close this one down. Makazi finishes off 13-5 with a 4K, and that's going to be Na'Vi. One to the good. Ancient up next. The Mongols have anything to say.
1v1 at the bomb site, but he has to get it fast. And then he's got to win a 1v3. Feels like the end to a certain extent for Pain.
Yeah, it does feel like the map's wrapping up now, doesn't it? They had their chance there on the T side a couple of rounds in a row, but That's Wildcard finding their way up to map point. Really impressive showing from them, considering how it started.
Oh yeah, this is I mean, a phenomenal recovery in the first half and continuing that momentum into the second half. And outside of a small hiccup of 3 rounds from Payne, his defense has looked really, really strong against the offense. So final timeout, final chance for Payne to rattle off 3 in a row. That would bring us to overtime if they can do it. But you've got money built back up on the side of Wildcard, and you got them playing very well, very confident.
They just got to get the job done now. Don't choke this away. Don't allow this one to go into overtime. Still possible. Though unlikely. Deep smoke down banana as usual, followed by a Molotov behind it. You have Nemanja spamming down, getting him in a little bit of an engagement against Snow. He's done the damage.
Forces a Molotov out early as well. Flash clear over towards Halls. Hex sees nothing. 2 players were in there. They were just clearing things out. So establish no presence at top mid. Payne's going to be happy about that one. Those defensive setups have been bullying them all game long. And Payne start moving towards the A bomb site. 1 in Halls, 3 coming up mid. Safe, his op in support, throwing utility.
"45 seconds. That's all that's left here. MHL waiting under the porch.
They're going to flash him, right?
Surely. Put a little bit of pressure on him.
The
open misses. An absolute sitter that. Gets himself into the site. Hex now in the pit. Is this the moment? Oh, they're going to want to get back. Hex inside of the pit's done well to get at least 1, but it's not enough for Wildcard to feel comfortable about that initial hold. So, now a decision. Do you even want to go for this retake?
You got money. I think they're going to come see if you can find anything quick. You got 3 players rotating over. They're going to wrap around middle, play it together. They've got kits. They've got Molotov to flush out the player over the pit. They just need to find that kill when the molly comes down. Pyria might be the player that allows them to activate. Actually, the Molotov staying way far back. They're not bringing it around here. It's going to be for the bomb site. Nemanja, he can't find anyone in pit. Now the crossfires are real strong.
Move in, it's safe. And Pyria with all the kills required to make sure that is a strong finish to the round there from Payne. MHL going to want that round back, I think. That could have been a much better story for them if they had found that opening.
But I think you're onto something, too. They might wish they chose to save that as well, or maybe only commit 1 person, and if you don't get the kill, you can back off, at least with the AWP. MHL 2,500, Hex 1,800 in the bank, 60, 3,600. If you're Wildcard, you're probably having a very real conversation right now with Coach Ricks about just saving in this round. Half investing some 5.7s, some P250s. But this isn't going to be a pretty buy, and if you force up and lose, the next round's not going to be a pretty buy either, so at least give yourself 1 more. Round 23. Payne 2 rounds away from bringing us to overtime. And look at what they're going up against here. Mag 7 on Nemanja, 5.7, P250 in play, 2 USPs. Wildcard prioritizing that 24th round.
Mag 7 just hanging out around the back of the molly. A solo Mag 7. An ambitious weapon, and now he's just being naded incredibly low as well. So his life just gets a lot more hard.
Bam boom, bam boom, bam boom.
I said at the start of the last round as well. Okay, you've done well, you're up 12-9, but make sure you just don't blow this now. And I think, unfortunately, we do see that quite a bit. Like, 12 seems to be just the curse for a lot of teams that are on the precipice of making an upset.
Yeah, you start to see a few more mistakes in terms of decision-making, a few more mistakes in terms of setup, in terms of responses.
მე 9-ის უფრო გავწურავდი ვიდრე იმას რა.
So Pain making this one difficult for Wildcard, where they've been such a
strong
force
throughout
throughout
the
this game.
Yeah, a little bit tricky. Oh,
hello.
Where
was that period throughout the rest of the match?
You're like, ooh, that AK sounds kind of cool. I want one of those.
Yeah, period. He welcomes you into his domain. Not a very friendly landlord is Mr. Piri in the apartments. And the last round of the regulation coming up. So let's see if it's going to be overtime or we head to second map.
All right, well, AWP going to be in MHL's hands. He trades an M4 over to a teammate. So they have all the utility, all the weaponry they need. Hex is going to be stuck back on a FAMAS. The biggest issue is no kits. So you have to imagine Wildcard going to be a little bit stronger in terms of preventing the bomb sites from being lost. Any retake scenario is going to be them at a disadvantage. It's overtime, one victory for Wildcard. Pain have fought themselves all the way back into this game. Suffered a 9-round losing streak. And have still held on to their presence here on Inferno.
And their opponent's map pick as well. Giving them a good go at things.
29 ლაიქი ძმება 100-მდე და Discord-იც არის აპინული შემოდით ბარემ.
The success for Pain in this half came from Wildcard giving them chances to get opening kills. Not doing that this round, sitting quite passive actually towards this B-bomb side and the A side at the same time. Not stepping forward, not being the player that makes that mistake, that allows your opponent into it. "59 seconds left."
Flashbang in mid makes him a little bit nervous. Snow once again wants to apply a little bit of pressure. Bomb's joining up with him in the back of Big Uzera. I think he's going to eventually leave. Just chuck the utility for Snow.
ნახოთ Wildcard გასიზავს. მამედ გვაწყობს ეხლა რაღაც მონჩი Wildcard-მა რომ დააგოს ეს რაუნდი, რომ მე საყურებლად გვექნება რაღაც ეხლა სანამ ნავის და იმის თამაში დაიწყება მონღოლზის კიდევ მეორე მაპი. რავი, მე ვფიქრობ რომ მონღოლებს უშანსოდ არიან ეხლა Ancient-ში. მაკაზე ალბათ შუაზე ამოტენის იმათ.
3 players play within the site here for Wildcard.
Yeah, they need to spread this out. Someone needs to get in pit. Someone needs to get to balcony right now. That's what MHL is doing. A risky cross with the AWP, but he's got the position. Here comes the hit.
He's running in now. Final 15 seconds. A couple of times in this half. Pain have run out of time, but now they're running out of players, running out of chances. Big Uzera on Snow with kills. They've got to get that bomb down, but it's gone in the site. You have to run to it now and start that plant, and they are going to have just enough time to get the bomb down. So it will be a retake required for Wildcard. Otherwise, this one goes into overtime. Nemanja gets smoked as well here at Moto. Precious seconds, they can't get back.
And remember, no kits, no utility.
Remember.
If Rhett cannot find this kill on Pyria, who's certainly not going to peek him.
Oh, that's a big win from Rhett. Could he have more impact here for Wildcard? Moving in, Nemanja dead. Rhett can't get it done, so Pain fight back all the way and secure themselves overtime.
You can see it. We just talked about that fact of being at 12, the ability you're right there to win the game. Look at that defense and how uncomfortable, the lack of decisions. All 3 players in the bomb site. The only mobile person getting set up for any attack that's coming is MHL. He's going and checking rap side through the smoke. He's falling back trying to get
სანამ თამაშს არ წააგებ lower bracket-ში არ ჩავარდებ. გუში წააგო, ვიტალიტემ ჩავარდა lower bracket-ში, ხა კიდე თუ წააგებს, რო გავარდება ტურნირიდან რა არის გაუგებარი, მარტივია.
They're going out there and taking it.
Well, that's ერთ წააგებს უფლება.
You have low economy, little utility, you're probably a little bit sensitive because of that fact. Either way, whatever it was, we find ourselves in overtime.
Adios.
Wildcard can't get it done. Impressive run back from Pain.
ლაიქი ძმებო 100-მდე გაგვაწურინეთ, მაგრამ
MHL straight to the chest of Snow.
MHL
work of him. There's an opening here for Wildcard.
ეს MHL პოლონელია,
It's going to rotate back.
Oh. Saves giving some warning shots, not fully punished. Able to stick around. Saves had some really important kills for Pain throughout this map so far. Good that he's still able to stick around in this.
Nemanja's got another smoke to drop as soon as this one fades. There's an op on the other side of this when it clears. MHL going to hold the line.
MHL down banana. Here's Nemanja. AK-47. Big Uzera gone. Second kill is better. Bomb is loose. He goes again. Period trying to fight and finally gets the trading safe. Also took the top banana player.
It's all right. You know even when you come up, you're rushing over that you're going to get beat here by Wildcard. There's going to be a chance to spam down through the smoke, crack it open, nobody's crossing. Here comes Pain a little bit late.
Yeah, they take the time to coordinate an actual execution, right? So they put the nades in, they limit some of the positions they can be in so they can actually focus on this boost. And 60 is just holding off for the time being, not going over the top just yet. Now he senses the timing, and it's perfect. Bomb goes down in the site. It's all unsafe for a 1v3, and he's blinded.
Oh, he's blinded.
Back. He doesn't have the time to work with. And they're just going to swing in. There's a quick trade coming in from Rek. And that'll end up being Wildcard's 13th round win. Coming a little bit later than they would have liked as the first round of overtime. But
it is a classic, though, isn't it?
Really well
from Wildcard to hold off this Pain attack. Snow's not having a whole lot of success with these solo plays, but the deep control is very, very nice from Wildcard. Thought maybe it was just the solo defender to have deep information. They were dead wrong. Round 26. Double nade takes down one. Good utility work to soften up the attack.
Yeah, we got Snow over the top of the corner. Nemanja rips him apart. We're down to 3 players here for Pain, and it's just not looking good at all.
Finding kills so early on that Wildcard in the early stage couldn't even get any tactics even started. Doing the same exact thing to Pain here in overtime, up in your face. MHL is going to be smoked off, but that's thrown from the other side of the map, so no concern at the A bomb site.
Rex rifle going into the open. VSM dead. And that is as clean as you like for Wildcard. As clean as you like. All 5 players staying up.
Outside like the hiccup, the comeback from Pain was very nice, but ever since that moment, it has kind of felt like Wildcard built up into having the advantages in this game. Felt like they've been playing with the lead ever since then. Lovely work, lovely responses. This Wildcard defense not getting caught off guard by anything all of a sudden. 14-12, a 2-round lead. Last round in this half of overtime before we switch sides.
Good nades here on the Snow. 40
CSGO-დან მოყოლებული ბევრი რაუნდი მაქვს ანანას
position as well. Save jumping in the air for a couple of seconds, and you have Nemanja ripping his head off. I got Rek now stepping up from behind the sandbags. It is domination from Wildcard. Finally back in the rhythm on this CT side. They'll reach map point again. They've got a couple of chances to close it out. And it feels like with this attitude, surely they do it.
Well, they close their T side in regulation with 5 straight rounds. Now they get 3 chances to close out this map. They switch over to the T side. They were just levels above Pain. So this is going to be, once again, it's almost like Pain has to execute. And haven't shown the quality here in overtime quite yet. And they have a decision to make too. Do you want to play the aggressive disruptive style that was effective? Do you want to play the more passive style? I mean, eventually Wildcard found a way to beat both of them, so you don't have anything to lean on. Save gonna take an early peek, finds nothing.
As Puri up. Next is taken away. Opening kill for Pain. Been a while since we've seen that for them. Zera. Go get another one here as well. Side of the half wall, connects straight to the chest. 15 HP left. Snow, Molotov into the open. It's going to melt away if he stands there. He's just trying to stay alive and be a nuisance now inside of the smoke. His teammates can try and help him. In fact, he's clearing the smoke and making Snow's life a lot harder. So Snow's gone down in the smoke. Zera having to drop back with an AWP. And this is doable for Wildcard. A minute just under, in fact, left on this clock. So you can even go back to A if you want.
HP's the issue. Rek has 2. Now he won a clutch with like 3 or 4 HP in regulation, the one you've been alluding to. He'll swap out to the AWP for the moment. Nemanja as well, low on health. They forced a panicked rotation out of Payne's defense over to the B bomb site, but now it's going to slide back. And Big User and Safe, the Alpers, are going to have a big job to do.
Mitchell stepping out into the open, and Safe has connected. Molotov as 60 try.
Oh, taban navish. That's it. Dabali. The Mongols versus NATO Spinzeren. ორ ალამაზი ფორმებია, ბიჭო, ამათ ხო არა ძამარავთ, ვინ შეუკერა ჩემი დიზაინერის ნომერი დაიდოს.
Counter-Strike 2, map 2. We've got ourselves Na'Vi Mongols, and is the lower bracket calling the Mongols' name, Chad Sponge Birchall?
It seems likely. Inferno was their map choice. Now we go into Ancient. The last time Na'Vi played Ancient, it was back at the Major, and it was against the Mongols. However, that victory there was in overtime. It was close, but it's these two new young guns who, to be fair, they did what they needed to do in that first map of play. Let's take a look at their CT setup. You're going to have he's going to be your mid player alongside of Blitz. Rotating around with the orb. And Ancient can spill over.
მან შემოდით Discord-ზე საჩუქრების შეგიძლიათ აიღოთ სამი სპონსორი საიტი ყავს, სამი სპონსორი საიტი შეგიძლიათ აიღოთ.
This is Makazi's best man, right? If they're able to unleash him to make space in the middle alongside of Imma. They get this 1-2 punch. Imma's very fortunate that Makazi wants to go out first, which means that Imma gets to come out and trade. And then if Imma gets the good spawn, he's like, you know what? I'll take it this time, mate. So it's nice to see those two working together in mid. They're usually supported by Bitch, they're on the smokes, they're on the flashes. Alexi will be running up B lane, fighting for K, fighting for Heaven. This is our first impressions of them this season. We hadn't seen them play up until EWC. The first one went well. Another wonderful happy with the range. But he made up for it, didn't he?
I was just looking at the Inferno rating this time around. He's got 10% swing.
Aha.
So that's pretty good. Pretty damn good. With Imma at 17, Wonderful at 19. The difference in rating huge. We had a 1.88 at a Wonderful map 1. Yes. So, you know, HLTV redeeming himself. Wonderful redeeming himself. There we go.
Well, one of the two.
Both.
Maybe both.
Maybe both. Yeah, let's get the pistol started. Because, you know, pistol... it went down the middle.
Yeah, we split them. The difference makers for me were 13-5 in opening kills in favor of Na'Vi.
Oh, that'll do it.
2-1 in clutches in favor of Na'Vi.
That'll do it too, yeah.
So some of those, though, were 9-10 or Meister trying to bring it back into contention. But let's get this pistol underway. T-side start for Na'Vi. Their map choice. Red is smoke. This looks like an split.
Already, yeah, just through the smoke. So the tail end of the assault gone. Access in towards the A site.
TQX mollied out of position here.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a pull of the trigger from Tikuak. Catches Imma main. Kind of hung out to dry was Imma. He committed to that fight.
I guess they have to cancel that rotation thick and fast, and now Red's the problem.
Yeah, but look at this setup. Good luck breaking this. I don't see a one. Yeah, one and done. Alexi and Wonderful trying to rectify a 2-on-5. Oh, using a bit of control of the tap, still manages to find the head of Wonderful.
It's been an ace for Alexi.
Yeah, and Blitz is having absolutely none of it. So the best start possible for the Mongols.
No bomb going down. We'll see if that finds Na'Vi into a force fight. Bring the AKs out into the next. I suspect the latter. Means a comfy start for the Mongols available. Where do they go for cricket practice?
That's the question.
In Paris, is there a cricket team? Is there a field that Na'Vi can go out to?
Presumably.
And who do you think is the wicket keeper? Bit's the wicket keeper.
Bit's definitely the wiki, yeah.
So the bowlers are wonderful. And
I think Blade's the umpire. I
can
just see him, you know, with sun cream on his nose, putting his hands up in despair. 910, how many are you getting? He just stands on top of his big box and leaves with 2.
Again, another 910 meltdown in terms of the reaction on the cam. Wanted more than 2.
Blitz needs some too. Oh, Bits actually found the headshot that makes it a little more exciting. There's important chip in from Techno. Shouldn't be any more threats. Yeah, well played. The extra bullets in that M4A4, enabling him to close it down. But yeah, 910 does look like
he's doing the emotions for all of us today.
Yeah. But also for like the most minor inconvenience. Like, it's okay, man.
I got 2. Damn.
Oh, only 2 kills.
I should have killed them all.
I wanted my anti-eco ace.
Now, don't we all? All right, well, come the guns. I want to keep my eye on the Mikaze spawn. He has a good one for middle. Expect to see him charging out, whether on that first or second timing.
Oh, I put too much milk in my cereal.
It's like they just lost the game, isn't it? Ah, but that's okay. Well, Mikaze, he's out mid.
Makaze ერთ-ერთი
They're out B.
ჩემი დემო ჩემი გახილის დემო თუ გაქვთ
Blind
ნახე.
Screen still finds the headshot necessary. That was just the one man that could stop him. Sure, cave occupied.
მან თუ ვიძახი რომ Makaze
Techno
ერთ-ერთი
there, but the
საუკეთესო თამაში
rotation's
არის.
going to be kept at bay. They're dumping you, so that's a big one
ავი
from
აბა
Blitz.
ნახოთ
Straight
როგორ
from
დაკონტროლ.
Alexi. While under a lot of scrutiny, 910's bullets through the smoke will find him.
Alexi
So it's
ვიდა
a bit
პიტა.
low. Alexi, housekeeping speedway. Are they going through cave? Yeah, this is a long-winded pivot for a 10-second defuse. Nice parkour from Tikuak. It's so low. He's playing for 1 here. If he can just get 1, Alexi does find the low HP 910, softened up another. Thanks to Bit. And that 10-second defuse. If this is winnable for Alexi, he just has to get him off, get this wall bang. Oh, 1 more bullet would have done it, but time is still of the essence.
Yeah, they get the fist bumps in. They're confident with this one, but that was damn close, right down to the wire.
ვა, რა რითი გაესპამა ბარემ ბოლომდე Alexi პირა კაცია.
Alexi put 1
ალბათ
bullet
ეგონა რომ
right
კიტი
on the
ქონდა
money,
და
just
მაგით.
needed another.
Okay,
მაგით აღარ გარისკა.
They actually double smoked Donut in that round.
At the start?
Yeah, so if they had another smoke left over, could have been channeled elsewhere. But when the team is smoking red and Donut, right, that shows you how much they really want to win the mid control. And I think if you're the Mongols, you are going to respect Mikaze and Imma with that combo. So you need to find more creative ways to fight this. Are we going to break? Are we going to have a second wave where someone from A flashes over and we come out Donut? Or do you go all in and win out the fight immediately?
Yeah, Tikuak's happy to biff. Opening kill. Let's get a second. Feeling himself. Keeping that form we saw on Inferno.
საღოლ ბავშვი, საღოლ. 5 ლაიქი გვაკლია ძმებო ზუსტად ასამდე. ბრავო, საათზე ნაკლად დროში ავედით 100 ლაიქზე. ვამაყობ უკვე თქვენ მისწევა.
Come in and have fantastic mechanics.
ნენელა უვითარდებით.
Settling into the 3v5, an op shot runnels off on the long side. All over towards B lane with limited util. The AK in the hands of Bit as they smoke short, flash long, and need to make a way in.
Yeah, missed shot from 910. I don't think it's going to cost him too much. Bit is scary though. Not
Bravo,
anymore, he's not.
ragazzi,
Quick scope should seal the deal here. Ooh, missed shot and sprayed on down.
Please, baby, it's my
Intensity to this, whereas Inferno started T side out the gates from the Mongols is very slow. Sensitive, they were taking their time, understandable. That's the type of map where you don't want to be just down to start, but similar scenes in towards middle. Just
ანუ სუკანოფობი ხართ მალუკა? ლუკას ბანი დაადებ სუკანოფობი.
Shooting.
I mean, this might earn Navi's respect in the air quotes, as in the sense that they might not try these first timings anymore.
Imma and Mikaze partnered up again to give it a go. There's a close molly, there's a HE.
Nate does a lot of damage and spam straight onto Blitz, just doing the flashbang down straight through the smoke. So condemned, forced to extinguish, low HP on Tekuak, next victim from Imma. Quite the opposite result this time around on those early bits. I was wrong. They just want to throw hands. And as you know, the shattered glass settles. We are into a 1 versus 4 out in the head-to-head duel there from Alexi.
It should have him here.
Yeah, I can see a world where he hits the quick scope, but nothing more. Oh, is that audible? Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
All right, well, 910 going to do his best to try and save this. Bomb's planted now. And already on the hunt, so RV, the save potential. It's only going to be 1,400 loss going into the next, and as you take a look at the cash that remains, it will have ramifications down the line. It's Na'Vi the ones who want to start building a bit of a bank and a security net on the T side, so I don't expect them to throw many bodies at this, if any. They break through. First round for Na'Vi, 4-1 the score will read. And we'll see if Imma and Makazi keep getting those mid spawns to take the fight. When you get the... There's two clear intentions you can see when a team wants to take middle. Are they mollying for the boost, which means you want your players to be able to streamline either the cave fights or towards heaven, or are they mollying close, which means you want to keep away the scaling close to stuff you in that elbow choke point.
Okay, so the first molly is very
You can see here that when the close molly they extinguish because Blitz really wants that space. The flashes have to be perfectly timed there, and this is the thing, you're never quite sure if you're going to be able to catch them.
არა, ვანძურშა და მაკაზე მაგარ ხოძე არის. აბა როდის მოკლავს პირველ, ვინ მოკლავს პირველ კაცსა?
With a good mid spawn. Once more. Cave smoke, red smoke, and donut. So they're more of the same. You see the HE over the top just constantly softening up. If you want to fight, we're ready.
Yeah, those HEs combined and layered with the flashbangs. It leaves you with, what, 60 points of health and mid under Na'Vi's control.
But you see the way they do it, right? People at home probably just go, oh, if we smoke red and we smoke cave and we throw some flashes, we can run straight out. You need to dodge the nades, you need to play between the mollies, and you also need to throw your own util to make it so they don't want to swing.
Yeah.
And look at the red pressure. This is an A split. There's already a mid to A smoked out.
Yeah, but that kill has actually pulled someone to CT. You can see Blitz has had to react. Darkmeister has to react. It's a free frag for Imma, and I can't help but feel that's enough. That's round.
Action on Blitz. Got to do it all.
Good luck, mate. You need to find a double quickly. Does so. Nearly had the third. Gets the crosshair in the right place for Imma. Bomb very delayed into A. This all happened rather quickly, so you can see the rotations are cut off by Makaze, and he will connect onto Techno. So everything should fall into a slower 3v2.
Well, there's a gap to slip in, though. So 9-10 has diligent stuff. Means comms are flowing and spouted. Yeah. Knew it had to be a risk. I feel that you would like him to hold on to that because next round they're going to be tough in the buy.
იგი გუშინდელი დონოცის ყავა და 5-5 სანტიმეტრი ვინც მოიმატა იმენა.
That's the money in jeopardy now.
Those
2 consecutive rounds. And again, through mid, this time just turning it into a quick ace split.
Yeah, but I mean, 100% I fall into that trap. I see these pros just getting to fight mid on the first timing, and I try myself. I get 2 HEs, 2 Molotovs, and M4 in my face.
We're back underway.
Yeah, let's get back into the server. We'll fix that HUD ASAP, because it does look like Blitz has managed to find output. In combination with 9-10's M4.
So let's see here. It is just the... I feel like I missed a bit there with...
Blitz and 9-10 getting a kill.
Yeah, and then 9-10 with an M4.
Yeah. I think he dinked him and Blitz just finished it off.
Okay, well, we'll catch up at what's happened. Either way, this was always meant to be a Na'Vi round.
It was.
So CT smoke thrown at range. Makazi already ahead of that clearing. And the rotation full from the Mongols to try and contest this.
They go keeping it, relatively threatening, actually.
There's lots of questions. You can see Na'Vi don't know about main.
Look at this! Oh! Flying knife backstab out of Techno! Keys keeping
it.
Blitz picks up an M4 in a 1v2 and hits the headshot onto Wonderful! It's a 1 versus 1 that will only just by the skin of Na'Vi's teeth save them!
What a ridiculous round of Counter-Strike that was.
Oh, come on, Techno, $1,500? He comes into that with just a starter pistol, leaves with an extra injection of cash and a backstab onto the play. That's a straight superhero maneuver.
დაგერიცხება, ეხა შაბათი კვირა დაემთხვა ბებერ და ორ შაბათი, ანუ სამუშაო დღეებში ირიცხება ხოლმე ძირითადად, ანუ ორ შაბათთან ხუთ შაბათის დღეებში დაგერიცხება. პარასკევიშად თვითფერსორად. პარასკევს აი 3 საათამდე თუ დაგერიცხა, თუ არა ესე გადადის ორ შაბათს ბებერ. ეს შაბათი კვირა რომ დაემთხვა, მაგრამ არასდროს დაგემთხვა, თორემ
Oh, so you lost an awful lot. Is that there's no like immediate ramifications?
No, but
there?
if they lose this
თვითონ წელავი ვინც არის მაგარი დაკავებულია ეხა. დარბის აქეთ იქით რა, ანუ საქმიანი კაცია.
Pretty quick ramifications, just not immediate.
კი, ორ შაბათს 1000%
It looks like it's sorted from what I can see. Everything is
დაჯდა დანარჩენს მოვა ის.
Good, and we can get back underway. Bit's going to pull his chair back at a gaming position. Yeah, this one here, absolutely mental scenes from Techno.
That's some Assassin's Creed.
მაპია, მაგრამ უფრო მოწრე დავალაიქოთ არხი გამოვიწეროთ Discord-ის სერვერზე შემოვიდეთ ძალიან დიდი ხონა იქნება Discord-ის სერვერი არ გამაძოთ და შემოდით ყველა რადგან შეგიძლიათ უბრალოდ დაიღოთ თემს.
Look how many nades are in action at the same time. They want to fight Techno. And Makaze just charges into cave through the smoke. That's a frustrating death.
That's a beeline right there.
Towards the B site, no less. So already operating with less. You can see rotations are forced. 910 is well positioned for this potential swing, and yeah, just nails it onto Alexi B. So a clawback kill given. Mongolian sniper removes the fin. Ooh, but out ramp. Oh, accidental mouse click announces his presence, or was it deliberate? Now they were kissing in the smoke. Now backing away. So it's all a bit higgledy-piggledy.
Oi, 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 oi,
He's got a cheeky smile as he finds Blitz for free. Straight through the boards. Imma activating is supposed to be a kill for Darkmeister. Doesn't finish his meal. Just a scrap left on the plate for Imma. 2 on 2 with 910 will.
Why
He finishes off the job. Wonderful and audio cue for 910.
He knows where both are, or were.
Oh, 910 so close. He'd have to.
That's the
1v1.
It's bounced right back.
It's a
gift. Tikuak, he can just walk alongside or straight through.
He's going straight through. Wonderful's not going to anticipate this. Oh, he's played it to perfection. This young rookie up against a highly ranked Na'Vi. Fake. Considering ramp as the priority here now, swings on into
Bravo! Bravo! Right,
holds his nerve versus Wonderful.
Yeah, weird round. Some fights that feel they shouldn't have gone either way. Goals will break the streak of 3. They put their 5th on the board, and this is again another competitive half, at least at this stage. So there's ramifications of Navi's finances after losing so many bodies to the eco. See a couple of players just around that 4K mark. That's with the plan. Have everything besides a wonderful AWP. Alexi might be on something a little bit lighter. But they've got a blade timeout before they blow the finances. How intense does the man look? I can turn around and have a gander.
Why, man?
Always a lot to say. Always wonder, is he just calling the next round? Is he critiquing some of the decisions they made in the mid rounds?
I always feel like
it's always a bit of a mystery.
But the philosophy is often like, we're not going to break down what went wrong now, right? Or do you need to?
In the Na'Vi of old, with Electronic and Simple, that's happening mid round.
Yeah, sure.
In the new generation, I couldn't say.
Yeah.
Yeah, the buy. The Mongols not great either. These close rounds keeping both teams limited.
Yeah, who could do the most with the compromised buy? It's going to be Makaze's AK-47 put to good use. Another opening kill. They didn't win the last, though, with his find onto Techno Cave. Now he's removed bullets in mid. Techno flirting with aggression around that cave smoke, trying to profit and find that clawback kill for free, but they will back away. This little MP9 duo.
Wonderful looked like he was looking down and reading notes.
Oh, super
hit
the
brakes. They're not going to get drawn into any more skirmishes just yet.
Am sezonში ბიჭო მაგარი ვერ გაკიდა
They don't believe that that's where the finish is, or just hedging their bets. No one some jiggles. Gamble. Now, does this come with just sit, wait, and see what comes your way? Or is there some form of aggression?
Feels like they've got the perfect amount of util for that BX to finish.
The issue is, though, the only man they've left towards B is Makaze, and he's so low on HP. So they are setting up for A. They do have the open runway. It's just, is there an info play, and then we see a rotation? Because they can still get there in time if they start moving shortly.
Here's that lane push for info. Makaze's in position to try and deal with that, but one bullet finishes it off.
Rotating now.
They know.
They'll get there in time, and they've got good util to be disrupted. 20 seconds. This is going to be chaos.
It's a race against the clock. Get ready. Strap in. Because they're going through that. The MP9's up close. It's a good weapon for the job. Gets info. They're only just leaving A main now. 15 seconds left. Be disruptive. There's Bit onto 910. Tikuak back. Still a double. Darkmeister steps up to the plate and delivers. There's nothing left for Na'Vi.
No time. No chance. Has to save this AK. Alexi. And off of that little push, that one kill, and Dark Knight to get in a triple, they shut this down. Yeah, it's tough because they maintain that control. Makazi's still there, he's still making it seem like there's pressure over towards B, but he's so low, it's just a straight bullet. Then they have all the intel, they can rotate in time, it's so quick, and also with that site, we know that teams love to flood in as you're trying to take control. Na'Vi are the ones who made that vogue, they're the ones who made that popular. So with the time low, you know if you can just get in and cause a nuisance, shut them down before they can get that bomb down, you were in this one. 6-3.
Ooh, more fights on middle. This time, getting one before the nade finds him. So everyone was blind for a while there. Makaze, lucky to be alive, but yeah, only for a moment longer.
And there's no real response available for the rest of Na'Vi.
You're not picking up that rifle. Can you get it in the smoke? Yeah, Wonderful was hoping he could. It's faded now. And he's got the bomb, so absolutely not. Deagle, Tech9, Alexi on the Galil. It's time for some live action problem solving.
Yeah, this half is going to leave a lot to be desired for Na'Vi. Their money, 2,900 into the next.
Dejected Wonderful, heading on back to regroup.
Yeah, a bit of a difference from Inferno, where it was quite jovial, lots of smiles on the faces. And
ესეც სამი ჩვიდი ხდება უკვე და მე City და როგორი თამაშობს
the conversion. So clear difference from Inferno as A main sprawl.
Ois pixi აგებენ low-ს. იმათმა წააგეს უკვე თავის
beat events to stay staunch and
აქ უკვე აღარ არის ძმა შენი პიკი ჩემი
It's the old and the new on either side.
CS:GO-ში კიდე შეიძლება დაიგრე,
to partner up and getting all this information. We're looking for the B players to be on high alert. Techno off angle. And just as he started to transition backwards, he does find output, gets his. 9-10 onto Alexi, gets his. Now what? Wonderful in the 1v3. Galil versus an AWP. Ooh, and he's taken a heavy blow. Deagle for the headshot. Can't find it, just 2 to the belly. It's going to be another Mongols round. They are starting to accrue a very comfortable nest that they can rest on into that second half.
Griffin, hello bro, salam როგორ ხარ? ბერვა მაინც დავსი გუში პროსტა გაუდეშმა გამისხავა. Unlucky. მაგრამ კაი რაღაც დაგიწყოს. ბერვას დასმა მარტივი არა.
Stiff breeze blows it out of the round.
When you are taking these fights in mid, every opportunity you get, you typically will be operating with something a little lower. Oh, it is. So typical mid smokes are in the air and just go. No one can hear them. No one can hear them. No one's donut. They'll start to hear it now. Flashes on A and just in time. 9-10 is there to rack up a double.
Or donut, one of the two, and it's missed.
This one,
the 8th round, as try and catch the time. Pretty heavy defenses in middle, right? So you're thinking that should leave us an A gap, and well, it did. But
tell me, from a captain's POV, those must be some of the most frustrating, right? Where the call was bang on. You've read it. The reasoning was logically sound. There was no 1A, and yet you're left with a very convincing round to your opponent. You know, how do you not beat yourself up? Do you blame the call, or can you kind of separate the quality of the call and the result?
I think you're not too concerned with it because it was the lighter buy.
Sure,
right? It feels like, okay, we did have an opportunity there, but they've had opportunities in a lot of these rounds because they've been finding the openings. It's how they've handled themselves in the mid-round.
Right.
So now it's just about salvaging this. I'm not sure if Wonderful Smoke was for Donut or if it was for CT, but either way, he did miss it from spawn.
Either way, 9-10 just being in the right place, had a good read on the play, and yeah, frustrating for the captain. Alexi B, a little bit of a face palm. I think 4 feels like a compulsory Na'Vi round if they want to remain competitive here. Edging the smoke around the molly and into the loving embrace of a 3-man mid stack. Oh, he gets a straight bullet into 9-10's head in the red smoke. Makaze in middle, you just can't keep a lid on him. You better. A 2-man advantage. Make it even bigger. Just Wag left. They live and die by those mid-fights, don't they?
Yeah, both teams. And have done a good job of weathering the storm. In the right place to give this one a go. Opts for the extinguisher, strikes on out, Makazi will take him down. To manage that 4th round, but this is good stuff from the Mongols. We're learning about these New young gentlemen, Darkmeister and TQAC in the roster. We're seeing if they're going to be able to rebuild to their former
Discord
glory
server
once upon a
შეგვიძლია არ
time.
დაგაუწდეთ აპინული არის სასტრაფო twins ახლა შემოსულების შემოდი. ასევე შეგახსენებთ რომ upgrade-ერი რო არის საიტი სადაც ინებს upgrade-ებ მან შეგიძლიათ გამოიყენოთ ჩემი კოდი choose mode დღეიდან ვისაც სურვილი გექნებათ რომ დაასაპორტოთ ჩემი არხი შეგიძლიათ გამოიყენოთ ეგ.
Just a quick 30 seconds and we can get things back underway. Now, we split the pistols on Inferno. Can we do the same on Ancient?
ცუდი არისო რა. არა, რა გავაკეთე ხა. ნოლანის ფილმებიდან რა.
Darkmeister and
Interstellaris
Techno
მერე რავი, ეხა ეგრე ძალიან
I wonder
არაფერი
if they're going to use these, as you would see on Inferno. Obviously, there's the half wall, but also if you throw them over, you can bait out U2, right? They see the U2 in the sky and they drop a block smoke. So Lexi with that U2, it's wonderful with the Berettas. Okay, fake cave flash. This is fast. This is B.
Okay, pressure onto the two of them.
Oh, long volley, no good. That's missed.
Yeah, it's dodgy. This is HE can do an awful lot of damage if he can get the timing right. Emma, how are you playing this? Bomb going down. They buy time for this retake. Just trying to get someone on that close wall. And it doesn't do too much. Retake on Alexi with a full belt. No kit.
Yeah, where's the smoke for ramp?
Okay.
Techno's going to be well situated to find that multi. There it is. Clean from him and removes him completely. Up to the new boy. Dark snaps up for two, but down and easy pickings. Tickle whack. Down to bit. That USP shot too clean.
The difference is the fact the bomb goes down in this one for the Mongols, so their second round force is going to look a lot more tidy than that of Navi's. You can see Emma's thought process. So when teams do the short smoke, long molly, they like to scale and take that long control. So he has the nade at the ready. As soon as Bit takes contact, he can drop that and hopefully plant a nuke on the T's trying to press in. So this round's facilitating an AK for 9-10, pistol upgrades for the rest. There's a good smattering of U2. Red smoke and a B lurk smoke. Not the cave smoke coming into play. And all of that pressure has actually drawn that rotation of Imma away from middle to support B because of the lurk. So done a decent job there of keeping Na'Vi moving.
Pressure onto Wonderful eventually. It's 9-10 that goes searching, and Wonderful is letting them in.
Which is a little bit scary. They must know that they are playing a setup where temple slip is possible, but the opening kill for Alexi onto Techno. Wonderful hasn't moved a muscle, so this is interesting indeed. The bomb coming back. There will be a smoke for CT.
Now the jig's
they're
up.
in.
Yep. Access to the A site granted. Not going to be easy in the post plant, especially if you lose Tikuak early. Forced the Molotov out of his hands in Makaze. Bit finds 9-10. Super uncomfortable for the T. Sure, you got the bomb down, but holding on to this, you need a hero. Someone to step up. Darkmeister's AK going to have to do an awful lot of work because he's lost his teammates. It's just the one man and just, yeah, losing out to Makaze. Coming back for that retake on Temple. And retrieve all those rifles. And Wonderful's approach is probably the most interesting part about all that round.
Yeah, you wonder if that's prep.
Yeah.
In the sense we were expecting this type of a maneuver to come out.
No one's going to silently get to CT spawn, or at least we're not expecting it.
Exactly. Yeah, but Counter-Strike, anything's possible. So with the bomb going down again there, I would expect another Mongols force buy there. One of these teams that like to keep up that level of intensity.
Yeah, a la snapping.
Yeah, and it's not a new thing for Asian Counter-Strike. It's obviously ancient history these days, but I remember watching teams like Lunatic High, We Made Fox, Project KR, that's the Korean teams, or even Tai Lu. They were force buying a lot more than what the Europeans were back in the 1.6 days around your 2009, 2010s.
So when it was a bit more...
a little bit earlier than that. I've lost track of time. But yeah, but to see, Asian teams have always backed their individuals. When I played against Tai Lu, or when I played against the Mongols, when I had Machine Gun or Zilkenberg, those type of names, the one thing that was always so suppressive was there was always more bodies than you thought there was going to be, and they would just shoot so hard, right? You had a tough time being able to respond.
Because on paper, you're going up against the recovered AK and four fully armored, fully equipped.
Full util as well. So you have a couple of nades, right? And we'll likely see similar openings. We'll definitely see a red smoke. They're just going to lack options. So if you want to play a quick round, you have to hope that the kills come your way, that you're able to trade out, or you have to play very, very, very slow, and that's where you hope that Na'Vi, that they don't have good economy of utility. Darkmeister's going.
He wants to fight. You've got to get past Makaze. The flashes did connect, but now across to the box is Darkmeister. You've got two players stretching their legs. It does look like a little mid-A split. Makaze swinging on in. Darkmeister shadow, and ooh, he's clinical. Makaze just deadly when you put that AK into his hands, and you're feeling his wrath as 2 kills, cleans out middle, big commits to a long-range spray. It's done very well. That is a shutout for the Mongols.
All right, 1 round game as quick as that. 4 straight now for the Na'Vi.
That's the other side of the force buy coin, though, as you kind of feel like the gap is closed and now you've got no money.
Yeah, now you have to take a live buy. You're going to get max loss bonus into the next, so you have everything you want. But at that point, we're all tied up. And in the 4-round stretch that Na'Vi have connected now, they have only lost a total of 5 casualties. So starting to change the tide of battle.
Ouch, that hurts. Blitz with 1 HP after the opening salvo.
Action on Wonderful.
Yeah, a lot of action because the bomb jumps out first and he gets nothing. Shouldn't be the end of the world. Grouped up double donut. Darkmeister needs cover. They're running at him. So many bodies, but the bomb does go down. The transfer from Makaze comfortable, but from Tikuak and from the grave puts Makaze down. Look at their health. Yeah, blitzed from 1 to 0. Feels like this result should be binary. It's either yes or no. Na'Vi kills 9-10. And they will.
Okay, Darkmeister, 1 HP and a dream for the young man as Alexi will deal with him. And we're all tied up, but they made that one somewhat interesting. One of the more competitive rounds as of late.
Yeah, Wonderful's going to be beating himself up a little bit.
Yeah, he had a great Inferno. Now, struggling a little bit here on Ancient, but when the AWP comes out, this is where he can start to play his trade. Just lose track of the entry pathing, and then Techno looks good on the promise of the trade.
Setting up 9-10 for an opening pick.
That was his chance.
You know he's trapped towards the cubby. No way to flush him out.
And if you're Makaze, you're going to move from that position, right? You don't want to get mollied and swarmed upon, so they'll continue to stuff the choke point. Makaze not deterred at all. Grouping outside the B doors with 4.
Gonna
boost him up. So the question is how does Bit get that info if he chooses to?
He knows they're very well. They shot the AWP.
It's occupied, yeah.
So that's not a mistake that Bit's going to make. My biggest concern for this B
defense
is they have to play for fights.
Very spot. Molly's coming in. Alexi concedes the space, and we reached the sub 1 minute mark.
But there was something he saw there that he wanted to adjust the setup, right? So he's got Wonderful over. Now, over towards the B ramp.
He's in 2 minds. Alexi B needs help. Just swings on out without the flash. It's an easy pick for Darkmeister. Bit's going to tuck on him, but that sets him up perfectly. And just manipulated them into an easy 3. You get the kill on ramp. You get the bomb plant, just about. And you'll take a 9th round into the full guns and immediately succeeding.
Okay, so first T-side round on the board. Broken in at the same point Na'Vi did in their first half, and then they went on a spree of 3.
But that is when the wall bang, not at the start of the round. It's when one of the players on B has gone down. Don't care how, but the immediate reaction to, oh, they're coming up ramp, I'm tucking in that corner. It's so comfortable for Darkmeister to collect through the boards. 2 from him. Job done. Makaze and Ima saving comfortably.
So Wonderful can be dropped an AWP from Ima or Alexi. There's lots of cash. And we'll get this 1,400 loss bonus coming into the bank balance. And with all 5 staying alive, that's good signs for the Mongols.
It was Blitz, excuse me. Darkmeister was the one up ramp, getting his double kill, but still, regardless, the timing was perfect. And made it look very easy to seize control on that B side. Wonder if they can replicate that.
Door smoke, so Roland Molly becomes a whole lot more difficult.
No lane molly. 3 strides. They'll do the HEs instead, though. Look how difficult that's become. Makaze's down. They've taken him down. It's up to him to fill his shoes, and he will. Sprays down
okay,
another.
Aleko.
Oh, 9-10, the next victim. That is just
okay,
Aleko.
Okay,
Looked like Emma, he's worried about heaven. Didn't know quite where to put the crosshair. The fact he adjusts into that and just locks it down. Very important fragging from the Romanian there.
It's got to be one of the quickest rounds you're going to see.
We're going to point out Alexi having a bit of a map here. 17 kills for the Finn. And shut down. Oh, well, the Mongols, with all 5 staying alive in the previous, they can get another full gunny.
Orp for Wonderful.
He's got to hit this one. Darkmaster with a lot of space. The boy's just making a play.
He is on his own. I say that. The flash is perfect. Oh, wow. Bit finding an awful lot of connection there. Darkmeister's already slipping towards CT. Immer's around the long side.
They have to know this is possible,
Yeah,
surely.
you'd think so. You certainly
Wonderful is about to rage.
Oh, of course he is.
Oh my god.
This is so outrageous. Darkmeister catching the loop.
Bravo,
Catching the rap, catching one hell of a backstab.
Wonderful.
Okay, Makaze will finally put him to rest. Mission accomplished.
Stream-ი დავალაიქოთ რა. დავსი გამოვიწერეთ ის სარგაბ გამოწერეთ და Discord-ის სერვერი არის აპინული, მან დაუცილებლად შემოდით. აჭუქრები აიღოთ.
So
Live from
Paris.
Paris.
Well, when that kill came in, I wondered, did they say it was possible? Was it an expectation that wasn't had?
Oh, it's such a good play. This like you've already thrown the lurk smoke a couple of times and done nothing with it.
Yeah,
this time you throw it and just flash for the long player.
You can see him on the cameras here. He's a big smile on his face, having a bit of a chat about how that unfolded, how good the flash work was. And on the other side, it's a bit of misery. So double digits, reached first by the Mongols.
Because I thought the cave player would have seen him cross towards Speedway. Like there was that moment where they kind of intersected.
I think it's just weird to expect one guy, right? Because that's all it was. Yeah. There wasn't any follow through.
No.
And to continue pathing like that. So, you know, okay, he's got his kill. Maybe he's dipped into sight. Maybe he's fortifying this and the rotation coming. No, he's just continued to slowly creep and crawl his way into the back lines. Oh, we've had that knife kill from Techno, and now this lurky play from Darkmeister, which is a round winner.
They are hanging with the big boys.
Alex's გაგდებ ძალიან დიდი მადლობა ბროდენაც. ეგრე არის ხო, რომ მოუჭერთ ხოლმე გაგდება, მე ეგრევე იხოდება ყველა.
3 flashes to try and get this space. There's the 4th.
Not afraid to make a play. And play he shall. Immer's there. Oh,
why me Darkmeister?
Opening kill provided, but an immediate trade into a 4-on-4. For Wonderful, he's actually elected for more of a donut line this time. Big Box has not been kind to him.
They do the tree boost again. Wonderful might be in a bit of strife.
Right, yeah, you're right. Doing it silently.
He's
safe on this angle.
2 on tree. Shadow. Begging for backup. Donut's on his way. Oh, they jump at him! They jump at him! They're doing it their way. Mongolian style. 3-on-3. Lovely shot out of 9-10. Catches bit. One back. It's all onto Makaze's shoulders now. 9-10's having absolutely none of it. This is starting to convince us we may require a third map to get this team to the playoffs. If we need to get there. And right now, just 2 rounds away. Na'Vi with a couple of these saves and the better cash they built themselves early should have enough to go around somewhat. Blade getting on the mic just to tour this one through. So you can see 2 M4s immediately equipped. It's a FAMAS. So juggling this around, it does have some compromises.
It's a great
way to deal with that donut, right? 2 players up on tree, they jump out, there's multiple bodies to try. It's a couple of times where Wonderful's had that to worry about, right? The Tech9 kill from Techno coming up main after the player entering, had that pathing to make life difficult.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think for Wonderful, he just can't, he's going to be screaming, why are these guys always in the air? Here it comes. Look at this.
Var tarafta kaç tane?
Inspired, dismount, even a flash for good measure. Just they have consistently made it very difficult for Wonderful's expectations to be met. Here we go. Lurk smoke to start.
Game gets away from Navi here if they lose this. Sure, it's 12, but it's more the finances I'm concerned about.
Yeah, pressure onto Navi's shoulders here. And the wallbang puts Bit on notice. Very lucky to get away with his life. A dink back in combination with the nade matches that.
Gaki putea bileti shortsam tu.
Bit's easy pickings. Just Techno catches two. Image tried to unload through the smoke. It's not worked out for him. Makaze cannot deny that plant.
He made noise as well.
Yeah, Darkmeister cognizant. To 4-on-3, 9-10 behind that door smoke. Tikuak as well. Feels like Alexi B should be dead here. He didn't clear him, so maybe with Makaze. Oh, no! The MP9 up close, but still the reaction speed from 9-10. It's wonderful.
And
9-10's AWP ain't missing. He is pulling this team to that third map. Mirage awaits, and Na'Vi left wanting in the financial department.
Right, well, it's going to need 3 straight rounds here just to take us to overtime. And they're going to have to do it the hard way.
მე დავალაიქოთ რა 19 ლაიქიც მე ვარ 150-ზე ავიდე თუმცა ბუცებ
The rest of them are going to be hodgepodge, pistols, and SMGs.
ერთადაც 300 ლაიქი გავწუროთ ხოლმე რომ მე ყველას აბოუგდო ჩვენი სტრიმისაც უნდა ყურება თამაშის.
The key moves for Mongols as part of this T side. Guys, no secret that he's up close and personal. But if they just continue to try these A walkouts, this is an even better round to do it because there's no wall and there's very limited rifles. The Utah block's not there. They're in a strong position to close this down 13-9.
Tikuak's clears, diligent, looking for Makaze and nailing the headshot.
Tikuaku მიმენა გამოისვა.
Step towards Mirage.
ანზუში არის ხოძე.
Now you want to leverage that advantage as best you can. You got
MP9
MP9 and a 5-7 from Bit and Alexi towards that cave side, just playing either side of it. So it really will just come down to Wonderful on A? Is it really going to be, will he have no assistance or will they start this scouting party in the right time? Now holding for this, easy for Blitz, short, headshot back. The 5-7 of Bit did damage. Wonderful still hiding out behind the box. And if you peek in, 9-10 is still scoped up here. Flash for him. It's perfect. It enables him to retreat.
Now you know there's 2 here. There's 30 seconds. You have to go.
Need that multi. Dark's found Bit. And Wonderful unable to provide. So we're off to Mirage, folks. Both teams taking their opponent's map pick. And that is beautiful. Everyone contributing from the Mongols.
It's the combination of the misfrag from Pneumonia into the incredible shots from safe. That's so deflating if you're wild card. They ain't coming back in this map. They done.
No, they always have Mirage coming up next.
Oh, ესენი კიდან უგებენ ბიჭო რიცამს და ეს რიცამს კიდან.
Gaming in full control of this game.
Wow. რიცამი კიდან მაგარი დაჯმა. მაგარი დაჯმა.
Yeah, they lost the pistol, lost the first 3 rounds, 9 in a row, including that second to last one, which is just unreasonable as hell.
Yeah, you don't really have anything to say if you're wild card now.
Yeah,
like,
but this is also like where the frustration of Pain comes from, because it's like, how is this what we could see out of them? But then in Inferno, when they were gone for like 12 rounds straight, it was just like, oh, please, that can't happen. Because it is fun, it is cool, it is strong when it's looking good. It's a very nice bounce back between maps for Pain, coming in here on Nuke, not getting dissuaded with the pistol run loss, and just burying wild card. Here on their map pick is 6-round lead as we switch sides. Pain on the defense now, Snow and Puria with dualies. In Wildcard's offense. Gonna try and make this comeback happen. Long way to go.
Very long way to go. See if they can win the pistol round again.
Satana perkele.
At the ready. Joe Beretta is looking down into the single door.
Into the
fight. Good first headshot here. Clears out the first defender. Snow stays composed though, and that's both kills on the USP. MHL and Rex still keeping this going though for Wildcard. It's Safe and Bigger Zera having to come back into this one.
Why me?
Oh, Safe is having a map, isn't he? 3 kills there with the Joe Berettas. And a big smile on his face because he knows that pistol has just brought them to Mirage.
What's funny is he's not even having a map. He's just had 2 incredible rounds in the past 3. He's got 11 kills. That's what, 3 rounds in the pistol, 4 in the op round. So I mean, it's just these rounds that he's put out in these past 2 have been mental. Really good stretch for him, but clearly nothing can go wrong for Pain at this point. Wildcard buy up with Tech 9s.
Now
They're
we
going to try and pop into the ramp room VSM.
ერთი მაპი, ბოლო მაპი დარჩა ნავის. ერთი და მესამე თამაშობ.
Trying to get a kill before he drops down, but hasn't been able to make it happen. Nemanja will though. He's going to try and keep them busy and pinned on this A site. Safe's going to have a look. Oh, he looks away. View model is blocking Nemanja, but he still gets to it. Safe still finds that kill.
Okay, well you add that with the AK-47 at the tail end of the first
half.
Frustrated, he hasn't been able to connect any of these shots when he's had advantages. Another one there where it felt like he had the jump of 4 or 5 bullets of the Tech 9. Back towards Squeak Door and Hut. That's a dangerous move from Snow, trying to step through the smoke, but as it clears, he's got one. And now you've got the backup there. You got the warning system, and then the M4 spring into action.
Yeah, and Hex is just left on his lonesome with a little...
That chat shit, get to hold it for long.
And now 11-3. 2 minutes away from Mirage.
I think Wildcard just has to buy here as well. Like, it's almost like just fight for every single round. Even with guns, 3-12 is near impossible. But they will sit this round out with these pistols and give themselves one chance with AK-47s to get things started. A lovely look from Pain, and as a reminder, I guess, from what some of the things we mentioned, the ceiling for Pain is just way higher from what we've seen out of these 2 teams.
LOL-ში და აგანიმი და BK-ბები და რაღაცეები თუ დადე დოტაში ძმაო ეგრე არ ვიცი მე. შროშანები და რაღაცეები არ ვიცი. მე ჩვენ მამაკაცო თამაშებს მაგრამ მეთქი counter-step-ი მაგრამ.
Melting 4 away. Nemanja goes down outside. Map point.
And one single gun round in the second half for Wildcard to see if they can get anything started. Any round win, any couple, like maybe in just 2 rounds of positivity to at least have the conversation, because you've lost 12 in a row. You're about to go into this map break having lost 13 rounds straight to lose the second map in this series.
Valorant-ში ჩვენ შვილს თამაშობთ კი ვიცით, სვეჩი ბებერი მენა გეია, ხო?
You mentioned Linkin Park, Darth Mike appears, so here he is.
No, Valorant-ი გითამაშიათ ვინმეს ჩატში? ანუ თან გითამაშიათ ვაფშე?
A little bit of a dance with the grenades early on. Porte still going through the motions, but there it is, another opening kill via a spam down the door smoke. So this time it's Snow on MHL.
კაია. Blue Phoenix-ას ბანი დავადოთ, ავსას ბანი დავადოთ. აბა კიდევ ის გითამაშიათ Valorant-ს მეგონახოთ.
But still moving forward, still committed to the attack of this A-bomb site. No one's in the site any longer. It's got to be a retake here for Pain.
And 60's involvement is delayed and held out. He's neutralized at the moment out at Red Box. He's looking for Biggie Zera, but Biggie Zera is going for a reposition. So this VSM flank is huge. Alone in the bomb site. 60 has to make a play now.
VSM wraps around the side. There's the kill on Hex. Being held. Biggie Zera's got him locked in, and that's it. Ladies and gentlemen, Pain fight back a 13-3 win.
years on this map, and I think that's also the problem for Na'Vi is that outside of Mirage, they haven't established a go-to map. You know, statistically, Ancient is very good, but sometimes, sometimes when they pick it, they lose it, but then they can win on a lot of maps that their opponents might pick, and that's been sort of the struggle for Na'Vi a little bit. Mirage is there where they should feel right at home, though.
And inversely, kind of the same idea for the Mongols. So what we're saying here is the Mongols like to pick in a Mirage sometimes, correct?
Yeah, I mean, historically speaking, it's been one of the go-to maps. Also a map the day, you know, when Vitality were unbeatable and the Mongols were one of the few teams who could actually contest them in some of these best of threes. Mirage was always the map that was super competitive, overtime games, you name it. So they've shown before that they can play it at a high level, without a doubt.
So what you're saying is there's a chance, Jacob.
There's always a chance. There's always a chance.
We like that. All right, let's go to a quick break so we can get it back underway here. Mirage, Mongols, and Na'Vi, if you can believe it, we're at the Esports World Cup in 2026, Paris, France. We'll be right back after this.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Five minutes to go. Ვალო მომენტ კაცების თამაშია კაიბანი დავადოთ ესენი 5-9-5-1-9 სამუდამო 24 საათიანი სამუდამო დავადოთ ჯერჯერობით მე იქნებ გამოსწორდეს. Pro stream-ზე მივარტყათ ლაიქი რა. და Discord-ის სერვერზეც აპინული როცა არის შემოდით. ჩემ Discord-ზეც ასევე. მადლობა წინასწარ. Salam. Გავამოდის ნავი versus მონღოლები. საქართველოში რატო არ აკეთებენ CS2 პინგი დავარ კონი უნდა გააკეთო. არავინ არ უნდა გააკეთოს, რატო უნდა გააკეთონ counter server-ის საქართველოში, bro? არავინ უნდა ითამაშოს ქართულ სერვერზე, ან ვის უნდა გააკეთონ просто. მარტო ქართველებისთვის ხარ გააკეთებენ? უცხოელები არ ითამაშებენ ჩვენ სერვერზე. არ და ალექსიმ რა თამაში დაატარა? რა ვიცი, სათქო 50-52-მდე. ფალკონი არ არის დღეს, ფალკონები გავიდნენ პლეიოფში, ფალკონები არ იქნებიან შაბათამდე. შეიძლება 5 შაბათამდეც. Don't casar o mal. Spirit of Samash. I've got 3 snackers. ჩვენ ამ ნახევარსაათს თუ 200 ლაიქზე, მაგრამ 2 საათი შეუსრულდება სტრიმს. იქნება პერფექტო. ამიტომ დაალაიქეთ სტრიმი, გამოიწერეთ არხებმებო.
We're in the upper bracket and we're into the third map. Winner of this one securing a spot in the playoffs. It looked like it was going to go one way, and Mongols picking Inferno and Na'Vi quite comfortably converting. A little cosmetic comeback towards the end of that, but into Ancient. The main takeaway, Mongols looking good, Mongols playing well, and these two new additions, Darkmeister and Tikuwag, since their addition to the Mongols, since their recovery of their roster rundown, we have seen them take on many names, but this one is the biggest name so far. Mongols versus Na'Vi, are they ready to actually win the series and secure playoffs versus a team like Na'Vi?
Yeah, they don't look like fish out of water at all, and I think, you can do this changing a one-player plug and play. But when you bring in two, it changes the dynamic. Now, I'm sure they're playing similar positions as what you would have had with a Cobra or a Senzu, and then TQ out replacing that of Mzinho. But still, a different vibe, some new faces. And this is their second Big Boy LAN event. They were at Bounty over in Malta. They lost to FaZe there. So scalping Na'Vi would be massive, and that's where they get to go, oh, well, this is just Counter-Strike at the end of the day.
I really feel like I saw over the course of the Inferno, and especially Ancient, Darkmeister's flank onto Wonderful, where he slipped through the lurk smoke, ended up backstabbing. When you're pulling off maneuvers like that against a team like Na'Vi, you're doing something right. You're playing with your confidence, you're playing... I know, oh my god, I just nearly said the player cliche. They're playing their game. They are playing their game.
I think a factor that we can leap off from, though, is Na'Vi. They're a system team. They're a prep-heavy team.
Yeah.
And with the new Mongols, well...
How many officials is there?
Exactly. I think when you take a look at MS saying, oh, they play the same, so you're going to be able to consider a lot of their decision-making and the fact they want to be in your face and take a lot of jewels, sure. But players with their own moves, their own style, their own rhythm, that can be a difference maker. Now, the knife round has concluded. Na'Vi winning that. They've opted to start on the CT side here. Their huddle has just finished, and they're taking to their seats, putting those headsets on, getting ready and raring to go. For Na'Vi, this is more than just making the playoffs. They want to have a deep run. If you take a look at EWC, this is 24 titles, 25 tournaments, and a club championship, which has millions of dollars on the line. Na'Vi, they're one of the top orgs here at the moment. If the Counter-Strike division could do well, wonder how much they can be taken home in the back pocket for the org, but that's a conversation for another day. Right here, right now, we just want to see who comes out on top of this one. When we take a look at the buys, 9-10 given a P250, had a good map on Ancient, gets a chance to search, blitz with the util.
Yeah.
Facilitating
Crazy
this.
map.
And dual Berettas for Bit. And a decent amount of util on the CT side. Emma with a full belt, Makazi with a flash, Makazi with a HE. It's Alexi with the flash as they are.
2 HEs on a CT pistol, interesting.
I've seen a bit of this, right? You wonder if it's reactive.
Good start to Wonderful's Mirage campaign. Okay, a great Inferno and a very cold in Ancient.
Yeah, maybe he thought job was done. The boys will get me across this one, but he had some clear frustrations. Master spotted. TQ gets a chance. Ooh.
Okay, same result for Techno. That's the bomb lost. On back from Darkmeister.
Oh god,
Darkmeister side by side.
All right, boys, come on.
This would be nuts.
Keep impressing.
This would be nuts.
Fun to watch the new names.
Given the way their teammates have died, yeah, Na'Vi are shooting hard. Good luck with that. Darkmeister does get brought down by Alexi B. Had a great Ancient, did Alexi individually. It's at the top of the table. Bring it down with a second.
Will they avoid the bomb going down? See if Mongols want to
Τικουακού
operate
είναι
with
πατάρα τον κάρι.
And that'll just be a moment away. So every map so far, we've split the pistols. We'll have to wait and see for the second half if that's going to happen again. And it wasn't as clear-cut as map number 1. That's Ancient I'm talking about. Na'Vi were doing a good job on the T side of finding opening kills, but not being able to find conversions. Mongols aren't going to take the eco. Darkmeister with the D. Everyone else with the Glocks. The last Mirage Na'Vi played was back at the Major. And that's as they're eliminated 2-2 by G2. This was the last map before the break. So let's see if they can start their season off with success on Mirage. They go searching B with the Deagle, they get smoked. And they're just going to continue to do knock and run. That's what we'd call it in Australia.
Knockador dash. Cherry knocking.
ამის შემდეგ თამაშობს 9-ზე Furia.
Never played as a kid.
I was always scared of the neighbors.
Same. Yeah, I was worried about the ramifications of my actions, but what do I know? Does feel quite susceptible to like a Deagle headshot in mid-window, but Wonderful. He has stood his ground wonderfully and will lock it down.
Don't got Gerard, Guian. And Triscan.
Let him for across to Immer if he wants to bring himself out an orb. Wonderful. You got the cash if you sell back that flash. Doesn't want it. Okay. Well,
curious.
Yeah. No, he did. Okay. I was going to say, Guy, you're the Orber. Okay, so does Done as predicted, as Mongols will bring in the AKs. Top cat, window smoke, very standard opener. Nobody towards a ramp, at least to start the round. 2 through underpass, 2 top middle. They will creep out and get this island box control. So able to work on their second wave of mid. Likely another window smoke, top con also available, but creeping down looking for the fights.
Yeah, wonderful. Trying to catch this crawl, but you can see the flow chart. Smoke break. Ooh, Dark Meister was on his way into cover. Still goes down. That's a nice opening kill, his second from Wonderful.
His rotation will have been heard. Techno is aware that there was somebody loitering. Trade for Makazi. Techno
should have this. Should and does. Back of the head, tracks it nicely.
Alexi Bianca still alive.
Techno showing off his movement.
Just smoked off B-Apps as Alexi. His support is on the way. Wonderful jaunting over as quick as he can.
Just going straight through this smoke is incredibly brave, so fair play to Tikawak. Leads the charge with Blitz with the bomb on his back.
Here's the tell.
And wow, finds lethality. Nearly finds Tikawak as well. Oh, wonderful, and able to provide onto Tikawak. Had showed some restraint on his trigger there. Still 2-on-2 for this retake. Held by Techno is the cross. Bit versus Techno are likely head-to-head. You've still got the potential swing from Tikawak on that low HP. It's held by the AWP, though, so he's showing that restraint and understanding of the current lay of the land. Tikawak tasked with the clutch, and it all falls into place as textbook stuff out of the two of them. That's 10 and 0 with Bit and Wonderful's output.
What was the frag tally for Wonderful in the last map?
Like 418 or something?
Yeah, it wasn't. I think 5 at one point is what I showed. Oh,
6 and 18.
Well, he's already got 7. So I know 4 of those came against the East, but still.
ის ფული იმ ტიპს არ დაეკარგება სანამ შენი დანა არ მიუვა და 8 დღე არ გავა მანამდე მაგ ფულს ვერ გაიტანა საიტიდან ჩვენ თუ დაარევერსებ იმ ტრეიდს ფული უკან დაუბრუნდება იმას
in the modern game you're able to start 4 towards A a lot like window jungle stairs because if they go for con smokes you're able to keep breaking them with the HE and negate their timings up cap and that wasn't one of those rounds but just saying to keep our eye on if Na'Vi want to pursue a heavier A lane. Tactical timeout called, and surprisingly, pick up the first 3 consecutive rounds. There's a high coming in from the Mongols now.
Perhaps the reasoning for Blade's timeout?
I would love it if you just give us a nugget after the game. Oh, you took your timeout on round 4 after winning the first 3. What was the reason? Oh, was it because the cash was a little bit light on? Was it, you wanted to give them that time to really screw their heads on? Was it just to remind them to expect constant buys coming out of the Mongols? Either way, we're back underway.
Curious to see what Wonderful does with his AWP starting A.
They've done 3 mid smokes immediately, so they've done a con smoke straight out the gates, which tells, hey, they could try and rip it straight up cat.
So it is that heavy investment to act and posture like you're occupying middle and then quick pivot into A. Now, Wonderful is there.
And Emma will be as well. They cleared mid window and saw nothing, and there's no one spamming, no extra util. They might be a little bit late to this, Mongols.
Wonderful getting that early beacon. Spots the jiggle of Techno. Bit tugs triple. Here comes the commitment. Flashes rain over. Techno seizes control of the stairs and Darkmeister audible pathing. Oh, just about. Bit 10 HP swings to his demise. Overlooked completely was Techno. He's got 3-on-3 as that bomb's planted. Blitz could be putting himself into the crosshairs. Wonderful could not react. That's rapid out of the Galil of the Mongolian captain. Certainly threatening. Smoking a kit, always a good combination. It's double Tetris Smoke on the bomb. That's Techno necessary, and then quick team play on display. 910. He's not baiting. He's not letting that teammate get run down. He lends a hand and contributes to ensure Mongols find one.
Thought they might have been a little bit off at the timing. Mongols it felt like enough info on mid with those 3 smokes down, but no. Great shot from Blitz. It's a round-winning kill.
Yeah, I was
Na'Vi walking a little bit funny after that. We'll bring out 2 MP9s. Oh dear, they've double smoked top cat.
I had smoke. I had to. Overdose არ მოგივას ხოთე.
Valuable utility squandered.
It's hard to put it into words from the commentary box when you have wasted util like that, but it just limits options. It's going to make things much harder in the mid to late rounds. 4 players ready to clamp down on middle. In a window, you've got 2 connector and vent room being occupied as well from Makazi, so they want to fight mid.
And fight they shall. Gets the fight he was hoping for. Darkmeister unable to win out. Jump out the window from Immer. Controlled chaos manufactured.
You wanted TQ ready to play out A there, and he hasn't, so this round he's going to settle for a moment. Divide and conquer. That's the Mongols' game plan. 9-10 out mid to try and draw this back into something a little bit more competitive.
Palace occupied. Walking on our ramp. 2 CT. And Immer jungle. Yeah, easy fights for them. Oh, it even tracks Techno mid-air. 3 out of the Romanian. Very nice.
Yeah, in those situations, if a team is going to shove all in like that for the mid control, that's where your extremity players have to take the space so you have something to go back to, but they weren't in a position to try and capitalize on that. And Immer's back to having that good mood. Now, the thing is, the mood was pretty good on Ancient as well, until we got into that second half and things started to get a little bit more difficult. I wouldn't say the mood, well, obviously it's soured, you lost, but it didn't look like it was anybody who was completely tilting off the face of the planet. We've got a hero AK into this next one for Darkmeister. The rest are just into a little bit of util and light pistol upgrades. So, what a one for Na'Vi as
over
the real arm wrestle for control. It's great when you can keep all 5 alive on the CT side. You get yourself a couple of AKs. Blitz a curious guy, isn't he? Right, in-game leaders normally sit in the middle, and if it's not the in-game leader, it's the AWPer. There was a period of time there for quite a while where Techno took it, and people asked, like, why are you no longer in the middle? Like, is Techno now in-game leading? And they were like, nah, I just wanted to sit on the end. That was Blitz. And then he went back to the middle, and now he's back to the end.
Maybe he's just an aisle seat guy.
Yeah,
you know?
A bit more room.
Room to stretch the legs.
Snade could be well placed.
It could, couldn't it? Oh, the 1-2. And there's Makaze's double. Darkmeister's AK did not get a chance to do a thing. A quad kill shut down from Makaze coming his way on the lighter buy. Casual. We'll get the guns back out.
Yeah, 9-10 is available. We'll see if he wants to go for the AK. It was going to be either lack of Kev or lack of util. No scopes into round number 7 for either team.
Let's
see. Okay, good out to underpass. They want to contest middle again.
Ooh, double nades don't do as much as they would have hoped.
It is going to have to get out at some point. There's a flash on the fade of the smoke available.
Yeah. Ooh, he's taking some damage from the Techno spams. He's gotten away with it though. Ooh, an info top mid.
Head
to head, Makaze can't win. Good work from Blitz. That's output. Na'Vi at the disadvantage now. Will they be able to find that equalizer?
Insta smokes are 30 smoke Windows.
Deliberate angle from Alexi.
Insta smoke to Kiaro.
He's done well to catch
him. Smoke Windows smokes to have the
back to A and wonderful.
He's
in sandwich.
What's he like? It's me boots
It's a wonderful tug sandwich, and he's got a lot of work to do.
It's a weird round.
Gets dodgy now. Dikoak, of course, procedurally clearing. He's got 30 seconds to try and provide that opening. There is just one Na'Vi member here, but the rest are on the way. Attention drawn, and info! That's the kill. Wonderful. And a second. Finds Dikoak on the swing, just delaying, living as long as he can. He's won the round right there. Or has he? Gets run down. Blitz has done enough. 18 seconds. That bomb still needs to make it across the sight line. Alexi forced to tuck dump. Util is bit that plays active. Finds the damage necessary, puts Techno into a box he just doesn't have the time to climb out of.
Well, not obliged there. That's going to be 6-1. 5-round gap. And good stuff from Na'Vi to be able to bail themselves out of that.
It's the timing on that Alexi clear. I don't know if it was a sound cue or just a premonition, but he just immediately starts to confirm that no one's mid. Blitz is left. They're heading your way.
Second's great from Wonderful.
Yeah.
It's very well there. Especially with the pathing and how slow it was. If that's an execute and he goes overlooked, okay, there's the double. But the way that unfolded. By the sword, down by the sword. Ooh, the Mongols, they're in again. Mainly Galils, and an opening kill for Bit.
Just what they wanted. Just what the doctor ordered.
There's always something every round from Na'Vi so far, right? They're not just doing the default, oh, let's just play 2-1-2 or...
გადავლა მიმდინარეობს შეჯერობით, რავი, არაფერი. ნიშან წყალი არა იმისა, რომ მონღოლები რამეს იზავენ სიტიში თუ გადავლენ და მე რამეს გააკეთებენ, ინდე. მონღოლების გოუთი ვინ არის? რავი, ეგეთი არ ვიცი. ყველა სტაბილურად ერთი დონის მოთამაშია რა. დიდი რაღაც განსხვავება არ არის. არა, მონღოლების გოუთი მოთამაშე დონკა არის, რო იცოდე.
And it was wonderful in sandwich last round. It's Makazi now who's the short player. Wearing into an A split, playing retake with this Bit EWP.
To gap him is cognizant of, but back is currently turned. Just now addressing it and still does well. The movement from Techno leads to a nice opening. Darkmeister builds upon it. Makaze was not overlooked.
Mongolia
it's not lethal.
This one's a bit of a stinker right now. Just as it was looking pretty good for Na'Vi. Mongols have ripped this one away and doesn't have to necessarily be the save, but they can't buy these AKs, so we'll wonderful over towards B while Alexi takes contact A ramp. This just keeps the comms and intensity on this A side defense right now. But that'll be that. Mongols will get their second round. And with how easy that opening kill came, it looked a little bit unusual. That's twice now that Imma's been caught by Techno. There was the one time with the AXQ where he jumped over stairs and then Imma just rounds the corner unaware of the possibility. And this time just up close and personal towards jungle. So in the darkness, in the quiet, Techno's
მეტი ლაიქი გვინდა 9 წუთში ძმებო უცებ მივარტყათ და Discord-ის სერვერზე ჩემოდით აპინულიაც არის თხოვთ.
Lots of talking here in the post-mortem about what went wrong in that situation. Imma had a bit to say. And looks like a blade timeout. Clear and sandwich this time, aren't they?
You don't make that mistake twice.
And this is a great opportunity to start working back into the half now. If you take a look, Alexi has the most cash at 7.8, but everybody else is 2K or less. So with only 1,900 lost, depending on saves, Mongols are in a position now to really start making a dent in the finances. To be this one, and then a following gun round. But either way, you can get that spilled over before the half comes to its conclusion. As Na'Vi want to be extremely frugal, just continue to hold if they lose these sights. So right now, fully strapped kits, head armor, orb, everything they could desire. A blade time. You lose today, you go down and play again tomorrow. Bracket last chance to be one of those top 16 teams for the playoffs starting next week.
Hello, opening an orb collision. 9-10's the one that reigns supreme. You can see Makazi's not playing scared. He welcomes them. You want to swing? I'll take this duel.
It's only their second opening kill so far, the Mongols.
Wow. Let's see if they can make good on it then.
Yeah, Darkmaster's been having a bit of a tough go of things. He's 0-4 in that department.
Miss window molly.
Gravitating towards middle again for another clampdown as a unit. Him and the complex and the towards B.
14 like.
He might just hide bench.
Yeah, the bait and switch. I like it.
If Alexi takes first contact, this is the anchor, so he could go overlooked.
Short side is Imma overlooked. It looks like it's possible. Just perfect. Can't transfer into blitz, but there's Makaze quick on the short side. They still haven't got that bomb down. That smoke enables more plays. Nade onto blitz is ringing legs shaky. 35 for him. Oh, still hits the headshot. puts it onto Bit. And a quick one on the AWP. They will convert upon that opening AWP shot. Bookend AWP frags for 9-10. Blitz as well with heavy contributions. Starting to claw back a respectable half.
Look at this again. This was the opener. As mentioned, the second so far in the half for the Mongols. Alexi does well. Emma actually got mollied out of position, so wasn't as powerful as he was hoping for, but 9-10 and Blitz combined closed things down. This will be the end of the Na'Vi finances. They can't convert this one. Mongols should be set for 5. Island box molly missed.
Okay, he'll get away. Probably overcommitted a little there with the sound cue given. And oops, just a little bit of Darkmeister's boot spotted under the smoke there. And Makaze, he's walking up to try and punish. Good connections. Darkmeister, it's just a roster rundown. A couple back. Emma finding him with the FAMAS, but he's alone.
Yeah, starting to come up the seams. Na'Vi are showing some real frustrations across the board in these rounds where they have advantages, or it feels like they should do. And, well, this will be the final one. TQAC takes down Emma,
oh dear.
Indeed.
Oh dear. Mongols, they can hang. Yes.
So, right, I'm not
მეჭება
calling him out
9
by any means,
9 ლაიქი
just want to keep
ცნებოდა.
your eyes on it, and all
შესრულებულია
want to
მისი.
have some good impact.
2 საათში 200 ლაიქი არის იდეალური.
There's been a few of those reactions from Alexi. One even mid-round when Emma died to Techno and then Makazi died in Sandwich. That round just disintegrated in a second. 9-10's done it again. This time there's a bit more swagger. Quicker into the mid-control.
Yeah, you don't have to play as scared when they know it's likely just a upgraded pistol. However, a pistol can be lethal. Bit with a demonstration.
ბიჭო, რავი, დრო ჭირდებათ კიდე რომ მოიხოდნონ რა.
I think eventually
156 ახალი გუნდია მაინც ეს და დრო დაჭირდება ცოტა.
Makaze is going to be very
hard pressed to find
coming in and still nails the headshot onto Blitz. These guys are hitting shots.
არა, ყველაფრის გარკვნა დაიწყეს. საღოლ, იმენა. აი, ვაფშე ყველაფრის გარკვნა დაიწყეს იმენა. ვია, აღარ მაძავენ და კაი რაუნდებს ეთამაშებიან.
It's a couple of kills. It's the Mongols round that matters a whole lot more.
იტა რამდენი წელია ნაუშავ ძალიან დიდი ხანი ერთი. 2020-დან ხო არის მინიმუმ. 6 წელი, 5-6 წელი რა.
It was round number 5 where they had those couple of MP9s and they went for that mid clamp down together and they won back. I thought, okay, well Na'Vi, they're singing for the same hit sheet. It's looking like they've hit their rhythm. Mongols have been able to break back in. What are we missing out?
I don't know. One of the million games that are being played simultaneously is something's happening.
Yeah, we've only been here this week, so this is our first Saturday.
I'm excited for next week.
Can you see the Rocket League from where you're standing?
I can see these giant screens if I go over here.
Okay.
Looks like it's kicking off shortly. 18 minutes, boys.
That's where we're going starting next week.
Hell yeah.
I'm going to be with you until Wednesday. Teams will get some more time off. Been a long time between drinks for some of these games. Think about Na'Vi. They played on the first day and then they had 2 days off. So more time for Blade to prep. But right now, this one's damn close. One round the gap, round number 12. V, you want to stop this momentum.
For real. Where were we at? 6-1, 6-5. Okay, opening damage. Look a bit. Full ramp control. You'll take that any day of the week. Will not hold on to it. Wonderful's forward position in Palace is not bore fruit either. So quick Mongol pivot towards B.
Yima has a lot of nades and he will be over to here alongside of Alexi.
They have no answers short though, so they are kind of distracted.
Yeah, it is only A where they have that Palace presence. So.
Oh, that's an important find. Nice angle as well from Emma, adopted. You chip in. Darkmeister's clear. It's pre-aimed. Oh my god, it's pristine. Quick one onto Emma as well. 9-10 another Mongols round. 6-1
the hard way. On this stretch right now, so great job for the Mongols to bring this back. Now, wonderful pick, give it a go, but it's a 2v4. The bomb's down, it's ticking, and you're smoked off.
Hoping that he can draw attention to short, and you'll give it your best go. No reason not to. Easy pickings for 910. He is finding a lot of impact on that T side. Oh, fair play. Mongols here to play that playoff spot dead even.
I think Darkmeister.
Wonderful.
I think he had 1 kill for those opening stages.
Oh, and you were talking about his opening deaths.
Yeah, he was 0 and 4, and then he bounced back. Right, this is very easy for.
Sherman was one
right? You're giving away, or you're being dictated to with these opening fights, and then you kind of start to become a bit more reserved. So the fact that he's able to get himself 8 kills and impactful ones come the tail end of the half, that's a strong recovery. And 910 doing what he has to do if Mongols want to be a relevant team in the top 10 of Counter-Strike. So pistols have been split on every map so far of the series. Mongols would have to win this one, and that would mean they've won 6 straight rounds. It's the back of the close to the first half. Let's see if they can do it to keep the pistols tied up.
Such good output.
Back underway, insta window from Wonderful. It's a 1-1-3 for the defense of the Mongols, so they're hedging their bets towards the A site. But they've given Techno some dual Berettas and a smoke towards B as Blitz will perforate that smoke, see what he can find. Nothing on the initial timing, and he'll rotate over to join Techno. They're feeling things out Na'Vi. Wonderful on that P250. Home in B apartments, Bit and Makazi. And they're just turning this into a simple B split.
Techno, a smoke to play around and dual Berettas that we will not get to see. Nice headshot from Bit. Clothesline from Irma with perfect crosshair placement will just remove Tickleback, trying to lend a hand to that lost B site. Consider this one a Na'Vi pistol, so both on Mirage.
Only a difference in that department.
Yeah, bucking the trend. And after the half they just had, or the last 5 rounds they just had, I think it's going to feel good to kind of shake that off and say this is a new half.
That's one of the differences, right? Obviously, how half-time works. Some of them we have 2 to 3 minutes.
Yeah.
But this is only 30 seconds. If you had the momentum taken away from you like that, this pistol becomes even more important because you don't have the time to reset, to kind of take it all in. You're straight back underway.
True.
It's great for the viewers too. They don't have to go anywhere. That is confirmed. Na'Vi back in the lead ever so slightly. With 2 players staying alive, keeping the Kev. Darkmeister, 910 could both buy into Famises. 910, of course, is going to operate with the Scout, but he could sell that back, drop the Famis, and someone could drop him a Scout. They really wanted to min-max here, but looks like they're more like MP9 guys and 5-7 guys. Na'Vi just double window smoked as well. So both teams showing a little bit of pressure off these spawn calls.
It's going to mean nothing if they've got all this ramp space. Trying to sell something. It will force out some block util. Con, Palace, smoked. Blitz, he can peek over the top of that smoke, and that's all about the timing.
They've just re-smoked B apps.
Oh, info. Headshot, that's the Scout. So deadly. 910's hands finds 2. Serious output and serious problems for Na'Vi here. Techno's in the smoke. You know he likes to rat around it. They've run straight past him. Into the B. Where is he? He's right behind you. This is a pantomime at EWC. Mikase, no way he's ready for this. He's ready to be sideswiped. Techno bides his time. Power position, short gets the info.
Guiana, Techno, imena circacha, imena tma. Daghamda, shechema, daghamda, gajubi mandetan, mokali balkon.
Because you're thinking he's allowing his teammates to get in position to capitalize off the back of his unknown surprise. But it's no longer a surprise when you're like they're in the site, and of course they could have pushed underpass and flanked behind us, right? So it just took a little bit too long to activate, and whether Makazi was ready for him that close or not, it doesn't matter. He was still worried about some form of a flank. So Na'Vi, they'll convert against the Force. It'll be 8-6 as Darkmeister seeing if he can grab a and grabs it. So this is actually a heist, right? They have 2 Galils, they've got the MP9. There was some 5-7s as well that could be dropped across, so It's a sketchy looking round coming up next. This is not going to be easy. Some nice shooting from 910. Zips in, zips out, and gets him 2. But this is a tough round ahead. They haven't shoved fully behind it. They'll still be able to full buy into the next. Test. Show the mid presence. Rotate as a pack towards A, bit through apartments. So Wonderful is going to join him. Him is responsible with covering behind. It's close ramp against the 5-7 and the MP9, the biggest concern for Mikazi alongside of Alexi as the util being lined up now.
Yeah, presumably Bit's going to make life difficult for Tikawak as well.
მე Discord-ის სერვერზე შემოგვარ და გავიწევს აპინული არის დიდი თქონა იქნება პლუს upgrader-ზე საიტი რომ არის თუ ვინმე იყენებთ თუ ვინმე თამაშობ მაგ საიტზე შეგიძლიათ გამოიყენოთ ჩემი კოდი ჯუჟოი მოვო
This was a much scarier looking round
than the previous. დიდი მადლობელი ვიქნები მაგის ამეხმარებით ძალიან
into the next. He may as well hold on to the armor in this situation. Thanks for coming, Blitz. Wonderful will take you down, get his 12th frag. And Darkmeister, so the boost hoping someone comes his way so we can add another one to the tally. Interesting, everyone else from the Mongols left during the break. And this isn't unusual for the Mongols. We see it quite often. A lot of the players just stick around between the breaks. They're pretty short, 10, 15 minutes or so. Blitz stayed there the whole time. And without the coach being here, he's probably going to feel a little bit more responsibility on the man's shoulder. I saw him have a one-to-one conversation with TQAC. He was showing him something on the screen. I can't see the screen from here, but you wonder what the particulars were.
But out of the gates at the start of this half, Na'Vi find themselves that dream start.
Both snipers with their weapon of choice, 9-10 and Wonderful have that equipped. That's something you don't see from the Mongols either, right? With no coach here, they very rarely take a timeout, if ever.
True.
Right, so that's something that Blade usually banks on. The opposing coach taking timeout so he can make adjustments.
He burned 2 in the first half.
Yeah. Oh, this is a pretty direct A-pop.
Okay, just go. Yeah, I mean, it's vulnerable.
All on TQAC.
დასტის ყურება ბევრად მისწორდება რა. ფალკონსი რო თამაშობს ხოლმე დასტს მევასება მაგათი ყურება. და ვაფშე მონესის და ნიკოს ყურება რომ მევასება ისე არ ავისი რა. ადრე G2-ში რო იყვნენ ხოლმე ეგენი რო გავჩეკავდი ხოლმე რომ აი ტურნირზე G2 არის თუ არ არის. ტურნირზე G2 თუ არ იყო არ უყურებდი ხოლმე მაგ ტურნირს ისე მევასება მაგათი ყურება.
Serious contributions now into a 2-on-2 with actually worse for wear on the health department. Bit's gone down, softened up. Easy headshot for the Galil. Him at 8 bullets, 2 targets. And Blitz is so gun on, so ready. He doesn't even get a chance to pull the trigger.
I think that right there is a good example of the constant pressure that the Mongols keep on once they know you're there, right? Everybody just swinging through, willing to take the fights, not giving you the moment to play at the mid-round and settle. But we know where you are. We'll just put the bullet between your eyes. Mikazi does very well here. You think that should be enough, don't you? But Darkmeister, what a recovery this kid's had in the map. And they just keep on swinging. Like, I've seen him like it before, but it's been consistent. I thought, you know, maybe it'd be a bit more chill. It's all right. We got 2 new boys, but I guess they know they're still right there. Na'Vi will take their 3rd and final tactical timeout. So this is where Blitz actually has the power now. He doesn't have to take any timeouts. Alexi, you're on your own, bud.
Make the most of your last 30 seconds with coach.
Well,
ეს მაპი რომ მორჩება მე ვისვენებ 1.5 საათს. თანამ შემდეგი თამაში დაიწყება.
Eco most likely coming up for Na'Vi. So this is the opportunity with a round win here for the Mongols to essentially tie the game up at 9-9. So a very important rifle round of the scheme of the game, and that's why you can see Blade took the timeout.
Furiaსაც და Spirits.
Oh, Bit seeing what he can get around that incendiary.
9-0.
If he stays, it can free up essentially 4 players to focus more on middle and A, because he can always deal with short.
Brazilian derby რანაირადაა 9-ში ბრაზილიელი არც ერთი არ არის.
They're going to keep it with a standard setup.
მაგრად იცი counter.
It's a lot of information, though. The fact that Orp's posted up that far, no one's harassing, you're not really worried about that B pressure. Sure, it can go from 0 to 100 from behind that, but right now, I feel like they're well informed. Starting towards A, so he's that unexpected loose piece alongside a Tikuak. Window smoke late from Alexi, and he's missed it.
Barcelona გორის დილა რო თამაშობენ ხოლმე, მაგრამ მე ვასება რა ქართული დერბი მინასტორებს.
Fight, important fight to be winning. Techno goes down with empty hands, but look at their health. They just got a crazy HE right between 3. Doesn't matter if Darkmeister and 910 can't profit off of that because the A site's fallen and I feel like the round's going Na'Vi's way without any more resistance. Doesn't look like it's in their best interest to throw any more resources into this.
We're in the early stages and the finances not yet built for the Mongols either, so at this point, so this one might just be called off.
That's exactly what we wanted to see.
როგორი სმოუკები არსებობს, იცი? აი, ზეპირად რო იცოდე ლაინაპი რო დადგე, გასწორდე თარაზოთი რაღაცა და გაუშვა მაინც აცდება სმოუკი. რამდენჯერ მქონია ეგეთ მომენტი.
You ask the question now, does this force the hand of the Mongols to try something more aggressive? Right? Are they going to try and use 910's AWP? Does he get a good spawn for apartments, right? Jump up, take a look into Palace. Does he want to try and be harassing around middle, but that means they're going to need HEs to break these smokes, so he'll have to play ahead of them. Or do they take the save behind the two rifles carried over and then fall back into the next? Doesn't mean they're giving Na'Vi 11, but it's just going to be a whole lot harder with only 2 equipped. Right, they are going to shove, which means it's probably going to be a FAMAS or an MP9 in the mix, at least one. Okay, Techno with the MP9, Tikuak with the FAMAS.
A 3 smoke start. Look at the pace. Look at this, just gunning it up mid. Just a head-to-head collision. Oh, and Imma prevails. M4 v AK. Awkward for Techno. Has to try and play around the smoke. His favorite move. He's done well. Can't get the upgrade. He's getting
low.
Back up from Blitz as well. And oh, Imma, good reaction through the smoke. There's Blitz back onto Alexi short side. Makaze claws it back. And 910, yeah, just put into a very uncomfortable position to go combat AWPing. That FAMAS on Tikuak. Not a chance. Okay, there's some wonderful AWPing for you.
That was rapid. I like the gear shift there, right? When you've been doing all these mid plays, you've been smoking up windows,
ერთ maps ფურია თუ მოუგებს თორე 9-ზე ისეთ ფორმაშია ძმა. აფრინავენ ტიპები, მე გადავე.
Way quicker than Darkmeister was ready for.
And it looks like the Mongols are going to force buy out the game.
All right. As is tradition.
It's not a fun place to find yourself, but that's where we are.
Andreba Monk. $1000 donation
in the celebrations.
Wonderful, ready to punish if someone tries to perforate the top of that smoke. It's going to be quite difficult to get a read on this, so you will just treat this as a buy round if you are Na'Vi, but a buy round where you want to dip your toe in the water first. This assertive play from Blitz is giving them a safe haven to forget about A. Worst case, he can always pounce in late from Palace. Hedging more towards middle and B for now as Imma continues with the mid util. Deep con smoke, they can start to slowly creep up short.
Soft angle from Darkmeister though. How good are your pre-aims, Alexi? Not good enough. Caught out by the FAMAS. Someone boosted him. It was Tikuak, who is hoping to be overlooked here. Are they really considering ladder room? Yeah, Bit does. Nails the shot. Darkmeister next victim. Tanks up Bit heavily. The molly's going to make his life miserable. They know he's trapped. Flames force him straight into the crosshairs of Makaze. There's two on the site. Techno gives him the headshot. That's exactly what you needed.
If they pull the plug, this would be great because look at Blitz. He can't really assist with this. He's going to have to go through the underpass. Now completely cut off.
Oh, and now it gets so uncomfortable.
3v3, they have to give it a go.
Okay, so with no kit available, you have to do this the quick way. Wonderful holding for that murder hole rotation. I don't think 910's interested. Blitz might be.
This could be a kill.
Yeah, overlooking him. Immet dancing with death. 2 double peeking him, and he's managed to stand his ground. Techno challenge. Blitz reveals himself, but it is only Blitz. No kit, no hope, no head. Na'Vi 1 round away from the playoffs here at EWC. A valiant attempt across 3 maps from Mongols, losing pace here in that last half.
I'm impressed they won a map.
Yeah,
right?
me too.
I've also mainly been keeping my eyes on the output of Darkmeister and Tikuak, right? Decision making, their fragging output. That's kind of what we're putting under the spotlight. It was always going to be a tough task. So early on in the season, though, upsets like this can happen. So as mentioned, Force buying out the game. At least they all have rifles for this one.
Yeah, we can count their nades on one hand. And look at Beard. No resistance. Alexi with an ambitious crouch commit. Contact though, he's not ready for this, is he? Yeah, a bit of a jump scare for Tikuak. Still managed to get gun on, find a head.
Bita headshot machine agada. Bita says go shoot down magale headshot right on.
Okay, it's the Mongolian special. You think you got enough? You think you got the kill? There's another 2 right where they were. Wonderful and Imet in the 2-on-3. Bombs going Palace.
Alexi bimena თავი შედის და კვდება პრეს.
See what the orb can find.
And investigating elsewhere now. Blitz starting to have to shoot over towards B.
Oh, if they find him, A site's theirs, and they will. A free frag onto Darkmeister.
And Emma has so much util. Smoke whatever you want, molly whatever you want, and get that bomb down. Very worried about more, but understandably, this is the Mongols after all.
There's always more. Will there be more rounds though? Techno seems to think so. He's taken down Emma. Wonderful in that clutch. Oh, and info on them both now, but Blitz finds lethality just before he can round the corner. Straight through the boards.
So Imma and Bit can both drop. So they'll likely still buy in this situation. Remember, Blade's expended all of his timeouts. That's not as bad as Snappy's.
It's not.
Not as bad as Snappy's, but these things happen. Okay, so they've been able to get out 4 AKs and a Tech 9 for Alexi. They lose this one, though. They are going to have to take the save, and we're back on.
Hard to put away are the Mongols.
Bicho, gold coin ცუდი გონია, ძმა? ობოქსას ბანი დაადეთ რომ არ მეთანხმება. არ მოგწონს, მაგრამ უნდა მოგწონდეს. ჩემი დევიზი არ გახსოვთ, ჩემი ქვეყნის, ანუ სახელმწიფოს რო ვქნი, ჩოკლენს. ბანი დაადეთ ამის მას. ჩამოვახჩეთ რა ეს ოფში. არ მეთანხმება რაღაცაში და რაპონში არ მეთანხმება, არ ვიცი. თავისი აზრი რაპონში გააჩნია.
There's a couple of these in this half.
It's costly, especially when it's such a limited resource.
ჩოკლენდი რევას, ჩოკლენდი. არა ცოდვა, არა
There's a lot of responsibility on Tikuak's position. There was a bit of a backup brigade tucked sandwich.
And Blitz's side too. This is strong.
Not ready for Palace. That's the first to fall. A second as well. Makazi chips in. It is all onto Tikuak. He's in so much trouble. Tech 9 whittles him away. He's gone. One back from Darkmeister, but the writing's on the wall. And so is the blood splattered by the Tech 9. That's Na'Vi to the playoffs. Mongols putting up a valiant fight.
Yeah, Na'Vi making it look real good there in the last map of this series.
Otherwise,
Mongols leaving a little bit to be desired still, but obviously we're going to sing those praises because still a lot of foundational work there to be had on the side of Mongols. A lot of roster changes leading into this matchup itself.
Yeah, we saw this plenty of time with Na'Vi. Takes a little bit of a while, but getting to Mirage as the decider is where they take care of business. And it's unfortunate for the Mongols that was on this decider that they were marred with, you know, bad starts, 2 lost pistols, 6-1 in both halves. Down they started, and they managed to recover well in the first half, but not so much in the second.
Could you say they were marred?
Yeah. Mocked by Mara.
Mocked, yeah, okay, yeah, that's way more apt. Jacob?
Yeah, I guess you could say that, you know, as Yengo said, you know, not getting off to a good start, not winning pistols, not converting like you did on the other 2 maps in order to have a chance was a big part of the reason. I think gun round to gun round, buy round to buy round, there wasn't that big of a difference in the 2 teams, and as you said, Yengo, they were able to stabilize in the first half. I think 5 or 6 rounds in a row to even it out and make sure that you went into the second half with a chance of perhaps, you know, claiming the favorites to win the map, but then you lose the second pistol, you know, not able to break the economy, not able to do much against Na'Vi, and I think they fell a bit flat here. I don't know what it is with Na'Vi. It kind of annoys me a bit, you know, that there's such a big difference between map 1 to map 2 to map 3 in terms of their level. And was it you and I, you know, during IM Atlanta maybe, we had Blade joining us on the desk and we asked him about it, and he didn't seem to have the answer either, but it seemingly still is. Not sure if I would label it as a problem, but it's still a thing that's happening in Na'Vi.
I think even at Pro League, they had a game where they 13'd over their opponent on their own map pick, and then they lost their map pick, you know, also convincing.
Was that IM Rio, yeah?
Yeah, and it went into a third map, so it happens a little bit too often. I think it comes down to sort of inconsistencies with these maps outside of Mirage, where they found their form again. So yeah, let's see. They've had a long boot camp, perhaps moving into the playoffs, which they, with this win, officially qualified for, will be able to find some more consistency.
As long as they win, right? I guess that's the main takeaway. That sure, you can go up and down and level a little bit, and it can look a bit odd in your own map pick from time to time. But as I also said, coming into this map, they do have the habit of them refocusing to the third map and getting the job done. So it's just whether or not it's in a clean fashion, and maybe sometimes, Trace, it takes them a bit longer than it necessarily should be.
Yeah, it's good to see him get tested around sometimes. Speaking of which, Alexi B, Freya standing by.
That is correct, Trace. Yes, Alexi, congratulations to make it through the playoffs. Before we dive into this, tell me how important it was for you, for the team, to make it through Group D without dropping a series.
Just as important as in any other tournament, but I do think that, especially when the season starts, everything is important, and we had a long boot camp, so it would be pretty disappointing if we, you know, struggled here on the groups. So making it through the playoffs is important for us, yeah, for sure.
When we're looking at Mongols as opponents, when I was chatting to Ime before the game, he was saying he anticipated some differences because they got a couple of different players in the mix versus last time when you played them in Cologne. I guess the biggest difference was that Ancient. You guys closed out last time. They had the edge here. What was going on there today?
Yeah, last 2 times I think our Ancient has been on overtime and 13-11. So both games were super close. Now they ended up winning. We had a 9-9 scoreline with economy on CT. Usually this is a good thing for us, but they managed to crack our defense, and yeah, kudos to them. But we still knew that we have Mirage Decider, and you know, everything is up for grabs still.
100%. I mean, you had a great start to that Mirage. Now, Chad noticed something in the early stages of the game. You're up 3-0, and then Blade took a timeout after that. Why did you decide to take a timeout there?
Maybe he understands also that, I'm not sure, maybe we miscalculated their money, so maybe we thought that they had a buy round, maybe they had a half buy, I'm not exactly sure. But just maybe something that he heard that was called on freeze time, and he understood that, you know, maybe it's a bad call against them. Yeah, I don't remember exactly, but I'm guessing the timeout was important since we won the round.
We just thought it was a little bit of a quirky one going down there. Final question, of course, EWC. It's not only the trophy for you, but the importance of the club championships as well. Na'Vi, currently in 3rd place. How much extra pressure does that add to you to not only try and get the trophy for Na'Vi CS, but to get the title for your org?
I don't think it necessarily adds any extra pressure, but I do think that it's cool to see your, you know, other Na'Vi members in the tournament, and you know, we had some great success by some of the players, and we don't want to be the guys who, you know, loses the points for Na'Vi, so we're gonna obviously do our best. And yeah, it's a cool concept.
Yeah, of course, you're taking a step closer to gaining that victory. We will be seeing Na'Vi in the playoffs next week.
Yeah, with Na'Vi going on into the playoffs, rest assured that this isn't the end of the Mongolian run here at EWC in 26. Of course, they were waiting on the outcome of Pain and Wildcard, and I can tell you right now that that outcome has given us Pain eliminating Wildcard, which will set up the Mongolians to play again.
Painful game to watch, you know, with one eye. Watched a bit of that. That wasn't necessarily too inspiring, to be completely honest, but I feel somewhat comfortable in the Mongols, you know, putting up a good fight against Pain Gaming. I don't know with you, Yanko, but I kind of lost faith in that project. So, yeah, losing to Na'Vi, obviously not fun in the moment, but they still have a pretty decent chance of making the playoff.
Yeah, without a doubt. It has to be said, though, without Mara there are, you know, there's a chance for things to go horribly wrong because they're supposed to win that game. And then if they start losing, if they lose a couple of silly rounds, you know, spiraling out of it, getting tilted really during the game, I think that's the only way they can lose to Pain.
Especially, you know, when you think about a team like Na'Vi today who had Mikaze, who was such a force there and in certain moments, key moments, and that's what they brought him into Na'Vi for.
Yeah, I think it goes a bit under the radar, you know, that he, obviously the first couple of months in Na'Vi, people were labeling him as maybe not good enough, never going to be good enough. Then he had his breakthrough during Pro League, a couple of MVP performances. Since though, it hasn't been that great for Mikaze. It's a little bit inconsistent at the moment, up and down. The major wasn't something to write home about for him. So I think it's super, super important for Mikaze individually, but also for Na'Vi that he finds his form again, because as we spoke about already, they decided not to go for a roster change or couldn't get the roster change they wanted. So in terms of, you know, this whole conversation where they maybe lack a bit of firepower or lack that star player aspect to the name, Mikaze is the best bet they have of doing that as a rifler. So I feel like he has to step it up, and so far he's been looking great here.
Yeah, he initially it was, I think, map dependent. You know, Ancient, Mirage were pretty good, Inferno, Nuke not so much, and over time he improved, and really towards the tail end of the first season, was pretty good. Unfortunately, it was at the major where he flopped and kind of went missing in a lot of these games that Na'Vi just narrowly lost, right? And you're wondering, oh, if he just played closer to his level, would have probably had enough for them to at least make the playoffs. And I think Na'Vi, you know, low-key, a pretty dangerous team going into the playoffs here at EWC, because you're looking at its Spirit, Vitality, they're not looking too hot at the moment. Sure, Falcons are, but, you know, they still haven't had Carrigan there for a long time. So Na'Vi, you know, a bit of a dark horse flying under the radar to some extent, because we haven't seen them in a while play officials. Really, they're in a good position to maybe cause a few upsets.
Yeah, this is a win that they needed today, of course, not only to secure their way into playoffs, but also to find that stature that they are so much looking to put back on the board. For us, we look towards a break, because on the other side of it, Furia will be taking on 9Z in what is a Group D upper semifinal. We're right back after this.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by Play.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Jenny here, and I'm joined with Furia to do a little bit of a who is most likely to, testing your synergy off the server this time around. Concept is pretty simple. I'm gonna give you guys a couple of scenarios. You write the name of who you think that applies to, and we can discuss. Who pushes everyone to improve the most?
Can I write myself?
Yeah, absolutely.
You guys are the slowest writers in the history, I'm not gonna lie.
I didn't put one only, but two. It's possible to say one. So
Two is good.
Two is good. Why both?
Fallen is captain, so he has his concerns about the game sometimes, so we need to improve for him. And Marix as well as a second captain, basically.
I'm the root version of Fallen.
Yeah.
Who is most likely to leave you on red?
So.
Oh my god! Okay.
Okay, Yuri, Daniel.
That's it.
What did you write, Yuri?
Everyone.
Everyone,
Good.
that's fair. Why do you think it's Yuri?
Me? I don't know, good question.
That's what I'm saying. It's like everybody wrote a different person because legit everybody can, except me. Nobody
Do you guys
wrote
like each other?
No, not really. We're like colleagues more than friends, I think.
Yikes.
No, we're trolling. We're trolling. We're like a family. Like a toxic family, like where you're getting abused and everything, kind of that type of environment.
Do you want to talk about it?
No, I'm joking.
We got the couches. We can turn this into a therapy session.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Yeah.
Who is most likely to arrive to the airport way too late?
Of course, bro.
Of course, bro. You guys ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Brazilians.
What do you mean
bro. It's him, bro.
No way, bro. You guys are trolling. You guys are trolling.
Why?
Just now?
I never miss a flight, bro.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Just now we're late 40 minutes.
Yeah, but it's not at the airport.
Because of Caserata.
But it's not at the airport.
Oh, so specifically
Exactly.
airport, right?
It's
So I don't know about that.
Why you?
I always late. Not in airport, I always late.
Young guy.
He's always late.
Who is most likely to tilt after one bad round?
Oh, easy, bro.
What's her name or first name, bro?
Okay, yeah. I'm very sorry, guys. I feel when I was saying like this family is like full of trauma and abuse, I think I'm the reason for that.
You know what? We love a self-aware king.
Oh, great.
You're good.
Thank you.
You know,
Appreciate
as long as you can acknowledge it.
You see, guys? Like, is it so hard?
It's my job to be nice.
Nice. Appreciate it.
Who is most likely to forget something in their hotel room after checking out?
Easy.
Easy as well, yeah.
I put Fallen.
Why?
Fallen?
Yeah, Fallen sometimes forgot the things. Like, so I made me Fallen.
He forgot
on
where
the
he
passport.
Yeah, sometimes Fallen forgot. Like,
I just forgot one time passport, but it's all.
Yeah, but then
So
the passport's passport, bro. What can I do?
I see more Fallen forgetting the things, so I put Fallen.
You can hype away for everybody, right?
Yeah, of course.
That's it from us for today. Thank you guys so much
Thank
for
you
joining me.
so
Hope you
much.
guys enjoyed it. From one stream map affair on stream A to another on stream B, we're going to recap Wildcard versus Pain, which I would argue was a pretty different face to what we saw going down on the A stream. That's because this match started off as an incredibly tight affair. We're talking about that map 1 of Inferno going to overtime, where Wildcard would just about secure it by the skin of their teeth. And then we move on to map number 2, and it felt like they were unfortunately all out of gas. That's because Pain fought back valiantly for a 13-3 win on Nuke, really led by the charge of Safe in this one with a 2.1 rating. And then we get on to that final decider of Mirage, and once again Wildcard is out of ideas. Hex was pretty candid with me in the unfortunate elimination interview, saying the emotions and the communication sadly got the better of them. That does mean the end of the road for Wildcard here at EWC, whereas for Pain, they're going to be facing the Mongols in the final game of Group D.
Here we go. Group D, upper bracket semi-final best of 3. Winners to the playoffs, and what we're looking at here is 2 South American identities built differently. Furious surrounding Fallen's calling with international firepower. 9Z spreading that responsibility to a long-standing regional core. And of course, I bring you right back in here to the desk at EWC 26. Pimp in the middle, Dupree down on the end. You guys all know the clip, right? They're probably doing it in chat right now.
It's so old by this time, but I'll never get old from this one. You do realize that we lost that round prior to this, eh?
Oh, I was aware.
Yeah.
Jacob, what do you think about that round of Dupree versus Hiko in, what, 2014?
Speaking of losers, you know,
to
be completely honest, we got to find a loser in this game, and I'm quite excited about this one, Peter. I'm not gonna lie. I think this is game of the day. I think this could be game of the tournament as well. You're talking about 2 teams who, as of recently, have shown good things. Naturally, Furia have been up there, you know, in contention to win trophies. Even in 25, we're winning trophies, and then at the major, all the way into the grand final, where they were slightly disappointing against Falcons in the grand final, was for 9C emerging almost out of nowhere to be a, dare I say it, top 8, top 5. Where the hell are they at right now, team in the world?
Let's start with 9Z, Dupree. Tell me about 9Z. Why are they such a robust, explosive team?
I think just looking back maybe 6 months, you know, it was It was more like a team that you'd be thinking, these guys are, they're just this underdog. But since they've just started, to work a thing together, they've just really been, elevating their gameplay. And I think just the addition of Luchev also getting DGT back into the team really has helped them. It's like this really good balance between having DGT, the more passive player, the sort of like Rob's kind of playstyle that makes very few mistakes, doesn't require many resources, but still, gets so much work done. And then just the addition and the cohesion of the trifecta of Max and Luchev, just the whole idea that they just play so aggressive, and also Guasopi coming in being massive throughout this season so far. It's a team that just has elevated themselves in so many directions. It's just a joy to see that what hard work really gets you.
Yeah, hard work and consistency. I think the way I would summarize that is that every single player that you're mentioning right here have just stepped it up a little bit, right? But if every single player steps up, let's say 5 to 10%, all of a sudden you have a very competitive team. Adding DGT brought some stability to the team. I think he fits perfectly into the role as well. And then, as you said, emerging, coming out of nowhere, almost would be Luchev, who's been very exciting to follow. You described the team as explosive. The explosiveness comes from Luchev. And then I got to give it to Wasopeak. As of late, a little bit of a fun fact, we were told by one of the smart brains behind the production as well, currently the highest rated player in the world on LAN ever since the summer break. Yeah, I know, small sample size. We had the tournament in China. We had a couple of games right here, but Wasopeak out of nowhere, playing like he's a superstar. That could potentially mean that 9C is here to stay at the very, very top.
Even his name sounds like it's said very fast. Wasopeak now.
He's ready to peak, that's for sure.
Like he's cracking the whip. Yeah, for sure. Now here's the real question though. When you have a player like Max who's in the driver's seat over there, and he happens to probably be very aware of the tendencies that Fallen's able to put on the table, what do you do with these pieces? You might have the good pieces like that, but what do you do with them?
I mean, it goes both ways, I think these two teams have naturally also practiced against each other quite some time, and there's a bit of a history, but I mean, it's a rematch from the major quarterfinal, and as much as I want to hype up 9C, that was also the ending to their Cinderella run at the major. They weren't that competitive in that quarterfinal. At least I had the feeling that Furia were the better team throughout and were never really in doubt that they were going to win. Now, there's a difference between playing a quarterfinal at Cologne, where everything is at stake, and now playing in a nice little cozy studio environment like this. So I feel like that evens out the playing field a little bit.
Yeah, 100%. That's actually a point that I also want to be making, that, sure, this tournament is also prestige and it matters a lot, and there's a lot on the line, right? But it's just a little bit different from the major. And, with the whole Cinderella story they pulled off at Cologne, the expectation also just got bigger and bigger, and they also felt like, okay, we're getting
close to
playoffs.
They
did that by just getting to the playoffs, right? So I think this matchup now is going to be more close than we saw in Cologne. Just the fact that the environment and things around them is a little bit more settled. And I also just think, I know that both teams come from South America, right? But I still believe that the last two times these two teams faced off was in Cologne and then back at the Shanghai major, right? So it's also, 9C, they're still, in their own region, practicing there. They haven't really moved to Europe to play that much. Now, when they've got inside the Tier 1 environment, they get more experience here, whereas Fury, they've been here ever since, right? So when it comes to practice, it's probably been limited compared to what we've seen with two teams coming from the same region.
If you're Fallen, if you're Fury, if you've got Quesarado in your arsenal and he's your closer, looking at the other side of the coin, who is the closer? Who would be that sort of representative?
I mean, you could argue DGT is going to fall into that category, but I think the roles within Furia are so clear defined because we know them as well as we do, whereas for 9C, it's still developing a little bit. Naturally, if you deep dive into the team and if you deep dive into what they did in China as well, where they ended up winning a trophy just a couple of weeks ago, it's also clear to me that they're, continuing to build on the foundation that we saw during the major as well. DGT is a bit of a closer in that sense. I think Wasopeak and Luchev as well, maybe the more aggressive elements to the team. And then, if I may say, right, as much as I want to praise 9C for everything they put to the table, when you go up against the likes of Yekinda, Quesarado, Yuri, Fallen for that matter as well, a guy like Molodoi, there's one clear weakness within this lineup to me, and that's the AWP role on Mayan. I think he's a smart player. He doesn't make a lot of mistakes. He's not a liability to some degree, but he's not a difference maker on the server. The output from Mayan, the output from the AWP department within 9C is the one thing that is a bit lacking, because the rifling department, as we spoke about already, in DGT and Wasopeak and Luchev, Max for that matter, that's working just fine. I just need to see a bit more coming out from Mayan before I can really start to imagine them being a consistent top 5 team.
And that's like the big topic, right? We know, are you going to be looking to find someone that can have a better firepower output? But then again, when you look at the team, it doesn't really feel like he's not supposed to be the one, you know, that creates all that. He's more like the supportive element in the team.
He's not a liability.
That's what I mean, right? And they already have the pieces to get the space, the aggressiveness to create all the openings where he can have his rounds where he can pop up for being more like supportive element. And I mean, like, so far it's working, right? Maybe if you go a little bit more, like, that's why I think like the next couple of months is going to be very important for 9C when they do get to have more repetitions against the best teams in the world, because they have now gotten themselves as being the 7th ranked best team in the world. You know, the opportunity is going to be there now moving forward. You know, also about grabbing that opportunity and you know, getting the best out of it. So I think that's going to pay into what the future of the team is going to be looking right. But you know, I still think, you know, this is a bit of a wild take, but I do actually think that if we look like pure team play wise, I'm actually prone to say that I think 9C has better team play. They play better off each other, and I think they have the protocols way more set. Whereas if you turn attention to Furia, they will have the firepower, they will have the star players, and they will have the experience to maybe bail them out of situations. So I think this matchup is honestly very
I think you're exactly right. Furia have fallen calling, Kinder creating space. You know, for 9Z, which part of that do they need to attack first? Which part of that should be on the docket?
I think 9C should just continue to play their own brand of Counter-Strike, which has been this super aggressive way, especially on the CT sides. We saw it during the major as well. Luchov always willing to fight, always willing to go for duels, always willing to try to create a bit of chaos. I think the duel between him and Yakinda is going to be tone-setting for the game. Whoever comes out on top, more often than not, will have a pretty good chance of dictating the game in that regard. So, again, I think the way I want to describe this game is that if you look by the two teams and the name value, you'd be like, okay, well, 9C should do a couple of gambles, maybe throw out the playbook and see if they can rattle out Furia, you know, because we consider them the favorites. But I agree with you. I think they're much closer right now than people initially would think. No doubt Furia are the favorites. No doubt Furia have more experience. And no doubt that Furia probably arguably have the better players as well. But the gap isn't as big as people may think at home.
No, and that's also what you saw at the major. They did win the first map on Dust 2, you know. They played really well, but it was about making sure that they could prolong that throughout the series, which that was a bit of the issue, right? And now it's not that long ago, obviously, but still the fact that they get to play another environment, I think that's going to matter. And I just want to see what 9C did against Pain in their first opening game on Cash, you know. So good at using the time. They're like, whenever they go into like executes and when they go into like the final iterations of the round, they're so good at using time. They don't rush duels. They wait for each other. It's very much jiggle peeking. They're like taking their time, finding the right kind of fights. And it's very hard to do. It looks so easy to do. But coordinating things between the players when you're about to hit the bomb sites, that's what they're very good at. And I hope they will continue doing that.
Yeah, that critical thinking right there in those critical moments. Perhaps Maladoy has had plenty of experience in those in the past 2 years' time. Let's hear from him now.
The side of Furia, ready to take on 9Z. But first of all, Molodoy, I just want to do a little bit of a health check. I know you hurt your eye. Is it better?
Yeah, it's better, but before I play with, I think 2 days with better eyes, but now it's better.
Okay, good. That's a relief. That's a relief. Big picture story for Furia, of course. We're always talking about it. The last season with Fallen, the last season he'll be playing competitively. What do you want to help him achieve in this last season?
I think people already know what we wanted to give him. It's for sure trophies and major, of course, but it's not completely true, but we will try.
In terms of your matchup today, it's going to be versus 9Z. Of course, you played them at the major. That was a surprisingly competitive game back at the major as well. What surprised you about 9Z in Cologne?
I think it was a very hard game in major, but yeah, they play very good. But problem, I think in major we all start bad, but it's problem how we are starting, how we are enjoy this game. It's always like this, I think.
And in terms of how you've started the season, obviously the big asterisk when we're talking about Bounty, that was online, right? Wasn't the start you wanted, but how do you rate the maybe recovery here at EWC so far?
I hope we'll go far, but who knows? Maybe we'll lose today and we'll lose tomorrow, who knows? But I hope we'll win today and we'll go to playoffs. But we play against good opponents this tournament because it's tier 1 tournament. If you talk about online, it's not same feeling. You know, you're not sitting in the same room with mates, and you're sitting alone, and you just give him emotions in online. It's hard.
After you were eliminated from Bounty, Fallen mentioned that you guys came together for a little bit of time together, or you were separate, right? You and Yakindo were separate, and you had a boot camp?
We'll go full online. I'll go to Kazakhstan. We'll kind of chill, I'll say, but we'll full track hard.
Okay, so it was Brazilians together, you separately. Okay, what was the main focus of that period of time?
I'll say we just enjoy a moment with Fall now.
ისეთ თავაში მაინც არ არის ეს არაფერი. ნახოთ აბა 9-1 როგორ
And in terms
შეგერავს.
of you guys making it to the major final, how close are Furia right now to that version of Furia that made it to the final of the major?
Good question. I still know, but
იკა უღრმესი მადლობა bro დონაციისთვის შიგარი ხარ. მადლობა ძალიან დიდი.
But
მადლობა იკას გრიფინას ლუკას მე ფარას დონაციების უღრმესი მადლობა მე გუგლში ხარ. მადლობა საპორტისთვის.
How it goes down versus Furia.
Yeah, that being Maladoy, but in the battle, the coach battle that is, of Sid versus Bit, what we have in front of us is a veto and a best of three. Gentlemen, start your engines.
I don't know about you, Jacob, but I'm getting a sense from the Fury and also the interview we just had with Maladoy that it just feels like a Fury that's not really in sync as you want. I mean, like, I know they made the grand final in Cologne, but then again, you know, they did beat 9C and then Aurora. I mean, like, wasn't really like the toughest bracket to get there. And I don't know, like, I just get sense that something is you know, happening, like, within the team, and we know that Fallen is playing his last season, right? So what's your take on this one? I'm not feeling the confidence in this one.
I get it. You know, I was looking into Furious results ever since IM Rio when they were announcing that Fallen were going to retire, and since then it's been lackluster outside of the major. Now naturally you can't take away the fact they went into the grand final of the major and they're just potentially 3 maps away from winning, you know, a Cologne major. So that kind of saved them, but apart from that, they weren't looking great in the tournaments after the announcement of Fallen retiring. Got off to a bad start this season as well, but again, online Counter-Strike, you name it, we're not going to deep dive into that one. So I think it's as important for Furia as it is for 9C here to get off to a good start, to win this game, to secure players without breaking too much of a sweat. Now, maps being Dust 2, Mirage, no big surprise in that regard. I'm curious about Cash. Are they willing to float it to be the third map? We've seen 9C play it already. I think Furia as well have played the map, so I'd be curious to see if Cash is in the cards here.
Oh, we do actually get it. So we don't get to see it. Like, you know, both teams, you know, but we did see how well they played. How well 9C played against Pain yesterday. So probably also a case for why they don't want to play Furia.
So with Dust 2 Mirage,
I think they're pretty good. Yeah, right? I think they're pretty good. As said, I think this matchup is closer on paper than people initially would think at home. To me, it comes down to Molodoi as well, because I think that's the one area where I look at these two teams and I feel like the AWPing duel in this game is already touched upon. Mayan versus Molodoi, it's where you can make a big difference. If Molodoi is on his game, you know, especially on Dust 2, Mirage, very open, expressive maps with AWP, you can always go for peaks, you can always rotate around. It's tough for 9C to shut down Molodoi because they don't have the counterpart in Mayan who can do the same thing on the other side.
Yeah, I'm just going to go bold here and say I think 9C is going to take it. I think they're scorching hot right now. I think this is just the beginning of them. I think they're doing really well, so I'm just going to go root for them.
He's buying into the stock, huh?
I am.
I can buy into that. I can also buy into the idea of perhaps you getting out your phone here while we have this opportunity. You're not on camera right now, so you can get out your phone and you can scan this QR code. You can get involved. EWC Play Pick'ems. That's what I'm asking for. And in this moment, I really quickly just want to ask you. You're saying 9Z. I mean, what about the Furia fans?
Well, it's not about the fans always, Therese. It's also
then who's it about, Dupree?
It's about the players. It's about winning. It's not about the fans.
You're right.
I believe in the quality of Furia. I think it'll be a close game. I think we're going to need all 3 maps, and I think Furia and Molodoi will take it over.
I'm still going for 9C.
მაგრამ კაია მირაჟი დასტირობა პირველი მაპები რა. ორ მაპში მოყვარდება წესი.
QR code and put your money where your mouth is.
Oh, we'll do that. Don't worry.
It's dangerous. See what I did there? It's dangerous.
It's good to have country, right?
Let's just go to the game. I can't deal with you guys anymore. It's Furia 9Z, Group D, upper bracket semi, and we're ready to kick this one off on Dust 2.
We got ourselves a rematch from the major quarter-final. 9Z and Furia here at EWC to round out the upper brackets for all groups here at the CS2 tournament. Last one of the batch to be going down, and it's a bit of an interesting clash. 9Z, they've definitely been on a very meteoric rise to power, vying for control, and with Furia, I don't know. I'm uncertain as to how to read Furia at the moment.
That's fair.
Would you call Cologne disappointing?
I think the final was just because of the way that the tone of the game, right? It was very slow. It felt like they got rolled over. And they were on that easier side of the bracket, so you wanted to see something a little bit more competitive.
Yeah.
But I think the fact that we've got a South American derby going on here, obviously we've got the European flavor of Molodoi and Yakinda. But it has been fun to watch Luchov, Kwasao, right, DGT, and Max we've had on our screens for some time. And we'll see if they can replicate the same success as far as Dust2 is concerned. I think, though, I still have questions about both of these teams. I saw a HLTV thread yesterday that summed up the scene. I think I'll have a look and see if I can find it. So this is what it said. It looks like we got 50 seconds before underway. Falcons still has the curse, but Carrigan changed the curse so Falcons can actually win if they don't bomb out. Spirit has Shiro pretending to be Brokey. Vitality is too fertile. Furia were cooked anyway after Fallen's retirement.
Right.
And the one that I wanted to get to, 9Z haven't faced real competition outside of the major yet. So I know it's a thread and a lot of this is funny, but I think I would like to see more from 9Z. Now, sure, XSE, Huasao with the MVP, that's all great. And this team can definitely deliver. But what you want as an Argentinian Counter-Strike fan, I know there's more nationalities in here, but guess what? The next major after Singapore, that's in Argentina.
Yeah.
You would love to see this team actually be a top 10 contender.
Oh, that would be huge.
The level of excitement, right, going into that would be out of this world. So let's hope that 9Z aren't the pain of last year.
Yeah, so we've got Max and DGT of Uruguay. We have Mayan and Luchov. And we have Huaso Peak of Chile.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, it's pretty warm in here. So let's get this one started. It's been hot in Paris.
It could be spicy. Let's get into it. Dust2 the first map, and this is the playground of 9Z, right? They have looked like a team to beat on this map in particular.
Right out the gates, this is going to be straight into what looks like a B play.
ნებისმიერი ქვეყნის გუნდ შეეძლო აქ მოხვედრა რა.
And it's not a rush. They're going to hit the brakes, hit the shift key.
ის კამერები რო ჭედავს,
აი pop. There's a nade at the ready for Quesarado in case this is the move. And jiggling is Yuri. So there's the block. Here comes the HE.
And there's the flashbang. Yuri can unload his dual Beretta, stays composed, stands his ground. They double swing. A great HE that is ringing as they are shredded.
Opa, მოიცა.
It'll be tough to get the plant.
ჯერესი მარტივად არ იქნება აქ არაფერი.
So he's in a position with a P250. If he can find this shot, it's on. But Molodoi denies, and now overrun is Mayan. Yeah.
Super strike.
Team ace, but they do get the plan out of that 9Z. So at least it's going to give them a juicier looking second round 4 spike. They handled that. It wasn't on the timing they were expecting, but the nade still does great damage, and the defuse comes through, confirming the first. I think that Furia have some convincing to do if they want to enter the conversation along the lines of Vitality, Falcons, and Spirit.
Vitality
and Spirit have, well, also got some convincing to do after their performances so far. The Spirit one, I guess we can wash away. It was a best-of-1 loss, but Halley definitely coming under scrutiny from the community. And here's that force. 3 Galils, Tech 9, Mac 10.
Very, very threatening. See how those SMGs fare.
Opted with the Xbox smoke early. That's going to deny the vision from Molodoi in towards lower tunnels. They're pressed around middle here to try and deny map control our Furia. And they don't want to allow them just to go for an easy mid to B. Molodoi playing anti. Kinder on the jiggle. Fallen has that long control. It's this trio, right? Quesarado, Molodoi, and Yakinda will be combined.
That's the jump off. Luchov loses all of those nades. That was the full belt. That was the full belt. You just get the one.
Tough way to go.
Rough opening death for Luchov.
Yeah, it's a matter
Yuri.
They've lost him early, but sure, this is it's the opening exchange. Just wait till these AKs come out. Now quickly up to Cat, though. Yakinda and Molodoi will block. So it's a risky choice, right, against an anti-force to be playing close like that. It's, they stick the landing, they get out, and now they play the number advantage. So by the book, Furia. Fallen clears out long. Will alleviate a little bit of pressure on that side of the map, and this forces the hand of 9Z to play into a mid to B split. It's just Max popping out for CT spawn. And he's actually going to rotate with the rest of them. So It's going to be very tough to breach.
Magaro egro giqvilis იმენა ხო უნდა დაახჩო.
Bullets.
Didn't spot him. Throws out his incendiary, now sees the shoulder. Easy bait and switch for Yuri. Oh, it's casual. Even the MP7 at range finding a target. Frustrating one for Max. Even catching a ding through the door. He just wants one. Keserato's bum sticking out. There you go. Extra $600 for Max.
Yeah, well, that one kill, it doesn't really make up for what was a bit of a whitewashing there, unfortunately.
Yeah, trying the B site twice, and Fury have passed that test.
And they have to set the eco, right? You haven't really stalled out their build up of the finances. Pops his head up and slid it quite quickly, does Luchov, and that incendiary perfectly placed, segregates the attack. And they just mow them down. Very well handled from Furia.
Margin waram gaikheda.
Likes of Hwasao and DGT. Shove in with a Tech 9 and DGT giving it a good go. Molodoi wanting to press the issue. Going to farm some money for his AWP funds. The man up mid. Strikes on Hwasao. That's more where that came from. And this is a nice tone that Furia are setting. We will play on your face.
Opa.
And
armorიანი კაცი. არ ქონდა ბიჭო armori Luchov სააღულძმო.
So not too much to worry about in this 4v4, other than Keserano being brought down to 36. So Deagle Bullet will do it. This one will now
ორი კაცი მონიტორშია შემძრალი. DGT და Max-a. უასო პიკიც კარგად ახლოს ის მონიტორთან.
Extrapolate from this one, 9Z. An MP9. Right in front of the nose there of DGT. He can give it to one of his teammates with the Glock, and at least they get something more. At least that was hoping for Yukinta.
Nice. They're not playing scared at all, are they? They are remaining vigilant.
This is one of the things from that final, though. Yukinta had his moments in Molodoi too. It felt like Keserado and Yuri in that major grand final were fish out of water. They were making some out-of-the-box plays for their normal approach to the game. And then it was just overall very, very slow. But you were going up against Falcons, who just have firepower coming out of their ears. Furia seem to have fans wherever they go. There's quite the contingent sitting down in front of them here as we got 25. You got to get a move on. Kinder drops the bomb and the final frag found. So 4 staying alive again. A very nice start. Only 4 casualties in the first 3 rounds of play. Molodoi's AWP will be equipped. Mayan looks like he'll do the same.
არა, ფოლენეზე ვყავ ფინოკერის პადირო აქვს რა. დოტა სიგროკია ეს ჩემისა.
He's found him on the cross.
Which ნანახი მაქვს? Majoris. Magis is
Am I crazy or does Max only have a Glock?
I think Max only has a Glock.
All right, well,
he is really leaning into the. There we go. Okay.
I was going to say that was.
He just wanted to make use of his.
This is the first gun round.
Yeah.
There should be money.
There should be. Just wanted to prioritize that boost, and understandably so. They assembled it so fast. Keserато goes down on the cross. Now it's time to see if Furia can operate at the disadvantage. We've seen.
Shira daruitsi mara iqo. Chamoqaneli qavda
shokas. If he gets to back, it's going to be tough, right? Because if it is a short play, he's out of the picture. So they're staying 2-2 as far as the defense is concerned.
Those smokes popping in unison as well. Lurk smoke, cross smoke, CT.
Fallen still has a smoke over towards A. Yukinta has nothing. Oh, and they're gambling. Noisy on the descent. The pop comes out, and you're in the wrong place.
Very uncomfortable fights for the CTs.
You got to concede this.
Yeah, just back up.
Could just be the save.
Cut your losses. Just take yourself 1 casualty as opposed to more.
Yeah, playing the long game, Furia. So this round, 35 seconds, bomb yet to go down. I feel like we can call this one done. Molodoi's going to see if he can punish it all. Easy as you like. And man is an AWPer who can come under a bit of criticism.
Martla.
Some people are like, oh, get try, right? Find that upgrade there, but
I think იყო ჩამოსული ერთი
argue the output of 9Z, right? When you have Hwasao and Luchov in good form. DGT can have his moments too, so it starts to become a scary rifling core. They'll keep all 5 alive as Furia will allow them to easily secure their first round.
წარმოიდგინე, 7 HP აქ ერთ კაც დაკლებული და რაუნდი მოი.
Coach Bit, the Brazilian representation of 9Z. It feels like no harm, no foul if you're Furia. 4 players stayed alive. We have a full buy. We still have the AWP. We're not in hot water with the finances, and that'll have flow-on effects. So we'll see if it can be consecutive. And with a long spawn this time going for the pick. And he's got company.
Yeah, okay. Fallen's got a test on his hands for his long holds. One's already made it out to blue bin. And it's Wasso.
So where's the response? Is it upper tunnels push? Is it a mid-doors jaunt? Because you've definitely lost this control.
Nerdy mid retake util from Yukinda to flush out anyone tucked Xbox, and now Fallen is going to confirm, yeah, body's long. Body's long.
The fact he smoked doors told me he didn't have that information. Now he definitely does. And they're quick on this. This is rapid.
Okay, Luchov fancies his chances on that cross smoke and go.
Already across.
Running across, knife out, gets across to the ramp side. Safe passage secure. Oh, he digs another. Nearly 2 from Fallen's. Good output on the M4A1. Yukinda hiding out on the back of sight. Should be set to collect here. Flash connected, vision restored, and mantling up to expose Molodoi. Another one onto Keisaratu available. He slips into the smoke. They've lost him in the source. It's Yukinda back sight. Run down by Luchov. A site seized. Long collapses and a triple out of Luchov.
Well, Yuri in the clutch. Not to be sneezed at. It's going to give it a little bit of a look in.
That was the fight.
Magaz daდის ლეგენდა.
Brutal. 1 on DGT.
All right, we'll have a glance. Didn't glean anything, and we'll back off for another save. So he's got money to drop an AWP. Money for the buy for Molodoi. He could get it himself, really. As
he gets away.
Yeah, Yuri will dart out of there. Okay, 3-2. And some conviction from 9 to get the long control. They stroll up. They don't allow themselves to be blocked. I think once they see the door smoke land, they go, okay, well, they really don't know that we're all out. I'm happy with that one.
Awesome.
All right, well, you have guns again.
Hi, Sarifos.
Molodoi with a good spawn if he wants to operate for a mid pick or maybe even try and push into lower tunnels.
Getting
boosted by Max again. The AWP starting B from Molodoi. I mean, it's a different looking setup from Furia.
Like a eye to the scope clear of upper tons, or getting on a deeper line at least. Flash doors, Luchov clears out the left side. It's safe to mantle up the Xbox, especially now short cleared out with
The expectation from Furia was a late long play. That's why Keisaratu, one of the B defenders, started as an unknown piece. Now the round submitted to something a little bit more standard. It's Molodoi aggressive in the upper tunnels. Has fallen, presses in, and
where was the flash? It didn't.
I think it must have missed.
Yeah, I think so too. Looked like it was a really well coordinated opening gambit, but instead you've lost Fallen. He hydrates himself, and Yukinda readies himself for a lot of info. Okay, 2 out. Response from Max is the molly will make life difficult for Yukinda. Where's his options? Where do they lie? It's a perfect spread. Perfect spread from Max.
იდეალურად გაიშალა, იმენა ოდნავ მარჯვნივ მარცხნივ გასულიყო. ავეპე კლავდა. ეი, სადაც იდგა იქ მოლოტოვი წვავდა, წარმოიდგინე. 250 ლაიქს ავიდეთ, მე არხი გამოიწერეთ და აპინული დისკორდი რაც არის, მან შემოდით.
Should be informed if the AWP hasn't rattled off. It has to be sacked towards B, and now it's protect the president. So Molodoi. Yuri looking to just hold on to their guns. Keisaratu, he is going to get some company as they exit.
Found him. Oh, well, he's found you. Nearly 3, 2.5 out of Keisaratu on the exit.
Doesn't really mean a lot. Yuri will be able to drop.
დედროზერ ავადონკა მაქსალობი გუნდიდან უღრმეს მადლობა პირველ რიგში ბრო დონაციისთვის ბიჭო უნდა წავიდეს მოგება თუ უნდა რაღაცეების უნდა წავიდეს მაგუნდით ვერ მოიგებს ბევრს ვერაფერს ბრო ანუ ყველა ხედავს მაგას რომ აზრი არ აქვს მაგუნდით იმენა ანუ არ არიან იმისთვის რომ მოიგონ რა ანუ ერთი მეიჯორი მოიგეს და ვსო კაი გეყოფა და ვსო
threatening as Yakinda there's nothing
არა არ მყავს საწყე შენ
sort of flash behind him for the fight
მადლობა კიდევ ერთხელ დონაციისთვის ნუ ასევე შეგახსენებთ რომ ჩემ დისკორდზე შემოხვალთ upgraders link-ია გადადით და გამოიყენეთ ჩემი ლინკი ხოლმე იქნება ვინც იყენებთ მაგ საიტს
now this is the saved orb the saved M4 and some light upgrades around it 2900 lost into the next. Have everything they need. So they have every round Fury have played. They are competitive with the buy.
Yes. Now just be competitive with the guns.
Yes. And that's where you might want to start forcing your hand. You get the orb, boost him up. Let's go for a short pick. Let's play into lower tunnels if we can.
Haven't said Molodoy's name too much. He goes
Outlong again.
Straight outlong does DGT. Oh, and Fallen gets pantsed. K-Serata, what have you got? Too many men on his screen. 3 outlong. He gets that info, but it costs him his life. Fallen's already gone. You're operating in a 5v3 in the first 20 seconds.
It's a very familiar feeling in a lot of these rounds.
აკონში დონ კარო მივიდეს მოიგებენ კი არა ძმა აზრი აღარ ექნება არაფერს
in the early stages.
კაპიტნად რატო ყავს მაგ კაპიტნად რო ყავს მაგიტო ვერ ააგროვა ანუ ვერ ხვდები კაპიტნად ნაირჩიო კაპიტანი კაპიტნად რო დონკას ირჩიო როგორ უნდა გაი ანუ კაპიტანის ქულები ემატება ალბათ რაღაც ქოლებში რა რაღაც ეგეთ რაღაცაში რა
Oh, didn't quite connect it. Now gets run down, sprayed down. Max will find it on the second pull.
მაგარ დასწე თამაშებიან საერთოდ
Doing everything he can to try and delay this, but there's just so much time left. They're chilling. Yakinda's going to...
Biz bize გავიდა ერთიანი, ხა biz დააფეიკებს ის და ეგა.
Yakinda's the one to throw it.
Yeah, they're letting Hwas up lurk over towards B and clear that out. I doubt they're going to rotate around the world, but just see if he can...
შეუძლია მომენტ მარტივად კარებში სმოუკი დააგდოს მოლოტოვი და მომენტ ეხა აღარ ცვლიდება უკვე
Just annoying. They took long and they just waited the whole round, right? And you're going to be more desperate because you don't have all the damage, you don't have all the utility
block. სპირიტი ყუმარობს ამის მერე ფალკონები დღეს არ არის.
Fashion as Hwas out will take down Yakinda and there you go. 5 stand alive.
გონახეთ ეს ჰუასო როგორ არის
არის Hwas. Cash on 3 out of the 5 members right now.
არა აქ ეგრე ახლოსაც მონიტორი.
Stacking those piles high.
არა ეგ ლუჩოვა იყო იქით არის ჰუასო ბოლოში.
When they got those long spawns, they're taking them.
აი სარი.
4 on the trot.
აი გოებში ყველაზე მაგაში.
Different intentions for the opening. Interesting flash to kind of catch the high-low setup.
Exactly, right. The teams like to run that to play against anti-pop. You want to break these things up. You've got strategies, you've got tactics, you've got moves. That was a move. Rally of Flames up short for the control and just this pack roll again from 9Z.
Molodoy does get caught by that flashbang. Pressure applied. Max burns down half health.
I am Jared go flash
The flash lands. There's no one home. Here they come.
Okay, Molodoy should be set to collect the first onto Max. Down the nades in a burst of the M4. Mayan one back, removing Yakinda. They know Molodoy's on that ramp, and they are starting to go for this bomb plant. Lushov at least gets across, but the bomb's on Mayan's back. This gets really uncomfortable real quick. Okay, Serato up close. Molodoy as well. You gotta start planting Mayan. Luchov, nothing. Good find from Fallen, and yeah, the headshots just keep on coming. Boxed in, well responded to by Furia.
Okay, so if they don't lose territory in the opening kill within the first 15 seconds, they can definitely contest. So 4-4 tied out once again. There's long spawns in the mix. So here's the trade-off. If you're not going to use Mayans or in Suicide, eventually you're going to give an opportunity for them to start to go aggressive. Right? And you love to keep the AWP there to make sure lower tunnels is always yours, right? That the
Იქით მარცხენა ხელში დანაჯობია, მარცხენა ხელში რო იყოს დანა და მარჯვენაში არა. მაგარია.
At the ready, Molodoi wants to take the fight.
You've been very good at not giving him too much, keeping him humble.
And this is just the classic default from 9Z. You have the combo of DGT and Luchov through the tunnels. DGT's left Luchov once they've secured it and is rerouting to join the pack.
It could be that late long that we've seen Fury kind of anticipate. This might be that round from 9Z. Fallen's got backup brigade as well in Yukinda. So they've got what? Fallen anti. Yukinda on the line.
Juggling nades outside the doors. Now it's just Fallen. It's 50 seconds.
For. They've nailed the timing on this. It's just Fallen in the open, booked by a flash and a swing from Guaso Peak. Molodoi pressured from the short side. He can't focus on long. He's got too much to worry about on that fight with Luchov. Clean headshot. Yukinda running for the hills, and it should be just a punt in here for 9Z. Getting that bomb across, they'll throw it for extra safety. And it will be planted now comfortably. Luchov's in the hunt, in this blind spot. Yukinda exercising some trigger discipline for a moment. Max should trade. Bots him and caught just an unfortunate timing for Yukinda.
Max, I mean, ესე გაუპიკა.
I think Molodoi might be a little bit frustrated. I think Yukinda was attempting to help there with that high flash, but it cost him on the timing. So we had the pistol with the conversions for Furia. We had 4 back for 9Z.
I think another man who's frustrated, I've just put myself in Fallen shoes.
Yeah.
How long was he staring at that wall? A good 30, 40 seconds.
And it was the right call.
And he was right.
But this is, notice how they haven't gone aggressive on the CT side at all.
I think
that's 9Z with their default, and May and Zorp have kind of put a leash on those possibilities. This is where you might want to start doing something a little bit more aggro. In that situation again where they go likely the partial buy behind the saves and then the full buy into the next. And that's going to be the second tactical timeout called from Sid. So if you just look at gun rounds, it's domination from 9Z. Furia, because of these saves, have had weapons more often than not. They have long spawns again. I think at this point it's, well, you haven't stopped us. Let's just keep taking them. A response, this is where Fallen and Sid kind of have to agree. Okay, do we want to start 4 long? Right? Do we want to try and be aggressive in the lower tunnels? Do we want to do a short boost or a short play?
Maybe Fallen does with no nades and an MP9. Oh no, he's just going to start with a 3-2.
But they're already out. So they're just going to do the same thing again. You bring everybody back, park the bus along, use your util,
The push onto DGT. Ooh, wow, Fallen does well to find some output, and Yuri combines with it to actually remove DGT without a casualty. Action on the Huaso walk. They're fighting for that short control. Max is trying to keep attention drawn. Look how far he's going.
That's a kill.
Wow. Wow, they're so switched on. They have such a good read as to where Fury are playing.
I think it's audacious as well just to do that. They are across, but the response is here. Can Fury tussle for this one?
Not rushing this plant. Luchov hesitant to overcommit. Two there in the smoke. He does have to go for the reload, and Max gets caught out. Molodoi's MP9 connects. Awkward now. With Mayan on AWP, the damage inflicted doesn't really bear too much of an advantage. He's been spotted over the top of the smoke there. By Yukinda. Mantle up, quickscope does not connect, and now surrounded. Oh yeah, a couple of missed shots. The AK would have been better.
თავიდან კალაშა უნდა აიღო.
Run down by Yakinda, double for him in that, up to 9. But Furia have managed to kind of prove that they can beat these all-in longs.
And that's his with a compromised buy there, right? So this is a confidence building round. Let's see if they can make it consecutive.
არა, ეგ სავარაუდოდ რა თემა იქნება, იცი მაშინ? ეგ ქულები დაგერიცხება მოგვიანებით.
Although starting car, they will concede it. What a luxury to have long. I understand they didn't convert it off of last round, but still, to have long at the start of every round like this is beautiful.
And a nightmare fuel for a CT side. You have to adapt.
Just how many long spawns they've had as well. We tend to talk about it.
Oh, missed shot. Awkward for Mono. And look at the help. Fallen was trying to lend a hand. It almost jumped through the smoke on his underhand flash.
მე 4 ლაიქის მევარდ თავრა 70 ავიდეთ ბარემ. არხის გამოიწერეთ, ვისაც არ გაქვთ გამოწერილი, ძალიან ცოტა გვაკლდა, მაიცადე რამდენი გვაკლია ვნახო. ხუთი გამომწერი გვაკლია. ხუთი გამომწერი ძმებო, რამენაირად მომოგროვოთ.
Here's the steps of Keserata reacting to that B util. It was a Molotov thrown that he'll try and profit off of.
He's got a smoke as well. A block would be well timed.
If he jump spots, gets the info. Mayan was not on the double scope.
He's fallen ready for Luchov out. Has to know it's a possibility. This will have been communicated, but a reroute now from 9Z.
He's hearing all of this.
It's not that long presence. So if they can push back short, they really can toy with the rotations right now.
Yeah, it's just the time. 40 seconds for 9Z to try and find this finish. Try and post that 6th.
Molotov still has a lot of U2. And Yakinda and Fallen both have something to block with as well over towards A.
Yeah, I think 9Z may have rocked the clock a little too much here.
Drop it.
He's holding
on.
Mantles up. If they dare, easy pick for Yakinda. Catches Max mantling up. DGT bomb on the radar now. Wasso from long does manage to strike. That's the unity we want to see. Synchronicity on display. T-side pincering towards the side.
Makes it
a 2-on-2, and now planting. He's going to lose his life for it. Gets the bomb down, says Mayan, I need you to clutch. You got Yakinda up close, eye to the scope. Yuri on his way, and wow, tags him. On back, fake dink through the box. Yakinda down low, not opting for the pistol. He somehow has to isolate these two, and it's just a stray bullet through the smoke to deny it. Smirk on Yuri's face.
ანუ კიდე აქვს ხოლმე აქვს ერთი თამაში, ჭრელებს ეთამაშებ, line widgets ეთამაშებ, თუ წააგებენ მაგას გავარდებიან, მაგრამ აუ რამდენად წააგებენ ეგ
again. Fury up. 6-5, a 1-round gap. They'd love to make it 2 before the halftime break. That plant is going to go a long way in facilitating this final round's buy.
ანუ ისე ტიპი ზონა დადო, ძირითადად რომელიც ყველაზე მეტის გააკეთებს, ყველაზე ნაკლებად მოყვდება, ხო? დონკა ღირება ყველაზე ძვირი მანდა რა.
Enough funds to make it possible. Still, a lot of these rounds coming down to the dying stages.
GSR ikwia chemas. GSR.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to say, Molotov really hasn't had a lot of action with the opening fights. It's his teammates losing territory, and then he's been in uncomfortable positions. Being an AWP at top A and your team losing short in multiple rounds,
Here's that util combo. They break the smoke in unison with a Xbox Molotov. Just trying to really limit any early presence. Another smoke break. Coordination from Furia.
Yeah, I like that one.
Has Luchov legs down to 14 HP. Plenty of nades and plenty of time.
მაგის დალაგება შეიძლება კარგად.
The Fangs of Furia to hold B here.
Signature contact.
He gets absolutely nothing, and okay, Serato hard pressed to find the output of 2 men.
Very low on Max and Luchov.
And a retake you know they're going for, so you better set this up, you better have your plan, hold on to that molly as long as you can.
Molotov is going to be the man to throw the util. It's going to have to be Fallen and Yakinda to bridge, and the AWP comes in late. Everything in the kitchen sink being thrown right now.
All of the nades, it's just going to be fights now. Here they come through that smoke. Max 1 HP, a stray bullet. Will kill him, so blind, starts to spam.
Okay.
Back and forth we go to and fro, but Furia keep their head above water. More than that, they'll have the edge as we swap sides.
Yeah, they got the bookend triples there, right?
En
The pistol with the
koratama
conversions,
should
and then those 3 on the trot to close out the half. Triumphant music as they will get 7. The magic number of 13 around the corner, but we're going to swap sides. Oh, we're straight in with some buys here, not taking a moment off Furia. Let you know, Kaser and Fauna both chipped in with a lot of util. 2 smokes, 2 flashes. Sorry, 2 smokes, 4 flashes. If this doesn't put you in a good mood,
არ გადავა შანსი არა, ვერ იყიდე, არ გადა 10 მილიონს არამედ არ გადაიქნა. არც გაყიდის სპირიტი ალბათ მაგას. მაშინ უნდა გაუვიდეს კონტრაქტი.
It's a hero returning, you know, there's confetti.
The parade down the street.
People are throwing flowers into the street.
We love you, Fallen! We love you! All right, here we go, back underway. 4-man A start for the defense to 9Z. And into lower tunnels is Luchov. They're ready for this.
They are. They couldn't be more ready. Look at the setup. Here comes the flash. Everyone's anti. And who gets those kills? It's May and a Molodoi. Back and forth. Quick one back. DGT connecting. Yuri struggling.
Committed to this now. You're going to fight your way out.
Headshot hit by Keserato's Glock. And it's a goosh that DGT wants to run away from. Masso's just standing his ground here, playing the headshot angle as DGT. They are stubborn for this long fight. It's going to be determined right here and now in the deathmatch on long. You've got a clutch available, Yuri. You've got the bomb, but you haven't really got health. No teammates.
Plenty of time.
You can see here the fact that he's clearing these angles. He doesn't know where both players are exactly.
He's not so sure either. Not rushing, not as loud or as fast as he could be over there.
We'd love to be able to get a plant out of this somehow, but with both players cheating over towards the B bomb side, and Yuri's pivot into lower tunnels. Okay, hold up a second. Getting some complication into the mix. He jumps up short. He won't be spotted right now with the current setup. And then the bomb can go down, which will facilitate a much stronger second round. But let's not rule the clutch out just yet. Yuri, 30 seconds. No resistance will be found as he walks into A. To the X's on the radar, all those corpses that litter along. Now it's where does he plant for? You'd assume, did somebody stay around? Did they push?
Oh, so much uncertainty for Yuri.
Now, single box plants, so means he can't play this from long, at least not easily.
And he's going to be exposed to Lucha. Oh, he's found it cleanly. That's the hard work done. DGT's low. 2 kills deep from him, sure, but a single bullet either way. Gonna be the differentiator. Doesn't want to announce his presence. It's just going to come down to who clicks first. How good is that cross set? It's absolutely bang on. Yuri's turning around. A massive 3K in the round, a 1 versus 2. Sid's happy with what he's seeing.
The fact that we could see him on a collision course for a rotation, right? Thinking, oh, he's just going to walk in and B, hope that he's outmaneuvered them here.
There's 2 B
tunnels, he's found the gap. Insane work from Yuri. Missed the clutch, steps up big time. And then you have to question Luchov in this, right? You have the low HP of DGT. It's a 2v1 situation. You send the ward in first, the canary in the coal mine, and then you trade. But no, he's played ahead on his own, and right now we are B rushing. There is a P90 in the mix.
P90 alert. Awooga. We got a P90 B rush. And Fallen's already drawn first blood. Mayan gets caught out on that Mag 10 spam, and he can stick a fork in this one.
That's round. 9-5. Treating this one like a job right now of Furia.
Let's rush it, but
that's happened damn quick. So they forced in with.
It's one hell of a way from the clutch in the pistol to your second round all-in B rush. That's a come on, you're calling Counter-Strike rounds, Chad. You got to be like, that's a pretty good.
It's so risky, right? That you run through, there's a smoke, multiple players stacking there, everyone gets mowed down. Kinda puts the Tech-9 to good use. Takes another one of these upgrades away, so this is making their next round of play an awfully lot easier.
Some Renegade stickers on that Tech-9.
Yeah, I'm not sure why.
Big fan.
Maybe he thinks they're cool.
Yeah, that's probably it.
Said no one ever. All right, do they rush B again?
Actually, why not?
P90.
Yeah.
And he has the good spawn.
Really?
Where's your skins gone, Molodoy?
Yeah, he's doing 0 skin challenge.
You're doing the new Elige.
Just gloves.
Looking to clamp down on mid and look,
trying
to subvert the expectation. The plan was to play with these flashes that Mayan has on mid, but maybe a little bit disconnected from the understanding was Kwasap. This will be a farm fest as...
I just want to see P9 get a kill, man.
Well, maybe he'll keep it for you next round.
Yeah.
It's hard to see Molodo being a fan of Stargate, so...
I did see there's a guy who's dedicated his Counter-Strike life to playing P90 only. He's got 18,000 stat track kills.
Okay.
Pretty good.
What does he do on the pistol round?
Great question. CZ75.
Aha. Likes to finish quick, does this guy? Lots of bullets.
Okay.
All right. Waterfall smoke, CT smoke. Going to send Molodo out. He wants to get a kill on the P90 as well. Flash forward, the SMGs.
This is the scouting party.
The man and his mentor is...
Oh, what is that? Luchov's hit it from ramp.
Get it, man. Someone's got to use it.
Something better than nothing.
Max is here with a 5-7.
Yeah. Oh, just as the smoke faded, the time, it couldn't be any worse.
All right, and they're definitely going to clear you. 25.
Fallen guy, I mean,
pretty spicy.
I think he just...
I'm a little butterfly.
In that first half, so this is a huge gap, 5 rounds. And that's both pistols for Furia. 6 on the trot when you consider the first half ended. And we're going to get a tactical time at the first from Bit, knowing that they need to get going and now if they want to have any say in this map. There's no AWP available for Mayan. Molodo will bring out his. Fallen will retain the MAC-10. And Fallen actually has a very good long spawn if they want to exploit the run and gun.
Well, long's been a real recurring theme.
This is where if you're 9Z going into the first gun and you don't have the AWP, I wouldn't mind if they were to do something a little bit more gambly. A 1-4 setup just to win the long control. All boosted on Molodoy.
Ooh, wow.
Okay. How about that? So Max limping immediately. So you get the combination of Ikinda top.
მე 47 ლაიქით გავწუროთ რა. 300 ავედით 300 ლაიქზე.
Mid and short control.
და 5 გამომწერი გვაკლდა, აბა რამდენი გვაკლია ახლა?
GT's been having a bit of a rough go. I think his death in upper tunnels against that.
არა, ისე 5 გვაკლია. ანუ ახალი არავინ არ ყოფილა. არ გამოიწერა ვიღაც.
One that I bet he wishes he could put back in the bottle.
ნაძირლებო თქვა. ბიჭო, რამე რაუნდი მოიგეთ, ერთი AWP არ გააქვთ. აუ AWP უნდათ, მაგრად ეხა იმას 9-ის და
blocked long, blocked mid. DGT, this could be a bit of a redemption arc brewing.
There'll be a flash here, surely.
Yeah, there is. Underhand, turn, reposition, eat the second. Just a dead man. K-Serato books him. Nice chip in. Luchov stems the bleed onto Yuri, but they've lost long. Ikinda's made that so. Molodoy, he can find this easy onto Mayan. Oh, and he has. Books him. Job done. Bomb down on A. Mission accomplished, and Max just straight clothesline by the Galil to finish off the job. Molodoy started at the very start of this round. Luchov hold on to his prized possession in the Kalashnikov.
აი, მაშინ ფურია თუ 2 თრომს მოიგებს, იდეალური იქნება რა. სპირიტის მალე დაიწყება. და სპირიტის თამაში გვაინტერესებს ამ ყველას ახლა ფურია 9-ი ნაკლებად.
Smoke is kind of terrifying. How frustrating. He wants to focus his attention towards B-doors, but he knows any moment his attention's elsewhere. They could just be walking on through. Oh, yeah, I mean, this is what practically flawless from Furia here.
Yeah, that opening kill in middle was onto DGT, who is the A-rotating rifler, so that also facilitates the call to go back in towards the A finish, knowing that they're likely split 2-2. So Luchov back a plat, be just allowed to retain that AK.
Saw Molodoi coming.
Yeah. All right. Well, out of chances now, 9Z. Yeah, the underarm essentially was the bait.
Right. Because you think you got your timing down, return your aim.
And you comp it in the face.
Genius.
Good to see Fallen smiling.
Oh, it's only an M4 spam in the cross. I guess I could just jump across. Oh, there's some damage, but there's a frag bag. That's the Luchov saved AK put to use. Well, handed off to Huaso with the health.
All right, how can this one get weird?
Kind of already has. You got 2 rifles with armor. You got your opening kill.
You have 2 players quite low on HP, so gambling 3B with that flash, they've been able to cross. The bomb on Fallen looks to join Yuri, and the tail of this is Queserado. So the Brazilian core in the upper tunnels, he comes to fight.
Should be an easy one for Yuri here. Yeah, delivered to his front door. DGT just the one. Fallen makes it so, and just Mayan. That early damage inflicted has put him down to 25. He's cowering at the back of bricks. Feels like a guarantee he's about to be cleared. Finding output here would be incredible. Not quite the headshot he needed.
კარგად თამაშობენ. არვალდი ფურიას განიცეთ
No
თამაშს
idea if there's
თამაშს.
a lurk in the system, so understandably cautious.
Play through.
Passo's
Why
going
not?
through.
Yeah, you have to.
Go on, lad. Bricks clear. Headshot provided. Takes down Queserato. Fallen cowering at the back of the site. Attention drawn. Molodoy's there. It's just Luchov that's so disconnected. It's just Huaso versus the world, and he's doing it. Molodoy missed the shot. They know where he's at. Huaso down. Tech 9 can do it. Such low HP. It's the Molodoy clutch. Secure. Oh. It got weird, Chad.
It did. I was about to say, I feel for the Bricks player there, man, because Luchov was still alive. So not only, they're on a bit of a hodgepodge buy, nameplate Counter-Strike dictates, we should check for Luchov. But then,
მაგრამ კარები და შემოვარდნილი იყო ეგრე უკეთესი
interesting,
იქნებოდა
13
რაღაც.
kills for him. Molodoy extending out for that fight with his back open. Gets them 12. Oh, this time it's a headshot.
Consistently finding impact on that opening.
Now moigro pen moigro.
Yeah, just walk out, why not?
Magic gets.
There is a flash. DGT wins out.
რა ვიცი აბა bro. რა ვიცი.
Okay, things return to a
არ
balance.
ვიცი რა ვიცი ხოძე არიან ხოლმე მათთან.
It's tough to capitalize on it though when you're all in the choke.
It's so chaotic already. You can see.
იმენა ტოპ გუნდებთან არიან ხოლმე ხოძე სურიასთან იჯვავენ მაგრამ Major's თამათთან ჩაიდეს play-offში.
Huaso thought he had the advantage. Molodoy using that up like a
rifle. Molodoy beberchik.
On 2. Fallen ready. Fallen gone. Bomb lost. 9Z showing a little bit of resistance here with.
აბა იურა, კიდე თუ მოიგებს ერთ კლაშს. 12-5 აქტივს, ანუ 5 ჯერ მოკვდა და ვსო.
It's 8 straight. Unless Yuri can win another clutch. That's where it'll stop.
One clutch in the pistol on this T side from Yuri. This one asking an awful lot.
ეგრე არის ზოგადად, ანუ ყველას არ უხდება რა სტილი.
The time, DGT. He knows exactly what's up. See you later, Alligator. We'll confirm it. Finally something back on the board for 9Z.
Yeah, is it too little too late? Bit's going to take the opportunity to use his 30 seconds.
And that's just a tough way to start the rounds, right? The fact that they recover that.
Yeah, fair.
Because they're using the HE, so you go, okay, well now are we smoking, right? How much are we going to invest in getting across here? Because Molodoy, he's either tag or a kill frequently so far in this second half of play.
Yeah, I think it's 3 back-to-back rounds with the connection.
Right now, I can see Molodoy has the best long spawn. He is on an island. The next closest is a little bit further back. But he should at least consider the pick.
Just looks ridiculous even with X-Ray on.
Looks to me, based on the way that Max is facing, that they are going to start heavy A, potentially. It looks like, yeah, they're going to start 4-1.
Just Max going to be trying to block long.
Means they might be aggressive short. Yeah, they are aggressive short.
Team Ollie got to respect that, and they are. Oh, we can edge it. That's what that smoke is designed to enable this fight onto the suicide player, but not giving it to him.
Flash doesn't connect, but they've seen enough. Worried about the B and mid to B possibilities. They'll rejig the setup. Can will smoke out towards the mid doors. That's going to allow...
არა, სპირიტი არის ამათ ეს თამაში რომ მოჩვევა მე. ეს best of 3 რომ მოჩვევა მე რა სპირიტი.
So well placed nade. And Molodoy's front door.
ეძრება აქედან დაკამბექება სითა?
Well, short is a gift. So this is the type of round that if you can get the control and acknowledge that, with the amount of util, the smokes especially, this is a side where Fury can throw the waterfall smokes. They can throw a mid to B. You could try dropping down into CT, turn it into a B split, but that's where 3 players, the 9Z, find themselves. That's the gamble. The gamble being made when just 1 round is Fury needing.
Oh, I'm a smoke out.
I mean, this is pressure.
Middle smoke is double counted, and mid smoke is dark. The shores on the smoke is dark. Ramikasit can blow an easy. The pick at a busy. Our do tagabuli is round. Our pets. Es to Chayxna, no our power pursuit of Chanciera.
Single headshot. Good awareness from Molodoy on the rifle, no less. And Mayan's eating that flashbang for breakfast. Should be the end of Dust 2. And this is 9Z's turf. 9Z's pick and Furia have had their way with them.
Bad cross smoke.
Very bad cross smoke from
Molodoy there.
Learned valuable lessons in the head-to-head in Cologne. Clearly looking revitalized here. And that's 13. Furia take 9Z's pick clearly.
And this is looking like a different result. Let's see if Furia can do it in 2.
An absolute smashing, as I think those Brits would say, but for Furia, you can hear the fan base out here really basking in the first map victory. As I welcome you back to EWC 26, Counter-Strike in full effect. Dust 2 really not going the way 9Z wanted to, and leaves that question, does it leave a lot to be desired for 9Z? I feel like we've seen more output from them at different tournaments. So
yeah, that fell a bit flat for 9Z. Naturally, Furia got off to a good start, winning the pistol, converting, and then 9Z kind of took over in the first half, and I thought, when it was stringing rounds together, I believe they won 4 out of 5 rounds in a row. I thought to myself, okay, 9Z, you're here to play. You looked in control. It was a combination of outer spawn calls, you know, fast long takes, and then slowing down the game, and then into the A-bomb side. So it felt like the rounds came from different direction, Peter. It wasn't like a one-trick pony. So to me, that bound well for 9Z. I thought to myself, all right, your T side looks good. You know, you got Furia on the ropes, and then after winning 4 of those 5 rounds, they just shut down, got nothing done whatsoever. You know, good judgment coming in for Furia, and at that point it looked like, again, 2 teams on completely different levels.
I really feel like 9Z lost himself a little bit along the way, and up until this last round we just witnessed in regulation, then I actually feel like the scoreline lied a little bit. I think the game was way closer than it was supposed to be, but turning the attention to the T side, I'm a bit disappointed with what 9Z managed to get out of that. You know, they had so many good opportunities to get more rounds, and they lost themselves a little bit when it came to like those very important XVX situations and the clutch situation, right? They didn't really get that one going for them, but they also gave them a little bit too much space sometimes. But sure, you're also gonna give credit to Furia for bailing themselves out of those situations. That is what you're gonna have when you have such quality players. But in hindsight, you know, I think 9Z will be looking at this game thinking we should have gotten way more out of what we just achieved.
Yeah, and I kind of hate to do it. It's not that I want to, you know, single out a player and be like, it's your fault, you know, but I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't highlight what I spoke about coming into the game as well. Mayan with the AWP on the side of 9Z, a non-factor in this game. There were a couple of rounds where he was left in 1v1s and 1v2s and 3v3s where he had opportunities of hitting the shots and maybe swinging the round in the favor of 9Z. Got nothing done in this game, to be completely honest. A bit of a stinker for him, unfortunately for Mayan. On the other side, Molodoy off to a bit of a slow start, but then he picked it up. He went 5 for 5 in opening kills. I think he finished with, what, plus 80 ADR as well, and you could just see the clear difference in the 2, right? So I feel like that's where the vast majority of the difference came from. You have one up on one side, Molodoy, who installs a bit of fear in their opponent, who's winning opening kills, and who's actually getting the job done, whereas for Mayan, unfortunately, this time around, couldn't really quite stand the test of time against Furia.
Yeah, and I look at the round timeline and I think, okay, yeah, you don't win the pistol, you don't really give yourself a shot in the game if you're 9Z at a certain point. But I guess as far as the rounds go, Dupree, this is definitely one in the second half.
Yeah, one of those things that also disappoints me a little bit, you know, is the pistol round, how they managed to play this, because, you know, it's 7-5 for Fury, and if 9Z gets this pistol, you know, they're definitely back in the game and they can take control. But again, Gotta give Yuri, he's a phenomenal clutch, and he really well plays his round super well. You know, spends the entirety of the clock. He has 1 minute. He rotates all the way back into lower tunnels, really utilizing the time and making his opponent guess where they are. And as you can tell right now, U9C is already committed to the fact that he probably went B, which makes sense, right? But this is the mistake that I really don't like from Luchov. He's playing way too far ahead from GT, and at this point, good shot from Yuri, but he just leaves his teammate in a situation that is almost unsalvageable. And it's sad because the only thing Luchov had to do in this given situation with the fact that he came up catwalk so fast was to just play the contain. If he just jumped for information, tried to figure out where Yuri went, he could just have waited for his teammate. Maybe Yuri would probably still have gotten the frag, but then at least GTC had a chance of refragging, right? So it's these type of mistakes that you just can't allow yourself to be making when you play a team like Yuri.
It's such a weird round because it started off by being a deathmatch round on long, you know. I think, what, 8 or 9 players were fighting against each other back and forth, and none of them were willing to back down. And then, as you said, Yuri ends up in a 1v2, and I feel like 9C does everything correct up until the point, as you described right here, where Luchov is sticking his head a little bit too far ahead. They were rotating together. They were walking 2 towards B. They were walking 2 back towards A, right? Playing in a pair, playing in a pack, and I like that approach to it. It's just, when you then had to close out the round, when you then found out where Yuri is, that's when you start to make the mistakes. So it felt like 9C, for whatever reason, weren't really playing up to par, weren't playing up to the level that we've seen, you know, the last couple of weeks, especially in China, but also in the opening game against Pain. And Furia, they had the class in order to punish that, and I like that. You know, I like when a good team is coming into a game where whenever a mistake is being offered to you, you make damn sure that you punish it, and so Furia did.
You talk about pairs and packs, and I've got a head-to-head for you guys, Hisuo Peak and Yuri, in terms of what they were providing. I mean, we looked at this and talked about Hisuo Peak before the match. So where did we find this situation after?
Yeah, not his best game. You know, I said coming into it, he was the highest rated player on LAN ever since the summer break. You know, small sample size, sure, but still playing exceptionally well. This game, he didn't get to do much. Didn't have a bad game. It wasn't his fault, I felt, but you could expect a bit more from him. And then Yuri, who, I mean, last year in 25, he was one of the main reasons why Furia was starting to win trophies. He was overperforming to some extent. Then in the beginning of 26, he was tampering a bit off, and it's been a bit up and down. But if there's one thing you know you always get with Yuri, it's the clutch ability. We saw it in the pistol. We saw his stability on the server as well. And I guess in a game like this, you know, you win 1 or 2 clutches, well, you've done your job.
Yeah, that's the thing. I also just want to praise Furia for, specifically the Brazilians, right? Namely, Kesrado and Yuri. They're just so consistent. Like, you can kind of always rely on them. They will always seem to be having a good game, and even if the games where they drop off a little bit, you know, they still get their frag from time to time. It's not like they just completely disappear. And it must just feel so good to have, like, I can kind of resemble that from when I had Sippets in my team. You know, if Yuri is left in the clutch, you always feel like there's a chance, right? And if he's presented with a situation like we just saw in the pistol, where there's plenty of time on the clock, even though he has 25 HP, he gets the bomb plant, right? You know, that's also a win in some sense, right? But winning the round or so, you know, it's so important to have a guy like this.
So Maladoy definitely had his say in the server at this point. But if we just go ahead and start talking about Mirage, let's start talking about the second match of the second map of the series. Because 9Z currently aren't in the server, and we're going to need them to show up in a better form than they've got currently. I can assure you that much.
Yeah, it's definitely a map where they can play Counter-Strike at a high level as well. We've seen that the track record is somewhat decent for 9C, so it is for Furia. They had a time, you know, a couple of months ago where the results were kind of swinging for them. You know, it was inconsistent, which is atypical for Furia, but I feel like they found a bit of that consistency. Mirage was a great map for them during Cologne, competitive in all the games on them, despite not winning every single one of them. So I see no reason why I shouldn't expect the same level coming out for Furia. I think Molodoi usually plays well on a map like Mirage as well. Kesrado gets some of his best job done on this specific map as well. I see no weakness in Furia, whereas for 9C, again, if you play the level you just showed here in Dust 2, sure, the first couple of buy rounds in the first half were great, but again, it tempered out during the series. It tempered out during the map. You need to be playing well for 30 minutes and not just 5.
Yeah, and it's the Furious best map, you know. So it's really all in their own hands, right? And I still think that 9C has something to prove. Like, I don't think they necessarily, like, tactical-wise played like a bad Dust 2. I think they will have a chance of bouncing back, but they need to get off to a better start and winning a pistol from the get-go, and then obviously converting the clutches and allow Furia to have all these situations where the star players can really come in shining. So you know, it's a little bit disappointing, but I still believe that 9Z has a saying in this.
Yeah, I don't. I just saw the Fury manager walking with 2 bags of Joe and the Juice. It's game over. You know?
It's over.
It's
over.
All right, gentlemen, thank you so much. Yeah, 9Z Fury is still going to go toe-to-toe here. We got Mirage in front of us in what is the Group D upper bracket semifinal with playoff contention on the line. Yeah, gentlemen, thank you so much. Let's go ahead and head to that break. When we come back, we jump into Mirage, Nuke if we need it on the other side of that. You're watching the Esports World Cup 2026.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
The very last of the upper bracket games, just looking to see if Furia or 9Z are going to be the ones securing that spot in those playoffs here today. Furia took themselves up a very convincing Dust 2, and that was 9Z's turf, so rocking and roll into Mirage. A rematch from Cologne, is it going to go the same way?
Yeah, this could be a quick 2-0, couldn't it? That was quite dominant from Furia. There was a patch, though, where 9Z, they looked themselves. It was the first half.
Yeah.
Let's see if they can pick that up now into Mirage. Will that be on the CT side of Furia's map choice? As you mentioned, the last of the upper bracket games, we had G2, Gamer Legion, Falcons, FaZe, Bait, Foot, and Na'Vi already secure their spots. One more to make it 8, and then tomorrow, well, we'll be adding a bunch more. Actually, today there's a couple more.
I am Black!
Spirit versus Big. Later, we've got Aurora as well, taking to the server to see if they can bounce back from their opening loss.
Guli boom 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 Petkaus. იცით ეგ სიმღერა თქვენ? მოგას გაფიცებ? ეგ სიმღერა ვინ იცის? აი მოგას გაფიცებ. Guli boom 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 Guli Petkaus. აი ეგ სიმღერა თუ არ იცით, კაროჩე, იმენა წამშავეთ რა, ადრე კლასიკიდან Twitch. ეგ სიმღერა გურა. იმენა AI ჰიტია პროსტო. პროსტო 3 ლაიქს როგორ არ ამიყვან. დაძილები ხარ.
Quickly talk through the positions that you're expecting.
აი ეგ მაქსიმღერით რო შემოდიოდე გაწყობთ, აი სტრიმი რო იწყებოდეს მაქსიმღერით რა. Guli boom 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 Guli Petkaus. კი, ზუსტად ორადია, ზუსტად. აი შენ იმენა ჩემს ტრინში ზიხარ პატარა.
XSC, they played this map a couple of times, obviously different levels of opponents.
ყურსას მე ჩართოთ საჭირო არის თუმე რო მაგაი.
The wins were over MIBR and Paravision. So that fills you with a little bit of confidence. Paravision win, but at the same time, that's when they had Hobbit and they had New Boy Slaxajez.
Just kind of getting himself acclimatized to the environment as well.
Here's the thing, so many teams made roster changes in the offseason, just none of the big names.
Yes.
So there was a lot of musical chairs, just nothing that's really drawing a huge amount of attention. I think BCG communicating with them MZ.
აბა წავადით ერთი მირაჟის ვისი ტრაკი აქვს. ნახეთ, მალე მოუგოს რა ვაფშე ფურია თუ მოუგებს იმენა იდეალური იქნება, მალევე დაიწყება სპირიტის თამაში და აღარ მოგვიწევს ლოდინი და მე მეც გვიან უნდა გავიდე ძმაკასთან და მალე ქნან რა. მალე მოყუმარდნენ რომ აი ხა 2-0 უცებ წაყუმრ, ეხა აქ არ გაარტყე ხო მე ახლა ფურია მოიგო პირველი მაპით, იმათ მოიგოს მეორე მაპით. კი. უკვე ეთყობა გზაშივე. კარგია, სმოუკი აცოთათი აიოდნავად და სმოუკი, მაგრამ
does actually manage to connect while blind, and now Luchov's done significant damage to Fallen without the Kevlar. The Kinder's here. Luchov onto Fallen, and Max actually worming through that smoke. He's looking for your Kinder.
Oi, me Kindara mori კაცი სად მოკლა ბიჭო.
And now it's awkward. Super uncomfortable. Block it range.
Why me არ არსებობს იეკინდარას კილები გონახ. იეკინდარას იმენა იეკინდარას კილი მანახეთ ორივე. სად მოკლა კაცი. ისმის კითხვა. სად მოკლა იეკინდარამ კაცი. Bravo იეკის, bravo.
Furia start off with the pistol. And rather convincing from Yakinda for a moment there. It looked like it had started dreamily.
Yeah, let's get that from his POV if we can, please, DJ. That was a massive double kill. Really changed the tide of this pistol. Okay. Well,
wow.
Not a whole lot you can do about that one, is there?
Sit down.
Force buy back from 90. That's 3 out of 3 pistols for Furia so far.
Ooh, okay. I'm very curious to see. Are we just rushing mid? CTs, SMGs, charging up the guts. Fallen's going to see a little tip of the head. Didn't spot it. Didn't clock it. Jump scare for Fallen. I mean, he was scared and he was jumping.
They're into B, but it's a 3v5
გავიტანეთ,
for Furia. Batten down the hatches, boys. This one's going to be tough.
Still a lurk.
Especially with K-Serato on the other side of the map.
K-Serato sad არის
He's going to be hard pressed to kind of contribute.
კი არა, კიტი. აუ რა smoke
ჩადე. Yuri into apartments, good for the post plant. K-Serato got two exposed bodies, the backstab perfect.
კარგი flank-ი ხარი.
It's gone.
Bravo. Ideალური გათამაშებული რაუნდისაო. მაინც იმის მიუხედავად რომ ორი კაცი დაკარგეს მახე, მაგალითად გაათამაშეს რაუნდისაო. არა, ფურია დღეს მართლა კარგად გამოიყურება რა. ერთი თავით მაღლა დგას ახლა 9-ზე.
Play by the Util, well-handed from Fury, even though that's sketchy with the skirmish top middle. It'll have to be the eco now from 9Z. We'll see what they want to chip him with. Some Deagles, some P250s, most likely. And this looks very dangerous, doesn't it? A minute 39 on the clock. You find yourself immediately in a 3v5. K-Serato takes his time, lines him up, knocks him down.
ეხლა წარმოიდგინე, K-Serato რო ბიზე ყოფილიყო ამათთან ერთად ძალიან გაუჭირდებოდათ მაინც რა ამ რაუნდის მოგება. Oh shit, card. Olen Beberski რას შვები.
He's got places to be. People to see.
მეორე კაც არ ელოდებიან შორტზე, ხო? შანსი არა.
Taking the boys out for a steak dinner to celebrate.
აი, მათმა დააბორტეს ბიზე ეგზეკი. ინტერესოა.
I've got Sunday to round
out. Აი, ხა 7-იანი ვინ არის? K-Serato რო შეყოლოდა იმ შორტის კაცზე იმათ ვიკაებოთ.
Downtime before the game start up on Wednesday.
ხა შეიძლება გატროლონ რაუნდი არა? K-Serato კარგად არის.
For the first couple of days of play.
აკაიბოთ გძნობს მათავს.
Moving to a much bigger space. And then on the Sunday for the grand final.
ძალიან კარგად ისვის.
K-Serato arena, which is where the Paris weapon.
აი მე ბიჭო, კარგით რა ხდება? ჩემ კაცი იმენა არ გაჩერდა.
Back at the major, Yukinda absolutely mauled 9Z on this map, but he had 7 multi-kills, 103. We'll round up, we'll give him 104 ADR. Molido also playing a factor of that. It's Max. Not finding any resistance with the Deagle. It's just Luchon over towards Ticket, and he's been noted now.
Yeah, Furia, one of the many discussion points is that they are the best example of a team bringing in these imports, breaking what was pure Brazilian roster into what has been a more successful amalgamation of talent.
Yeah, you wonder, does that say more about the talent or about how much the buyouts are in the region? Maybe a little bit of both?
A bit of column A, column B.
Because there are definitely players out there who you would be excited about if you're Furia. There's an Insani, but we know that over there in Brazil, these buyouts can be extraordinary.
Yeah, anyone got a money tree?
Big plant mine year on year. Okay.
Three smoke start, double window, yikes. And you've got Yukinda humbled with a HE. Quick on this, look at this, no way you're ready for that. DGT's down. K-Serato beat the incendiary. At least there's a trade, there's Wasso, puts him down, but in the meantime, you know the A players were distracted, you start to get Tetris space, and
Hello, thanks for coming.
Can I get more out of this? He asked
surely
himself.
Take him.
Why
me? Should be fine to tap him in the side of the head, but he wants more.
No way.
He tells Fallen, he says, there is a man on the fight. I'm going to go and get something extra.
Yeah, he's got the rotations covered off at least, but Molido also has a full body utility. So this is kind of crazy because if he gets caught off guard,
of course they're going to
be worried about the window.
Overcookie mode, that's
mass. Luchon's taking down Molido and then the fight.
Wow, overcookie mode.
That's a classic overcooking of the pooch right there.
Yeah, that leaves you with a
overcookie mode.
Minty, spicy.
Oh dear. He kills Huasa. Sure, he's not to know, but once you make it into jungle and there's no resistance, at that point, you got to be wondering. That's where you like to see players play to contain, but it's a T side, so it's a little bit of a different scenario. That one, we'll see if the frustrations have ramifications. K-Serato, 3 of his 6 kills so far have been in the back, so...
Yeah.
Beautiful double, though, from Huasa. And
don't
even know that unfolded. They have absolutely no idea.
Got boosted window. იყო პირველი წამი რო აი გაატარა და მოძებნა საიტში კაცი იყო თუ არა, მაგრამ ის ჯანგში რო წავიდა და იმაში გაძვერით მაგას არავინ არ იმას იზავს კარჩე. ხო უნდა მიხვდე რომ კარჩე რამზე კაცი ჩაეტენა, კონექტორს არავინ ჰოლდავს, ჯანგში კაცი ხარ, შეხვედი ჯანგში არავინ არა, ვინდოუსში არავინ არა, ესე იგი ვიღაცა უყურებს ხო მაინც მაგ პოზიციას ყველა ვარიანტში რა.
Keserato up to
იმიტომ რომ 4-ნიარიან ცოცხლები ახლა საწავიდოდ ამდენი
just by burrowing into it, it's going to make things very difficult for this retake, and Mayan's not going further than this.
A couple of smokes though on the retake, and there are kits. Remember, it's planted in sight. Yuri is very low.
You're right.
არა მან просто პირ საიტი როგორც კი გაჩეკა და გააკლია რომ აი სტერსთან ახლო ჯანგთან მივიდა თუ არა ეგრე უნდა მობრუნებული იყო მოეკლა ეკასთან შო.
Low HP, easy for Luchov. Now they've got to get that kit on the bomb.
Has to be fallen.
Someone's got to hold it. 5 second stick, just in time, just in time.
Why, man?
Oh my goodness, a heist. Stolen away from Furia. 9Z making a one-round game.
Okay, that's now 2 very frustrating rounds back to back. You've got the Molotov slip short. It felt like they made up for it there, playing in that post plant, especially with the pace that they went in that round. You must have some assumption if you're going to be hitting the site with a minute 40 on the clock that they are still going to have block utility available.
დაანებით მათავი. მე რო დაანგიშლის დაანებით თავ. ყველა და არ მოიშალმდნენ. არა, ეგ კაი რაღაცაა, კი, მეც გამისწორდა. Smoke shlis.
He's not quite there, but they know that they're still in a good position to humble 9Z, who have a few players with a bit of extra cash. Again, Fallen happy just to take these swings. Dancing in and out of the smoke, back and forth with the flashes.
I think someone just scored.
Yeah, okay.
We've got Rocket League on that main stage right now.
Double
up ramp. Yuri gets info.
Yeah, good amount of info. Has to stay alive as well, so that goes both ways. Redeploy of a con smoke, just slowing down the pace after Furia. Got Fallen out towards the top mid box. They've got the bomb down in T-spawn. 2 players still floating towards B. The bomb picked up now. Window smoke from Molotov. And con smoke from Fallen. So this will force the breakout from Mayan. Let's see if they're trying to link up Cat. That will keep the B defense of Max Luchov planted.
He fired a shot, so AWP was A.
He
is rotating now. It's an A fake. It's actually going to pull him back.
It's all by design. They've really
Luchov
the rotation, and Luchov gets caught out. It's just Max up against the world. Fallen down, tracked nicely. That's a good output out of Max. Keeps it level at least. The bomb will go down. Actually, I think twice about it. Maybe being spotted out. He actually throw the incendiary to disrupt. Chose not to. Elected not to. Bomb down. Kinder, safe pathing. Anticipates it's market-centric on this retake, and he's right. The angle on Molotov there catches out DGT. Wasso not to be underestimated, though, on the surge. Just looked away. The timing favors Wasso in a large way. They're both hiding out in the apartments. It's Molotov on a pre-fire headshot. Nothing for Mayan. Can't win this one. Gotta take that expensive weapon into the next. And you won't. Stuck around for something. Leaves with nothing.
Yeah, it's always going to be tough to cross there, but he gets away with the AWP. He could have dropped multiple guns, so that is going to force Bit to take a timeout. If that was 3 consecutive rounds where Furia had an advantage and let it fumble, you have to think that mental's starting to take a bit of a turn.
Yeah, that's like the first kind of band-aid solution to what was a very, like you said, 2 very, very frustrating rounds. A failed trigger discipline play into a true last-second defuse. Right under the noses of Fallen. And Co.
Oh, the fake worked perfectly, didn't it? Big control, AU2, catch a player with his back turn.
Good rifle work on Molotov this round. Made that Galil work.
We knew that Mayan had cash. They've been able to get out 3 M4s around an AWP. There's 1 kit, and Max, the B defender, with an MP9.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world then if you can find yourself an opening, which looks like there's collision course set here in mid. Luchov, down to Yakinda. Quick one back, got to get out of there.
Why
he stands his ground onto the Fallen swing. A trade attempt from the captain. Results in an advantage for 9Z, trying to keep this just a 1-round game.
Yeah, they're ready for the Yuri lurk, thinking he was going to try and take some space off of that mid-fight.
Here we go. Ooh, quick again. The headshots keep coming from the Molotov rifles.
ერთადად იეკინდა რა დადის ხოლმე ეგრე ფლანგზე მან. ყველანაირი არასწორი როტაცია გააკეთეს შეხედა ფიზემიდის 3 კაცი. პირველი მაპი მოიგო ფურიამ კი მოიგო. პირველი ფურიამ მოიგო. 35 ლაიქი გვაკლია 300-მდე ძმებო. მე უყურეთ რო აღარ მკითხოთ ხოლმე ზემოთ შუაში რო აიხედებით ოთხკუთხედები არის, ოთხკუთხედები რომელსაც განათებული ექნება შესაბამისად იმან მოიგო მაპი. ესე იგი პირველი მეორე მაპი თუ არის ეს ზემოთ წერია მარცხენა მხარეს მაპები. ანგარიში წერია რა ყველაფერი წერია შეგიძლიათ შეხედოთ. მე რო აღარ მკითხოთ. რა ვისაკო ისეა. შეიძლება მაშინ რო იყო ხოძე, აი მალადოე რო იყო ეგეთ ხოძე არ არიან, მაგრამ ნორმალურად არიან.
Yeah, you don't get double swung. DGT and Max standing and banging from Con. But you have got that one-round game after all.
This is how Dust 2 went in the first half.
Spirit თამაშობს ესენი როგორც კი მოჩებიან მაშინ Spirit და Big თამაშობენ ერთმანეთის წინააღმდეგ გავარდნაზე და. აუ მაგ თამაშობები მეც ფერი ვწია.
Very good work from Mayan under pressure in a lot of these fights.
Serious output on that AWP right there.
Yeah, that could have been the 7th ace of EWC so far, but just one shy.
Discord-ის სერვერზე ჩემოდით მე ვარ და გავწყოთ აპინური რაც არის, ან შეგიძლიათ Discord-ის ლინკი ნახოთ აღწერაში.
You're worried about the cat crawl, you just saw your Kinder run to great success, but it's in through underpass. And now another one of these A fakes.
აუ ესენი სხვათა შორის ეხა ბოლო მეიჯორი რაც იყო რა, იმაზე რა ქვია. მანდ გამოჩნდნენ ეს გუნდი რა, ანუ აქამდე ჩანდნენ, მაგრამ მათ ძალიან ხოძე იყვნენ და მაგის მერე დააგროვეს საკაიფო ქულები. და მაგის მერე მოიხოდნენ და აქ ეხა აი ერთ გუნდში თამაშობენ რა. კაი გუნდია რა რეალურად, ცუდი ტიპები არ არიან.
He already has 3 in the round, going to be 4.
გადაუკეტა კი ისე რატომ.
Ooh, maybe. Aha. I was going to say maybe 2 safe, but Fallen's going back to A. So they've juked
him here. Super light,
all it takes, flashbang.
Expo თუ რაღაც ეგეთი არის სახელი არ მახსოვს ზუსტად რა ქვია რა. Logitech-ის headset-ი X Pro X2 რა რაღაც ეგეთი დაგუკლე და ამოიღე.
gets that triple kill, right? We're talking pistols.
სადღაც 700 ლარამდეზე ღირს საქართველოში რო იყო.
Well, that rifle was put to very good use.
Indeed. But again, they just they throw the mid util. You can see the thought process. All right, we can't see window, we can't see con. We're worried about the short scale because the cat smoke. They blow open smokes, they spam through. Then they go, okay, hold up, they're not here. So then you turn to the extremities. You think, are they ready to pop? And then the A fake comes in, which helps your suspicions, but they just weasel through the smoke. And Caserado with some very important trade work.
Oh, ჩემსაზე უთხარი. ჩემ ჰედსეტზე უთხარი,
აბა. Damage inflicted.
ეს. Oh, squittel.
Good calling from Fallen.
Zovis success hertziani კაი აქვს. Zovis ყველაფერი კაი აქვს. პადი, მაუსი, კლავიატურა, კი სა. პადი, მაუსი და ის რა ქვია. მონიტორი. კლავიატურებიც აქვს, მაგრამ არ ვიცი კლავიატურა რამდენად კარგია, ვერ გეტყვი. აზია რომ.
Comes the runway for Molodoi, and then they just pull 9-0 around the map.
დღეს მეძინა 4 საათი და იმენა.
Feels a lot easier when you've got Yuri and Caserado.
Oh, for sure. I think for him, he is always going to have Yakinda and Molodoi call their shots.
Yeah.
So
the rest are kind of what? Like not the supporting cast. That's not the right way to frame it.
კარჩე, ჩემი ჰედსეტის სახელი თუ გაინტერესებთ, რა ქვია ჩემ ჰედსეტს. ჩემი ბოლო დადებული ვიდეო ნახეთ, რაც მიდევს ვიდეო. აი მის აღწერა შეეძლება მარტივად რო აგეხსნათ რა. Logitech-ის Pro X2 რაღაც ეგეთი ქვია, ზუსტად არ მახსოვს რა.
You just need to temper him in certain rounds as they're trying to get tricky over these smokes here on Huasao.
Can't see much.
And again, it's another fakey maneuver.
Play-off-ები იწყება, კარგი, ორ სამშაბათი შესვენება გვაქვს, სადაც მაგ დღეებში ალბათ single player თამაშს დავხურავ. რამეს.
Caserado is at bench. Like what?
4 შაბათს უკვე ვიწყებთ play-off-ებს და ეგ გრძელდება 23-მდე რა. Pro X2 light speed ქვია, ხო, ეგ ქვია.
By cutting noise they end up going B. This is so bizarre. That 10-second pause was genius, actually, because the entire CT side vacate, and now they're all going to walk into Caserado.
How far do they go? Do they keep...
Does he just stay bench?
This is crazy.
I've never seen anything like this. He's going to hear this.
Noisy.
Here we go.
What?
Why are we jiggling that?
All right,
well, magazda mere od იმას ველოდები რა ქვია.
Okay.
27 ველოდები მე ის გამოდის რა ქვია, ჩვენი თამაში გამოდის, Blacktail-ი გამოდის, რომელიც ორი ნაწილის დახურული იყო სტრიმზე და ეხლა მესამე უნდა დავხუროთ სტრიმზე რა.
This is the path of least resistance.
ის რასაც რავი, წლებია ველოდები მაგ თამაშის გამოსვლას, რომ მაინტერესებს როგორ გაგრძელდა იმ მეორე ნაწილის მე.
Oh, he's even
ეს
taken
კარგი
another
თამაში იქნება,
round.
პრეორდერს მივცემ ეხლა
Frustrating death there.
20-21 უკვე პრეორდერს მივცემ და ეგვიწევ ვითამაშე ეგეც. ეგეც ძალიან გაასწორებს. ასევე მეორე არხი გავაკეთე YouTube-ის. ჯუჯოი ვიდეოს ქვია იმ არხს, სადაც მარტო, კაროჩე, შორტები, ვიდეოები და ეგეთი რაღაცები, ამის მერე დაიდება მარტო მან. აქ იქნება მარტო live stream-ები. და იქ დაიდება ვიდეოები ყველანაირი, ანუ кейსების გახსნის, დემოს გახსნა და რაღაცები ყველაფერი დაიდება იქ.
He's conditioned them so much that whenever
მაგასთან დაკავშირებითაც ვიდეოს დავდებ, რომ ახალი არხი გავაკეთე და ვისაც ენდომება და ვისაც სრული იქნება გამოიწერს.
Now when you go direct, the rotation's going to be so late.
რაზია ვაფშე პირველად გესმის, მიდი ძმა უცებ, სანამ 27 მოვა პირველი ორი ნაწილი დახურე, აი. ასწავლე თამაში. აი ძველი დრო თუ გევასება, აი შავი ჭირის დრო რო იყო და რაღაცა ეგეთი რა. ანუ მაგ დროინდელი სამყარო თუ გევასება.
Yeah, there's a couple of mares. The opening deaths. Another one added to the column there.
მაგრის თამაშია რა.
6 already on the T side. You're happy with this Furia. You'll take every round you can get, so we'll see how many more you can add to the tally, but down the stretch, 90 don't win this.
Hang on, Luchov's
გაგუდეს ლუჩოვა შორტს.
from May and it stops them and enables
ლაგუე კალე, ანუ Blacktail-ი ქვია, ეგრე ქვია.
Back and forth. 3 on 3.
ამისია და Hugo. მაგის მეორე ნაწილი, პირველი ნაწილის დავხურეთ, მეორე ნაწილის დავხურეთ, 12 9 საათი სტრიმავდი ერთ ნაწილს და 3 საათი თუ რაღაცა მეორე ნაწილს, ანუ პატარა ისე. ეხა გამოდის მაგისი Legacy ასე ვთქვათ. მესამე ნაწილი არ ვიცი რამდენად იქნება იმის გაგრძელება, მაგრამ რაღაცა იქნება რა. რაღაცა კავშირი იქნება თვითონ. როგორც თამაში ძალიან საინტერესო. Single player ვისაც გევასებთ.
You did. It was a big one against, was it Aurora?
It was. It was on cash and
ეს რომელი ქვეყნებია? რავი, ესენი ფურია ბრაზილიური ორგანიზაცია, მაგრამ ყავთ სამი ბრაზილიელი, ერთი ლატვიელი და ერთი ყაზახი.
Both of them were probably fighting like it's a major grand final because no one wants to be in a lower ranking.
ერთიდან 600 ან დიდი განსხვავება ძალიან დიდი, ანუ შედარებაც არ შეიძლება. 60-დან რო გადავედი 75 ჰერცზე, წარმოიდგინე 60 და 75 ის ვიგზენი და ახლა 240-დან რო 600-ზე გადახავ, ოღონდ 600 FPS უნდა გქონდეს, რა თქმა უნდა, სტაბილურად 500 მაინც რომ ითამაშო ნორმალურად. ვარ გაქვს მაგდენი FPS-ი, აუ რა მოხდა იმას. DJ მუსიკა რო გაგვიტიში თუ შეიძლება, მადლობა. აი ესენი კიდე არგენტინელები არიან, ერთი მე მგონი კუბა, ერთი მე მგონი ჩილედან არის. ძირითადად არგენტინე, ჩილე არიან მე მგონი თორსები აქ. ყველასი არ ვიცი, ესენი მაინც ახალი გამოჩენილი კომანდაა და კიდე დავიცი. 500 თუ გაქვს, მაინც მაშინ არა 600 ჰერცს ვერ დააყენებ, მაგრამ შეგიძლია 500 ჰერცი თამაში. მე 30 ლაიქიც მივართ, 300 ავიდეთ.
I love that cam. 10 points to camera operator 1.
Probably J-Raz?
I would hope so.
ბიჭო, gameplay უნდა დაიკიდო რა, ანუ მაგ თამაშის gameplay თუ gameplay-ს უყურებ და რაღაც იმებს, ვერ იკაიფებ მაგ თამაშის gameplay-თ რა. მაგას ეგ არის იმენი ისტორია, ანუ თვითონ story არის თამაშის ძალიან მაგარი.
Oh, you didn't quite hit that headshot you'd have liked, but
Mafias.
Okay. Significant damage on that, but it's getting out of hand fast. Molodoy down to 23, a single bullet, Max bound finds it, and it's all
Mafias მიხუროთ, მაგრამ
Quasa will close it down, they'll leave with some free rifles and a much needed fourth.
просто ეგ უნდა დაიწყო მაშინ პირველი ნაწილი და მაგრამ ისა აქვს, ხო რიმეიკი გავუკეთეთ პირველი ნაწილს, მაგრამ მეორე ნაწილი მეორე ნაწილს არა აქვს რიმეიკი, ხო?
There's no question that 9Z can shoot some sharp shots on the digs.
Yeah, I know, it must have been Luchov's shot. But also Luchov's presence on B. He was there just telling the boys, stay where you are, I'm fine.
Oh, they walk away with a bunch of
PS5 არ მაქვს, ეხლა უნდა ვიყიდო PS5. ან დონაცია მაგის მოგროვებული მაქვს და მიდევს просто ანგარიშზე, რომ ველოდები როდის გამოდის, ხო? მეტროს ჩემი მაგაცი ხურავდა და აღარ მაინტერესებს ახლა უყურე ნახევარზე მეც უკვე და გავიგე რა ხდება. მეორე რიმეიკიც არის? ბიჭო, აი მეორე რო იყო მეტრო, გახსოვთ? სუსუთავი, აი პირველად როცა გამოვიდა მეტრო, რამდენად წინ იყო თავის დროსთან შედარებით, გახსოვთ? ანუ ეგეთი გრაფიკა რა ვიცი, ჩემ მაგ დროისთვის მე მახსოვს კიდე ბავშვი ვიყავი, ჯერ კიდე სკოლაში დავდიოდი, მე მგონი ეგ რო გამოვიდა. იყიდე თორე კიდევ გაძვირდება, ვიყიდი მაშინ უკვე. მაგრამ რაღაცა ზვირდება, რატო ის აიღეს და ის მინდა პრო მინდა და რავი, პრო 1.25 ლაში მომიწეს. 1 ტერაბაიტიანი მაინც დავიტრიო. ბიჭო, პროსტო იცი რა არ მინდოდა? რო ვიყიდოთ ხო, პროსტო უნდა მენდოს ხო რა, მაინც და მაინც, ანუ მე მინდა რომ ვითამაშო ისა ქვია, ჯეტია რა, ანუ მაგრამ კიდე ყველა სხვა თამაში რა, ჯეტიას თამაში მინდოდა. მეთქი ვიყიდით ხო, ბარემ რავი, როდის ოქტომბრის ბოლოს ვიყიდით ხო, არა მოიცეს ტრაქში იმენა ტიპები რა, კარგად აი ესეთ მირაჟ თამაშობდა კაკრას თავიდან ფურია. ეხლა მე მგონი დაიწყეს ისე ეგეთი თამაში. იეკინდარას აქტიურობით. ოლი ბუმ ბუმ ეგ გვინდა რა ცოტში.
Boys, you're going to run out of time.
Ooh, Fallen's mad about that one for sure. Max has made a little bit of a case that they can still do this, and sitting in the opener, sitting duck is Yakinda. Serato manages the angles well. They haven't got the info they needed, and so now all he needs to do is just stop them from touching that bomb. He's covering it nicely. Yeah. Time check.
It's going to be damn close. It's going to be down to the wire.
Big difference between 8-4 and 7-5. 9Z pull it off.
They've had a couple of nail biters in that first half.
და ის სამმა ვაფშე ჩაიჯვა ხო? ვაფშე არ გაასწორა.
You're thinking to yourself, with the bomb planted, with Fallen covering the rotations, that should be Furious 8th round every day of the week. They've let that one slip through the fingers.
Could you help me out understanding why Yakinda is in the open like that? I'm sure there is a logical explanation for his
მაგათ ბევრი ექსკლუზივი აქვს ხო?
There's a level of confidence coming into play there as well.
როგორ ყიდულობენ იმაზე, რა ქვია, PlayStation-ზე თამაშებს, რაღაც Amazon-ზე უნდა იყიდო, ხო? gift card-ები თუ რაღაცა და მაგას ააქტიურებ მე შენ store-ში, ხო?
It's the second time that they planted in a safe position. That means you can't play the bomb from Con. So there were some very frustrating rounds lost in that first half of Fury. They're probably feeling like they could have had a 9-3 second and getting the job done.
ეს ფილმს რო უყურებდი და ზენდაია რო გამეჩითა ათენად, მან მივხვდი რომ მეთქი GG. ათენა იყო იმაში, ბერძნულ მითოლოგიაში ათენა იყო ის რა ქვია, ზენდაია, მაგრამ გამისწორდა. მეთქი GG, კაი, რა ვიცი, მოასაღო. δεν განაცვალეთ.
Oh, maybe they go through the consummate. They've got this late piece of Huasao.
They will.
P250 through Palace.
One more of where that came from. And in they breach. Maladoy taps one out.
Maladoy.
They've got good positions for this now. Yakinda versus the P250. Too much to ask for. Nice work.
Crispy.
Good aim, yeah. It's on display.
რავი, ეხა დიდად მაშინ რა ქვია. ანუ ფილმი როგორც ასეთი კაი იყო და კარგად შეასრულეს რა, ანუ სახელმწიფო ზენდაიანს კარგად შეასრულა, მაგრამ აი თვითონ მაგას არ ვითარხები რომ რა ვიცი. მე რომ ათამაშონ იმაში რა ქვია. კინგ-კონგის როლში იგივე თემა არის.
Well, one round gap.
Very comfortable.
Furia is starting to get a little bit sweaty. And if they force by now, and they drop this, the ramifications of that will have flow-on effects. Yeah, it's starting to take shape. Moladoy, he's not going to fully invest with the fort. Oh, he has with his decisions on the buys. They want to make sure they have smokes to corral. 4 Deagles.
Deagle to such an extent. You know, typically 1 or 2, but 4. Back in their aim. Backing that B site read. Fallen started with extra troops on that side of the map.
Cole looks very good.
Hey, got it. No duel.
Kinder doesn't connect anything on the short walk, but here comes the pincer maneuver.
I Nikos dzwoni დავადოთ.
The 5-7 gets nothing.
მე ბიჭო, რა ვერ გაიგეთ, რომ ჩემს ჩუკლენში არ არსებობს არანაირი არის სიტყვის თავისუფლება. რასაც იძახს დიქტატორის არის ეგრე რა, ანუ ნუ მე წინააღმდეგები, თორე ჩამოგახშობთ ეხლა და რავი რა გინდა ძმაო. გაატრაკეთ საქმე რა. ესენი აქ ამბექებენ მე მგონი ჩემ. მართლა? ხო, ანუ მე მეგონა გიფკარდები უნდა მეყიდა ამაზონზე და რაღაცა. ესე კაროჩე, ნიკა ჩამოეხშობა და ის რა ქვია, გიო ძმაო. თქვენ ჩამოგწროლობთ ხარ. ანუ ყველათ რო შეეპასუხეთ მაგის გამო საიჭებით.
Just smiling.
არ მოგწონთ, უნდა მოგწონთ, სოჩი.
When the game feels like this, when everything
ჩუკლენდის დიქტატორის ეს რა დელაპარაკი. აქ 9-0 აკამბექებს მე ბო რავშვებით. აქ მესამე მაპი გვინდა აქაც. ანუ ბოლომდე გავწეროთ ბარემ სპირიტის თამაში.
Yeah, there should be nothing to be said about this one.
So off of a lot of these rounds early, they've constantly been denying middle and connector. On the pistol was deep con that they ran through for the A split, but in the last two, it's just been the shallow con smoke as the EU2 is in the air. It's a barrage utility that Yuri's going to try.
PS0 ფილმი გადაიღონ რევაზა იქნება ნიუქში რო რეაქტორი არის. ანუ წამიწამზე რო შეიძლება გასკდეს აფეთქდეს აი.
Really lovely layering of the util as well there.
Only point of interest is this fallen flash.
სალომესაც ბანი რო დავადოთ თუ შეიძლება.
How many Mac 10 francs can you get, Lucio?
ყველა ჩემს წინააღმდეგ. ოკეი, კი შემოგიშვებ ჩუკლენში როგორ არის თქვენ? ამუდამოდ აგერგება ჩუკლენში შემოსვა. ნიკას გიოს და სალომეს აიყზალა თამუდამოდ ჩუკლენში შემოსვა. ვეღარ უწევს შემოსვა.
He's been brought down very low and does still take just the one.
ხო ძმაო და თუ გინდა რომ გაგიწურო რა ეხლა მე რაში მაწყობ შენი გაწურვა.
And if they are you even getting away with them.
ჩემი პრომო კოდი გამოიყენე რომ დაბეთე თუ რა გენ.
Oi, gets himself a little extra as Yakinda on the low HP player. Finishes off.
Well,
the score at the major was 13-9 in favor of Furia. Both teams looking to show improvements the last tussle, and the third and deciding map of that series was Overpass. Well, that's not in the pool this time round. We'll find ourselves on Nuke if we need to get there, and 9Z making me question why the hell not.
Oh, we're just leaving Expo.
Holiday in with the AWP, starting ticket.
არა მე დავაწინაურებ ყველა ჩემს სიკვდილამდე აუწრე მე განდერძი დატოვებული მაქვს უკვე რა ვიცი ვისაც უნდა დავუტოვო ჩოკლეტი მე რომ მოკვდე მაგრამ მე ის მაქვს რა ქვია არა ეგრე მარტივად არ მოკვდე ორეულებს დავტოვებ რა და ისინი გააგრძელებენ ჩემს მოღვაწეობას დედამიწაზე
and it looks to be more of the same right now up against the guns.
Copy paste different Molotov variation.
600 იანი იყიდე ძმა და დააყენა 501. მე 601-ს მარტო 601 კი არ აქვს.
Pulls the trigger onto Lucho. First blood for Furia, but the site now lost. Smoke break does expose Wasso and Palace.
აუ როგორ ერთარი პასუხები დამიწერეთ.
Behind these jungle smokes.
They'll be fading now.
Any moment now. Trying to see some
control
in CT. The deep smoke will facilitate that. It's 5-on-4, but with the bomb now down.
მაგრამ დამიჯერე ძალიან გაგისადოთ თამაში პოსტ.
Yeah, fading now on the CT.
Okay, bro, მადლობა რჩევისთვის, აუცილებლად. ეხლა დავითრე უკვე მაშინ რა ამ დღეებში გავალ და დავითრე. PS Pro. მაგაზე ისეთ კონტენტს გავაკეთებ ამ GTA 6-ზე, იმენ ფილდებში. მოიხოდა ჰუასოპიკები. Wasopix 21
up to 21 as 9Z find themselves their 9th.
Yeah, okay, well, putting himself in pole position to take this map now. So we'll add his 6th multi to the tally at the top of the table. Continuing as Max is very happy with holding. All to get you the opener, but that's about all you get. Had that second phase. They're handling business right now.
First time out we've seen from Furia. Sid's making full use of it.
Well, yet to get a round going in the second half of play.
აგერც მარცხენა კუთხეში არის ხედავ აქ ქვემოთ დაბლა ნახე. არა, შენი მენაზრი არ გაგცემა. შენი მენაზ.
Max loss bonus.
შე კაპრონის თოქზე უნდა ჩამოგახსნა, რომ იმენა იმ ემრეელად მოკვდე.
Heads up display.
რამდენს უბედავენ შუკლენდის დიქტატორს. დავტოვებ მე ჩემს
Suspect 9Z to take a bit of pace out of this one. I say that as they all gravitate towards A.
მე თუ მომიშორებთ.
The smokes again for Maximilian.
მე ვარ ჰიდრაც მე ერთი თავი რომ მომაჭრათ მე კიდე ამონდის თავები.
Furia do have to demonstrate that they can handle it.
გვირგვინი არ მაქვს არ გვირგვინი არ ჭირდება ჩემ ჩოკლენში ყველა თანაბარი ვარ არ ჭირდება გვირგვინი და რაღაცა უბრალოდ ჩემს გვარის ავარი რა ან თქვენ თავისუფლები ხართ ყველაფერი შეგიძლიათ აკეთოთ მაგრამ მე რასაც ვიტყვი მაინც იმას გავაკეთებ ან თქვენი აზრი შეგიძლია გამოთქვათ არ არის პრობლემა ანუ აფიქსირებთ თქვენს აზრს მაგრამ მე მაინც ისე ვაკეთებ როგორც მე მინდა ხდებით ან თქვენ გაქვთ სიტყვის თავისუფლება მაგრამ მე მაინც ისე ვაკეთებ როგორც მე მინდა რას ვერ მიხდით ჩუკლენდი არის ძალიან დემოკრატიული ის იქნება
So Fallen, if he had all the info that both players there, you could have seen him just charge through and really close the door on this. He stayed over towards the B apartments. He's playing to contain and playing for info, so it's a very tough shot to hit.
ან მინდა რომ მივამს გავსო ხდები
get away and they can rejig the CT setup. Furia looking to get their first round on the CT side.
ან დემოკრატიას ყიდი თქვენთან მაგრამ მე ვარ აქ მთავარი.
So you want to get double digits. So Fallen on this line.
This is just for that info.
დემოკრატია ჩამოხტა ბაბა რა გონია. ბელაც შევრაწობს აყენებ, რატო აყენებ?
Rotations coming. The great migration of Furia players are on their way and that nade. So no, yeah, we know you're here.
მე მოგეყანახე ყურე, არასწორად იყენებ სიტყვის თავის. მე მოგეცით სიტყვის თავისუფლება და გამოიყენეთ იმისთვის რომ მე დაგეჩაგრეთ და დაგემცირებინეთ და დაგებულინგებინეთ. ეგ აღარ არის უკვე სიტყვის თავისუფლება. ამიტომ ჩამოეხშობთ. აღარაფერი გიშვით. განზად გოშებდობა.
Has been taking a lot of space and was calling up a storm in that first half. A lot of fakes.
მალე დაიწყოს რაიმე ამათ
That's got to be a little prep move, right? Because they've swung off the utilins that A execute, they've caught the
ვაიმე ჩემი ჭკვიანი მინარი როდის უნდა მოვიგოთ კიდევ ერთი მსოფლიო ჩემპიონატი მაქსიმუმს
the question if they lose this one you even got DGT with an AK but Kevlar no head armor
აი რა ძმა რა
I guess less of a problem versus 3 CTs
they're running
with
out
the AK that's a nice start but there's still the A side's been such a problem. Ooh, opportunity for Yakinda cut short. Now Palace successful. Wasso on the low HP. What? He just takes heads. Time after time.
კარგები ხართ მე ბრავო მესამე მაპზე მივდივართ გენაცვალეთ.
Straight bullet.
არ დაასე ვარგინა კეისე რატო? შენ და 5-14 ფოლენე და არ ითეიგეთ ამას. აუ ამ გულმა რა ტრაკი გამიტრაკა საქმე ზო რას ვხლიტავ თელეგრამს
I think you just got to hold on to this concede the fact that 9Z continue.
არ მეყოძილი რა
I don't understand where these frags keep coming from. Huasso is so deadly.
24 ლაიქით მივარყათ რა ძმებო.
About to be put into question for
9Z ავიდეთ ბარი.
They get to 10 first.
მომისმენთ ახლა 300 ლაიქამდე. თუ ავალთ მე თქვენ გაძლევთ ბონუსად 7 სანტიმეტრ სიმაღლეს 6 სანტიმეტრ სიგანეს და 8 სანტიმეტრ იმას. რა ვიცი, თქვენი არჩევანი ახლა 300 ლაიქს ამიყვან თუ არ ამიყვან. ვინც 300 ლაიქამდე ახლა დააწყაპუნებთ მაგ ლაიქებს აგებთ. მოგცემთ მაგ ლაიქს. აგინეთა იყავით
at this point then other parts of that become weaker. Today channel through mid, they just go for a knockout blow execute over towards B. Where do you sacrifice?
მე ჩემსას ვიკლებ. მე ვარ 2 მეტრი და 6 სანტიმეტრი. მე ჩემსაზე მოვიკერდი და
you're going to have to pick your poison right now if you're Furia and his A site has felt very susceptible.
Yeah, they tried that double Palace MP9 push.
That's it. You're not going to go for the same move in a gun round, right? So you're going to have to go for something.
შენ ეგ ძმა ეგ მე გაძლევ და რაშიც გინდა იმაში გამოიყენე.
Although it looks like he's taking the AWP towards A again. This could be the pair up towards ramp with Yuri just to get that. This is happening. Take a look. The round is feeling like it's over at a minute 25.
Yeah, full blind.
9Z are essentially calling out this A side.
აი რას სიმაღლე ძმა იმის ბარებში რო ის კამით გას ხოლმე 2 მეტრიანი იმაზე ზიხარ რომ კომპიუტერს მიგდე გაჩვენე.
The retake's impossible still. Must feel really funky for Furia right now.
ბიჭო არ ვიცი 1000 ჰერცი როგორი მუშაობს არანაირად იმუშაობს არ ვიცი.
This is actually going to have fallen. They've already expended that smoke immediately. Right, it wasn't a jump spot and then we dropped the util and play it defensively. That makes you feel like, okay, if they want to block so early, are they trying to make a move elsewhere? As we can see with the radar, it's relatively passive hold from the CTs. And 2 burrowed in the back of the B site. It's Ikinda who's going to be on the jump spot. They're foregoing window control. They're going to let them jump up if they like. So the pressure point for me at the moment is likely Yuri, who's trying to play in tandem with this Molodoi triple box setup.
$1000 ღირს. კი ვიყიდი აბა რას ვიზოთ მაგრამ. $1000 PlayStation-ი მომდის არ გავარკვინ მას.
Into this.
EGT starting his swing. Fight trade immediate. And you're blocked. 45 seconds. You don't really want to be running through a grey screen.
Well, keep your eyes on this from Max.
Წვეჩი ერთ-ერთ. ბიჭო 300 ჰერცის რო გამოვართვა. ამიწონეთ. 300 ჰერცის ამიწონეთ რა ძმებო. Wow, მესამე მაპში მიდივარ და ნიუკის დეტავადე.
Yeah, heaps of time. Yeah, don't you worry about that. This is 11 on a silver platter, and you have to save right now, you Kinder and Queserado.
That kill from Max is everything. Worms through the back line, cognizant that there will be a reaction or a rotation. And you would think, I mean, Molodoi is also definitely going on and considering that possibility, but I think the first bullet was the start of the end for Molodoi. Just nails it, does Max. They are playing this game where they get to keep the AKs continually, but
sure,
you've got to use them at some point.
The CT side is a partial investment.
Yeah, sure.
So you're not replicating this through strong means. You're going, okay, the CT side looks sick. It's like, nah. There's nothing that's really given us that indication. As add another one to the Tally 9Z. And at one point, this was at 7-3 scoreline. Those frustrating rounds which felt like they were Furia can get past is no more. This is 9Z just 2 rounds away from taking Furia's map and pushing us to nuke the third and decider. Will there be resistance from the Brazilians' defense? Max is getting to do some rhythm calling at the moment. So if he went back to doing more of that A play, or throw that same util, he gets to be the one to orchestrate the fakes now. Missed the window smoke.
It means Molodoi's got the sight line. They're going to try and jump out and punish this.
არ ვიცი bro, Dave, აზერზე არ ვარ მაგ ფანტაზის. არასდროს არ გამიკეთები, როგორ დაგეხმარა?
That's going to be bouncing around. There's surely an opportunity for him here.
ეგეც Discord-ში დაწერო რამე წლის სკრინები ჩააგდო და მე გირჩევ რომელი აიღო.
Oh, that's awareness on
display.
Nearly 3. Queserato quick on the double. And look at Wasso. They were spotting on the pixel, anticipated the Orb's reaction and gets away with his life.
And look where the bomb's heading. Max over towards B. He's going to call man to come and join him, and that means that Huasa just gets to be a nuisance.
Oh, wow.
We had the advantage. Wasso's taking him down.
Ball's going to run into this. How far does he press the issue?
Does he tug? No, he's going to swing. He is going to swing, and Max is ready for this. So ready.
Oh.
2 HP.
But the Orb's here. Do they pivot back? Huasa saying nobody home over towards A.
You got plenty of time. The pivot is in. Mayan's going to commit in. It's all bad info for Molodoi. At least he's able to find the first of the 1v3 for free.
Max is coming back.
Max is coming back. This trigger discipline, this could be the redemption.
სადღამიდიხარ შეკეთილ ძაღლო კიდე over cookie მოგდის. Hello.
He's never going to do it again. I've decided for him.
Twice in one.
შენს გამოაგებენ ბლეად ამ მირაჟსაც.
Okay. Well,
that little double take.
მანქანა არ გაუკლიერებია ტიპ დარჩი მანქანაზე ბლეადი ანუ მანქანაზე დარჩი თო
this one's gotten away from
მანქანა ხო არ გააკლიერა ტიპ სად მიდიხარ სად
yeah 4 straight rounds just to draw us to overtime and it's great from 9Z to keep it so quiet. They're not spamming the smoke, they're not throwing a lot of nades, they're making it okay, we've thrown the mid util. Furia want answers. They're fed up of being executed on, so they go forward and they walk into the trap.
HLTV-ზე არ აკეთებ სამ VS-ის აქვს თავისი ფანტაზი, სადაც დიდი პრიზები შეგიძლია მოიგო. ეხა დაჟე კოსტრიმინგის კოსტრიმერებსაც დაჟე პრიზებს გვაძლევენ რა. რაღაც პოინტებს თუ მოვაგროვებ, ბევრს შეგიძლია დაითრიო $50,000 ტური. ესენი გაფინანსებენ $50,000 და მიყავხარ საუდის არაბეთში რა და იმენა ყავდეგა გადაჯმული კაროჩე რა. თუ კარკულებს დააგროვებ.
Couple back, DGT would have to go for all of them. Molodoi racks up the double. A sign of life from Furia.
Yeah, well, the Fangs are putting in a shift, right? Queserado 23, Yuri 18. if there's activation from Molotov and you can delay,
დავაგროვე
you
რაღაც
can win
ქულები,
3 straight.
ბევრი რაღაც ქულები დავაგროვე.
DGT is the only one that'll be. Mind, he can get a drop here. Money's gone after this one for 9Z. It'll be then eco into final round of regulation to try and get this done before overtime.
მაგათ ხოცი მაგარი წესები და ქუჩაში ვერ შეჭამდა რაღაცები. მე 15 ლაიქით მივარტყათ რა ავიდეთ რა 300-ზე ბარემ. აი კუთხია იქ.
DGT none the wiser as to Caserato's forward position.
How long does he hang around for though? The smoke is fading, that flash premature, and he's just going to dart away. So they've foregone any mid control fall and
ხაჭაპური უფრო მიყვარს თუ CS ხაჭაპური არ მიყვარს ლობიანი მირჩენია. ავიდა მკითხა ოღონდ ლობიანზე აბა ლობიანი უფრო მიყვარს თუ CS.
Flick between all these fights. Window boost established. EGT has no idea, but there's nobody on the other side, and Fallen continues to push. So info for him, stacked towards A.
Oh, Metsiamanga.
On the DGT, Molotov is all revealed and trapped up close. He goes in for the little dip, finds Max. More where that came from, and actually damage inflicted onto Luchov, saved by the concrete.
Just by time for Fallen, he should come and sweep this under the rug from underpass.
ანუ ჭამ ხაჭაპურს, მაგრამ რო გითხრა რომ ხაჭაპურის გამო აუ გიждებით ხო არა მოგაწყვეტ. აღოძმებო კაი რაუნდს ვაგებ. კარგები, იმენა ხუასო პიკები ხარ ყველა რა საერთოდ თელი ფული. აუ მანდეთ არა იმას უყურე რა.
Just a reaction headshot. He was looking the wrong way.
მოლოტოვი გვაქვს დიფაულტის და მოლოტოვი.
For their lives for that 2-0 into a 1-on-2. Luchov doesn't have the health, doesn't have the help or the bomb
all the time.
Then again, Fallen is low. The Glock can finish him off with one single bullet. Fallen holds on. Well, you said a little late resurgence from someone. It's Fallen that goes from 6 frags to 8 in a must-win round.
They got dicey there, didn't it? So trying to fight their way out of that 9C. They are going to have to take the eco now. Big catch from Caserado. Good info play from Fallen. The kills are nice, but definitely securing the fact that it was going to be a finish towards that A site helped out a lot. And now it's just a couple of Deagles, but don't forget that first half where the Deagles came in and Nancy won a big one. So we should be seeing every round of regulation. Just a question mark about that overtime. And do you, if you're 9Z, next round, just go back to that.
ანუ ბოლომდე გაწელვა ეგრე ხდება ხოლმე ზოგადად. რა ოვერტაიმში გადავა და მაინც 9Z მოიგებს მე რა. მაგრამ მე-4 მე-5 ოვერტაიმში.
Really didn't work was just those 2 frags from Yuri and Caserado through smokes. So it's just the one flash and go. Fallen's got one of those too.
აუჩუჯოი გასასვლელიაო.
Eats theirs. Ikinda full belt, gun out, just tracking these unarmored
teams.
A little bit of output on a Glock headshot. Ooh, and a nice one from Fallen, talking about headshots.
Up Fallen, I'm got up a higher she baby.
Pigeon shooting right there from Fallen. Okay. Well, I'll take your time out. You may as well bit on the mic.
გასასვლელი სპირიც არ ხო და სპირიც რომ სპირიტის თამაში შემორჩება მე რეგავდივარ რა.
Looking to be a response right now from Furia. One
haven't
for
seen
Fallen,
it
one for
all
Molotov.
game.
Yeah. Been limited in that regard.
ძმებო შეგახსენებთ რომ Discord-ში რო შემოხვალთ იქ არის upgrade-ერის საჩუქარი გამოიყენეთ ჩემი კოდი ფიგრები იქნებით მადლობა ვინც გადახვალ და გამოიყენებთ მაგ
They want to try and give that a go. Having Fallen on a secondary AWP, if he gets boosted towards B apartments, they
can post him up and არა თავის დროზე ადრე დაიწყება კაც ეგრევე შემოვიდა დაждები
pace the rounds at a 9Z. Well, we're into the freeze time.
არა ხა გზრო პროფურია ტროლავს აბრაუც აი აქ გწნობ აი აქ არის რო გზრო რო ტროლავს აბრაუც
con window top cap.
აჰა გითხარი ორი კაცი ანდერს რა შავს
You haven't done this all game. Last round of
regulation. ეხა მაქსა გამოშტევდება ძმა ვაფშე რა ხდებაო შეხედე
Max is responsible for. Just started walking forward. He was unprepared for that jump scare, but info flows.
მაგრამ ეხა სტრაფი რეაქცია იქნება იზი არა პალასიდან.
No reaction through that palace smoke. They were tempted.
You're too disconnected. Your mid players aren't close enough to contour up through.
Right, it's Luchov in mid.
You have to reset.
Are you anticipating Caserado?
ის ბისახს შეკავს თუ რა შევა მოლოდოი რეებს შეკავს.
Slinks in undetected towards ladder.
It's good space for Luchov.
It is.
Be able to call the rotations if they're too cumbersome with the sound cues. Yuri now noted towards ramp.
Yura არ მოკვდე მან Yura.
Knows Wasso's got a bit of a penchant for the Palace position.
He's putting in a shift as well, 25 kills deep. How many more can he get?
Wasso picma იმენა დაჭაგრა ყველა ჩემო 25-15 აკაკეთვის აქ
Wait right now for 9Z. They just allowed Luchov to search. Util lobbed in.
And Wasso's gone. Empty hands. Yuri makes it so. DGT for that trade attempt in the flames. Down to Gaysarata. Couldn't transfer to Mayan, but advantage Furia extended. Just Luchov. Now they know where he is. Looks like overtime's a certainty. Fallen does get the shot baited out. Nice movement from Luchov. It's just the time against him. It's almost impossible.
23 თუ ამან ორი კაცი ერთი კაცი მაინც მოყვა და ბომბი დადო რა ვიცი ვიჭრი იმენა ვიჭრი აი პირობას გაძლევ რომ ვიჭრი იმენა
Fighting back into this Mirage.
ამან თუ ერთი კაცი მოყვა და ბომბი დადო ვიჭრი
Takes 5 to plant in the air.
რა მაგრად ურისკავ რა
Some resilience there from Furia.
Yeah, it's been a pretty frustrating map overall for Furia, I'd say, especially with the rounds lost in that first half. They get to continue now on this CT side. 12.5k to spend. And I think, regardless of result on this map, if you're Fury, you're going to think you should have put him away a whole lot cleaner than this. But they've held on. And we're back in play. The double AWPs will continue into overtime. Fury making the same move, jumping out window. This time not pushing the underpass. It looks hefty towards B. That's going to put pressure on Fallen. Soloing the site with the AWP.
Yeah, he's got to hit some. Roll back the years.
Oh, that's
Gabriel Toledo AWP, but the flick's not connected, and that bomb site's gone. Quick exploitation, a quick adaptation. The double open. Let's rush B. First round of OT, very cut and dry.
პირიტი რომელ მაპს პიკავს? არ ვიცი, მაიგრო ვიცოდე. ყოველტყოდი ბიგის მოთამაშეებს ფულს ხომ გადამიხდიდნენ მანგაში.
Those saves just securing that if they want to continue to run double AWPs,
okay,
they'll have the money down the stretch, but it looks like falling straight back in with the M4. Hits that shot, maybe he can start having a conversation about the rotation, getting there in time, but otherwise...
Okay, ეგრე მოხდება თქო რა. ანუ ოვერტაიმში გადავიდოდნენ და მე ხა ოვერტაიმებში 9-ზე მოვუგებ და გაიწელება კიდე რა. რა უნდა მორჩენილიყო ეხა 8-ზე და 9-ზე დაწყებულიყო. პირიტი დაიწყება ეს ავი ხუიოზნაით როდის. Furia რა მექენით მოიგეთ ორი გაგბერავთ
flash. There'll be another swing.
That's a Wasso peak if ever I saw one.
მაგაც ეგიციან ზეპირად რასაც აკეთებ, ანუ ხო უნდა მიხვდე მაგას.
You need somebody from Furia to draw you back into this. An equalizer, will it be a multi? Kesrod playing around the smokes.
Nukes უბერავენ, არ ვიცი რა, ნიუქსი მაგრა დამოტენა წინაზე Furia.
Wants to have a bit of a look.
ვერ გეტყვი.
Vision will be denied. Window smoke, then a Palace exchange.
Gaysarata is going to eat this flashbang if he's not careful. Completely booked. Nice shooting. Oh, DGT double. He's not ready for Yakinda walking out of smoke. Jumping out the window, but the A site is lost.
Yeah, that's one of the DGT we know and love.
Yeah.
რა იციან ხოლმე ოვერტაიმში რო გადავლენ და მე რო ცოცხლები, მეორე სიცოცხლე რო ეხსნებათ ხოლმე.
Oh, you got to give this a look.
And he will. Fallen does catch a back turn and finds a freebie onto Luchov, full blind.
Გამოდის. Formatი like მივარტყაც მე 300
ავიდე. Yakinda in the fragging department now.
It's just the two of them trying to find that way back in. And it's Bayan sticking around on site. He is that insurance policy. I guess Yakinda's going to try as hard as he can to bring that AK through to the next. Accepts defeat on this one. 2 rather convincing 9Z rounds to start us off in overtime.
Indeed. Yeah, they've got the money, right? But can't buy that AK. So Yakinda will retain it.
A fast B. Methodical A.
Furia need one here before the swap of sides.
Oh. So nice, we saw it twice.
Yeah, Wasa's been great. 4-1 in openers, 7 multis. On the other side, it's Caserado, 6-1 in openers and 8 multis. So
yeah, fair. He is putting in a hell of a shift, and it might be all for naught here on Mirage. Like you said, one round though keeps the conversation flowing.
Molodoi გაუტე მართლა ცოჩიბები.
Has been very side-centric. It's not like usual kind of focus.
Raniuks მა ეხა გაუტოს
focal point.
სპირიტი მალე დაიწყოს.
Now going for more of a 4-man alien again, but this time it's going to be Molodoi tasked with AWPing over towards B. One operating as a rifler in this one. A little bit of damage done there from the HE. And works his way in through Palace with the AWP. If he can get trained on jungle, chance for a couple of fights.
მე მომწონს ეგ აიდეა რომ Molodoi-მ გაულტოს.
Oh, Yakinda times that well. Impacted him with the incendiary. Kwasso's on his warpath. It's chaotic. There's money more where that came from. He ain't got any bullets. Hasn't got any life as Mayan tracks him nicely.
კარგი ხარ ფოლენ, მან დიყავი ხარ
He'll be able to get an unconditional plant though. Looking like it's free.
ის აიდან დიღმიდა რატომ მოდის 3 ნომერი ვინ არის?
Yakinda put on the floor by Nayan's AWP. That's fallen and Caserado back in and Max disconnected from ramp side.
მიდი ბომბი მოხდენ დიფაუზდეს ფოლენ გადაკროს. აუ ფოლენას მოკლავს ახლა კროს.
Slinks out. We'll play the Tetris angle looking for that.
აუ მაქსმა თუ მოგიგოთ იმენა დაგაფარეთ ყველაფერს.
I'm sticking.
He's getting a bit sketchy now. Doesn't find the lethality he would have hoped for. Now that defuse, he can just hold it, just sit on it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got a round for Furia.
Okay. Hard fought. Really liking what I'm seeing from 9Z. Swap the sides, and just a reminder, if you missed the first half of play, Furia were calling a lot of fakes. Right? They were outmaneuvering 9Z. The type of rounds that they were losing were frustrating post plants. Lost around to some sharp deagles. And what was a 7-5 first half felt like it could have been a 9-3. Found herself in overtime. And well, once we get into these overtimes, both teams will get an extra timeout, right? Every time we make it OT2, OT3, you get a timeout per OT. They don't carry over. You got to use them, and you may as well. And that's what Bit's thinking.
Especially when your boys are in it to take it to the third map here. It's sort of, you know, real golden opportunity. Dust 2 lackluster, Mirage the opposite.
პირველი რაუნდი გვინდა რა.
Dodgy smoke mid.
What a rally of flashes from both teams to try and contest this mid control. There's been multiple waves of this.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to get multiple head-to-heads. That's a great find. And the swing from DGT for that clawback retreat. Successful. Molodoi couldn't find it.
ესულია ძმა და პირველმა დაინახა იეკინდა რა გაპიკა ძმა.
All this A finish, a couple of smokes.
Yeah, and a couple of CTs that are going to be rats in the system here.
Yeah, you got to get past this first, don't you?
It's Wasso. Goes across the sightline. Is he going to subvert the expectation? Oh, walk clear from Caserado doesn't cost him.
EGT's coming, though. He's going to give it a go. Util's just been...
Looks like Mayan's been summoned.
But here's the thing, right? Because it was so fakey in the first half, DGT knows it's not going to be out. They've still gravitated away from this, so... You're certain it's not A, right? The fact that nobody's close and the Util's there, you know it's a fake.
Yeah, Max has been warned. DGT reveals
it.
Now, right, because of that position,
Quasi უნდა შესულიყო აზრი აღარ აქვს სამიანი
It's not going to be easy. Max is in such a good position. Only the one. Trade necessary from Yuri. Oh, and Molodoy's caught DGT, but it comes down to this. With 13 seconds left, he's got his nades out. Mayan sits him down in the Orb rivalry. That one feels good for 9C. It was up for debate the whole time.
Yeah, Mayan's had a couple of nice moments, hasn't he, on the Orb? There's another one to add to that tally.
Magnus, hold on, that
one's for free. Great clawback from DGT.
Aman, აი აქ რო ინფო აი ვაის რომ მოკლა აი აქ ისე ვიდე რატომ მიდიხარ რა ინფოს ეთყო და შენი აზრი კაც
Celebrations, they're all let out. Still alive and kicking.
აი რა ინფოს მისცემდა აი რა ინფოს მისცემდა ბიჭო გამარჯვებინეთ თვიმენტო რამზე კაცო ყავრო აფეიკებს რა ინფოს მისცემდა
Caught off guard this time.
How many map points is it now?
მიდი ერთი ოვერტაიმით და მერე მოიგოს 9C მიდი
9C to take us to the third.
It's tough to see what the call's going to be, right?
მაგას ეთქვა სავარაუდოდ მომკლა ამბოძმა ვახ რა პიტო ამის დედა
really want to play heads up Counter-Strike against 9Z.
ქართული რო ყოფილიყო რა სიტყოდა
A-side against Hwasao.
Yeah.
ვა დამადგა ო საიდან
Very very big way here on Mirage. He just put the 15th on the board in the 1v1.
აუ შემოეტენა ეს დედამ
That's going to leave a mark on the Akinda. HE down the gullet. Unnecessary flash! It doesn't stop him from pulling the trigger though.
That's fallen. Dead man walking, and there's another.
Oh, surely that's Curtains. We'll see you on Nukes as 9Z, because Furia completely flatline.
Going to be a lot of rounds in review.
The
demo portion of the day. We'll find out if they're winners or losers in that one, as it's Keserato and Molodoy in a 2v5 situation. It's just Max on the side on his own for now. The rotation point will be made in through window, and he'll be quickly followed by DGT, but Max could win this on his own right here.
Looks like he intends to. It's a perfect angle for it. He's playing it safe. Doesn't have to be the hero. He knows the backup isn't too far away. Mayan arrives just in time. Keserato looking the wrong way.
Hard fought. Well done, 9Z. This is grit. This is determination. Your map, it might not have gone your way, but you've battled back, you never gave up, and you're still pushing this one to the third and
Yeah, bring on Nuke.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's see what it has in store. One more map.
Კაროჩე, ხა რომელი საათია 9-ზე, რომ 10-ის ნახევარზე რომ მორჩნენ ესენი რამენაირად. ისინი ვერ მორჩებიან, ავი, სპირიტმა უნდა გადაუაროს მაშინ, კაროჩე. აგებრუნდებით მეგო რამ.
Sort of similar. What really changed the thing for me here was just the fact that, you know, that 9C won some of those 50-50 duels and also made some of those clutches going in their favor, right? And they, you know, they fought for it, and throughout their T side, they were just being very stubborn, you know, like they kept going back to the A bomb side and like all these splits that seemed to be working for them, right? And a game that went very back and forth, but in hindsight, you know, looking at what 9C also tactically proved on those two, they brought that into Mirage, looked very solid, and just made things work, and now we're going to Nuke, so I'm still a believer, man. You know, we're going a distance here, and I love what 9C's bringing.
Yeah, I think we got the game that we expected coming into it. You know, two very even teams, two teams with the history, what happened at the Major, now coming in again, you know, two South American teams who, you know, Fury have been established for quite some time, and 9C are the new kids on the block, so to speak, and we labeled it, Peter, as probably closer than people at home would anticipate, and I think we got an answer on Mirage exactly why that is. Now, I agree, I think 9C played well. I think they kept ahead of the game almost, you know, as Chad said, you know, it was a bit of a grind and a grueling matchup for them. I will, however, say I'm disappointed in Furia. You're up 8-3 against 9C, second map, your own map pick, and then you completely check out of the game. You lose 9 out of the following 10 rounds, and you invite 9C back into it. And as much as there were great things coming out from 9C, it was also a Furia who seemingly had forgotten how to retake and how to play together at any given moment in this game. The amount of times 9C walk into a bomb site and they're down 3v4 or 2v4 or even, you know, in a 4v4 scenario, but running out of grenades, running out of utility, Furia just found ways to lose rounds that they shouldn't be losing. So I think it's lopsided, it's a bit two-sided in that regard. 9C playing well, sure, capitalizing on the mistakes, but Furia, that's not a team that were in the major final just a couple of months ago, at least not the level they showcased here.
Yeah, it seems like at a certain point, Furia were actually going to make 9Z really try to commit to that A bomb site every single time, but it did work for 9Z a little bit later in that second half. Obviously, that only goes so far, but then you have to get into overtime. Then things reset. What does it look like when you get to overtime? Can we paint the viewer at home a picture?
I think once they turn their attention to the overtime, I think that's where Nancy really had to try and dig deep into what actually worked for us in regulation, right? Instead of trying to create something out of the ordinary or something new, they just have to go back to what actually worked for them, and that again was that ace split. So I think also one of the last rounds we asked a little bit more of Mayan, right? I feel like Mayan also found a couple of openings. He also got that very important round 28 where we saw DGT push into ramp, trying to find that information and puzzle things together. Kept it proactive instead of just relying on stacking a lot of without any type of information. And once they got that, Mayan really came into an important situation where he nailed that shot in a head-to-head against Molodoi, and that kind of carried them over. The confidence kind of came back to them, and you can see how much that mattered to Mayan as well. He was being very vocal when he won the round, and I think it has to be a little bit on his own mind, right? That the team also wants him to be stepping up, right? But once you turn into overtime, it's about it's a mind game at that point. You've battled out for 24 rounds. You're also trying to you've kind of gone through the majority of your playbook. Go back to what actually worked for you. Maybe have a couple of small changes to maybe cause your opponent to overthink situation. And I think that's one of the reasons to why Nancy proved out to be.
I think it's only fair we give Man credit. Very calm, composed display by him. We're able to punish Furia a couple of times in those retake scenarios with the AWP. Even found himself in some close combat scenarios as well, which he this time around, unlike Dust 2, actually hit the shot and had an impact in the game. Again, Wasso Peak. We've been speaking a bit about him coming into the game after Dust 2 as well. That was a star performance. He finishes with 100 plus ADR in an overtime game against Furia. Again, we said it. It was the highest rated player coming into this tournament on land so far in the second portion of the season. Again, I gotta label it small sample size, but no one, as in absolutely no one out there can hand in their heart say that, yeah, I thought Wasso Peak was going to be the highest rated player, coming into the second portion of the season. And I can also tell you, that's not going to stay that case, There's going to be a guy called Dong, a guy called Saivu, and maybe a few other players who's going to overtake him. But I think he's slowly but surely, ever since what we saw at the Major, now coming into the second portion of the season, we have to look at Wasso Peak as a potential star player, not only within his own region, but also internationally.
Yeah, he's making a very, very strong case for us. Obviously, there are situations like round 11 where there were big Deagle plays from the sign at 9Z where they're able to kind of lasso it back in to a degree. Obviously, there's a good fight there put on from the 9Z side. I think when we start to look towards those later rounds, there was some second guessing going on. I'm looking towards like a round 17 almost, where there was second guessing going on towards that A ramp. You've pushed out all the way. You've given all this effort, maximum effort. You're still behind the smoke, and then you've elected to kind of back off. What's going on there?
I mean, it was one of those rounds that I'm sure we'll go back to and look at, because I agree with you, Trace, in the second half. There were many instances and many rounds where Furia had a good opportunity. The problem for Furia is their answer on the CT side, Peter, was constantly to push for information. It felt like every single player, whether that was Fallen in BFs, Yakinda on A-Ramp, Yuri for that matter, in Apartment from time to time as well, every single player from Furia felt uncomfortable, dare I say it, on the CT side, that they felt they needed to push for information. At no point was the answer to just sit back, wait, and trust in the retake, because that retake weren't really doable for them. That didn't really work out, so it was kind of laid out for them to some degree that it wasn't necessarily a good CT side. We see it right here again, the aggressiveness coming in from Yuri, catching a nice timing. Two players go down, trading back and forth. They're winning it out. Molodoi coming in with the AWP as well. You find yourself in a 4v2 scenario, and that's very winnable for Furia. Look at the economy as well, right? There was a 5-7 on Fallen. He's over here on B by himself with a bit of backup over in Kitchen. Gets a nice double kill, picks up an AK-47. It's 9-8. You think to yourself, all right, that's going to kickstart Furia. Now we're going to go for it again. Yakinda pushing up towards middle, aggressive, finds the first kill. You think to yourself, nice, now you can fall back, and then they lose control over the A bomb side, and they're not able to retake it. I'm not sure what the player doing right here by himself. That's Yakinda again. No need to do that. You could have waited for your team. You had plenty of utility. You had good positioning, and then they just get picked off one by one by one. This, to me, Peter, was the round where they lost the game. Had they won this, they would have forced 90 into another eco. They would have established a bit of economy themselves on the CT side. But retaking that A-bomb side was out of the question for Furia. They felt forced to constantly go for another duel, constantly try to find information, and I think there was a clear-cut evidence of them not feeling comfortable on the map.
Well, the evidence is pretty much laying itself out in real time. Last map of the series, Nuke.
How are we looking at this now that we've gotten to the very, what could be bitter end here of the road for 9Z?
Has anything changed for you, Peter?
No, I'm still on 9C. Why would I back out now? You know, they just won Mirage, you know, so there's no way I'm going to be backing out right now, you know. It's always like this with the third map, you know, and also with how this series has evolved, I feel like it's very even, you know. It really just comes down to who gets the opening kills, because I feel like from Dust 2, where 9C got a lot of good openings and they managed to get a lot of good situations, they just didn't salvage them. They turned that around. That worked for them in Mirage. And now we move into Nuke, you know, where both teams are still relatively comfortable. I mean, like, it's not a map that both teams wants to be picking and playing the most, but it's still like a sort of even ground. And that's the perfect kind of battleground for a series that has been very even to me as well. So I'm not going to be backing off 9C. I still think it's possible, and I still think they're going to catch it.
Been a very streaky game. You know, we saw it on the first map as well. Furia winning 6-7 rounds in a row, then tampering off a little bit, coming back into it. Same could be said for 9C here as well. Won 9 out of 10 rounds all of a sudden on Mirage. All I'm saying is whoever gets to that streak first on Nuke, a map where it's very tough to fight your way out of an economical situation not going your way. If you lack utility on the T side, if you're not getting the job done over on that T side, it's going to be tough. I agree with you. I think it's a close matchup. Again, people at home would be thinking to themselves, well, that's Furia. It's written all over it, right? It's Nuke. They're supposed to win this game. I see it very much as a maybe 55% in advantage for Furia, but I won't rule out the fact that 9C can most definitely put up a game here.
Yeah, I think you're onto something there. You might need a string of 6-7 rounds, something like that. I'd even almost go to say 67% chance that we have a pretty awesome final map here of this series. We're going to go to a quick break. We're going to come back and settle the score here on Nuke with 9Z and Furia. You're watching the Esports World Cup Club Championships. We'll be right back.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by play.
We booked Expo World Cup.
Jenny here, and I'm joined with Furia to do a little bit of a who is most likely to, testing your synergy off the server this time around. Concept is pretty simple. I'm gonna give you guys a couple of scenarios. You write the name of who you think that applies to, and we can discuss. Who has the messiest hotel room?
Oh damn.
Oh, easy. I already saw the room, bro. It's crazy.
What's wrong with the room?
Well, but there's everything in the room. Like
I don't know, bro. There's
I can't explain. Like it's ugly, bro.
Yeah, take your time, bro. It's okay.
Have fun. Okay.
Hey, let's go.
Me, Messi. You're crazy.
I pick myself because I know me.
Bro,
I don't like.
Once he forgot his passport in the hotel, so I need to go back to take for him, and I saw the room, bro. It's like mess room, bro. Like I never seen anything like.
I feel like in our team there's always like pairs that live together most of the time. I think Kasrato and Yuri is most of them. Then Daniel usually lives alone, and me and Fallen sometimes share or whatever. I've never really seen anybody being so messy, but I just wrote Kasrato because I've never lived with him. So I just assumed.
Shots fired.
I'm not this type of guy. I'm
yeah,
the only
true.
one.
He's
I've heard bad stories about you though, Yuri.
Sometimes.
All right, who's most likely to survive a zombie apocalypse?
Bro.
That's funny, actually.
Bro, it's definitely not you, bro.
That's actually funny.
It's definitely not you, bro.
It's definitely
Me? Yeah, bro.
Bro, I love movies, bro. Everything.
Watch is the difference, bro.
What?
Watch is different.
Nice, Marix. You're right, bro. You're right.
You know why I wrote you? Because you're playing 1.6 zombie servers.
True, bro. Since I was kid, I love like apocalypse. Huh?
How it help in life?
Bro, because there's things that you saw that in the real world that's gonna work.
You know that I had to shoot the head.
Yeah, that's...
No, there's more things, but I love this kind of, maybe me, yeah.
Who did you put?
Well, no one, bro.
None of us.
None of us, of course.
Maybe.
Yeah, depends how is the zombies. The Walking Dead zombies, easy to survive. But if it's a fucking World War Z, impossible, bro. Impossible, bro.
Yeah, I guess it depends.
Yeah,
it does depend on many things.
None of us.
If it's 1.6 zombies, you risk the game.
You're the winner. By the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't have power, so maybe.
Who is most likely to sleep through their alarm?
Yeah, all of them is him.
Always late, you know.
TikTok, all the night.
How many hours do you have on TikTok per day?
It's not many hours.
Not many.
Yeah.
Every time I see you in the phone on TikTok, bro.
I think 4 hours per day.
4 hours on.
4 hours, but the speed he scrolls is insane. He's just like not even looking at them, just scrolling. Scrolling for what?
Yeah, do you watch in like 1.5 speed?
No.
No.
If he's not on TikTok, he's on Twitch. Watch some streamer.
Twitch, yeah.
True.
I think 10 hours it's Twitch, 1 hour it's TikTok, and
when do you crack?
He doesn't.
Watching Twitch.
Yeah.
That's it from us for today. Thank you guys so much for joining me. Hope you guys enjoyed.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights. Better get right, I'm champion.
It will be playoffs for the winner of Nuke. We've gone to the third here between 9C and Furia here at EWC. Conclusion on the third. Didn't think we would require it after the first map. Convincingly, and then a bit of a brawl on Mirage, heading all the way to OT. Chad, throughout Mirage, you were highlighting that there was multiple rounds that felt like near misses or frustrating rounds for Furia to lose. Is that the kind of thing that follows you into
I
think with Fallen at the helm here, this is the type of thing that they can just wipe away. It's not going to concern them too much. I'll let everybody know the knife front has gone down. It looks like we'll have 90 starting on the CT side of Nuke. Means Furia will be on the attack. And, well, 90 in the second half of that map, they finally posted their first pistol. We're 3-1 in that department as we get ready to get this one underway. So headsets are going in. Oh, we've got a tournament management individual supporting Mayan right here, who had some fantastic moments on the AWP alongside of Hwasao's output.
Hwasao's had an MVP this year.
Yeah, at XSE. I think just to the rundown of the positions to expect these players to be holding on the CT side, you are going to have DGT as your outside rifler, Mayan as the AWPer, you're going to have Luchov as the doorman, Man is the top anchor, and it's a little bit strange, but Max is the ramp player. And the reason it's a little bit strange is because he's the in-game leader.
Yeah.
It's one of the positions you can read the map from the least, so you need to put a lot of reliance in your rotation players, which is going to be Mayan, which is going to be Luchov, and of course DGT, who up until like the dying stages of Mirage was relatively quiet for his standards. He had 7 kills on Dust 2. They lost that map, they got owned, but 14 kills on Mirage. He really started to have some impact as the game. So he's going to need to be able to deliver in big time, because outside he's going to have to tussle with players like Yakinda and Molodor, who are going to be looking for space. You'll have Yuri outside as well, supporting from top silo. Caserado over towards lobby, supporting the pressure and lurks, and then Fallen throwing a lot of nades. And I guess usually with the in-game leader, it's a nice player to look out on the T side to see, okay, what smoke balls are being thrown, and then where does he find himself, what type of rounds they're looking to unfold with.
I mean, so frequently, over the course of these first 2 maps, you've seen the places Fallen, puts himself. It's CT side, I'll play long. Mirage, I'll play B, and I'll jump spot, and I'll try and block. It's Fallen has definitely took a step out of the limelight to try and set up these talented individuals that he's surrounded by.
Well, I said it's unusual for your in-game leader
to
play round. Once we get to this,
that's
when you have a player like Yakinda, who he's done a little in-game leading stint before, right? He obviously understands the macro very well, and he's an aggressive rifler. You want to put a player in a position like that because if Yakinda is filling the game, he's the type of guy that can win it for you, whether or not it's the frag distribution, but it can be the calls and understanding the flow of the game. Yakinda is a gem. The way that certain players talk about the game, you can hear it in interviews. They have a high-level understanding of how things unfold. It looks like everything is sorted now, so we are just making sure everyone is comfortable and ready for this final map of the series. The loser will not be eliminated. They will go down to the lower bracket tomorrow, and they'll play against Magic.
Armit isma bicho robos gapits ეგეც ახალებს რო იგებთ ხოლმე
We are about to get this one started. So
ბოლობდე არ კითხულობთ თუ რანაირად იგებთ მაგ ინფორმაციას ვერ ხვდები
HGs in the mix.
სტენდინია ძმება ორი ტურნირით არის სტენდინი სულ ხო არ მიდის და სტენდინმა რავი რა უნდა ქნას სტენდინია რა არაფერი მოეთხოვება
First to be the blow off door.
Quickly followed by the lurk smoke.
ნუ გონიათ რომ ვიტალიტიში იმას ქნა რა ვქნა შეიყვანონ ჯეირა
Top pop would be deadly. The CT's going for the fight. That is ambitious. Mayan's able to bring the fight to the T side.
4 players in A.
Yakinda's gone.
არ ვიცი bro რა გიქცე რა სტენდინია რა
stacked and deadly looking.
ეგ რო ვიცოდე როგორ წაუვა
Pivoting into max now.
It's the right call. Less defense
here. Oh, streamებზე კარგად ხუმარობს, კარგად ისვის რა. აი, მეზის ჩაანაცვლებს შეიძლება კარგად ითამაშოს, მაგრამ აი, Apex-ას ჩაანაცვლებს მე როგორ ითამაშებენ ეგაა.
Second pistol in the series if they can convert here. Looking good to do so.
Yeah, heavy rotation down. They can even deny the plan if they want.
That's the fight they were looking for. Single door being open means DGT's got that sideline just trying to find ahead. Double doors and yeah, this is brutal.
Might get the plan into top side right now. Up the vent is going to be the quickest way to try and cut Fallen off, and if he plants back side, yeah, it'll go down. So Fallen just going to punch these in.
Guess some of it.
Yeah, it is going to make next round a whole lot more interesting unless Fallen wins a 1v5.
Yeah, watch this.
Why, man?
Whoa, wee-wah. Good try. NT's in the chat for that one, I reckon.
Swarm of CTs coming his way.
But from what would have been a straight shutout, useless, nothing like silver lining pistol into 2 kills and a plant, you'll be happy with that.
Yeah, and they've held off on the defuse, giving this one to DGT because he's got the most kills in the round. So we'll see what they're hoping to facilitate with the extra cash he's going to get off of this. I think it's just a bit more money, so their outside rifler. Well, he could technically drop an AWP for Mayan. I wouldn't necessarily recommend it. Okay, so he can head out a rifle and get out some extra nades.
Wait, მეც მაგას ვფიქრობდი. რაღაცას ვფიქრობდი ერთხა.
There will not be a kit going into this round for 9Z. Fury, of course, they force spot. Fallen's going to throw out the squeaky door lurk smoke. Yakinda's going to blow that off. Oh, nice top soak.
Yeah,
me, this is fast.
Straight out. Yakinda wants to fight through the smoke pathing. They're actually obscured on top of Hut. That smoke has enabled them to get the opening cleanly. Fallen does well, finds him. Luchos fallen, and 9Z's defense crumbles. Not perfect on the smoke break. There was another smoke there, so still masked on the smoke break. Fallen, another kill. That's 3 on the Tech 9 from Captain Toledo.
Beautiful work. Okay, throwing the nades and getting the kills. The boss man still got it. As we'll go tit for tat to tie things up 1-1. It's going to feel pretty hollow if you're 9Z.
Yeah.
These pistols they've been hard to come by, and the fact that you've grabbed that one and can't get the conversion, now you're going to have a 1400 force by bat the other way. Max strikes me as a selfless man who'll probably drop this to one of his stars. And with Bit out of his chair, does that tell he wants to come forward and signal a timeout? Let me turn around and see. No.
He's going to let him have it.
Some coaches like to stand, some like to sit, some like to pace.
I would be the paciest of the coaches.
Some like to pull some faces.
That's true.
Okay, so Max has dropped that across immediately to DGT. 5.7s, MP9s, more than workable. If you're Fury, do you want to take outside space, get warehouse control, work around towards heaven and hell? Always a good way when you know that they don't have the best of guns.
This is quick on first timing yard cross. Smoke. Not quite perfect.
Bit deep on that. Well, Luchov's rotated down already. He's got an awful lot of company.
He also does have a 5.7, so it's the kind of range you could get that instant headshot if you nail this. Just like that, Yakinda. Down to the 5.7, and he slinks away. Opening frag provided in this force buy. And no over-rotation from 9Z either. They're not falling into any traps. Going back into that top side, Keserato searching. He's been spotted by Luchov, relaying the information. It's Yuri with the bomb that is anticipating the reaggress. DGT, the only M4 revealed.
Max is in dark.
Ooh, do you overlook this completely, Yuri? Yes, you do. You're caught lining up nades. Positionally sound Counter-Strike out of Max. Oh, and Molodoy's bell rung by Guasso. Keserato, the double kill necessary. Both of them here, gets the info, but now a very uncomfortable clutch for Keserato. How does he choose to play this?
If he wants, he could run heaven. He's
a deep
no time.
single smoke with 20 seconds left. He's kind of in trouble. Cognizant that it's unlikely they'll push that smoke, but it's not impossible. Wants to close the door and go for the plant. No risking it. Risking it. It's the right call. They partner up, both double doors side. Keserato got to try and swing to win. Onto Guasso and Mayan. He's pulling it off. This would be one hell of a clutch. Keep Furia in their winning ways. He steps up. Leaves with 4. Massive save of the day there. It looked like it was going one way fast. Keserato, the bailout.
I think that's another one for 9Z. It's gotten away from you there. You could have had the force by wars going back and forth, especially after this opener. Luchov, he was the man on that Deagle round back on Mirage, gets the opening kill. This was great. Max got there just in time. And in dipped in, did make a sound cue, but they weren't close enough to hear him. And that one's good. Oh,
standing ovation from Fallen.
Yeah.
He knows how important that one was.
Well, Keserato was putting on a masterclass in the last map as well. 2 digs, a P250, a 5.7 and a USP for Mayan, who wants to bring out the AWP into the next round. I think it's going to be possible with a 2400 loss.
Modi.
Yes, he's happy to go the glass cannon.
Smoke into the lockers themselves. Limits their angles for these long-range fights. AKs versus pistols at this range should be casual.
This was the approach that I thought they were going to go with last round, but either way, I'm going to stick the landing. Just DGT.
ბიჭო თუ მოგებას აპირებდით მოგეგოთ მირაჟზე თქვენი ფურია და თქვენი
DGT would love this, but there's a flash. He was looking the wrong
აი ეგრე აი
Baited him with the shot, still gets it blind. Can he yoink this?
They're not picking up the bomb and looking for the finish,
ნახე რა
are they?
საკეთებენ წადით ბიჭო მალე 4 1-ზე
Track down DGT.
აი ესე გადაულიან ამ სირებს რა ხო ვიცი
Safety first for Furia.
4 ლაიქს მივარტყათ აძმებო 300-ზე ავიდეთ
DGT knows he'll be safe on the lower deck with the new changes to the bomb, so he's just going to hide out and hope that they come looking to do a bit more damage. 3-1. As I just peer down the other end of the hall, we can see that Gigi Howe and Aurora on that secondary stream are just starting to get into action. Map pull over there, and if you're interested, Mirage, Anubis, and Inferno. Winner of that will progress to the playoffs. Loser will be eliminated.
Someone's key's getting crushed.
Okay, so AK retained for DGT, the yard player. Does Mayan go glass cannon? That's my question. As Pick gets on the mic with the tactical timeout early. Mayan is yet to buy. Waiting sending out the instructions or conversation with the coach.
ერთი ლაიქს თუ იქნება ის ბედნიერი, აბა 300 ლაიქს ვინ აგვიყვას.
He won the pistol, he lost the force. You had a good opportunity on the force back. Quesarado clutched up. And the eco, you get waltzed over. Understandably so. Man will not be going glass cannon.
დაიწყება ესენი რომ მოჩებიან. იქით რა ანგარიშია Aurora GG House.
Restarting with a very clear intention towards the lobby.
Yeah, I will try and pressure.
პალდიუსე რო გაგვეთიშო სიმღერად შეიძლება.
Outside's a full fake. Nobody home to do anything with this. Just hoping it forces a rotation. Leaves Max high and dry.
He's playing for that crouch peek. He still can't connect a bullet. Yukindo takes him cleanly. Be open for business. Just Luchov down the vents in time. Quick fight. They've got their nades out, so claw back from Luchov. Trade out of Molodoi. Site taken, bomb planted. Yuri making that so. Vaso dips down the vents as well, though, so they might not be anticipating this as I take it all back. He's out of there.
Some real conviction there with Luchov. As soon as that ramp kill comes in, because it was Yukindo who got the frag, I don't think he was even worrying about the idea of the outside to secret play. He just went straight down the vent and tried to rectify the situation. That means that they had a decent-ish understanding. TGT was still worried about someone floating outside. Nameplate Counter-Strike coming into play, and that'll be the fourth round. The objective is just avoiding some of those more prickly rounds that they experienced in the first half of Mirage. Bomb goes off. 3 rifles retained. 4 straight. Looks like they will be buying back in, so some drops available. Watching the juggling of guns coming together. Luchov is going to operate with the MP9. Max is going to get it. 4 for ramp. Plus, I'll still with that Famus.
That's a very intimidating molly thrown out towards the Tetris boxes from Quesarado. A smoke on main would have TGT panicking as well. Vaso just threw a block smoke. Slow their roll as Util outside. Will land with no info behind them.
Smoke
break from DGT and Mayan thrown out number 2.
And he's a bit deep. He's been a bit deep on a couple of these. What's booster back up into the rafters.
Got to watch some of those Zywoo demos. He can just freestyle it from wherever. It seems to be perfect breaks. Let's see what we do into this minute mark. Mayan on the floor committed to a sweep of lobby. Such a deep line. Luchov hut. Held by Yukinda. Don't get much info. It was inevitable. Molodoi will. Straight foul. Ouch! That one leaves a mark. Okay. Fair play. Molodoi's pre-aim bang on.
Max is the ramp defender. Down B was worried about the secret cross. Now he's going to hear some steps.
Yeah. Oh, more than steps. He's got multiple bodies and the trade potential was there.
Wasao's down.
He is. Famas, and they are channeled into this for the burst, so damage inflicted onto Yuri. Doors, and Crosshair was not far off of the mark. Molodoi, a little bit of light damage and fallen quick to the double.
Okay, this is crazy now. Oh, sorry, 4 of these 5 rounds. They've only conceded 1 player, Furious, so feeling dominant. But again, with how Mirage was feeling, you have to hold on and just see if they're able to continue the landslide. 5 rounds T-side already. Fallen will be happy with that. But if you give 9Z a way back in, if you give them any hope, this isn't a team who's going to give up.
ნახე რამდენი კლიკინები ხოლმე და ერთმა ვერ დაწერა რა ანგარიშია. თქვენი თავი გახმა.
Sure. Just winning the pistol and losing the follow-up, you can see they're just in a tail spin. These full buys
იქ ეხა
come by
დაიწყო,
as
ვიგო.
second tactical timeout has subsided. Two Famises. Like Famis on your yard defender and your doorman. It's like, ooh, those are two of your key rotating positions, two key positions that we fighting yard, main, outside.
Logicმა ნახე.
That was good. That one not so much. So they're taking turns. And really no surprise. Furia take their time. Slow crawl. Lockers smoke. Main smoke. Telling them they want to wrap heaven and hell.
Crazy molly as well. Look at the freedom that gives your Kinder to just stride into that warehouse. Yuri up close will have heard the heaven climb from Mayan. Supported by Yakinda's angle, they can close the gap.
This is tough. They've rotated two players down B, so top side needs to hold strong on its own.
I think Fallen's calling a bit of a masterclass here on T-side nuke. He has such a good idea as to the likely reactions out of 9Z.
5 seconds, time starting to become a bit of an issue.
Looking at this setup though, it's all kind of contingent on Mayan getting something. Then the rest can fall into place. Unable to do so. There's Luchov though. Yakinda not looking the right way, and the frag keep flowing for 9Z. Double out of Luchov's FAMAS. And no time for the looser pieces in case Serato and Molodoi to really make a case for this round. So
they just totaled up. Right? That's it's an oldie but a goldie. On a game when you lose space, you're seeing teams who want to try and push in and take something back. They've just comped it as Serato is going to do damage. Oof. Chance for another frag was available there as well. So he's going to limit the finances of 9Z still. The space was there.
Yeah.
But 9Z just stuck to their guns.
You can see the logic in their setup as well, with Mayan drawing attention as they exit heaven. It's going to
set him up those side swipes from the hut position.
We got top util fast. Serato trying to keep him on notice. Force out an incendiary. Extinguish front vent, so that opens up the avenue for a vent dive. You can see them unloading their mag. Are they going to try it? Oh, what? Wasso catches Yakinda. Easy Peekins just managed to find vision on the top of the door. And Serato's down too. Wasso, huge impact to start. The only MP9, and it finds two. Molodoi down to Max. 9Z are stabilizing.
It's cushy to our axe. What am I shaking? I'm going to try to ikneba win round the kills.
Solo adventure is fallen.
DGT should have him here. Oh, there you go. Spotted and removed. It's just Yuri low on HP. Now, it was a good patch of rounds from Furia, right? The force by win, they're able to run with 5 shutouts, talking about how dominant those rounds were. And throughout that, it meant they were able to build a lot of cash, but you can still squander it before the half is over. Be careful, Molodoi with 10k. At the high end, Yakinda is going to need a drop. What's going on here with Yakinda down the end? Maybe just... This will be the third round for 9Z now. And yeah, big stuff from Hwasao. They've continuously denied that top heart molly, right?
It's around me, counters tamers ნაკლებად რო რამექნა რა უნდა ქნა არ ვიცი. ძალით ხოვე ზურგში ხო რა აცილებ კაცა რაღაცა რა ვიცი, არ ვიცი. ეგეთყობა ძალიან რა რო ყიდიდე თამაშს.
5 staying alive. Well, Phil 9Z with a bit of confidence.
აი ერთში იმენა შანსი არ არის ყიდიდე თამაშს. აი იმენა გამორიცხული.
7-5 half on the table. You just need to go flawless from here on out. And that would make up for the forced by loss in the second. You are content if you're Furia, but momentum plays a big role. You don't want to allow them just to string consecutive rounds. It would have to be 6 straight into the half.
Nice little bit of movement from Quasso and awareness as to K-Serato's tendencies.
I think they need to start taking this outside space, Furia. They've been very lobby-centric, hoping that they're forcing rotations, but they've been given the good graces to actually play off of the yard space. It's just being given to them.
Yeah, it is. A couple of half-hearted grenades, and that's about it.
And no man AWP to try and make things a little bit more difficult.
აი ბაი პაუერმა გაკიდა თამაში და მაგის მერე არავინ ისეთი ტოპ გუნდი არავინ არ ყოფილა რომ თამაში გაიყიდოს რა.
Luchov tasked with acknowledging the potential down secret. Porte spots May in towards the vent.
Okay. Mara is არის რა ქვია, დაბალი დონის გუნდებში ძალიან ყიდიან აი.
They're not sold on this. This is good. This is a crunch on lobby. Good work from Yuri. A nice trade back. So 4-on-4, but about the minute mark, it's Luchov versus K-Serato up next. Clean headshot. Mayan's rotation pre-aimed perfectly. Don't you dare. You peek at your own peril.
ხო, ძალიან თუდი ბრეკეტი დაიწყო და თორე აი ვაფშე არ უნდა ყოფილიყო Furia ფინალში მე
Both on this A site. Peeking in, an instant deletion of the orb. Oh, it's just the 1-2. Attention drawn, DGT profits. Yakinda arrives to the scene of the crime. And they might just do it again. Same play, playing off of each other so well. Down the vents, the play, you're right, Chad.
If he mollies behind him, he can just run in and plant, but they don't know he's down here. They're going to start understanding in a second. So molly vent, they can smoke it out and run at him.
And that's exactly what they'll do. Extinguish and charge. Yakinda, what can you do? Slam the door shut. You've got about 5 to 10 seconds to make your decision. Never mind, they swing it open. Needed that from Max. There's only 3 HP in it. He's going to be really upset when he sees just how low Max was. Brutal. A huge clutch. Makes it just a 1-round game. And you talk about momentum, Chad. Rounds like that is what builds it.
Yeah, this is starting to look a little bit like Mirage with some of the rounds. They have advantages. They walk into these stacks or setups, and you can tell that they're not expecting with the reactions when they go down.
Some unique mid-rounding out of the CT side of 9C.
Yeah, they're not down
to
the
right
now. On the Mirage T side from Furia. Again, I was discussing the fact that the money will get whittled down quite quickly, and that has already started to unfold. Fortunately, that means the loss bonus is also ticking up with 3 consecutive rounds. Felt like K-Shot had done enough there. And does have his orb now. Molodoi the same. Oh, aggression.
Okay.
He's fighting.
We got the red.
First time.
First time, and Molodoi was not prepared for that whatsoever, and it's spiraling now. Yakinda picked up by Mayan.
Trying to
work, problem solve, and oh, Yuri's giving him a gift. That is a golden gift. Missed shot from the Orpad on top of that. Can compound now. Ramp territory lost. What's the reaction?
That's the Brazilians, the switch to Portuguese, I'm sure.
Immediately. Let's see if they can pull this one off.
That's a huge smoke from Luchov.
Yeah, he can play around at so many different angles of approach. It gives him this angle right here. K-Serato's ready for it. DGT spotted out, not overcommitting is Yuri. Knows to play his life. Got the info. Mayan's on his way loudly.
I'm Tamash's Maria Spirit.
Got Wasso peek, single door. Fallen partners up with K-Serato, playing this clock position.
Got kids, they got to smoke.
Yuri the contingency from ramp.
Gonna break in somehow.
Smoke on Mayan, kit on Mayan. Wasso 2. Running that clock down. Don't you get lulled into a false sense of security because this last second attempt on the retake's coming on through. Wasso able to chip in. It's a clutch from K-Serato. 3 kills deep. Again, all 5 from the Fangs. High impact from K-Serato, keeping Furia in it when they need him.
All right, well, they have 6 as a minimum before the time break, and I think 9's just going to contest these next 2. First time they've gone for anything really aggressive outside, and it was a great call. Look at this.
5v3.
That's, you know, I was talking to Poi the other day. And that's almost exactly what happened to Poi, but he was literally in the middle. He wasn't even...
Makes no sense.
Right, and Mzinho just bopped him.
I could justify it or understand it easier with the tucked in the corner.
What a rally of Yuto. Yukinda ready to dive off the main.
Nice.
Okay, you know, it's got DGT to trifle with. Will he catch him with his nade out as he throws that incendiary? That's the cue. Yukinda takes it. First blood. No trade attempt. Or no trade potential, I should say. Bit funky around those smokes. They've got their advantage, and Yukinda will take some territory.
But we've seen them with advantages like this before, and they just get sat
down.
They tend to let the clock simmer a bit, and then by the time they activate, there's 30 seconds, and it's like nothing can go wrong, or you will lose the round. So they let that happen again. Maybe 9Z can pluck away another.
Audacious from Max. He plays it forward.
This is what I'm talking about. Again, 45 seconds, nothing's happened. They're waiting for the CTs to move.
Top util. Luchop burnt out. That's awkward. Perfect from Fallen. Finds it from the T roof. Wasso's got the angle though. Put down. Mayan back sight. It's a 2-on-2. Here we go again. All to play for now. 9Z stabilizing. On plan B.
Come on down.
Vents. That's a death sentence. Yukinda makes it clear. You can't rotate down the vent. That's audacious.
You'd have to say 8-4 seems very likely because that was only 2,400 loss coming into this final round for 9Z. Suffering from their own successes as part of this comeback trail. Nowhere to go. And good output when they're on the screen, but you see immediately once they straight down the vent. All right, we don't want any of this. Let's not take the fight on their terms.
Falconis თამაში ჯერ არ არის. Falconis თამაში кай ხანი არ იქნება.
Max, are you ready for this one? MP9, primed and ready. Would have loved that burst to Yukinda. Still manages to come up good. Gets himself output. Oh! Does better. The 2-for-1 special. And Wasso's here. Yuri gone. AK in his hands. Never mind. What was that sequence? Max does well to find something. Mayan gets a little bit of lady luck on his side.
Okay, Schroeder, you're having a game. You're feeling it.
He is.
Let's see if you truly are in the flow state. 1v4, heaps of time to work with. And a smoke in your face. There's more where that came from as well.
Anticipates with all that yard space that there could be that flank, but they're playing this one by the book. They've got the bomb and just one to worry about.
Now they know where he is. Free smoke. Gonna have to play through.
Just a hope and a prayer. Couple of bullets through the smoke. 5-round CT half for 9Z. Found him. Still fighting but, pretty respectable half after all of things considered. It's like for Furia.
Yeah, you're gonna feel that they're less likely to let their foot off the gas as opposed to what happened on Mirage there. Still some rounds that they be regretting. 9Z still have some fight left in them.
Hey, man, that
rounds were 3-1 coming into this map. 9Z picked up their second, but the conversion's costing them, and the half that could have been those financial woes in the early stages before they really started to get the guns going. Could avoid the extra day of play tomorrow, why not?
More time to optimize and review.
Lining
up. Yeah. I mean, if you don't laugh, you'll cry when you go down like that.
Another on CT side Furia, they're easier.
Dual Beretta, Sammy
USB.
Well, in practice too.
The form that we've seen from 9Z though.
Molly.
Yukinda's got a lot of answers there.
Yuri just got gooshed.
Yuri in trouble. Just run down by Max. Serato, a nice one quick back. Luchop may have seized the site. They get away with the plant and the door is closed on Yakin.
Oh, bane.
DGT ready
Oh,
to greet.
აზან აღდა და
Good
კაი
find from
კოუჩი
Yakin.
რა მართლა.
Gonna put pressure onto Luchov and actually tap away another head. He's done so much work here, has Yakinda, but still onto the shoulders of Mayan in the clutch. Fallen runs him down. A 10-second defuse, not planted for him. Still, they're off it. Hoping to see Mayan overextend, and that's exactly what they get.
Very well done from Yakinda there. Those are two very
Იყო
tough
ამ
fights.
ტურნირზე, მე
Obviously,
რა
swinging the
გავარდა.
door open and winning that first, that's where he really should have been stuffed in the choke, but it's the second. Just making sure that he slows it down and doesn't commit to the fight too haphazardly. So double there for the Latvian. Draws them up to 8. But with the bomb going down, we will see a force. Yeah, this one, just taking his time. At that point, swarm the bomb and get themselves a 4th pistol of the series. 2 Tech 9s, Mac 10 for Huasao, and 2 Galils. See that door blown off, but is it lobby centric? Is it outside wall smokes? Top go.
Flash and go, and the self-flash converts. K-Serata ran out of ammo, bought enough time. Molodoi arrives, as does Yeki. And they're sent back to spawn.
Nico now.
Well, you can see a bit of a pop-off there from Fallen. I mean, just converting upon that, knowing that they invested. When you start saying, oh yeah, they had Kevlar, a little wave of relief washes over Furia's ranks.
Especially when you consider the force buy from Furia in the first half was that. Racing straight down into that A side. And Fallen got a triple kill on a Tech 9.
ულა ჩვენს გაგვიწელეს ის რომ სპირიტი დაწყებული იყო და გვესიამონა ნორმა რაღაც დონკას ყურებით მაინც.
Yeah, it's a great series from K-Serata, isn't it? I know
თვითონაც ვერ იგებენ, მოიგონ მაინც და არაფერს ვიტყვი რომ მოიგონ.
Unable to convert off of his brilliance, but right now he's continuing
to
put in a
მოიგო
shift, and that
ჭადრაკში.
is quick, that is spotless, that is clean and easy. Just 3 more rounds, securing the playoffs. Let's see if they can get there with ease, or if 9Z have another win. I wouldn't call it their second win, might be 3rd or 4th at this point.
At this point, I think you're right. Is it a windy day?
No messing about. Carrying through MP9.
That's all right to that, it's
not. Molodoi. Everyone's got head armor, there's 4 kills.
რამდენი შეუგდე?
This is a very strong CT buy. Want to start secret immediately. Okay.
სპირიტის 2-0 მგონია მეც, ხო? მაგრამ შეიძლება 3 მაპიც იყოს. ვერ იტყვი ეგრე რა, ბიგი არ არის ცუდი გუნდი რა. შეიძლება მოუგოს პირველი მატჩი, ქეში თუ გაპიკავენ.
Biggest concern with these smokes is the leak into main. You can see how that's bled over.
Gonna pull K-Serato's attention for sure.
ამრავის თუ მოიგებენ ესენი კაი იქნება.
Door resmoke.
Flash, DGT. Oh, caught him as well. You can see he makes his pathing while blind. Luchov needs the double. There's Molodoi to save his teammate. They have got the A site though. It's that number advantage, just the extra body for Furia on the way back in.
Another molly for Max. He could use that heaven after this plant. Ooh.
Buys off the shot. There is that late lobby arrival. He needs someone to provide that equalizing frag safely. Basso does so onto Yakinda. Messi from Fallen gets it done. Mayan's gone. It's just Max. A 1 versus 3, tapping the head onto Yuri. Pressure, they're amplifying it, just running at him, not letting him breathe, not letting him catch a breath. As a Furia 11th now posted, things are flowing.
პოტენციალურად 4 საათი მეძინა თქო მეძინება და ეს ჩემი სერვი კიდე წელავენ ამ თამაშებს კიდე.
Buy that Max will be able to call with. There'll be the AKs galore. They'll have all the U2 you're hoping for. Great under pressure there in the final moments. Molodoi not overstepping, being a nuisance, making sure he's there with his teammates to be able to trade out on that. Go on top again.
Yeah, name of the game right now. Can you get past Yuri and K-Serata? The answer is resounding no for the double of Yuri. He'll drop in. Nade got DGT's name all over it. Gets ahead of it. Serato confirms. Gap is closed. Pressure now with the molly back sight. How do they handle this?
Ora down
DGT. One back from Molodoi is a big one.
2v2. Fallen's out.
Cheeky underneath him. Trades easy. Luchov in the clutch in the 1v1. Molodoi last seen main, and he's actually anticipated this exact like a book. Too easy, just booked, and a nice start to their campaign.
A good poise from 9Z, right? They lose 2 players to Yuri up on the rafters, but then once they get out that door and have the space, that moment of poise to throw the molly back sight does make things a lot easier for DGT.
ორი დებილი ნახე, ორი დებილი. კეისერატო და იურა შეხედე, რაიმენაცლა იურა იმენა.
And Molodoi trying to keep up the intensity, just assumes the plant's going to come through. There's still money for Furia as well. They lose this one. 9Z can start working on a comeback. Into aggressive yard. Support a Molodoi who does have a HE to help outside if there is a smoke wall. It's in the air right now.
He's got the nade break. Does completely book Luchov on that one, even putting bullets into Wasso. Puts him onto 49 as they will scarper across. Damage onto Wasso. Last bullet as he rounded the corner. So it's 3.5 men.
Well, they're much quicker than Molodoi anticipates.
Yeah, you're right.
Much quicker.
Yeah, he's already in the blind spot. It's an easy pickup for DGT. A bit of a misplay from Molodoi. Fallen. Spotted. Drops in. Oh my god, a kamikaze from Fallen. Yeki loses his head. It's Wasso on it. And now a really uncomfortable retake for the two Fangs. Yuri and Serato, 30 frags between them, and it's Serato that's doing the heavy lifting. Can Yuri find an important one? He can. With Max gone, DGT's position now noted on the taps. Double swing. There's Yuri again. It's just up to Wasso. He's been tagged up by Yakinda. Is 6 HP, 1v2, really realistic. They have overlooked the possibility. Serato's looking elsewhere, and that was the healthy member. Wasso's got one step.
Backside plant, just sit it.
Oh, he wouldn't dare.
No kit.
He wouldn't dare. No kit. Oh, and just enough time.
He's going to pick it up. This is going to be close.
I'm not sure. Is it a comeback for 9Z? Or is it 12 for Furia? That is huge.
Well, had a couple of those throughout this series. Go back to Mirage. It was 9Z the ones coming out on the now by the 6-round gap, a 12th round secure, and one more away from those playoffs.
Oh, that's a massive round to actually convert there. We were talking about Serato's performances, but Yuri with 3 on the way back in. Massive work.
GT's crosshair was in the right place. Oh, looks to make a bit of a move. Flash behind him. He's going to push.
The fade, a flash behind him. Smoke walls are up as it stands. There's a couple of HE breaks. You can hear him on yard. No one's made it across though.
And then you're very limited now. Punish of the squeaky door smoke. It's
მარტო ვიტალიტეს
we're into this.
Molodoi არ უთამაშია წინა წლის მერე იმერე.
Molodoi susceptible to the pre-aim of Max here. Ooh, does very well. Finds himself the headshot. Serato overlooked. A wide swing from Luchov. 9Z counting on these 3. They want to see another round of play. Yuri, a bit of a contingency here. You can see him hiding up towards Mustang. This is powerful.
არ ვიცი. იმის მერე არ გამოჩენილა გან.
Yeki back sight.
მშვიდობიდან.
Gets the jump spot onto Mayan as well, so now that's going to bait them in perfectly. You're not clearing Yuri. 2 more to go. And Fury are off to the playoffs. Wasso and DGT disagree. Wait, Heaven plant. No cover. Wasso's a free frag. Molodoi will pluck it from the pack. Now DGT. Oh, we can hit it. 1 bullet would do it. Molodoi's in trouble. What do? Respect the flames. Strafes away. 1 HP versus 14. Playoffs at stake. Relocation from Molodoi. DGT just looks away. Timing the name of the game. That's game. Playoffs secured.
65 kills over the series for K Serato. A standout performance in the last 2 maps, but that'll secure it for Furia.
Yeah, Furia right there, and that is the step forward that they were looking to take against 9Z when they loaded into the server. I can assure you that much. The Group D upper bracket semifinal has been decided. It is Furia going into the playoffs. And Jacob, how about those apples?
მოკლედ დაგებრუნდებით მე როგორც კი დაიწყება რა
თამაში. Coming out for Furia here, Nuke again. Spoke about the game so far, had been very streaky on both the first 2 maps. 9C on the second map, Furia on the first map. You know, we talk about these rounds where you win 7, 8 rounds out of 10, and Furia were able to do that as the first team in this game. With a very strong T-side, Peter, they laid the foundation for what ended up being a clear-cut victory on Nuke. I was a little bit surprised that the game wasn't closer, but gotta give it to Furia. They played well here.
Yeah, it's a pistol round, so again, comes down haunting. 9C a little bit here, and just there's still stuff that needs to be ironed out before you can make it like even more competitive against these type of teams, you know. And it's again also the clutch situation that just seems to be playing better on the side of Furia. And K Serato had a massive game again, and you know, he's always one you want to be turning to when you play these massive tournaments. Like if he can show up in the fashion he's doing in this specific game, then you're definitely set.
And it's not even just K Serato showing up statistically, right? Like we're talking about impact. Yeah. He's felt in the server when he gets in there, and he's able to activate and be a tool for the team.
From a team perspective as well for Furia, it's a great way of winning Nuke, because one of the biggest issues I saw on Mirage was the lack of cohesion, the lack of synergy between the players, especially in the retake scenarios involving the A-bomb side. I feel here Nuke, all players were gelled well together. Very good trading, very good spacing. In general, they made the playing field very tough for 9C. In order for them to win rounds, individuals from 9C would have to, you know, do more than was expected from them. They would have to get 2 kills in a scenario where it was not likely to get 2 kills. And that's down to Furia making the playing field and really using the spacing and using the bodies in the game to their own advantage. So as much as I disliked what I saw from Furia at stages on Mirage, I gotta give it to them. They turned it around here in Nuke and looked like the team that we know they can be.
Yeah, they look in control throughout Nuke, and that's good sign right moving forward. Now they've locked in playoff as well, and let's just be honest, it would have been quite the disaster to have yet another of the elite teams dropping into the lower qualifier, so the lower bracket right with you, with the facts of Mouse being there now. You also have Vitality, and you also have Spirit, right? So, you know, it would have been pretty ridiculous.
And we have Yakinder. I say we. I mean, Freya does. What's up?
I do indeed, yes. Congratulations, Yakinder. Furia now through to the playoffs. Took a little bit more time than maybe we anticipated after what was a pretty fast map 1. What are your initial emotions after knowing you've made top 16 at least?
Yeah, I mean, of course, the basic minimum is done, and it feels, of course, nice. It feels also nice that this was, in our eyes, like a confident run. Mirage was a little bit unlucky in some moments. I feel like in key situations we kind of forgot some things we agreed on, and that's why it was kind of couldn't close it in a way. But Nuke was very comfortable, super performance from K Serato, and everybody looking sharp, and that's the main good thing.
Yeah, let me, if you don't mind, dive into that Mirage just a little bit more, because it was the opposite way around from last time we saw you at the Cologne Major as well. Was it just down to you guys, in your opinion, you guys making mistakes, or did 9Z switch up anything to catch you off guard?
Well, last time against them we lost this too, and I feel like we've done a big amount of work on the map, and we had an opportunity to maybe ban this to kind of leave Ancient open and whatever for this game, but we decided that the only way to become better on a map is to actually play it a lot, and we gave ourselves this opportunity to play this 2 today, and I'm glad we won it.
Final question, just looking forward to that top 16. We obviously have seen Falcons, Mouse, G2 today, Na'Vi making it to top 16. We've got Vitality and Spirit still battling it out in their lower bracket games respectively. How do you rank Furia amongst the teams that have already made it? Where are you placing yourselves?
I feel like the season is so young that you can't really tell form of the teams, and for example, before Cologne Major, I wouldn't say that we were like contenders or like finalists in theory. So I feel like any team can surprise, and any team is strong enough nowadays in CS to beat anybody, and I feel like the team who's gonna have a better day is just gonna take it all.
Well, thank you so much for your time. Once again, congratulations to Furia. That is top 16 at the bare minimum here at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, the 2026 King of Content, that's him, Yakinder. You should go check out his Instagram. He's doing some pretty wild stuff over there. And by that, I mean just a lot of effort. Jacob, you look perturbed, man. What did the guy say?
I mean, nothing.
We did say something.
Kind of the issue. Now, I get where Yakinder is coming from. You know, Counter-Strike these days is a lot about the day-to-day form, as you like
I forgot about that one.
to call it. But I think it's fair that Yakinder is being honest with himself and honest with Furia. They are one of the favorites still. They're not the favorite to win the tournament, but they're still in contention to be, you know, making it to the semifinals, to maybe even make the final like they did in Cologne. And as he said, you know, this season is young, but it's not like you forget how to play Counter-Strike over the course of a 2-week break. So they're still one of the teams we expect a lot from. And, you know, I get it. From Yakinder, you just want to put away the pressure. There's no need to talk yourself up or say something that you may regret later on. So I'll do it for you. Yes, Furia should be super disappointed if they're not making top 8 or maybe even top 4.
Well, that's happened before. I recall this is not the first time that Furia have this kind of idea that they downplay themselves a little bit. I don't know if it's like a mental aspect they want to be throwing out that, hey, we're not really feeling that great, you know, like we're just playing, just like with Molotov I said in the opening interview, like we're just like feeling it out right now with the whole idea of Fallen retiring soon. So I don't know, maybe it's just, you know, maybe they're just being smarter than their opponents.
Yeah, maybe they're more of a vibes team. Maybe we're just unaware of what they're doing over there. Clearly Furia having found success there, so did Quesarado. Good clutch and lower really early on in the first half.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, again, we got to jump back to one of the reasons to why Fury also saw this one coming their way, and it is just again Quesarado showing again that he can be such a massive player. We talked about Yuri, how good he can be in clutching, but the beauty of it is that Quesarado can do the exact same. You know, it was actually a 2v4 turning into a 1v1, and just the way that he isolates the duels here is just very important. Also, the fact that this is the third round. You know, if they would have won this one, there's a chance that 9C can run away with the economy, the momentum. So a very important clutch to get in their favor already.
Great way of crowning a great series overall for Quesarado. Played well on Dust 2, played well on Mirage, came in here on Nuke, as you said, Peter, found even more impact. Yep. He's up there in the conversations to be, you know, when he one day retires, you know, I think the way you evaluate his career is that he's just been Mr. Consistent for all these years. Yeah. It doesn't matter whether Furia is in a good period or in a bad period. He even had, like, what, 3 years where they didn't do anything.
And he was still good.
And he was still good, you know, still playing at the same level. So he's almost unaffected by his surroundings. And having a player like that in your team is so vital and so important for Furia. Not only to find consistency, but also to be one of the teams that we speak about that could potentially win trophies for the remaining of the season.
Now, interestingly enough, that wasn't the end of the road for 9Z. Clearly one of the teams that we've put on a radar here that is making waves, if not ruptures, at that. But we can take a look at the brackets, or the bracket.
Are we going to look at Group D now?
Wow, you've nailed that right on the head.
Yeah.
Speaking of D, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's my favorite group and arguably my favorite letter in the alphabet. Now, Pain Gaming, not really looking too sharp in their game against Wildcard, but they got the job done, which means they're facing the Mongols in that lower bracket game for a spot in the playoff, and then 9C versus Magic. Maybe a bit of a surprise that Magic were able to beat 3D Max. Maybe not too big of a surprise, but doing it in a 2-0 fashion. I thought 3D Max was going to come in here at home turf and do a little bit more.
It's like, the thing with Magic, you know, in all honesty, I haven't been paying too much attention about it, but if you ask about people that like watch a lot of their games, you know, they actually play some very solid Counter-Strike, so not surprising. I mean, I think 9C should get the better of them. I think 9C has proven and shown that they can be good enough to make top 16 here, so I would be very surprised if they don't win that one. And then, you know, Mongols Pain, I don't know where to put that one. You know, it seems to be a bit of a confusing matchup in my opinion.
I'll try that again for you, Peter. I'm not going to sugarcoat it whatsoever. 9C, they have to beat Magic. We're talking about a team that is currently, 4 in VIS? You know, Cologne quarterfinalist, won a trophy in China a couple of weeks ago. If 9C is not winning that game, not making the playoff at a 16-team playoff, that would be disappointing. The Mongols have to beat Pain Gaming as well. You and I probably agree with that, Peter. I don't think I've ever seen Pain Gaming being this uninspiring, to be completely honest. It's not a good time right now to be a Pain Gaming fan. It's quite painful, to be quite honest. So I see two clear-cut favorites in that game. Trace.
I see what you did there.
Yeah, you did.
He's good. And you don't give him a lot of credit, Bree, but you know, I'm just going to say it. We can go ahead and switch to Group A. I think it's about that time. Also, a really close game going on the B stream. But here is Group A, and this is in context of what we're about to look at. That's because Big will be taking on Spirit as our last game of the day for this side of things. And that's right, Spirit down there in the lower bracket after having taken an L earlier on at GG How in the best-of-1 format.
It is quite surprising, right, to see them there. But then again, you know, with what we saw against GG How, I don't think Spirit has literally showed up at this tournament yet. I even feel like the game against Luminati was, you know, pretty lackluster. I mean, like, Donk is doing what he can, right? But the rest of the team that doesn't really been showing, specifically Shiro, which is usually his, you know, his sidekick to be, you know, pulling him over the finishing line. So I'm not, I mean, coming into this game now that we do get to talk more about Big and Spirit, I'm not worried for Spirit. But then again, you know, if Big shows up and plays like their absolute A game, I think there's also a possibility.
I just feel for Big, you know, it's GG How ruining their night, you know.
Everyone's night. Just the fact that you put Spirit in a lower bracket, you know, that ruins for everyone that drops the map, right?
I mean, potentially. Guys, there's that, and there's actually so much more to talk about. But obviously, we have to do our due diligence. We have to figure out where that break timeline is. So I appreciate you guys. I really do. I love where you're going.
Really want to get at it.
Just really think that we need to go to a break, because that's the only way that we can get the game started here. Thank you so much, Jacob Pimp Winesh. We're ready to jump into that break, which means Big and Spirit are on the other side, and Jacob Pimp Winicki.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
It might be all she wrote here on Mirage.
I pointed out that they dropped the bomb, but yeah, he literally said to me like, they don't need it.
But you're right. You are firmly right. They took 1 point of damage in that whole execute. 1 point. Donnie, that is an impressive showing if you're Aurora. A 13-6 on GG House map pick.
So impressive, I had to sprint my way right back here. I started walking, I was taking a nice leisurely time, and those last couple of rounds caught me off guard. Look, taking care...
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Group A lower bracket semifinal. Spirit are the overwhelming favorite on paper, but both teams arrive with reasons to question the simple ranking story itself. We'll be watching back the Esports World Cup Club Championships. We're about to witness big take on Spirit for a playoff qualification or bust.
Yeah, mega important game for both teams. There's eight for Big. This is a golden opportunity of not only securing a spot in the playoff, but also gaining some very heavy VIS points and really a good standing in that whole system. Whereas for Team Spirit, Peter, if they were to lose this game, I feel like we aren't ringing the alarm bells just yet, but we're slowly but surely starting to. If they lose too big here, don't make the playoff, don't make top 16, we're talking about a team that really could be in danger.
Both yes and no. I mean, they did make grand finals at Bounty. They did start off the season pretty well, right? Sure. I know they looked flat against Mouse, and yeah, they lost to GG How, right? But this should still, in theory, be a game that Spirit should not be able to lose, regardless of how things turn out. I mean, like, I know that I'm usually positive talking about the teams that go up against, the elite teams, and that they will always have a chance. But I don't see anyone inside Big that can go toe-to-toe with Donk. And I think that Spirit will just also have a lot of opportunities to go in a lot of directions within the map pool to where they can get an advantage.
See, that's the luxury, because I agree with you to some degree. To me, it's not the results necessarily for Team Spirit.
That
was a very close game against Falcons. They could have made it further at that major. It's the way they've been playing. It's the way they lost to GG How. It's the way they won against Luminosity, and people may think, well, they won 2-0. Yeah. Watch that game. That was not a good game of Counter-Strike for Team Spirit.
Not on Dust 2 at least.
Not on Dust 2 at least, and then you move in against Big now, who I very much agree with you. This should be a landslide. This should be an easy game. This should be 9 out of 10 times you run all over Big, and 1 out of 10 times you have a close game. So I feel like there's a lot of pressure on Spirit right now. Yanko posed a pretty good question earlier this morning as well, with Heli, Softic, the coaching behind them as well. I feel like we're starting to see a Spirit that is either going to make it or break it. And I think this game could be very telling in what kind of direction they're going.
It could very well be an indicator. Without a doubt. I mean, just to focus on the Big side a little bit more exclusively here, since Blame F has joined this lineup, and I know you guys is Dane.
We're fine.
Talk to me about him in joining this lineup and then its evolution. Where are we right now?
I think when you look at Blame F, let's just be honest. Most people, they don't like how he plays, right? Because he is a guy that, sometimes seems to be putting himself in front of the team to make himself look great. But there is no doubt that since Blame F have taken over the English reigns of Tapson, they have just looked better. Let's be honest. Like, he brings firepower, he probably brings structure, and he brings, dedication. He's a guy that's very dedicated to his work ethic. Is definitely up there, and I'm sure that has spread throughout the team. And it's also a team. He came into the major saying that they look very good. They seem to be very happy with all the roles. Like, the roles are very set, and everyone in the team knows exactly what to be expected of them. And I think that's a very good sign for you as a team. But then again, is it going to be enough once you make it into the top invites of becoming into the tier 1 events? Is it going to be enough when you don't have the star players? All the people that's going to carry you. That's still where I'm left with if Blame F contribution is enough for the team. Is it going to be enough in the long run? Or is they just going to be, stagnating at this level where they are right now?
There's only so much you can do, though, right? I truly feel like with the state of Danish Counter-Strike right now, which has never been worse off, Peter. You should come back and you'd instantly be a top 3 player in Denmark, because there's no good players around anymore, to be completely honest. Blame F is one of those few players who's still keeping it real. He's still trying his absolute best. You look at who he's playing with. He joined a big project who were nowhere to be found. You
That's
know,
what I mean.
they were on the way to be completely irrelevant.
კარგად,
and
ჩერა
now
ხდა.
slowly
არ
but
ვიცი
surely
რა
they
მაპები
picked
რა
them
არის.
up. Remember them during the major in
გეჯირო
Cologne as well.
ბიჭი.
They did way better than
გამოაცხადებენ
people
ახლა.
thought would have been possible. The comeback as well, and Mirage being down 12-0, and all of a sudden coming back into that game. I feel like there's more positives coming out of Big than there's negatives.
Sure.
But there's only so much you can do if you're playing if you're playing with the players he's playing with, and that's not to say that the likes of Tapson, JDC, you name it, are bad players, are Fabian for that matter. But
არავინ არ
they're
უსმენს,
not players, they're not a
просто
team where I expect
ამათი
them to be
მოვალეობა
top
რა.
10. I think where they're at right now is pretty admirable. That's
არიან
decent
ეგეთი
place to
ჩაღრმავებული
be at,
ტიპები,
you know,
რომლებიც
getting
უსმენენ
invited to some
ამასაც.
of the decent tournaments, you name it. As you can see on the trending as well, it is going in the right direction. It's not like Bitcoin, it's not like the oil prices at the moment, Trace. It's actually looking quite decent for Big.
Hold on, what did BTC do to get a little straight in there?
Come on. It's been a tough relationship in that regard. All I'm saying is, Blame F in Big so far, he's made them better. You know, if he gets better players around him, I'm sure Blame F can do more.
But then again, okay, do you realistically think that Big would be able to attract players that is better than what they have right now?
No,
or is
absolutely
it,
not.
Or is it more of a case that if Big continues the upwarding trend that they have right now, then their players will start getting poached?
No.
Don't you think that's going to be the
No.
case? Then,
No.
what are they left at?
Well, Tapson's been around for forever. Fabian has been around for forever. JDC has been around for forever. Griggs is maybe the only one where we don't know the true potential. I'll be honest, you know, Big is doing a good job at what they're doing right now, but if you look at the roster, where's the player that all of a sudden is going to elevate himself, you know? Where's the player that all of a sudden is going to put a 0.1 to his rating on average and elevate that team? I feel like we get the most out of what they have to work with right now, and I'll be honest, unless some German talent comes up, maybe they have to start look elsewhere.
Yeah, I mean, just as a reminder, this is a playoff qualification.
ვერ
match,
მივხვდი
not a
მზე იძახი,
theoretical
მაგრამ
mismatch. This is
Okay.
where these two teams are stature-wise. You know, for the side of
მადლობა
Spirit is
მაინც
where we flip it
მაინც
to.
რა
I know that you love
მადლობა
to talk
ძმა
about Big,
დონეცის
but truthfully, Spirit aren't necessarily in the most prettiest of situations we've seen them in either.
No, and I hate it for the sake of Big. I actually like them a lot. I think Big have done a great job. I think Blame F have done a great job as well already, you know, highlighted. But this matchup, Peter, against Team Spirit, even as we described it, right? They're not looking necessarily too great in their games, but it's not that bad either. And even if Spirit is showing up with a B game or C game, that should still be enough to beat Big. So I almost feel sorry for the Big clan right now. They're up against a team that there should be no way to beat in a best of 3.
It's not fun, you know, going out against Spirit in the lower bracket, knowing that if you lose this, then you're out, right? You know, and you know, ever since Spirit lost to GG Hao, everyone's just been thinking, I mean, obviously the result is bad, but then they're still gonna make it, right? Not having Spirit in a top 16, that would be a pretty bad result for them. And I think, you know, my big question and what I actually just want to see from this specific game is that I know what Donk brings and I know what Shiro can bring, but I'm still left in a question mark regarding the last 3 players. I want to see Suntix
ზეო გასაგებია მაგარი ხარ
one of those games where you're thinking, okay, that's the third star. That's the guy that
ბიჭო არ ვიცი რავი რა მე მაგად არ მევასება რა სიმართლე ხურობა რო იქით
when
იყოს
something is missing, and I think that sometimes seems to be the issue. And then sure, you also have a little bit with the coaches and everything, with Toffee coming in and Halley now taking like an overview. He's want to give his players more freedom. Like, where's the system at for Spirit right now? You know, that's my big question. They seem to be going a little bit in multiple directions right now.
It's the fact that the Dunk show hasn't been enough. It's the fact that we've seen Dunk play well so far this tournament. I think Freya
always
asked him,
plays well.
Always plays well. Freya asked him, you know, how do you find your personal form at the moment? And Dunk is satisfied, but he would rather win with his team, etc. And it goes back to this old conversation that we always had, you know, how much do they rely on Dunk's individual level to be a good team? Well, seemingly at this tournament so far, again, small sample size, don't want to make any sensations just yet, but he's playing well, you know, and they're still looking to be struggling a little bit. So I agree with you, Peter, that there's more than one issue at hand right now for Team Spirit, and against an opponent like Big. I mean, if you're Tenea, if you're Suntix, you should be able to establish a bit of dominance. You should be able to farm some confidence, Trace.
How about the Shiro side of things? In terms of an elite firepower with an AWP, as it's been prescribed, he's had some woeful experiences here. Hasn't necessarily gone the most fun of routes for him. But in terms of input in the server, what does he need?
I'm not worried at Shiro at all. You know, I took a liberty of going and looking at some of his stats, and he has, like, you know, I wouldn't say periods, that's wrong, but he had like maybe a series or 2 back-to-back where he just seemed to be not present, and I think that's what we're seeing. So I don't think this is like untraditional for the likes of Shiro, but sure, against Yao, he looked completely out of it, right?
Yeah.
You know, sort of dropped the ball a little bit, and you also had a couple of instances when they played Luminosity where he would just miss uncharacteristic shots and just not really being the shooter that we know, but I know, and I've played against him, I've watched him.
გამღალე სანტონ კაროჩე რა ერთმა ვსუყურებ და ნახვი გააჩეონა.
one of the reasons to why he has also elevated the team. So I'm not worried at all for Shiro.
It's funny how recency bias works in
Counter-Strike.
You and I were talking about Shiro, playing well at the major, now also stepping up in playoff games, and that's the new look of the new Shiro, taking it a step further, and then he has 1.5 bad games here, and we're talking about, is there a potential crisis with Shiro? I'm with you. I think Shiro is a fantastic AWP player. I think he's a fantastic Counter-Strike player, and he's, at the very least, the GG How game, that was the anomaly, right? Making the amount of mistakes and being caught off guard. Even if he's having a game where he's not hitting his shots, he's never really making too glaring mistakes, and I expect that to be the old Shiro showing up today.
Yeah, the old Shiro show. Perhaps that's what we're looking for, because, left a lot to be desired at some points. Of course, this lineup does a little bit as well, and I'm only saying that in terms of Why is that being circulated? Why is that an idea right now about Holly potentially not hanging around?
Well, it's because they were doing so well when Softic came in, right? And he seemingly changed a bit of the approach within Team Spirit. One thing was the utility usage that he got a lot of credit for. Another one was Tenia, arguably playing a little bit better under the leadership of Softic. Again, could that be random? Could that be just the period where he was feeling comfortable? Or did he specifically work with Tenia? It's tough to say for certain, but I think Peter was onto something when you described that we need the third star of this lineup to step it up and establish himself as being that player. And I think if Tenia is not up for that, if he's not going to find any more consistency, if he's not going to elevate his level of gameplay, I think the talent pool within the CIS region of Counter-Strike is so strong that at some point they'll start to wonder, should we give another guy a try?
And it's also just like when you look at Falcons or look at Vitality, they have those three guys that shows up pretty much every single series.
ნებისმიერი მოთამაშე რუსეთში რო დაადონ ტაიერ 2-3 გუნდიდან იმენა ტნირას აი ესე მოჭიმავენ. აი ანუბის დაბანეს, ინფერნო დაბანეს, ქეში გაიპიკა დასთორიან მირაჟი, დაიბანა გალაქტიონი ტემუდანი.
Potentially play cash as well. If I'm big Peter, why not go for it? Why not try to bring out a map where, yeah, Spirit have played a little bit, but it's a new, uncommon ground and maybe a bit inconsistent.
Yeah, and with you actually get to see the fact that Big does go with cash, and it's a map that they have been willing to play, and it's fun to look at because it's one of those single teams that actually plays all 7 maps. So they actually turn their teams and spread out the resources to have.
აი მადლობა და მოწვის არ
maybe not
ვიცი
as narrowed down to be as good.
მოთამაშეც აი ესე თამაშობდა ხოლმე თავგადახრილი მაგარი კაცია. ის თვალი აქვს ხო იცი ერთი?
That has just always been like the map they always feel like
going back to when they turn it to video,
so not a big surprise.
ესე თამაშობდა გადახრილი კისრით რო უფრო კარგად დაენახა. მაგრამ მაგარი გახდა, მაგარი ნამუშევარი აქვს, მა 1-200 კილო იყო, რევაზაზე მსუქანა იყო.
Every single time there's always going to be new ways of countering each other, new metas, you name it, and that's how it develops when a new map is coming in.
აი, ქეში დათი ნიუკი დაიბანა და ანუბის იქნება ბოლო მაპი უაჭო. არა, ანუბისი ვერ იქნება, მეც მაგარი ვარ. ენშენტი იქნება ბოლო მაპი ეს.
If Spirit can actually play cash.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, one map left here. Obviously, with Mirage still in there, I mean, the conversation around Ancient, we've begun that a little bit. So let's see, what is that third map?
I think we're left with, okay, I actually was going to say we're left with Ancient, but that's not the case.
Yeah, Mirage,
but we got cash
coming in there.
Nice.
We get cash, we get Dust too, and then I guess we'll have to wait.
კაცო მიკროვოლტის მექანიკა საერთოდ ვაფშე აშუაშია. ნებისმიერი კაუნტერის მოთამაშე შეუში ერთი წელი მიეცი და რავი, აი მინუს კადეში იქნებიან კიდევ ერთ.
At some point I'm going to have to tell you and remind you that's going to
მიკროვოლტის მექანიკა ძმა.
It's going to be right now. Check out this QR code. I've asked you a couple times.
ყველაფრით მაგარი უნდა ყოფილიყავი.
You might even hear me say it again tomorrow, but in this moment just scan the QR code. Let us know who you think is going to win, because it's about the time where we get the game on itself. I'd ask these guys, but really I think you've heard them yap enough, so let's do this thing. Let's get this game on. Let's see if Spirit can push big around.
It's not მიკროვოლტია. მაგარი ფილმის გადაღებაც შეიძლება და ანიმაციის გადაღებაც შეიძლება და ძალიან სერიოზული
playoffs on the line right now as Team Spirit and Big get ready to clash on cash in this best of 3. Lower bracket indeed. saw a shaky
მე
spirit on
Discord-ის
day one,
სერვერზე
lost
შემოდი,
to GG
დაპირული
How in a
ან
best of one.
Discord-ის
And
ლინკი
to be
არის
honest, I like to
აღწერაში,
say they
მანამდე
came
თქვენ
back stronger
სტრიმი
and they
დაალაიქეთ
were better in
20
that BO3,
ლაიქი,
but they
350
barely
ლაიქზე
limped over
ავიდეთ.
Luminosity on Dust 2.
მადლობა
That is their
კიდევ
pick of the
ერთხელ.
series today. I
უღმესი
don't know what to
მადლობა ძმებო.
expect
წავედით
from
ეხლა
Spirit,
დონკი
but
და
you know
დოს
that
უყუროთ.
they are feeling fancy
და
for
ვისი
an upset.
ამონოთ 1 წუთი და 40 წამით და ბარემ მიხმარეთ ძმებო მიდით.
Feeling that for Spirit, it's kind of time to
გამღალეს
lock the
ტიპებმა
hell
იმ
in
მინეთ
and
შემი რა. ვერ ვერ
show the
იმას.
level that you've come to expect from this team, right? I think they've been very underwhelming across this EWC, and I feel like they know it too. See, before this game, Donksel smiles at least, which might give you a bit of a positive sign. But yeah, they're up against a
ოპა,
big that have been
1300-ს
grinding,
გაიწურა,
a big that have
გიჟი
been
გიჟი
getting
დავა,
better,
ეხლა 500-ს
and
გავწურო
slowly but
ძმა.
surely gaining more and more attention.
14000-ზე ავიდეთ და მე 1000-ით 15-ზე გავწურო წლის ბოლომდე და ეგა რა.
Major even, hell, they had some ludicrous matches, and you know the one I'm talking about more than any other. The big old comeback. But this is a resilient team, a team that's on the rise, a team that's trending upwards, one that you can't underestimate if you're Team Spirit, especially in the form they've been in here in EWC.
Yeah, and continuing off of the open qualifier where these other open qualifier teams have kind of fallen flat on their face to a degree. You look at 100 Thieves, obviously eliminated as well.
არა, არა, წლის ბოლოს
GG
სევერი
How,
იქნება.
who are not far away from that fate. K27 also lost to MIBR pretty clean.
Brawl
So,
Busters-იც მახსოვს.
at the end of this game, Big maybe the only one surviving, or will they join the fate of the 3 other open qualifier squads as Team Spirit, heavy favorites, rank 1 VRS team in the world right now, absolutely have to show up. It's really hard to know what we're going to get, but with Cash in our not so distant future, that's
cool.
a lot of fun.
Like the fact that we're going to cash first.
Yeah, 2 games logged for Spirit, right? 1 online, 1 on LAN. 50-50. Too early to know, but a loss to FaZe, who've clearly tried to put it in their map pool. And of course, Big 3 out of 4 wins. We saw them against Aurora in that opener. Really well-called game, to be honest, from BMF.
Hippo game.
And 1 loss to G2 just the other day here in EWC. So still a good track record for Big. Let's see if they can take on the big
Rock
boys of
Hippo
Spirit.
Productions, NQ Games.
All right, we got a
T-side
T-side start for Big.
Ooh, didn't catch Faven up close, but it's fine.
Well, you remember my big prediction for Spirit day 1 of the tournament? I said I think Tania's going to have a good tournament. They would love to have access to him today.
Oh, Molotov.
Donk, there's a lot of guys coming his way out towards middle, and it's Tabson ripping his head off. So Donk gone from this pistol. Tania put this man back on Cash, and he's loving it.
You're joking. That's a ridiculous jump shot from the back of the side.
You know, this is an old boys map, Hugo.
That's true.
Spirit
don't have that experience necessarily, right? Certainly on most of these players would not have been playing professionally, or just weren't, back in 2019. Shiro was kind of on the come up. Donk was nowhere to be seen.
A child, I think, is the...
It's a better way of putting it. But, you know, on paper, a lot of reasons that Spirit should like this map. And with the Instaban being so clear, they were never going to avoid it.
რაც მოგიგო ადრეს მე მაბიჭო რაც მოხდა ავტუროთ მე 370 ლაიქი
rough for Tania. Haven't able to get past him and into this stack, sure, but you need these deagle hits, something. Shiro.
Donki დადო გაგვიკოტრეს
5-7 would have been better there.
აქ 3 მაპი იქნება უჭო.
And so that's Magic's and Zontic saving, you imagine.
We see a lot of different type of executes right on this map, with it being re-added with the skyboxes, you know, allowing anything over A. But that's a cool one for Big. You know, 2 backside smokes, isolate those players, no support, because that's the thing about Cash, you get really quick rotates. And one thing that we've seen a lot of these Cash games here at EWC is teams aren't really playing for middle on the CT side. They're getting their util in. Occasionally they'll go for a counter boost, they'll do something like close SMGs. But for the most part, it's one guy mid, get the nades and get out, reinforce your bomb sites. use mid for information only. And so, with those smokes from Big, that rotate completely cut off.
კაცი იხოწება კარიგანა მოიჯასო მეიჯორი რაც დაიწყო იმის მე და არავინ არაფერს არ აკეთებს.
I'd certainly argue that that kind of mirrors, you know, what we used to see from Cash back in the day, right? Like mid kind of an access point, but you don't really want to end your round in this,
ძირითადად ფორსავენ რომ გარისკონ და მოიგონ რომ ძალიან არცავი
არის. Take a bit of space. But then you have your
იმიტომ რომ იქო რომ გააკეთო მესამე რაუნდში იმდენი უტილიტი არ გაქვს რომ ღირდეს რა.
That's true. Many have tried. But we've had a Spirit player drop from the server.
I see Admin's over
shoulder. Подожди, მაგარ ხოძე არის. დაფსენა რაც IG-ი აღარ არის და გადავიდა მაგ თავის როლზე რა. რასაც თამაშობს არ ვიცი რა რო თამაშობს.
3-0 run.
ნუ ბერო საკაითო ფოტოშოპს. მადლობა კიდევ ერთხელ ბროდონიცის. ძმებო Discord-ში შემოდით და გადადით upgrade-ის საჩუქრებში.
Overwhelming hit there.
ჩემი კოდი გამოიყენეთ თუ თამაშობთ მაგ საიტზე, მაინც დიდი თხოვნა იქნება.
All right, little run boost, do you like that? Get you up for a mid peak that much faster. This has kind of been Tabson's game thus far, and he's got pistols out in front of him over here towards B.
5 დასეივებაზე მიდოს 10 ლარი. 200 ლარს ვიგებ.
Holding vent.
ანუ 5-ჯერ რო დაასევებ თამაში რა და ბოლო რამდენჯერ დარჩება. ანუ play phase-ზე დავდი 200 ლარი იმაზე რომ ბოლო დარჩება 4-ჯერ, ანუ 4-ჯერ უნდა დარჩეს ბოლო. თელი გუნდი ამოწყდეს.
Okay. Yeah. So you do just have to go and clear that. He's got Molly, he's got util, and Bigger in no rush. Tabson just holding the extremities for a push, gonna lob in a bit of util over here towards B. And this will keep the attention of Team Spirit on the wrong side of the map.
No Big are going to have some good grenades in their repertoire here. Spirit are certainly hedging their bets, though. And they seem to be onto something. Triple B staying in place. Heaven Smoke or CT. Still figuring that out. It looks like a Heaven Smoke. CT's already down.
All right, they're going into the stack. Vent split, and that is going to blindside the hold. Team Spirit.
Bravo.
Smoke not a problem.
Tabson, he's loving it.
Dude, they are looking
absolutely loving it.
These two or three hits really we've seen. There's no space for any CTs, right? They're all side by side on this hit. They time that very well. Just overwhelming numbers on their bomb sites.
There's a
I
reason
feel like Spirit are going to have to make some kind of play here coming into gun rounds.
There's a reason they call him Big Cash Money Tabson.
Right
off the rip.
We get a kill? No. Big have not lost a player in 3 rounds. 0 kills for Team Spirit coming into their first buy.
ლაიქით მივარტყათ მე ბორა 350 ავიდეთ.
That's gotta feel good. Orbs out for Shiro. What's happening in mid? Donk gets a smoke in and quickly departs. No one on that highway box nade. Donk comes back from the car side.
ხა მოხდება დონკას
second HE and Donk will eat that.
Ooh, mamma mia.
Well, hey, if you know Donk's going to be here, not a bad place to throw your nades. Vent boost denied with that.
Ooh, mamma mia. Utility
utility. 4 HEs thrown by Big, 2 players at half.
They are learning to hate the big utility very, very quickly. You said it yourself, you know, when you got Big in the server, they're going to have some creative ideas. There's a third nade onto the highway. I'm done playing this position.
All HEs now.
კაცი არ უნახავ და ორი კაცი half HP-ია. მაგარი მოძადებულები არიან.
Middle going for event split. No support from Donk. He's got to guess the right site here.
He is making his way over. Looking to end up in the right place. Still, Zontix in this forward position. Double cleared. They were ready for Donk. He just gets a shooting gallery. 3 players out in the open. Sure, he's gonna burn. Team Spirit a fighting chance in the round. You're looking at Blame F and Grix. With Blame holding on for this vent rotation. He gets the kill he's waiting for.
And if you're Donk, you're just wondering, what more do I need to do, really? No one gets a single kill in their position. Donk comes out with 3 frags. Shura's showing us angles we've never seen before, but none of them will let him back in the round. In fact, they're hunting this AWP as well, so got to be very, very careful here. Luckily, Blame's gone back up highway, so Shura looks like he'll survive. But I think they know where he is. Oh, oh God. Not a reassuring start. Well, Big clearly looking well prepped to start this game. Just the fact that their whole first gun round is just, we're going to use 5 HEs. And sure, they kind of overlooked Donk, surprisingly, considering mid was empty. Where is that 3rd player? Where is that rotation player? But even a triple kill in B doesn't stop Big. All right, Spirit, it's time for someone else to get a kill.
Yeah.
Full block, 4 CTs here, 5th on the way.
All right, surely someone else from Spirit gets on the board now. Donk again bullied by Util. Oh, Donk with a multi-kill, doing everything. Zontix, are they going to clear it?
Jest Bauschitchen.
Say that Spirit can feel like a bit of a one-man army.
Sami idę na tego.
This is crazy.
Make sure no one ever sees this.
Ara major ძალიან თამაშარა შირო. Აი ბიჭო big marmo igos აუნდა big play-off-ში ბიჭო არ გამაგიჟო.
That was into a full stack with HE on the main smoke. Donk's on 30 health before he sees someone. How the hell? Like, you can laugh at the other players having trouble, but how does he get 3 kills again? How does he do it? Built different, man. Donk 6 and 5. Everyone else 0. And Big, they're going into stacks and they are getting out easily.
And dude, you can see like the comfortability, right? These executes have been brutal. The idea that you're bringing players down to 30 HP, 40 HP in your exec before you even have to fire a bullet is just massive.
Grix's AWP is out now.
ესეთი რამე არ მინახავს 5-0-ზე. 5-0-ზე 4 კაც 0 კილი აქვს ბიჭო. ესეთი რამე არ მინახავს.
It's going to play close to the vent.
ჩემი კარგი.
Spam for Big. I'm aware there could be an AWP pre-flashing the B side.
This is a bit more of a standard CT setup too. You go for the double mid control, get a player in the vent, so you got that faster B rotation, and then it kind of frees Donk up to roam over towards A. Now you almost get to play 2-3 on each of these bomb sites, and you still have eyes on mid to react.
Yeah. Big, just look how... Okay, Blame looks into the flash, but the fact that they're flashing
it's
that,
good.
They're so methodical.
ესეთი რამე მართლა არ მინახავს.
Maybe you would have hoped, but no punish here. Late highway nades again. Donk is a little further back, but he still takes 30.
გაგიჟდება დონკაჩი.
One more. Does miss. Donk gets out for now. Molly pushes Magic back to B. They can't catch him on his rebound.
გაგუდეს ტიპები ბიჭო უტილიტით ესეთი რამე არ მინახავს.
30 seconds, Big. You're going to have to go back into this B split.
Magic's here.
ჩემი დაფსენარებს
position every single time they've gone B, and so they check for it.
All right, Zontix needs a multi-kill here.
Someone else is on the board. Zontix with the first. Now they know where he is. They start to give chase. And Grix has got the cover. Donk dead in rotation. Bomb crossing in with 10 seconds left. And there's just enough time to get it down. Grix holding on for this wrap.
6 რაუნდში ბიჭო 3 კაც აქ 0 კილი.
6-0.
It's a beautiful game out of Big. You got
13 ლაიქიც მივარტყა 350-ზე ავიდეთ რა.
Right now they are playing these rounds down to the final 30, doing some really nice executes. The util is great. The trading is fine. There's nothing going wrong now for Big. Grix hitting his shots as well. Just an excellent beginning.
არა ვიცოდი რომ ქეშ კარგად ამაშო და ბიტუნ არა ესენი თუ ესეთ თუდები
They've been very passive in this CT side, right? But I think Big have proven that if you give them the room, they're going to abuse it.
Yeah, not only that, like eventually
ვებო Discord-ი არის აპინული და წერაში წერია გთხოვთ რომ ყველა შემოხვიდეთ Discord-ის სერვერზე და 7 ლაიქს მივატყოთ რომ 350-ზე ავიღეთ. ასევე Discord-ში არის upgraders ლინკი, სადაც შეგიძლიათ გადახვიდეთ ვინც თამაშობთ მაგ საიტზე, უღრმესი მატყობელი ვიქნები, თუ გამოიყენებთ ჩემს კოდს. Join mode არის კოდი.
I mean, Big are aware of this as well. Look,
არ ვიცი აურორაში რა გარშია, მაგრამ მე მოვიყოლე ყველაფერი ფეხებს შუაში. აი
good one. Nice volley, man. Magix has to move. They try and bail him out with smoke, but Blame's over the top, and the call's been made. Magix has nowhere to hide.
Magix-ს კაცორი კლას შეჯერა.
Come through this mid smoke as well if Big want to get randy. Donk looking to clean up here in middle, but Blame just smokes his escape.
აუ კიდე დონკა მოკლა კაცი ჩემი გაგიზდებიან. დონ კაც ნუ კლავს თორე მე ესენი კაც ვერ კლავენ ძმა და იტილტებიან. Hemi gargin.
That doesn't bode well for
Hemi gargin.
You have dealt with one guy on the backstab and there's a second coming in. Shiro. Okay, he gets it. That's what matters.
ორი კაცი დაგვშა ნოლი კილი.
And the follow up on a Grix. All right, Shiro. Let's see if him and Don can pull this one off. 2 kills from this backstab. The other 2 trapped in at the bomb site. So there's no post plants to worry about here. You're battling forward. Donk dead. Big 7-0.
Wow, I mean, great try from Shiro to put the smoke up in Grig's face, does get him the kill that opens the round, but not going to win this one as Big just sit back in the bomb site. That's the first time they've really been tested in this game. A disastrous start for Team Spirit. If you were expecting a stomp
რა გახდა ეს ბავშვი რომ კარგი გუნდი შეუკრან რუსეთ 5-4 რუსი ვერ უყავს. აუ მაგრა ჭედა სტრიმ რატო ჭედა.
Oh, the util's so good. Like every time we say that we can
აუ დონკა მოხსნეს შეხედეთ.
It still is really
ის გაგუდეს Magix-ს სენდბეგზე.
A lethal precedent around middle.
აჰა, ნირავაც მოკლა კაცი ვინ გადარჩა ნოლი კილი თავა Magix-ს. ბიჭო რას უშვები მოდელები სუდადვალ ესეთი რამე არ ვინახავს მაო ესეთი დაჩაგრული სპირიტი აუ Magix-ს არ მოკლევიდეთ კაცი არ გამოგიო ეს რა არის მაო ცემენ იმენა ანუ უტილი კეთ ცემეს იმენა კიდე აუ ის აიწია
Can Blamer fight his way out of this position? No, he burns alive as well. B has been lost in the downtime, so Big still have a chance.
Yeah, 4v2, best position Team Spirit have been in this entire game. Are Big going to keep it flawless, or does Spirit finally get on the board? You're telling yourself this has got to be enough. This is a really out there position. He's landed a tag.
Okay.
Cross for Tabson to try and hold on to the vent.
I'm scared.
Timing could get the better of him here because that vent player is coming very, very late. Tania not the first to play. Line held by Griggs, swing and a miss. Tabson's got his back. Shiro low. Tabson finished off as the pincer comes in. And so it takes them 8 rounds, but Spirit...
აი ჯობანა რო ყოლოდათ გაარყავდა მაგას ითიში გააჩერა.
You can't predict the order in which they come out. So nice trade Heaven to Near. Very important he doesn't die early. And that is a buzzer beater defuse. Barely got it through. But if Tanir plays any earlier, I think they might just lose that round. Nice nades in middle. Spirit returned the favor finally with mollies and HEs all over the shop.
რავი რა გავაკეთო ეს Griggs-ს არ მომწონს მარტო Face-ზე კლავს 40 კლას და იმას რა ქვია 35 კაც და რავი არასდროს არ მინახავს რომ ამას გაექეროს არ რაღაცა არასდროს ერთი თამაში მანახეთ რომ სადაც გაქერა ძმაო რავი და არ არის ეგეთი კაი აოპერა აი ბოდიში
tries to peek from high. Griggs hits the flick.
Alright,
so 4v4 and Big are regrouping back on the side.
That's who this stream is.
curiosity costs you.
დონკა გიზგავს ბიჭო ესენი ეხა მე იმას მფლობელს დაურეკავს რომ გამიყო აქედან მიშველეთო წამიყვანეთო აქედან
walking with this in like that's the round. Spirit on the wrong side of the map. They're going to add all the little bells and whistles, but this is overkill. They've got the site. Taking a little while to get here, and the rotates are arriving.
აი ზონტიქსასნაირ ტიპს მე პირადად ჩემ გუნდში იმენა აი ერთი წუთი ერთი წამი არ გავაჩერებდი. მაგ მოტოს გამშევდა ხა მოკლეს შეიძლება. ამოლეჰენი არის ბიჭო. მე რო გუნდი მყავდეს. YouTube-ზე
I would say, do you agree with me here? Beats like Cash is very hard retake. Like,
არა ეს თვითონ სტრიმის ბრალი არა მგონი Twitch-ზე იგივენა ერთი.
So it feels. It's not quite Dust 2B, but
აი ხო ჯეიკობას და ამას და ჯეიკობა კიდე ისურის მაინც აი ზონტიქსასნაირ ტიპს იმენა გუნდში არ გავაჩერე.
If you have util, yes, it's like if
ძალიან ძმა იმენა მუდო ტიპია ბიჭო რა. რანაირად უნდა ყავდეს ვაფშე ეგეთი ტიპი სამეგობროში არ მეყოლებოდა ეგეთი მუდო ტიპი.
You know, you got sight, you got checkers. It can be really hard to get out then. Flank not that strong unless you play super late. I've just seen teams struggle a lot getting back into B in even scenarios.
არა ძმა, ვაფშე ეგეთი ადამიანი საერთოდ აი ცხოვრებაში არ გამაცნოს ღმერთმა იმენა. ეგეთ ადამიანთან აი ვაფშე ვერანაირ ენას ვერ გამოვნახავ რა. აი ეს რო დევს ტიპი და არც გრაუნდის მოგება უხარია, არც რაუნდის დაგება წყინს, რა ვიცი მა.
Shroud would not be proud now.
I mean, look,
don't
like this is the time for Spirit to try and level in weak performances. Safe to say they're not doing that. This is an all or nothing game.
I'm just shocked the Spirit is still playing highway box, right? It's been so clear this whole game from
აი MVP ძმა მეიჟორი მოიგეს და ესე იჯდა.
Just two more players with nades.
It's one of the kind of cool ideas that Big have, or like one of the big problems I guess Big are trying to cause, right, with this punishing util in middle. They're trying to make it feel like you can't play anywhere, but you can't give up mid. Especially not because Big have been using it, right, in these B splits.
აი დონკა სმაო რაღაცებს უყირო და იქ მოთამაშეებს. აი დაწექითო რაღაცა მოგწნავთო და რაღაცებს ეუნებოდა კომანდა. აუ დონკა გაგიზდება ბიჭო, რა ხდება ბიჭო? ესეთი utility damage ძმაო და ესე დომინაცია utility-ით არ მინახავს არასდროს სმაო counter-ს უყურებ 2014 წელს. ესეთი რამე ტიპები იმენა გაგუდეს რა ნეიდით რა 50 HP-ები რჩებიან ისე რომ კაცი არ ყავთ რა 100 HP-ა ხუთივე კაცი.
Donk is here, so is the AWP quad.
ხუთი ლაიქით მივარ ხას მე ვავიდეთ რა 350.
Full exec, all the util streaming in, Donk burning, Shiro provides a bit of cover, that's let Donk slip back, but they're scaling up over the top. Donk dead with nothing done.
გადააფარეს იმენა დედის სახეს თავზე.
Have a bit of a forward position here. No one's ready for this. So Zontix might have something up his sleeve. There's the first. Reaction for Blame F is punished, but he's got it down to a 1v1. Now Magix doesn't have a kill yet, and it's not changing now because Favin deletes him.
Despicable shot from Favin. Locked
აი მე 6-7 არა საყვარელია ბიჭო რა ქნას არ მისდის თამაში, მაგრამ კი მეწოდება, მაგრამ რა გავაკეთე საყვარელი ბავშვია რა გავაკეთე.
4 frags for Favin. And you feel it there for Spirit again, because what happens? They have a stack in the right place. They get double smoked. Donk gets repositioned with Molly. He goes to help Shiro backside. Shiro gets mollied. Then he gets flashed. Then Donk, he's holding the right angle, and Favin jumps over the top. Spirit just can't get a read on any of these sight hits. They've had stacks in the right place numerous times, and they've got nothing to show for it.
Yeah.
These are excellent executes from Big.
I kind of hope we see Spirit go back
მაგრამ
to
სპირიტი მინდა ტო პლეიოფში რა შვებით თქვენ ჩემისებო მოიხოდეთ ტო მაგრამ ერთადერთი მაპია რაც შეიძლება მოუგო რა ქეში რა კარიგანა მოიჯოს პრაიმ ასტრალის შევეც ისეთი utility-ია სვეჩი ძმაო პრაიმ ასტრალის ინფეროში რო utility ხდებოდა მაგაზე ბევრად მაგარი არის ეხლა რასაც უყურებ მადლობა პროტომიცის შიგარი ხარ
If they sit back they're at the full mercy of these execs which are just way too strong. And this B site and any of the pushes have always gotten punished. So it kind of feels like A's your only option.
Shiro on highway now.
Oj mi gas,
Please push forward with Donk. And so yeah, close mid. Still gets naded. Can't catch a break, can you?
I couldn't even tell you how they knew to do that one.
I like this angle though. It's a good way of putting Yorp in play, but Blame is, of course, for some reason holding that. It's a perfect line. It's a frustrating death to get.
Ama dzma keshi როგორ მოუგო ჯითუმ ძმობას გაფიცებთ.
Good play given how much has gone down.
ამა keshi როგორ მოუგო ჯითუმ ბიჭო.
Big just punish and look at this one flash pop in.
Happy კარგი.
And I mean, Spirit again caught out of position, right? That's a silent B-pop, something Big haven't even done. They just walk close main with a flash and a molly on the same time.
And dude, don't you just feel how
ანუ არ ყველაფერი იციან დიპემმა.
It's a very
აი ეხლა გამოჩნდა, აი ამათი თამაშით გამოჩნდა ქეში რა მაგარი პოტენციალის მაპია რომ კომპეტიტივში იყოს, წარმოიდგინე. ანუ სწორად თუ ითამაშებ. და რამდენად ისაიდედია. ანუ რეალურად გონია რომ სიტი საიდია, მაგრამ რამდენად ისაიდედია ეხლა გამოჩნდა რა.
You're seeing Big with all these ideas. The game's just flowing. Everyone's hitting their shots. They feel like they can't do anything wrong. I mean, Spirit don't really have the from this look, you know, don't
რა utility გააკეთეს, ბიჭო, რას უშვებია. ორი ლაიქიც მივარტყაც მე ვავიდეთ
People would expect this to be kind of a brainless aim map, but Big is showing how much thought can go into these rounds. It's not just the good rounds at good times, but it's how much setup these rounds are getting, how much damage they're doing early, how scared they're making Spirit. They're making them play double B bomb side out of spawn. Just a brutal round on B again. And Magic's 0 and 9. How are you meant to get a read right now? It's 10-1 down. I think we all can feel this game is kind of over. But Spirit must play on.
Try and find this one last round of the half. The main smoke. A lot of teams been using this, but Big don't care. They just cross through.
It's very brave.
Maybe.
Trade kill back, but the advantage still with Spirit rotates.
Ой, ხავინ ძველი ქეში არის წოდით. როდესაც არ ქონათ თამაშები, შეიძლება ცოტა რთული
Over the top of this smoke, but as he's lost the rest of his team, they're in the site, they're in there.
Wow. და Magic-სამ კაცი მოკლა.
Scrape by with 2 rounds on this CT campaign.
მოკლა Magic-სამ ორი კაცი რა ქნა.
Just at the end of the half to avoid a
ხო, დასთან მიერს მოიგებენ უოჭელი Big-თან ესე.
For Spirit, but you do feel like that one is just Big kind of cooling from the score. They go through the smoke. They could have cancelled a couple of times. They still commit. Maybe a bit cocky there. I'm going to forgive them at a 10-2 half.
6-7.
Half of CS from Big on this T side. And Spirit, you know, if they have anything, is now even the time to show it. Dust 2 is Spirit's pick in this series. And while you want to hold a lot of faith for that, it's a map that even Vitality lost a bait. Spirit struggled against Luminosity. So I'm going to say today of all days, there's no guarantees in this game.
Donk's smiling away like he's been told he's won the lottery or something.
Don't laugh, you'll cry. Shiro uncrouched at the worst time, but it's fine. It's fine. They have numbers over boost. Big. Spirit seem very ready for that for some reason. They just walk close middle. Maybe they've done that round before. Full punish. 3v2. Julies are alive.
So ending rounds through mid can get real scary. There's a reason why a lot of squads don't do it.
They're going into the stack. Griggs is checking Z.
არა, ბიჭო, სპირიტი არ გავარდეს, მაგრამ გამიწდება პლეიოში.
Cool Berettas, they've done some early damage, but Donk quick to silence them.
It's relieving.
აურო დაუქამბე ქონა.
And you'd like to think no more worries here in a 3v1. Bomb planted, Magic's with a clean kill to close. Say this about Spirit. They sometimes, you know, they'll get themselves kind of amped up or pumped up using whatever they can. And I think when Magic's gets dealt a straight up disrespectful A hit in the final round of the half, and that's where they get to. If he was ever going to turn to the guys and say like, okay, now we reckon. it would be after a round like that. I mean, now they've got the pistol. Let's see.
It's times like these
Jury's out.
where you say, like, okay, guys, they're overconfident. Watch out for it.
Yeah, exactly.
You know? They are going to try ego us here.
Like, getting beaten up by a team that's playing super tactically just seems to be more comfortable, have a bigger depth. That's one thing. But the moment they get overconfident, now you want to beat them.
You're buying in very early. Let's see if you're onto something. Big with a force buy. And they can kind of stem any bleeding here by just winning this round straight up. B-stack in play, though. Spirit destined for A. Unless this is a fake out from Tanir, but heavy in middle and heavy up highway. As this smoke fades, the exec comes in. Interesting round here for Spirit, but it's just nobody home to stop it.
Oh, it's top performer Tabson.
How has he gotten... My... What is going on?
Oh my goodness.
Oh, imagine though, imagine, dude. He got so much room there. That's a cool way of clearing A from Spirit. You know they've been working on this map as well, so let's see your audition tape on this T side.
ხო, დავიმატე T side ერთი როგორი იქნება მაინტერესებს. Პირიტი გაქვს ისა ზონტიქს მოლოტოვი გაქვს შეჩემა შეაგდე მარცხნ და გამოვარდებაემწვარე პროჭივით. არა უნება არა ვინ შეუგდე მოლოტოვი ბიჭო აელოდება ჯერ ალბათ აელოდება და მე შეუგდებს. აი ხე შეუგდებს.
It's hot here in Paris.
Not smoke იქონიათ კონტრაზე ვაფშე.
Not worth dying for that. And so nobody does.
Dimitri Sokolov.
Big no comebacks of any magnitude are possible. They know better than most. Gonna need to lock in come this first gun round.
Really hope that's not the thought they're having. All right, that's nice for Blame F. Saved SMG, put to work.
Hi guys.
Saw bomb A.
Oh, taps.
რა кай ქოლია, რა кай ქოლია, ყველა იზე, ძმებო ბომბი ეიზე. ერთი კაცი, ორი კაცი თუ გაიყოლა აქ შიროდეტნი რა.
You just love it. You slip right in. You've already broken them in. You know the map so well. Look at this for Tabson.
Oh, he's done it. Got it.
Double kill on the backstab.
Well, it's Berlin International Gaming. They don't take card there. It's
მერთო ჩემო ის კაცი როგორ მოკლა, პირველი კაცი როგორ მოკლა, ვაფშე ვერ ვიჯერებ.
When one squeaky door opens, another
პირველი კაცი როგორ მოკლა, ვერ ვიჯერებ. შენი ანუ იმენა ყარაულის თოფი ვიდგაძ რა იმენი.
On the back of this 2K from Tabson.
Tabson holding the door. The donk.
Haime, we super out, bicho, we super out.
All right. Donk's clawed it back. 2v2, bomb still down over here in main. Problem is, Big kind of lent pretty heavy into the defense of this bomb early on, and so now they're paranoid because they've given up a lot of the map elsewhere. So they've only left one guy on the bomb. Donk dead, it's on to Zontix, but he does drag them through into this 1v1.
Don't have time to rotate out. He's checking his flank, but 20 seconds here. What's the play for Zontix? Really? I mean... What do you think?
Through the vent.
Oh,
the full way.
არა, აქვს, დრო, თქო ჩემისებო, თვა არის, იცით? რა close, ერთი ორი წამი დარჩება კიდე.
That is close. Well played.
Oh, even goes for the ideal plant spot and everything.
No, respect.
All right.
Respect.
He knows. And now he's got a 1v1. Fabin can't quite believe that the bomb's gone down on B. Zontix gets aggressive. That's the clutch. Spirit are building in the right direction.
Look, it's only anti-ecos, but they're very confident now after that. Look at that clutch. That's a 2v4.
Telling you, you lose around. Sorry, you win around when Big get too big for their boots. And like that's the team you want to be. Think about how many times you've been there yourself. Yeah. You go, or anyone watching at home, you're playing a game, you're getting wrecked, you're kind of just on autopilot. But then they do something that's like, oh, they're really disrespecting us now. They're really trying to rub salt in the wound. Now you really want to beat them. You refocus.
Man, what a call for Zontix. to make that rotation. And also, you know, Donk, massive 3K.
აუ, დაავიწყდა თამაში. ეს ჩემი მოწინააღმდეგეა ხოლმე ფეისის 10 თორს უგებთ და მე უცებ თამაში სწავლობენ იქით მხარეს. ეგრე არის ხოლმე ზოგადად, ანუ ბიგსაც დაებართა ეგეთი რაღაცა. ესე იგი მარტო მე არ მემართება წმებო. ანუ კარგად არის ყველაფერი.
Far more tense than a game of this scoreline should. Slow and steady here for Spirit.
აჰა, ტნირას გაარტყე შიგმელოდ თავში. ვინმე თუ მელოტები ხარ ჩატში მაპატი ეცმებო.
I mean, utility fans, just download this demo, please, because about every nade in the world has been thrown.
მადლობა. პატიება არის პირველი ქრისტიანული
Our
წესი.
observers are catching all of it.
აი გვასწავლა ღმერთმა რომ უნდა ვაპატიო ერთმანეთს.
B hit for Spirit, here we go.
There are 3 players here for the big squad. Flame F waiting on the
Ai,
sidelines.
არ უშველის პორტო არავინ. დონკა რომ მოდის არავინ არ გიშველის.
And Donk teaches him that's a horrible idea. A clean sweep for Team Spirit. Bomb planted, round secured. And
ბიჭო, line-ups მაგის იმას მოდელით აკეთებენ. დავაი, 400 ლაიქიც გავწუროთ ბარემ, რომ თქვენ შეცხოდზე ხართ გამაწურინებ და 400 ლაიქამდე ვინც დააჭერს თითო ლაიქს ეცმებო. თქვენ დღეს გადმოგეცემათ გახეული დურექსები ყველას.
They do some damage on Donk, but Spirit get out very clean. Up to 6 now.
დონკა მოიხო და გიჟივით 11 აქვს.
Big having the same trouble Spirit did in that first half. Even when they're in the right place, they can't stop these hits.
I think you kind of had
to
to put it for big
YouTube
in that
$5
first half was
არგიწევს. ამ სტრიმებზე არაფერს არ
the
მიწევს.
depth of the ideas they had. They had a lot of thoughts, a lot of tricks up their sleeve. You're going to want to showcase something like that soon on this CT side.
Well, yeah, because our problem with Spirit CT is they didn't do anything, right? They just kind of sat highway, they let themselves get naded.
The most tense round we have was the squeaky door push from Tabson. Now, sure, that's on like an eco, and he feels a bit of a degree of freedom to go for something like that. You don't really want to risk these limited gun rounds on a timing squeaky door push per se, but something aggressive, just to own a portion of the map would be a great place to start. So let's see if Big are feeling that too. They call a tack timeout here. Because this is not the team Spirit that were red in the face, 10-1 down with only Donk getting any kills.
They were laughing at halftime. Now I'm starting to see why.
Like I can imagine the exact phrasing of Magic's turning to the gang. Okay. Now we win.
Opa.
He would use the worst language, I think. But yeah. Magic's
in
with an opening. JDC gone.
That was cool. That's a boost over. Luckily, they're going to boost up. Bigger counter boosting. Or Flame in this position. He's not like going for the flank, but he is in a very strong spot. They're still rolling over boost as well. Will miss. But I like that Big have done this. Very cheeky. Could this be the position that catches them free kills? You'll clear low, you won't clear high. Flame swings out. Magic does decent damage, but he's going to try and escape here. To hit this nade, but it's fine because he gets the fight he wants.
არა, დავითრევ ამ დღეებში. მე ეგრე გადავწყვიტე, იმიტომ რომ მე გაძვირდებაო კიდევ და 2 და 8 ღირს ეხადა რა. დავითრევ გარანტიით რამე სადმე. კაი მაღაზიაში. უდავეს მოსოს მაღაზია მაგრამ. მივწერე მეთქი 13-ს გამომწერილიყო თქო მეთქი ერთი PlayStation-ს და მეთქი GTA სტრიმებზე მეთქი. თქვენი ის ვიქნებით თქო რა ვქია. თქვენ ლოგოს დავიტან თქო მაღაზიის. თქვა არ უნდათ ნეტა? უნდა და უნდაც მა 1-500 კაცი რომ ეყოლება ლაივზე მე GTA-ს ნახო. ამბეკია ძმა გეუნები.
the closer you get to a tie game as well, the less freedom you feel like you have,
კი,
right?
პრა უნდა ვიყიდო.
Risking on like a three-man hyper-aggressive setup where you're trying to get in their face, or a little gimmick like the boost. That's all well and good while you're leading and you've got rounds to play with.
გამოსვლის დღეს უნდა
Those
გავწევდეთ.
rounds are gone.
რო გამოვა უნდა დავიწყოთ დახურვა ეგრევე ჯეტის და გავარიასნოთ ყველაფერი ეგრევე.
More standard for big, you do get nervous.
Round by round.
Now this was a potential 11-1 half for Big Clan.
Oh, nice shots.
Ooh, nice shiro.
JDC got stuck on the wall there, I think. Stopped in the open.
არა, ბიჭო, ჯოისტიკი დასწორებს ხომარი. მაუს და კლავიატურა თუ შევარდე კიდე მაგაზე.
Right into that lip. Flames through this smoke, and Magic's almost cleared it, but almost doesn't cut it. Flame gets out of there. Can he live this time? Equalizing in a 4v4.
რა ერთი მაინც.
I mean, this here is
30 ლაიქი გვაკლია 400-მდე ძმებო გავწუროთ ეგეს და კიდევ ერთხელ შეგახსენებთ რომ აპგრეიდერზე თუ თამაშობთ იმე შეგიძლიათ გამოიყენოთ ჩემი კოდი ჩუჟოი მოვ. ან დისკორდში შემოდით აპინგულია დისკორდი ან აღწერაში წერია დისკორდი მაგ სერვერზე შემოდით ძმებო და ჩემი სპონსორი საიტებიდან შეგიძლიათ აიღოთ უბრალოდ კულები. ქოინები ასე ვთქვით.
And you still don't really have a clear picture as to where this is ending up.
Brix had to fight his way out there. He couldn't escape. That smoke fell way too short. Even without the nade, they were going to catch him. So definitely feeling the pressure now. Flame's still spotting middle, but I think at this point you've got to just make the gamble. There's 40 seconds on the clock. Spirit are grouping together. Haven't going for an info flash. Spirit don't bite. And so he's actually going to rotate out. That might be round if he just gives this up. Sees players crossing. Faven commits to the fight. 1-for-1 is not bad here, but Big still have a tough call to make. 2 nades. Donk is at half health.
ათი8. რა იწევა შანსი არ არის.
Targeting the bomb planter, looking for Shiro.
მოლოტოვიც არ დაგწოვდათ, ყვილად ჩააქრე ძმას მოუყიდა ხაჭა.
Molly had actually fallen shy. Might have loved an extra smoke for CT. Still, Donk plays around it, and Shiro scoped up on this line. It's the late arrival of Tabson, but he's given away his position with the nade, so they know he's closing in. Shiro brought down to 1 health, and as Donk goes forward, it's handed off to Shiro. 1 HP, and Tabson, ringing around the roses, finally breaks the silent streak. Big back on the board.
They can still close this game right now. They got a few more chances to do so. Spirit right there. That was a scary, scary round. So important that Faven gets his one when he gives up that bomb site. I think 3 players in a post plant there would have made that too difficult. They just about squeeze it out with a clutch from Tabson, top performer from that T side. Still going. Breaking the 5-round streak in the second half.
Saw Shiro talking a lot before this round. And so maybe something centered around him looking for an opener on that AWP again. He's over towards B, lobbing in a lurk smoke right now, so nothing super aggressive from him out of the gate.
ნოემბერში გამოდის GT6.
I'll say this, considering we've seen kind of vast quantities of util.
I don't come control on Mandash Kanadra, вообще არ იყო საჭირო პირიქით მარჯვენა მხარე რომ დაეზღია ეს მიხედავდა იმას City-ს კაც.
We're under the minute mark now.
Still have a lot of blocking util for Big. I think you're expecting them to have burnt a little bit more with how this game's gone. Okay, don't love that.
PC-ზე რავი, 3 წელში გამოვა ალბათ PC-ზე.
They've also got a triple A lean.
PlayStation-ზე რო გამოვა, მე გამოვა 2 წელში ან 3 წელში კომპიუტერზე.
Not impossible that you see this turn into a mid to be. 30 seconds as the bomb takes middle alongside Magic's.
Then Pop coming in. Favon in a very strong position. They might overlook him if they go too quick. JDC is drawing the attention with that smoke. Favon peeks out the flash and double kill before the trade comes in. JDC can't do much here, but he is buying time. 10 seconds on that clock as the bomb crosses in. This is a mess right now, but Spirit might be able to sneak it in until that shot connects. Griggs has won the round by dropping the bomb, and that is map point now for Big. None of that matters. That is a round on the clock.
მალე გამოვა არარსებობს, მაგრამ 4 თვეში შანსი არა 4 თვეში რომ გამოვიდეს. მაშინ ვაფშე არ ვიყიდი PlayStation-ზე და გაველოდები ბარემ კომპიუტერზე გამოვიდა. აი 4 თვეში. 4 თვეში კი არა PlayStation-ის ექსკლუზივები რაც არის, რა ვიცი. დღემდე არ გამოსულა კომპიუტერზე.
At 4K on the T side.
ანუ ეჯეტი 6 გამოვა PC-ზე უეჭვარი, მაგრამ
Absolutely slowed the roll of Team Spirit. 5-round gap. The Big just need one.
Big certainly
არა, გადადებით აღარ გადადებენ შანსი არა. დადასტურებული ამბავი ეგ. მაგის გადადება
even the one that kind of led into that 2v2 that Tabson was able to close on.
Oh, high flash.
You hear Blame F, he's jump spotting. You know you've got this timing, and so Donk just goes early. Mid control taken for Team Spirit.
Magic's minimum Donk უნდა იყო, მაგ იმაზე როდი ვერ აგბუშტავს თმა.
Oh, don't get spotted. Doesn't want to see the AWP again. Smoke comes down. Shiro picks him, and even though that smoke misses, Spirit just have the numbers here. 5v3, they're going to go through.
No check on forklift. Tabson good for his, but he's lost his teammates now entirely alone.
Magic's ნახე, კაცატარებს და მოკლავენ იმაში.
Favon and Magic's have traded places, and I'm not entirely sure how. Magic's is in Z. So Favon catches them by surprise, but now they realize they let a man slip by. They're quick to deal with him.
Bit of a messy one there. It's interesting how much Spirit are using Highway on this T side, right?
Oh, PC exclusive არ არის. Another გამოდის მე მგონი.
Sure, this kill's kind of given to them, but they still wanted to move up there the whole time. They're setting up flashes for it. Important entry from Donk. And Spirit.
25 like-იც მივაწყაც მე რა 400 ავიდეთ ბარემ.
But they're fine to freeze there and let the round come to them in that 4v2.
და თავისუფლად შეუძლიათ ახლა 4 რაუნდის აღებაც. პირველი მაპია.
Eco time. Tabson with a hero.
IGL იყო Tabson, ახლა აღარ არის IGL. რა ვაპინული რაც არის Discord-ი, გთხოვთ რომ შემოხვიდეთ მან. რომ დიდი community ვიყოთ, უფრო Discord-ში ჯიგრები იქნებით, ვინ შემოხვდით. ვარ დაგეზარებოთ.
Spirit not scared at all in this round. Just straight out mid with Molly Smoke. Oh my god.
That's Donk dead. Right off the rip at the hands of a Blame F Eagle, and Tabson's gone back to his signature move. Now if they boost over, oh dear, that's the Tabson hero gun. They're trying to accelerate the pace. Who's been a real nuisance? It's been Favon in so many of these moments. Well, he's rejoining this double stack over here at B. 2 pistols tucked in, spot them both, can't deal with it. JDC, only good for the first. 2 more players from Big moving over, and the bomb is here alone. Zontix is so late to this, arriving vent side. surely it can't all come unraveled up against the pistols. There's a smoke down. Oh, pulling nades makes you a little nervous, but no punish from Big.
Sam University aç. Raaqle პოზიცია იღო ვერ ვიჯერებ მანდ და რამდენი კაცი უნდა ამოლოტოვიც აქვს.
Molly on Shiro.
კაია, კი გაწევა.
Just to buy you a few
მაგრამ ვერა
more
მაგდენს ვერ
seconds.
გაწევას ხო.
Santic's holding for a swing out. Actually takes it to them. It lines up a double. Left to Tabson and he can't make it work. What a round.
He's again had massive impact in
some
of these
rounds.
That clutch early. And that is crazy to see Zontix just take the swing there. That's not really what you expect from this kind of player. Forces all 3 kills in a terrifying 2 versus 4 situation. Spirit pick it up. I felt like the eco was getting ripped out from under them. And Big had more work to do. Only 3 more chances left. Only 2 more 4-buy rounds. Straight out mid here for Donk. He gets his entry, but up top is JDC. Maybe this map is another 4v2. Tanir got past the orb. Spirit still have a chance.
Look at how quickly Big are rotating, though. They're leaving nothing to chance here. They know this is their opportunity at a knockout blow, at rescuing this game. And it's just Magic's left. A valiant effort at this comeback. They were 1-10 down. They certainly had Big sweating, but if Magic's doesn't clutch up now, cash falls in Big's favor. Molly forces a swing. No one else from Big reacting yet. It's Magic's dead on that peak round the corner. So finally, Big get it done. 10-1 up. It takes everything they had, but they will lock in the victory on their map pick. Cash goes their way. For Team Spirit, they got to try and find some respite in the fact that they have warmed into this a little bit now. It's their pick of Dust 2 up next. If they want to dodge elimination, they're going to give it their all.
Yeah, they say Cash rules everything around me, or at least in this motion, it's Big ruling Spirit's number there on Cash. That's because what a result that came real quick and almost nearly out of control right there. Welcome back. Yeah, EWC 26, pretty good result, pretty good start in this series for Big. Let's talk about it. Jacob, Pimp, Vinicky, we got Dupree down on his side, and we've got a pretty lovely game of CS if you're a big fan.
I guess Spirit are not done surprising us so far this tournament. Naturally, the loss against GT How, that was a big one. In a best of one, we gave them the excuse, Peter, that, hey, you know, first game of the tournament, it's a best of one, GT How played well, Mirage, blah, 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 blah. We move into the second game of Team Spirit. They beat Luminosity 2-0, but they struggled massively to get the job done, and we think to ourselves, maybe we should pay attention to whether or not Spirit are not really feeling themselves at the moment. After watching Cash, Peter, I am now ready to say that they're not looking like themselves. What an abysmal start to the game. What a very poor performance, again, coming in from a team where it feels like the only player showing up, the only win condition they have is Donk. And I know it sounds a little bit silly to say that, yeah, we know Donk is great, we know he's the best player maybe to ever touch the game, but it didn't used to be like this. They could remain competitive without Donk necessarily being at his absolute best, but even him playing well is not enough to be competitive against Check Notes. Big.
So, big start T-side. They showcase a ton of util prowess. They get the 7-0. Dupree, they're in control at this point.
Yeah, they're definitely in control. Both teams really struggle to find, you know, their footing on the T side, but I mean, obviously, I think the map pays in. I mean, that's one thing that Spirit is not looking great on the map. It's more like the fashion that they end up losing. They had 2 rounds where they would forget that the door exists. Yep. Like 2 times Tabson pushes out door, getting frags and winning one of them just by, you know, getting double kill the name in, and then seasoning control of the bomb. But it's also the stacks they have. Like, they have the reads, they have the right positions, but you just can't put the things together. Like, whenever they're supposed to be fighting and winning off the duels, they just don't do it. I mean, like, Donk is doing everything he can to try and keep Spirit in this one. And yes, I know this is Cash, and it's probably still new to Spirit, but it's the fashion, it's like the lack of overview, and it's the lack of individual prowess that it's just gone missing. And that's worrying, right? Like, Spirit is 1 map away now from being eliminated.
And we have that example, right? Spirit stacks, good read. Donk, triple kill, still lose.
But that's exactly what I mean. Like, the read here from Spirit is perfect, right? Sure, they don't have like a ton of utility or like the right guns, but they have 4 players on this A bomb side. And Donk, you know, he even gets lucky by actually escaping the Molotov, and that sets him up to get like a lot of kills. But then you can see, like, they just look dysfunctional. Like, Dunk does everything he can. He gets a triple kill here. And then you have something stuck now on side, hopefully to get something done, gets found out. And if you even look at the scoreboard at this point, the only one on the side of Spirit that actually has any frags is Dunk.
Yeah.
Like, we're talking about a team that have not put up anything up until this game.
6 rounds, 7 kills total. You know, Suntic's got 1, and that's about it. As much as I agree, you know, because I think Spirit played abysmal on this map. And sure, you can blame the map to some degree, but I also do think Big played well. You know, the utility usage, the composure, the way that they were spacing on the map as well. It's clear to see that they've taken this opportunity to integrate Cash into their map pool, thinking, hey, this is a way in. You know, if we make Cash our stronghold, if we make that a super, super strong map, then sure thing, you know, over the next couple of months, you know, the teams like Na'Vi, Spirit, whoever picks up the map, they will even out the scoreboard. You know, they will get better because they're better players, they're better teams, they're better individuals, blah, 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 blah. But early on, this used to be a tactic for some of these underdogs team. As soon as a new map comes out, you jump on the map straight away because you can sort of even out the playing field. And to be completely honest right here, Big were the better team, you know. I know that it got somewhat close at the end of it, 12 to 9 here, but even the round where Tabson is flanking with a 5-7, getting a double kill, Donk and Suntix, I believe it is still winning a 2v4, right? So Spirit could have, I mean, probably should have lost 13-5. It wasn't a close game. Sure, they made a bit of a cosmetic comeback, but that's on the side of Spirit and not Big.
Yeah, that big drop, 1 round, they hit B again, bing bong, up to 9-1, 10-2 first half. The next thing you know, it's a conversation also a little bit about Tabson v Donk, right? And that's basically all we got from one side.
That's OG Tabson. When was the last time you saw Tabson play this well, huh?
Oh, well, I can't remember, but I know that he has always been like that German player that has, you know, jumped the charts and being the one that could put up the biggest fight, right? And, you know, took a bit of a hit when, you know, he had to be Ingemeter, but still seemingly putting up the effort, right? But the head-to-head right here, you know, like 2 players with, in my book, still very different calibers. Like, you know, Donk is still like miles ahead of Tabson, but it's good to see that the old guy can still, you know, kick a little ball sometime.
Yeah, a great performance from Tabson. As said, we got to give credit to Big. You know, great performance from them, their team, all the players involved as well. Even when Spirit were making the comeback, you know, you could think to yourself, all right, Big, you've been in a position like this before where you've been up big time and then you lose grasp of the game, you're playing Donk and you start to be a bit nervous, but they got it closed out, Trace, before we got into those, you know, uncomfortable scenarios where you could maybe start to make the case that Spirit could push it into overtime.
Uncomfortable would be me saying Magic's with 2 kills in the first half. Now, what could be comfortable is Spirit washing away what was Cash, and we just move right on into Dust 2.
See, here's the issue, right? Because I firmly still believe Spirit will win this series. I still have them as favorite to win the next 2 maps and progress into the playoff. I don't see them replicate this kind of performance on a map like Dust 2 again, but in my book, they've already lost. The fact that they're in the lower bracket, the fact that they're down a map to Big, the fact that they're 1 map away from being eliminated in a 16-team playoff. Sure thing, go ahead and win the next 2 maps, but you're not walking into that playoff with any sort of confidence that you can win the entire tournament. And I know that can change in the blink of a second. You go into playoff and it's all of a sudden a new tournament after a couple of days off, but nobody watching Spirit right now is thinking to themselves, hey, that's a team that can win the trophy in a week's time. You know, that's not installing any confidence whatsoever right now. It's Donk trying to keep them alive, and unless Donk plays well and does too, then who is to say that it can't happen?
Well, like Donk usually shows up. Like, even when the Spirit looks the worst, he still seems to be.
He almost lost luminosity on those 2, didn't they?
Yeah, I know. I mean,
luminosity.
I still think that Cash plays him massively here. I mean, I think it was clear to see that the Spirit had a lot of issues, not only on the CD side, but also some of the T rounds. You know, it did came down to the Y. You know, some of it did really needed Suntix and also Dong to bail them out of those situations, right? Whereas Dust 2, you know, we all know how good they are on the map, and then that is also what comforts me a little bit. You know, it's not the first time that we have seen an underdog take a map away from a favorite by, you know, playing this new orthodox map that has come into the map pool in the beginning of a new season. And as you mentioned, Jacob, that is sometimes a very big card that the underdogs can have, that they've just put in the hours and, you know, the elite teams haven't. It's not going to be an excuse, because it's more or less like, it's not like Spirit as individuals don't know how the map is designed, how to function out, right? But it's when they get pressured, when they lose map control, when they don't know, they only have maybe like 5-6 rounds, you know, to kind of figure out what to do against a specific thing, and they just couldn't solve that today.
Yeah, not yet at least. Perhaps they get a breath of fresh air. Or did I say that right? A fresh breath of air. Whatever. Anyway, maybe they get some of that, and then going into the second map, we get to go to a break. Then we get to jump into Dust 2. We find out if Spirit have any of just that. Team Spirit. We'll be right back after this. You're watching the Esports World Cup.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
დაბრუნდნენ ცხოველები?
Big have cashed their map pick here in this series and sit only a single map away from the playoffs of EWC. We go to Dust 2, Spirit's home ground, their formidable safe haven. But is it so? Top teams have struggled here in Paris, and Spirit are no exception to that rule. We even saw them struggle to close this very map against Luminosity, of all teams inside of this group stage. Despite Donk showing up, it's not enough. And Big across the board, everybody is here to play. It's been quite a few months from Big, grinding themselves into the top 30, making it to a major, leaving Legacy there in Cologne, and now going on to hit even harder here to punch up yet again. This would be quite an upset for Big. Don't count Spirit out. Donk on Dust, a new map, a Spirit that warmed up come the end of Cash.
Yeah, if you were going to look for some silver linings, that would be it, right? The idea, well, hey, at least they didn't just roll over and die. And down the stretch, Big was certainly getting a bit more nervous. Spirit had certainly started to show some of their expected form. But I don't know, nothing has felt safe. Nothing has felt sacred when it comes to Team Spirit here at EWC.
Recent games on Dust have been good, at least for Spirit. We have Vitality lose this map just yesterday to Bait. It was coming off the back of 3 losses in a row. Shaky looking Vitality. We've lost 4 of the last 8 series. And Spirit, I'd like to think, are not in that category. I mean, remember, they just came off a grand final, albeit a loss. Full focus, Spirit just storm out mid to B.
As they look for a mid to B here, at least that's the outlook from the util and the positioning. There is this triple stack for Big. It's so quickly reduced just down to 2. You're hoping that Blame F gets overlooked. He has been able to strike 1 from the tally out at the car. Good for a double. But it's still that B site falling, and Magic's in position to manipulate these rotates. He hears Tabson bound for the tunnels, knows about a player down here in CT, and they're looking to get rid of Griggs before he gets to play.
Nice shot.
When you see Magic's in that corner, Tabson knows he's been heard, he's been rumbled. So doesn't even give this a proper look in.
Nice close for Magix, but yeah, Shiro also hits the two most important shots. That double tap on window, and then clearing Blame out, who is a couple of kills deep on car. Drop Don coming through the door, so nice shots out of Shiro's P250. Save Spirit in this pistol. Good read from Big, but Spirit fight their way out.
Opa.
Force by with 2 scouts and long taken. Blame has some util on A. There's definitely potential on the hold, but you're going to need to nail these first shots, and that will not help your chances. Donk, beautiful tap to Griggs. Blame fighting for the site, has taken 2 with him, but no more. And the flank from Tabson, unable to find success. Spirit getting closer despite some damage. Zontix is lasering these players on A.
გავწუროთ, რაც ვეჩით მე 14 ლაიქი გვაკლია და არხით გამოიწერეთ ვისაც არ გაქვთ გამოწერილი და Discord-ის სერვერზე შემოდით აუცილებლად. მადლობა წინასწარ ნახვამდის.
Trying to bait first steps perhaps, but nobody's biting. Magix pulls back on low health. Spirit breathe easy.
I think if you're Spirit, you know, you really couldn't afford a slow start here, right? Getting to the comfort of Dust 2, so relieving to see pistol secured, conversion found, chance to go 3-0 up. Because this EWC run has really felt like a fall from grace for this squad. You know, when you kind of look at like the last string of events for Team Spirit, they've either won the event in the case of like an Astana, or, you know, lost to the guys that would go on to win the event. Falcons at the major, Mao's in Bounty, obviously, where they played in the final. And even Rio going that far back, losing to Vitality, like these are not games that they're supposed to be struggling in. It's a championship level team running the risk falling in the groups. So I hope there's lit a bit of a fire beneath them.
Yeah.
And we saw them smiling and laughing on Cash as they attempted the comeback, but I hope we get focused faces here on Dust 2. They've dodged the stack in this round. That's no real worries. It will be 3-0.
Yeah, Blame gets to save his M4, give it another go. Spirit, no real reason to risk bodies on the hunt. Tabson's gone overlooked. Maybe could 2-tap a rifle out of play, but oh, Shiro's got his knife out. He's adjusting his seat. Come on, Tabson, what have you got? He's just waiting until he has the perfect timing. Don't wait too long. It's only Zontix available now. Fight in middle. My God. And of course, Zontix does jump, but Tabson still converts it. My God, that is an expensive
Აბსენა
round
კაცს
for Team
დაიძრეს
Spirit.
ეს ტიმოდან. მოვიდა
I'm not sure why they
დელივერი.
felt the need to hunt so hard.
That's my
Shiro
like
finds
is
one
just
more,
that.
dropping Grix at the end, but Grix has made his money, man. Multiple kills off Scout. Felt very keen for Spirit to go chasing there. They lose a lot of guns. But I guess the benefit is less Galils, more AKs here.
მაგრამ ეს ვიან ბიგები და ნახტაბა.
Shiro has
Lebega
like
team
the
up Marty
dream
with
spawn,
Archand is
hold the
down
mid
0
cross,
წააგოს
so he's going to
მაგრამ
try
არ მინდა
and
რომ
put this
წააგო.
orb to work straight away.
იმართლა რომ ვთქვა არ მინდა რომ
For the orb,
წააგო.
he didn't take a shot on the cross. Waiting for Grix, who won't bite.
აუ დონკა იმენა.
Donk's
გაყიფეს
saying
კაროჩე
himself,
ორი
man. He's
თამაშია.
made both maps now. They've just been homed in on him.
I mean, it's Spirit. You know Donk is lower. That's just good prep there for Big.
დონკა ყველა მაპზე კარგია.
Donk's the one guy with a Galil.
აუ სად ყოფილა ეს ნეიდი მაგას ეძებდა ბლეიმ-ებს ამდენი ხანი.
Bench the whole team.
Oh, he's dead right away. JDC as they try and pick up the pace. One man's made it past. JDC heard this, but not able to deal with it. Magic's now toying around with these smokes, and in amidst this, players cross past Blame F with a freebie.
Shiro
Shiro is the last man, and he's trying to escape by the looks of things. I don't think Tabson's going to let him. Tabson's been very involved on both of these maps, like already being super active here on Dust 2.
Seeing some long pushes out of him as well. It's a lot of fun. Maybe feeling like he has a read on this position.
It's not Shiro this, because that
win.
kill now has opened up a route into the bomb site.
Yeah, luckily Tabson's really fast. So as soon as Blame gets contact, not even needed, Tabson's there and locked in here are Big on the board. Not too late either. And, okay, now we go back to the previous round where Spirit hunted those exits.
And lost everything.
ამ მაპის მეც ვერ გავსტრიმავ ძმებო გასასვლელი ვარ სამწუხაროდ.
Not really worth it. Which is weird because in the past we've seen games where it's like Spirit don't
If anything,
hunt,
they don't hunt when
and we're
they
like,
should.
why aren't
Yeah.
they hunting? But that was not one of those rounds, you know. JDC tagged on the cross, but there's just one AK on Donk. Unbenched the whole team.
აქციაა ძმა, რამ ანუ ეხლა ამ 12 ლაიქში არის, უფრო 11 ლაიქში არის 11 სანტიმეტრი.
Hugo. Not a leak.
თუ გინდა ძმაო, მია ლაიქე, 10 ლაიქი გვაქვს 400-მდე ბარი. აბა სადუყო. YouTube-ზე bro, ან Twitch-ზე. ამის მერე თამაში აღარ არის არა.
Spirit, the master of the mid to B. Always a threat. But it looks like they just want to hit upper. 3 players here.
That flash from Blame F might like feign the idea that you've kind of full retaken this mid space. Sure, they have JDC watching it. That's who the flash was for. But I think if you just heard that in your team Spirit, you're a little bit paranoid. They flashed through, retaken middle.
აუ, თუ იქნება მესამე მაპი არ ამგონია bro.
So you're going to try and re-clear with Donk.
Just Donk.
JDC last time, really solid double kill here. This time it's Favin playing for first contact. This has given up the B site. That's going to give rise to a bomb plant, and JDC actually gets dealt with from those players crossing at the door.
დონკა მოკლეს, მაგრამ 5 კაცი ბიზნე შევიდა, ანუ აზე ხარ ხელა ყურადღება აქვს ერთ დონკაზე.
And that's why the upper hit's so good for Spirit. It's just one man out middle. Big want to prioritize. Okay, usually Spirit will have, 3 players, maybe even 4 players coming out mid to B. And if we can brawl with them, we can win the round, drop the bomb in middle, get support from CT. But Spirit just have Donk there. And so even though he dies for nothing, all his team are getting the space from upper B. Nice hit there for Spirit with pistols in. Most of their players get out with the round. A bunch of upgrades at that, so doing more with less. An expensive loss here for Big.
ვერ და არის თეიქებდნენ besides მაინც რთულია ძალიან bis retake ტეკი კი არ სულ როგორი კონდეს მაინც რთული. ყველაზე რთული retake ან დასავლეთ თეიქებთან საიტია რა.
The Tech 9.
დასტორში B და
it matters worse.
Inferno-ში იზრებკები. ან Inferno-ს B კიდევ ის არის, რაღაცას მაინც გადაყრილი რავით, მოლოტოს რაღაცას.
Not necessarily relying off of big frags, just putting themselves in strong positions.
I think if you're Spirit, everyone actually quite likes that, right? The idea that it's not taking these hulking individual efforts, you are just kind of outmaneuvering your opponent. Sure, it's a team that very much can win just on direct firepower, but you've seen them go from looking a little lost at the start to now feeling some comfort on Dust 2, which is nice. A shot from that Grix AWP, but this short space is not free. Magic's thinking he's going to have a timing there once the AWP drops down.
That's the whole idea from Big. You can see how shocked Magic's was on the cam. Runs into two players after the AWP drops.
To death like that, you're thinking, okay, they've done their homework then.
Yeah. It's just an unorthodox setup. And actually, Spirit are hoping that they've overcooked with that 5-on-4, that they've reset entirely. Not entirely wrong, but Big is still playing it safe. Taps has got this molly, Grix can support with utility. Spirit are executing.
BlameF first on the scene up from CT. It's Grix and Tapson playing next. And even though Shiro will get his one, low HP on this AWP, not impossible, but Grix doesn't miss. So a pretty clean round for Big when all is said and done.
I mean, yeah, Spirit avoided the stack, but, you know, getting past the cross there, and Blame has a very fast rotation. Big hit all the shots required. Not really much util to note there for Spirit.
Spirit have put a bit of money into this round. It's nothing crazy, fairly modest. But a couple of smokes, couple of flashes, and a few upgraded pistols. So what's Magic's up to? What's he cooking? He's thinking about it.
Tacticურად იყენებენ ამ ასე პისტოლ რაუნდს ზოგადად ეს შემოიღეს 2015 წელს მე მგონი Existence იყო ერთ-ერთი მოთამაშე რომელმაც პირველად გამოიყენა ბლოკების რაუნდი ტაქტიკურ პაუზად.
That's how Muddy would sound.
Yeah.
No AWP in middle either, so Grix on car, Spirit have a lot of space. They're about to find out. Only Tanir has Kevlar at long. Spirit 30 seconds to pop, and yeah, like 1 or 2 missed shots for Grix, and Spirit get a bomb plant. That's all they want.
One of the best platform for these shots either, right? That's where the little bit of util helps you out.
One thing can win you this round.
You're going to lose Tanir long, but you still have all of short for this post plant. This is good util to slow it down out of Big. But that bomb is going to go down all the same.
Hard round to lose for Big when they're playing like this.
It's შეიძლება ზოგი არის რომ ხელსაწყოებიც ნობს რომ I don't count. არის ეს რომ მაგიკაცია თერთნაირები რომ Magic-საში აერიოთ დონკა ისე ის Magic-სას რომ აი განსხვავება დაართულია რა.
There's more to this, but it is just 4 players out on shore.
4 like-ის მივარტყაც მე 400.
They'll stop holding the extremities now, move in on the back of that Grix AWP. Donk doesn't do nothing with that Deeg, and it's a clean put down, so 5 alive, but a bomb plant. That's kind of what you said coming in. That's exactly what Spirit were hoping for.
That just reminds me of those early T-side rounds on Cash for Big, where they hit the bomb sites and it's everybody side by side, like nothing. And then 5 players on your screen. Big really good at their spacing in these kind of rounds. So that's just, I think, some credit to Big on how clean they make that. Don't lose a single player. Sure, there's not a lot of threat anyway, but if you do string out, you can lose. So, and their economy is in ship shape. Grix making a play. through the smoke finds Tavia. Been getting crazy in this round. Blame F top mid, Grix lower. Tabson gets up long and JDC just re-swings. Control, but Tabson still maintains the car position. Donk is walking into B. Can the bomb get out?
Certainly can.
Hello, Donk. Grix seems aware.
Now the map starts.
Oh, he saw him. No, he didn't see him.
Please tell me Blame F was on his POV. He mustn't have been. Yeah, Donk was on his screen.
Oh my goodness, getting faked out on that long smoke as well. Donk is still in a really committed position. If Big come and clear this together, that's their best bet. But don't count out Donk from doing something disgusting here in mid. Ooh. Oh my god. One man goes, Shiro can hold that. Magic's can plant. This is brewing. 2 players.
This is happening. Yeah. This is so tough for Big. They've got layers of lurkers to get through. Shiro's oh, that's a really rough miss.
Just one.
One guy's made it through. You tell him.
Oh,
dead out here in middle.
Oh no.
Yes,
these were strong positions, but you had to hit your shots. Magic's at least holds the line still. There's a lot of bodies coming his way. As Magic's left scrapping on his own. Shiro wins his fight back in the tunnel. Tabson, time's low, time's ticking. Molly in at the tunnels to try and keep Shiro up. Tabson with seconds to spare. He's got it. He has saved this round for Big.
To think they've definitely got it back the other way with a 2K from Magic. Clutches up. What a day they're giving us. What a game they're giving us across both these maps. Making the impossible no information, no position, Spirit knowing where everyone is. And can you believe Donk doesn't get a single kill there in middle? Felt like the right spot to be.
What is this Tabson renaissance we're having?
He's having a great tournament.
Great series versus Team Spirit.
Shiro კაი ბაზარი არ შეიძლება ცუდად თამაშმა. აი ეგ როგორ აცდა ეხლა. სამი ლაიქიც მივარტყათ რა 400-ზე გავა 400 გავწევ.
All too familiar in this T side. They've been broke many a time.
Big have got to be rubbing their hands together right now. They're in such a powerful position. They've got great money and a chance to sweeten the deal in this round if they're able to keep it clean. You're about to try and take the lead. This is Spirit's go-to. And you would be the guys in pole position and not impossible to dislodge for the remainder of the half. You're going to be buying in every one of these rounds.
It's a really scary game now for Spirit.
Everybody knows.
IMF has had some great util across this series as well, right? Always being threatening with it, always keeping pressure on. Won't stop this one guy getting out on a mid to be, and they're hoping again that this draws a bit of an overreaction out of Big. Make a bit of room for this short take, but it hasn't. 3 players here. Grix Orb. And with Blame F to assist.
Opa. Gachilet, ცოცხალია. Gachilet, ცოცხალია. Gachilet, ცოცხალია.
Donk looking for even more. Final kills right there. This was meant to be Big's round. Chance to make money, a chance to take the lead, and Donk's
as well. It's Donk 3 kills in, 3 1 deeps in a 1v1, and Favon just wide swings and commits to position. Felt like Donk didn't realize he got out there with that flashbang. Favon, no fear against the world's best, and Big do get rid of that eco. Spirit almost win another low economy.
Absolutely, წერდა დონკა რო დონკა სიფათი რო ხდება პირველი ცოცხალი რო არის რა 1-1-ზე რო ხარ და დონკა სიფათი რო არის ხო სიმპლას რო ჭირდა ზიპნიქსაზე ეგრეა იმენ სიმპლა რო იძახს ხო ზიპნიქსა რო რჩებოდა 1-3-ზე ვიცოდ რომ დანძრეული გქონდაო კაროჩ აბსო დავაჭერდა ზიპინგსაც თავი ჩანდაო, აუ იმენ აზრი არ ქონდა.
This is starting to get scary for Team Spirit. This is home territory.
ნახე რა და არის ესში რომ გაუწია ის კილი, თორე ეგეს დონკას კილია.
Oh, Shiro just killed JDC on the cross.
აჰა, დალია ყავა და გაადუა.
He laughs it off. What else can you do?
მე ბორი ლაიკი 400-მდე, ვის არ გაქვს დალაიქებული ახლა. ნუ მაგიზე.
They have just been fearless with their gambles. 3 strong still on A. They just leave Grix alone, having the AWP, perhaps giving them some more faith about this B site. But it's very exploitable on a mid to B. There's nothing Grix could do.
დალაიქი, აი ავედი 400-ზე. სოჯიგრები ხართ, მეგობენ, ცოტა დღეს აღარ შეგაწუხებთ. მადლობა ყურადღებისთვის, ნახვამდის. თქვენი ციტმებობა.
Or on the long side. Tabson, here's
coming.
He's asking for a flash. He's asking to go. There's a lot of dudes around this corner. Block smoke comes in. Tabson leaves it to a bit of spam. Flash again. Tabson playing it forward. Only good for the first, but you get a lot of info from that. You saw a lot of bodies on that smoke push.
This is huge.
Have an AWP, missed shot, and with Donk opening out through short, getting past Blame F. The Spirit breathe a little easier. They do good on that opening kill. They will convert on the back of it, a 5v4 from the get-go. So Spirit tying this game up again.
Everybody knows. Nina.
No point are you out of the woods. Does it feel like in this kind of match?
Oh, you've seen that up now. You want it gone.
Sad,
Only way to break these money is to stop them on these saves. You want any freebies before the end of the half.
One more kill from Grix is a problem for Spirit as well. Just like that. Sure, he loses his AWP, but Spirit, it's expensive for them too. Gonna need 2 drops here. One player won't have everything. Maybe Spirit feel like it's worth it just to get rid of that pesky AWP. It's fine to Spirit win this round, right? Grix still has his AWP. Safe across on middle this time. Spirit straight out long.
These mid-walks are something big. I've attempted a couple of times now. Spirit have always had eyes on it.
How
fearless Tabson is over here on long. You admire it, but you're also a little nervous because you know that this Shiro AWP is hungering for someone to come swinging out.
I like that molly. Oh, it has set off the smoke though. Gap in that. They're going to have to re-smoke it. Rotate coming in. How's this going to go? Because JDC is up top middle and Zontix is running around. Just about converts that kill. Now Spirit know they're locked in. They have to go forward.
Flash for a peek. Tabson sent through that smoke. Nades find good damage and a bit of a gap here, but it's down to timings for Grix. Backstab out of JDC. 2 players holding for it. He gets a dink off before he's deleted.
Rough.
And as Fabin's getting spammed, trying to extract anything from these very forward positions. They know where Grix is.
No!
Don't go giving him this! And he knows he's on for it.
What?
Oh, Grix! What is that?
Rapicho!
Round of your life, round of your dreams.
That's something you go to bed and you have dreams about. You're going to have visions about that play, trying to recreate it for the rest of your life.
Just a single bullet in the air. 2 no-scopes. Don King, 2 phenomenal kills here. And then Bricks just one-ups it. Single bullet. Get out of my server, Shiro.
I don't believe
and now he's
ვერ ვიჯერებ თან ვატაპი როგორ ხა ჯამშოტში ბიჭო გეხოცებით პირით არ წააგოთ არ გამო გრაფიტიკია რა თქმა დაუხატეთ იმენა ჩემი მე ტიკასო გამოუძახეთ საფლავიდან და დაუხატო სპეციალურად მან რავეთ
Did we just see?
You don't get rounds like that every day.
You don't
get rounds like that ever.
გრაფიტს არ აკეთებენ მეიჯორის ტურნირების გარდაცვალ თუ რო ვანტაპები გაარტყა ჰაერში გრაფიტს არ გაკეთებენ თუ მეიჯორზე არ მოხდა
All right, Spirit, how do you keep your head strapped on? Can Donk?
ნეუნები ძმაო დავაჯვი კამანდას და ყველა იხოდება
as well. Blame does a lot of damage.
ის არ მოკლა ბოლომდე
And doesn't it just feel like this game is meant to be for big?
გრისკაზე ერთი კაცი
Not a problem. Or maybe it is, because Magic's has killed rotation. Griggs, getting caught. Careful, Magic's throwing it back in his face. 2-on-2 now. Full reset long. Low health here, Spirit. They just need instant headshots. Oh, I think JDC. Magic's is so tucked in here. How's he gotten here so quick?
Snuck the whole way. Oh, swing and a miss, and that now leaves it to Tanir.
What's he got? Plants for long.
And he's stuck fighting here. He needs 2 clean kills.
There's
no taking this to time. You just got to win the fights, and that second one comes up shy. Defuse in for Favin, and Big with a winning half on Spirit's map pick.
Just a sickening game out of Big here. I mean, Spirit won a couple of low economy rounds in this half. They didn't really do too well with AKs.
ეს რა ჰაილაიტი გააკეთა ტიპმა ბიჭო ანუ
I'm sad they didn't really touch the mid to B.
ეს რა იყო ჩემ ორი ნოუსკოპი და მე კალაშიც ჯამშოტი ვანტაპი ბიჭო
And it was their most successful
თან ისიც რომ low HP იყო და ეგრევე რომ მოკვდა
4-1 off the start.
საღოლს მოვიფიქრე.
It's really rough. I mean, Harry, the last 4 rounds the Big won in that half were 1v1s. You just feel like you're a millisecond away from taking this map, and now Spirit are down 2 rounds at halftime. 4 huge clutches for Big.
ეხოწები სპირიტ არ გავარდეთ ტურნირიდან და მინდა თქვენი ყურება კიდე. ეს ბიგიც მეწოდება.
Now you got this Griggs 1-on-3.
They got such good long spawns. Okay, they won't take it. Spirit running up mid.
It's just a big content farm. Spirit don't want to trifle with that. You see players holding, decide to call it off.
Okay, running around. Tanir, no support here. Needs something good. That's a start. Tapson. Sickening shot. 2 more on the corner. Swing together. Jumping court. And Shiro's got 1 more. But reload is a problem. It goes both ways. Grundy turns around and taps out 2 more. This kid is nuts. 3 headshots. And Big take the pistol.
რაც ამას დავაჯვი ძმო? ყველა როგორ იხოდებით ვისაც გაჯვავთ?
Game of life.
What is it with these young AWPers on Dust 2 at this event? Sizzy did it to Vitality. Griggs is doing it to Spirit.
კლასებ კიდია ძმაო დამიდონატე 10 ლარი თითო დაჯმაზე დაგაჯვავ ძმაო თუ გინდათ თუ არ გინდათ დამიდონე ეუნები ძმაო ვისაც დავაჯვი ყველა მოიხოდა რა გავაკეთოთ მილიონები იშოვეს კამანდამ და ესე ისებს აკეთებ და ფაიერში არ ტყავს იმეც რა მეტი რა გავაკეთო მითხრა დაადონათ 10 ლარი დაგაჯვავთ რაც გინდათ დამიწერეთ როგორ დაგაჯვავთ ყველა მოიხოდა ძმაო მართლა გეუნები და ვინ შევაკე ერთხელ ბლიცზა შევაკე და ზურგიდან 30 ტყვია დააცალა M4-4-ის რავი ძმაო მე არავის არ შევაკე ორებაში რა
Griggs might actually be the main character, and I think when you see him winning rounds like that, and you're big, how doesn't that pump you up? How doesn't it feel like this is just meant to happen? That's got to be the vibe that they're all feeling.
Mami, mena წლის highlight-ი და ჩოვებულებრივად იმენა. Oh,
he's just nailed on through the box.
Don't cassimina proci
Dude, the worst part about that, like, Yeah, okay. It's that game, isn't it?
Oh, yes, Big. We've missed you. Boy, is it good to have him back.
And what Tabson's just been playing out of his mind as well in both these maps. T-side of cash. Blame called some beautiful rounds.
არა ძმა უცხო ადამიანი ხარ მართლა ხო არ დაგაჯო ამათი ხა ვაჯობ რა მაგრამ აი შენ ძმა აი ჩემი კარგი მენა ცხოვრებაში 2 ლეველს ვერ გაცდები რა იმენა რა აი რა ლეველიც ხარ იმენა იგი იქნები სულ რა
As to what the vibe is in these two teams.
იმენა აი რა ვიცი მო რა გიქრა იმე ტრაქში რო ისური ცოტა გაასწორე მიზანი რა იმდრეს გიყურებდი ბიჭო ზურგიდან დაადექი კაც და 30 კაც რავი ცოტა მოიხოდე შარიკებივით რო ისრის მარკეტინგით
They were front runners to be a contender for the trophy. They were meant to be one of the 3 big dogs fighting for the trophy.
მოიხოდები აწი შენ რა ვიცი მოვე ისები თუ არ აკეთე რა ვიცი მომეტი რა გითხრა.
Make no mistake, 4 rounds.
ეხლა რისკაზე ვთქვი მეთქი ერთი ჯობანასაც გაუშვეს მეთქიც მო დაეტოვებინა თქო და ეხლა ხვალ შემდეგ თამაში ჯობანა ალბათ აი ესე გაისვრს აი ესე კაცი რო წინ იდგეს აი ესე გაისვრს აი ას დაკლება გააკეთე რა არა არა ბოტი შატილ არის ათლას ფეხს ვერ მოუთრი დაჭმაზე რა ამ ცოტი რომ სენშემ რომ მეიჟორი მოიგოს ჩემი კარგი მომთხან აი ანუ მეიჟორი რომ მოიგოს ტიპ ან ჩემი იმენა ნახევარი სტიკერების ფული ჩემია ხო
Tania struggling got to hold down long
ჩემი კარგი იმენა ვიზეთ რა ვთქვით მო მე დავა აი რა ვიცი მო მითხარი ერთი შენ დამიწერე შენზე ინფორმაცია ერთი ვიცი აი ყველაზე აი ყველაზე ტრაქში რო ისვრე ახლა სამეგობროში ეგ ვიცი ბაზარი არა აი ჩემს წინ აღდეგ რო გაიჩითო ძმა რავი აი 40 კაც მოკლავ ხო იასანია აი ანუ ეხა შენ იმენა ძმა ეხა რა გითხრა აი მომისმინე ეხა მარტივად რა კაუნტერი ძმა წაშალე და ვაფშე აღარ ჩართო არასდროს რა იმიტომ რომ შენი თამაში არ არის რა საერთოდ იმიტომ რომ low HP კაც low HP კაც რო აცილებ ზურგში და ვერ კლავ და შენი ძმაკაცები მერე რო გაჯვავენ ანუ სირცხვილია პროსტად ან შენ ძმაკაცებთან აღარ თამაშო ან რავი რამე ქენი მე ხა ვისაც გაჯვავთ ძმებო მიიღეთ ეს დაჯმა პატიოსნად არ არის ძმა პრობლემა ფენიქს არ არის არანაირი პრობლემა ვინმე თუ მოიხოდეთ მართლა ძმაო და გაამართლა ამ ყველაფერმა და ამ დღეების განმავლობაში შეამჩნიეთ რომ one tap-ებს არ ტყავთ ჰაერში დაფრინავთ რაღაცა და დედას უტყნავთ კამანდას ამირე სიყვარული თუ აჯვამ ძმაო ეხა მინდა რომ განვითარდნენ ესენი და რავი ჩემი დაჯმა მართლა ყოფილა რავი ის არის მო ეგეთი რამე არ გამიგია წინა მეიჯორზე კამანდას ვაჯვი და ფალკონმა მეიჯორი მოიგო ხორებაში ტურნირი არ ქონდათ მოგებული მეიჯორი მოიგეს ამ გრისკას ვაჯვი ძმა და რავი ორი ჰაერში ნოუსკოპი გაარტყა და მე კალაშის პირველი ვეტყვია რატომ კაც ჯამპშოტში მიზანში წაიღო რავი აბა მითხარი აი მითხარ გამოგებინეთ ხა თუ არ მუშაობს კარგად და ვინ შევაქე რავი ძმაო ვინ შევაქე რავი მამა ჩემს მოვეფერე და წავიდა ვაფშე სახში აღარ მოსულა იმის მერე რავი ძმა მენ გადაწყვიტე არა ძმაო გენაცვალე ძმაო გაიხარე ძმაო გენაცვალე კარგია ძმაო თუ მოიხოდები ვსო გენაცვალე თქვენ
3 strong our spirit just pistols
All right, they lose JDC early. They are going into this stack.
არა ტრაქში ისვი დონკუნია არა აზრი არა აქ შენ თავს მიცავარ იმენა დღეს დანძრეული გაქვს იმენა დღეს შენი დღე არ არის იმენა ფავენა ისევ ერთი არის და შიროს კაროჩი კლაჩი არ მოუგია 35 წელია რა იმენა ყველაზე ყვერი მოთამაშე ხარ შენ თავს მიცავარ აი ამ კლაჩს შენ თუ ამ ქალაქში ანუ არ არსებობს კლაჩი არა აქ იცებას მოგებული რაუნებიც მო არ შეიძლება შეჩერდა მადლობა ძმებო დონაციების
not go for the position, hold the window to walk up with a P250.
Feels like it worked massively in his favor as well.
აი დონკა კიდე ძმა აი ბოლოს ქილი როდის გააკეთა პროსტა რა აი ბოლოს ქილი აი დიმიტრი სოკოლოვი რომ კლავს მავა ეს ტიპი და დაგდავს აი დონკა ვაფშე აი ხა რა ანგარიში 10-6 ვაგებ ბიჭო აი ამათა ბიგთან 8-6 ვაგებ და ბიგი არის რა ვიცი მაო ტოპ 30 გუნდი არის აი ბიგთან 8 ვაგებ ძმა დონკა მომისმინე რამდენზე გაქვს 9-15-ზე გაქვს შეჩემა ხორებაში რა ვიცი 9-15-ზე არ ქონია ეხლა შენი გამოყლევება არ იქნება
It's hard to go back to and you really want to, right? If you get
ეგ უკვე ძმა, ეგ მეიჯორის დაგაჯი უკვე. FPL-ში ჩამოგაქვეითო? რო ანუ როგორ გინდა ვერ გავიგე, ანუ FPL-ში. ეხლა მეიჯორის დაჯმა გამოგიშვი შენთან. არ გინდა მოხსნა?
No matter what, he's got his orb, and so bigger banking on it in this game.
თუ იყო დავტოვოთ? აი, ტოვეთ მაშინ, თაოჯი გარი. აუ, მე მეგონა მეიჯორი პირდა, ანუ ყველაზე მაღალ ლეველს ვარ, ანუ დაჯმა თუა ყველაზე მაღალ ლეველი.
Holding for long control that's not coming. We've got Tania locked in.
არა, იანგარი, იანგარი, მენა რა ვიცი, ის 58 წლის სოლი რო ყავს, მაგან რა ვის უნდა მოუგოს ჩემი კარგი მოწყალე. შეიძლება ფეხი გაეკვანძოს იმენა შუა ცხობის დროს, ვის უნდა მოუგოს, ისლამას ვერ მოუგებ შანსი არ არის. არ არსებობს ნირას აქედან ქილი არ გაუკეთებია ცხოვრებაშიც, ეხა გააკეთებს აქ 3 ქილს. შანსი არა. არ არსებობს პროსტო გამორიცხულია. ლებაზარი.
Beast. Blame F. Claws it back to a 1v2, but 15 seconds. There's no winning this. And so another great hold out towards the long side from Tania.
Yeah, felt like there were chances there for big. I mean, Grix almost got a shot on Shiro, who was looking the wrong way. Blame plays a little bit earlier as well. Players open in CT, but no success on long. As Tania does his job, he had 6 kills
მაგისტვის დაგაჯვა?
He's had the double kill on long shot.
დაგაჯვირა ძმა. კაი, ხა დამაჯვის დავაჯვა მე ძმებო. მე რო ძმაო, აი, პროსტო შენ ადგილზე ვიყო. მართლა გეუბნები, მარტო ვითამაშებდი wingmans რა. ისიც ვინმე silver-თან ერთად რო confidence-ი დამებუშტა. ისეთ ცუდი ხარ, პროსტო რო აი არ ხდება ძმა ეგრე, გაიგე? რამენაირად ეხა შენ წადი ნუბებთან ითამაში რომ აი ბოტებში რაღაცა ხოცე კამანდა რომ მოიხოდო რა შენი კონფიდენსი დააბუსტო თორე აი ვაფშე ტრაქში ისვრი ძმა 50000 საათი გაქვს ნათამაშები ძმა წადი რავი მაინკრაფტი ჩაიწერე რაღაცა Direwolf 20 არამე და ის იყუმარე რავი რა ის კაუნტერი ძმა შენთვის არ არის მაუსი გიჭირავს მარდ უკუღმაც ძმა რანაირად კაცი როგორ უნდა მოკლა შენ აქ მაჯიქსას ცხოვრებაში კაცი არ ყავს რა მოკლული არც ერთი ვაფშე აქ ეხა ორ კაცს მოკლავს ეს არ არსებულია აჰა დონკა გავაცოცხლეთ
It's all contained, it's all controlled, team spirit.
არა მაინკრაფტი მევასწრე მადლობა ძმებო დონაციისთვის რომ ამაჯმევინეთ თავი მადლობა გაიხარეთ გენოცვალეთ მადლობა
We were riding the roller coaster, Harry. We were ready to call this a game.
არა აქ შანსი არ აქვს ბიჭო აი სპირიტ როგორი განძრეული აქ იცი ეს მაპი რომ აი არ არსებობს ეს მაპი მოიგო სპირიტი მოხდები
I think it's just like, you know, you lose
რაღაცინებ შეჩემა კაცი არ ყავს მოკლული ბოლო 5 რაუნდია იმისავით რომ ტრნირასავით რომ დაძდევ ეკოფრაგებს
you're hinging on every word of the calls, you're very communicative, you're in that flow state where
საღოლ ბიგ ძმაო აი რავი თქვენ საღოლ გუნდი ყოფილი ხარ ძმაო რითეიქი არ წაგიგიათ და რავი აი მაგარი ნამუშევარი აქვს ძმაო ბიგს აქვს ნამუშევარი საღოლ ძმაო ბიგი მენა ხელი ამიწევია ისე იმუშავეს თუნდაც რომ რავი
they are getting closer.
This is on არა ბიგი მე ხელი ამიწევია ძმაო რავი აი პლეიმეიფად ძალიან მაგრად ქოლავს და საკაიფო თუ ზურგში მაგრად ადგება ყოველთვის.
In play for this big T side.
ავიც მოვაგერ 12-16-ზე რო გექნება დონკ შენის თავი გახმაში. არა შანსი არა რა უნდა გავუქმდეს. მაგრამ მევასება რა ბლეიმეფა ძალიან მაგარი IGL-ია. აუ იმენა big საღულს მაგარი კაცი დაიწიეს რა. აი ეს მითუბი სპლიტია ბიგა ამაგრეთ ვინ არის ბიზე ცხრიანი და ვინა ვიდიანი დონკუნ შედი ბიზე გეხვეწები რა მიდი ბიჭო იქნებ კაცი მოკლა ერთხელ მაინც ხოვრებაში რა მე გააკეთე გუნდისთვის ბლეად ეს ცხოვრება ქერავენ და აი ზონტიქსას ხო იმენა აზრი არა ეს ტანირა არა საღულ მაგარი ქოლი იყო ძალიან ბლეიმებს მართლა просто აი უდნავ არ გაგვიმართლა ტაიმინგში უდნავ ლონგიდან კაცი დაგვადგა შორტი ჩამოგვახტა დესანტივით და ბიზნეს მოუში გავიცხნე თორე დავშე ყველაფერი სწორად გამოვიდა ძალიან ცოტაზე გვაქვს სამუშაო სპირიტ რა უტილიტიზე კომუნიკაციაზე კოლებზე სროლაზე ფლეშებზე ავეპეზე გვაქვს სამუშაო ენტრიზე არაფერი რა ძალიან აი მინიმალური რაღაცა ძალიან ტოპ გუნდი იქნება სპირიტი რა ვეჩი აი ტოპერს უეჭველი გაწურავენ ზმაო აი ძალიან ცოტა აქვს სამუშაო coaches ცოტა თუ მოიხოდება ვაფშე აი იდეალური ჩემი აზრით $40,000 არ უნდა გიხდიდნენ ხელფას მეც სიმსახურე მოუმატოთ ხელფასი ამ ბიჭებს
both had their struggles. Zontics had some important rounds on cash, but hasn't really factored into this one.
რამენაირად იქნებ ტოპ 25 გუნდს მოუგოთ.
After that mowdown versus the Glocks in middle has been.
აუ რა მაგარ ქოლს აკეთებენ საღოლსმაო. აი ტანირა რა დგასი კაი ბიჭივით რომ მიდგახარ შეჩემა მანდ ეხა შენს კაცი არ მოკლა რა.
Phenomenal round there. Saved them from a rough situation, only for them to go and lose. So, been relatively tame as Donk in this map. Wasn't the case on Cash. Was the front runner.
Speed malonko. Ai bicho speed malonko მოხოდოს იმენა.
I see Tanier on long.
და ალტერნატივს მასაღო ძალიან მაგარი ხარ. დაინახა მაქვეშკენ.
Flash dodged.
Tanier
down from this. Tanier only deals in threes. Has Grix pinned in behind the blue bin and a teammate nearby. He's fighting this every step of the way. Shut down at the short take. And Blame F 1v3, 35 seconds. They know where he is. There's no winning this with the bomb down on long.
Save is fine really for Blame. Would love another kill to
დავსვი ძმებო დავსვი 10 ლარი მედო Blame F-ს 5 დასეივებაზე. ბრავო. მე-5 დაასეივა სამაფში. ბრავო Blame F რა იმენა ჯიგარი ხარ პურის ფული ამომაგდებინე ბებერ გიჟი რა. მე პატარა ბიჭი.
They felt out of commission. This was 10-5 down.
Aurora წააგო თუ რა მოხდა?
Spirit have persevered and now the score evens up. And it's big who are feeling the pain.
ახლა Blame F რა მაგარი ენტრი ყოს იმენა რა ძალიან მაგარი მოთამაში. ავეთ რომ მოიგეს. არა თურქების დაჩოუქებაო და Rex საღოლს მაო იმენა აი შენზე რა თქვი ძმაო ყველაფერი უკან წამიღე 21 კილი გაქვს ძმაო რავი აუ მე აი ფავენა 7 კილი აქვს ძმაო მაგრამ რავი გიჟივით 7 კილი კლაჩები მოიგო ის მოიგო 2 კლაჩი მოიგო ძმამ რავი მეტი რა ქნას ეხა გუნდს ეხმარება მაქსიმალურად აში რო იმენა უშანსოთ ხა შენ ძმობას ვიცავ რა აქ იმენა როგორი დანძრეული გაქვს იცი
Not again, Tanier. Well, he's dodged that molly at least. But look at how keen he is to get involved. Backing himself.
Grix გიჟივითაა ზმატყუიას აღარ მაზავს იმენა ბებერი. ოი ხო და გიჟივით.
Smoke comes in on B. Grix can't get.
იმენა დალუცა.
He's had 3 rounds with deaths without a kill.
არაში რო იმენა ჩემი იმენა ხა.
It's feeling a bit like that cooling off.
არა ძმა მაგრად ქოლავს Blame F-ს გაეხსნა ეთყობა ქოლებში big საღოლს ძმა მაგრად უმუშავიათ ამ ქოლებზე.
Kind of limp fakes as well, right? You're trying to It can look like a mid to be, but they're going for this A split. Blame moving pretty
Ah,
quick.
ხელები ამიწევია Blame-ს
Long control, AWP out middle. They're all over the shop. The Spirit don't know right now. They're going to get peeked at long. Shiro just gets on that angle in time. 20 seconds, this is petering out.
Oh, good timing for Favin at least, but he's really got to get a move on. Blame F with another. Grix, a dead man, out alone in middle. Trading places around the slope. Magix gets in behind them. That's a double on a platter for Magic's team.
მაგარი კოლები აქვს იმენა საღოლ ბიგებს იმენა მაგარი ხოდი აქვს მავათი რაუნდი იმენა თემა
definitely cooled off, missing some shots, missing some timings, can't find opening kills. Spirit not afraid at this point. Tanir making plays still, and Shiro definitely has stepped up in this map when you compare it to Cash. You know, this is Shiro who got jump shot in that 1v1 and got insta-ult mid-doors. I felt like he was going to be in trouble here, but great recovery alongside Tanir.
არა, გრიქსას 21 ქილი აქვს, მაგრამ გიჟივითა, რა მეტი რა გაქნას კაცმა. აუს გუნდისთვის მაქსიმუმ საკეთე. პინგი 0 აქვს ყველას კაცს. ლანში როცა თამაშობ პინგი არ არსებობს.
It's a real test to your composure.
აქ ვინც აგებს ვარდება, მაგრამ რა თუნა ბაზარი ხო ვინც აგებს, ეს მარტივია სპირიტი აგებს უეჭველი. ვეხედავ ყლებს ბანა. გაგვითიშოთ ეს ეგვიპტური მუსიკები თუ შეიძლება ადმინ. თორე გამიცოთ ხოლმე კობრა ბლეად. კაი, დაწყნარდი. გათიშავენ, დაწყნარდი, გათიშავენ. რა გიჟივითა. აი,
Opportunity on this second map.
Get out. Blame tries to chase there. Almost catches players. Big bail from what looked to be a B hit. 3 players coming back down lower.
Yeah, you saw 2 guys cross on the B hill, right? So you know there's a bit of a B lean right now for Spirit. You see that Shiro's quick to try and undo this. And as they hear him shuffle back in mid.
ჩაღო Blame. ესეთი მაგარი ქოლი ტეკნაინებიც მაო მე არასად არ მინახავს, რავი. და ზონტიქსას გახოლდილი ბი ჯერ რა ვიცი მაო. არასად მე არ მახსოვს აი რო ზონტიქსამ რო აი რაღაცა 4 კაცი ლაინაპი ან რაღაცა გააკეთოს ეგეთი იმენა აი იშვიათად რო აი ეგეთი რაღაც მოხდეს რა იმენა გამორიცხული ბაზარია აი ჯერ რო ზონტიქსა რო კლავს კაც და მე აი ბიტუნელში რო კამანდას აი გამოსულ კამანდას რო კლავს რა რა შეუძლებელია უბრალოდ ეგეთი რაღაცა მე არ მახსოვს ზონტიქსასგან ეგეთი რაღაცა
Mid component getting dealt with. Donk, quick work made over the tunnels push. Grix does what he can, but it won't be enough. All invaded Team Spirit. Map point.
And if you're Donk, you're probably thinking, that's the round I've been waiting for. Peeking me. Some actual jewels in this game. Has no problem winning that out on B. And what a run of rounds for Team Spirit.
პლეუს ფრაქში რო გავიდეთ მათი შეიძლება, აბა ბომჟივით რო დავდივართ. ამხელა ტოპ 1 ფრაგერიკა, ტოპ 1 ფეისის კაცი. კაც საქართველოს ბიჭები, თუ ნაკრების ბიჭები თუ არიან, მე ძმაო მომწერეთ Instagram-ზე, არ არის პრობლემა. კლიენტად ნაკრებს შემიძლია უფასოდ სოფლიოზე გასვლა. არ არის არანაირი პრობლემა. Double procedure გავაკეთებ მაგ ყველაფერს. აგულ ფიქსმაო, ესეთი მაგარი ქეშის მერე, ესეთი მაგარი დასტი რო ითამაშეს. ელები ამიწევია რა. კრისას იმენეს კრისკა ვაფშე მაგარი ავეპია, ძმაო იმის მერე ტყვია აღარ აუცილებია ვაფშე. აგულ შიროც მაო შენ имена 1008-ში ერთ კაც კლავ რა.
There's a reaction from B Hill that JDC is able to punish. You get rid of Donk. Surely you got to be thinking about this B hit. Zontix has not had a kill on this B bomb site. Tanir again.
But in a 4v5,
He's doing it
Got to
now.
pick his moment very carefully, and he does so right as they've departed. Tania, man, he
Sagul
was the guy who started
absent,
this
sagul blame
entire streak for Team
Wow,
Spirit.
ყველა
It was his
შევიდა უკვე შეგა.
reactivation coming alive, and now he's
ვოკალი
got them in
ერთმა
the
თორე
palm of his hand. Deals with the grip
sagul
sword.
blame-ებს მაგარი ქოლი და რავი დონკას და შილოს გაჰოლდი კი ზონტაკს და შილოს გაჰოლდილი ბიზ დედავატირე ვაფშე დედამიწაზე სმა ანუ შეუძლებელია უბრალოდ ამათმა რომ გაჰოლდონდი ყველაზე ყლებაზე
As Team Spirit, against all odds, are able to turn this one around. Dust 2 secured, and their campaign at EWC not yet over. The score's going to be settled on a deciding map. We're going to Mirage.
Needed it, had to have it, and we're definitely going to get it. Mirage to separate them, and of course, a couple question marks. There was the big that showed up, showed us what they had in this series, and then Spirit with the swift response. But as it stands, yeah, Mirage to settle the score here between Spirit and Big.
If anything, there was some resilience coming out of Team Spirit. It wasn't a great performance.
მე ჩემს Discord-ზე რომ შემოხვიდეთ აპინული რაც არის და ასევე upgrade-ერზე საიტზე ვინც თამაშობ ჩემი კოდი გამოიყენეთ ჯუჟოი მოვო ძალიან დიდი თხოვნა იქნება უღრმესი მადლობა წინასწარ
Ranked number 1 in the world on the VIS.
ან Discord-ში შემოდით და იქ არის საჩუქრები რაც შეგიძლიათ აიღოთ.
At least they got the job done. At least they got the win here in Dust 2 to give themselves, I guess, another chance of getting the job done on Mirage, but oh my, that's not pretty.
Man, this series just keeps on giving, right? You know, it's almost like this series deserves to have a third one, you know, because both teams are like fighting with tooth and nail to show who actually needs to advance in this lower bracket. And, you know, as you just, like, Griggs had some incredible moments for this game. I blame F had some incredible moments. We say Dunk doing not up to his power, but keeping
ბოდის გიხდით მესამე მაპს ვეღარ გავსტრიმავ, მაგრამ ხვალ შევეცდები რომ გავსტრიმო. მოკლედ უღრმესი მადლობა თითოეულ თქვენგას 10 ლარის კი არა 10 ლარის აღარ დონაციებისთვის. თქვენი საკუთარი თავის დაჭმის დონაციებისთვის და ისედაც ვიღარ მადლობა 430 ლაიქისთვის და არხის გამოწერისთვის. წავედი და შემოგიერთებით ხვალ. უღრმესი მადლობა წინასწარ. კიდევ ერთხელ უბრალოდ. ეგრედი ხართ. Mirage შეგიძლია უყუროთ ოფიციალურ საიტზე. როგორ ქვია მოიცადე? EWC ან EWC ან WC ჩაწერეთ და მოგიგდებს YouTube-ზე და შეგიძლიათ უყუროთ იქ. დავარ. გასასვლელი ვარ ძმებო. მე მეგონა რომ ადრე მორჩებოდა, თორე ყველა ვარიანტში მოვასწრებდი რა. ფურიას რო არ გაეწელა, მორჩებოდა მაგრამ რა უყურე.